Section 25 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Curran. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 25. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 1, Subsections 4 through 6. Subsection 4. Stars, a cause. Signs from physiognomy, metoposcopy, chiromancy. Natural causes are either primary and universal, or secondary and more particular. Primary causes are the heavens, planets, stars, etc., by their influence, as our astrologers hold. Producing this and such like effects, I will not here stand to discuss obiter, whether stars be causes or signs, or to apologize for judicial astrology. If either sextus impericus, picus, mirandula, sextus ab Hermingia, Perarius, Erastus, chambers, etc., have so far prevailed with any man, that he will attribute no virtue at all to the heavens, or to sun or moon, more than he doth to their signs at an innkeeper's post, or tradesman's shop, or generally condemn all such astrological aphorisms, approved by experience. I refer him to Bellantus Paravanus, Marascalerus, Goclenius, Sir Christopher Haydn, etc. If thou shalt ask me what I think, I must answer, nam et doctis hisce erubulus versatus sum, for I am conversant with these learned errors. They do incline, but not compel, so no necessity at all. Agunt non congut, and so gently incline, that a wise man may resist them. Sapiens dominabitur astris, they rule us, but God rules them. All this, methinks, Johannes de Indagine hath comprised in brief, quarius in me a quantum, and they do but incline, and that so gently, that if we will be ruled by reason, they have no power over us, but if we follow our own nature, and be led by sense, they do as much in us as in brute beasts. And we are no better, so that I hope I may justly conclude with Cogtan, Colium est vehiculum divinae virtutis, etc., that the heaven is God's instrument, by meditation of which he governs and disposeth these elementary bodies, or a great book, whose letters are the stars, as one calls it, wherein are written many strange things for such as can read, or an excellent harp made by an eminent workman, on which he sat. He that can but play will make most admirable music, but to the purpose. Paracelsus is of opinion that a physician without the knowledge of stars can neither understand the cause or cure of any disease, either of this or gout, not so much as toothache, except he see the peculiar geniture and scheme of the party affected. And for this proper malady, he will have the principal and primary cause of it proceeded from the heaven, ascribed more to the stars than humours, and that the constellation alone many times produceth melancholy, all other causes set apart. He gives instance in lunatic persons that are deprived of their wits by the moon's motion, and in another place refers all to the ascendant, and will have the true and chief cause of it to be sought from the stars. Neither is it his opinion only, but of many Galenists and philosophers, though they do not so peremptorily maintain as much. This variety of melancholy symptoms proceeds from the stars, saith Melanchthon. The most generous melancholy, as that of Augustus, comes from the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in Libra, the bad, as that of Calantines, from the meeting of Saturn and the moon in Scorpio. Jovianus Pontanus in his 10th book and 13th chapter de rebus coelestibus, discourseth to this purpose at large, ex altra bile vari generantur, morbi, etc. Many diseases proceed from black choler, as it shall be hot or cold, and through it be cold in its own nature. Yet it is apt to be heated, as water may be made to boil, and burn as bad as fire, or made cold as ice, and thence proceed such variety of symptoms, some mad, some solitary, some laugh, some rage, etc. The cause of all which intemperance he will have chiefly and primarily proceed from the heavens, from the position of Mars, Saturn, and Mercury. His aphorisms be these: Mercury, in any geniture, if he shall be found in Virgo or Pisces, his opposite sign, and that in the horoscope, irritated by those quartile aspects of Saturn or Mars, the child shall be mad or melancholy. Again, he that shall have Saturn and Mars, the one culminating, the other in the 4th house, and when he shall be born, shall be melancholy, of which he shall be cured in time. If Mercury behold them, if the moon be in conjunction or opposition at the birth time with the sun, Saturn or Mars, or in a quartile aspect with them, e malo coeli loco, Leo Vitius adds, many diseases are signified, especially the head and brain is like to be misaffected with pernicious humours, to be melancholy, lunatic, or mad. Cardan adds, quarta luna natus eclipses, earthquakes. Garceus and Leo Vitius will have the chief judgment to be taken from the Lord of the geniture, or where there is an aspect between the moon and Mercury, and neither behold the horoscope, or Saturn and Mars shall be lord of the present conjunction or opposition in Sagittarius or Pisces of the sun or moon. Such persons are commonly epileptic, dote, demoniacal, melancholy. But see more of these aphorisms in the above-named Pontanus, Garceus, Schoner, which he hath gathered out of Ptolemy, Abobiter, and some other Arabians, Junctine, Razvoius, and therefore partial judges. Then hear the testimony of physicians, Galenists themselves. Carto confesseth the influence of stars to have a great hand to this peculiar disease. So doth Jason Pratensis, Locenserius, Prefantium, the universal cause, the particular from parents, and the use of the 6 non-natural examples, to evince the truth of those aphorisms, are common amongst those astrologian treatises. Cardan, in his 37th geniture, gives instance in Matthias Bolognius, Daniel Gare, and others, but see Garceus, Lucas Garicus, etc. The time of this melancholy is, when the significators of any geniture are directed according to art, as the whore, moon, hylek, etc., to the hostile beams or terms of Saturn and Mars, especially, or any fixed star of their nature, or if Saturn, by his revolution or transitus, shall offend any of those radical promissors in the geniture. Other signs there are taken from physiognomy, metaposcopy, chiromancy, which because Johannes de Indagine and Rotman and Landgrave of Hesse, his mathematician, not long since his chiromancy, Baptista Porta, in his celestial physiognomy, have proved to hold great affinity with astrology. To satisfy the curious, I am more willing to insert the general notions the physiognomers give be these: black colour argues natural melancholy, so doth leanness, hirsuteness, broad veins, much hair on the brows, said Gratanarolus, cap. 7, and a little head out of Aristotle, high sanguine, red colour, shows head melancholy. They that stutter and are bald will be soonest melancholy, as Avicenna supposeth, by reason of the dryness of their brains. But he that will know more of the several signs of humour and wits out of physiognomy, let him consult with old Adamantus and Polemus, that comment, or rather paraphrase, upon Aristotle's physiognomy, Baptista Porta's 4 pleasant books, Michael Scott, De Secretis Naturae, John de Adagine, Montaltus, Antony Zara, Anatomia Ingeniorum, Section 1, Member 13, and Book 4. Chiromancy hath these aphorisms to foretell melancholy. Hasnier, Book 5, Chapter 2, who hath comprehended the sum of John de Adagine, Tricassus, Corvinus, and others in the book, thus hath it, the Saturnine line going from the Rescheta through the hand to Saturn's mount, and there intersected by certain little lines, argues melancholy. So if the vital and natural make an acute angle, aphorism 100, the Saturnine hepatic and natural lines, making a gross triangle in the hand, argue as much, which Goclenius, chapter 5, Chiroscopia, repeats verbatim out of him. In general, they conclude all, that if Saturn's mount be full of many small lines and intersections, such men are most part melancholy, miserable and full of disquietness, care and trouble, continually vexed with anxious and bitter thoughts, always sorrowful, fearful, suspicious. They delight in husbandry, buildings, pools, marshes, springs, woods, walks, etc. Thaddeus Hagesius, in his Metaposcopia, hath certain aphorisms derived from Saturn's lines in the forehead, by which he collects a melancholy disposition, and Baptista Porta makes observations from those other parts of the body, as if a spot be over the spleen, or in the nails, if it appear black, this signifieth much care, grief, contention, and melancholy. The reason he prefers to the humours, and gives instance in himself, that for 7 years' space he had such black spots in his nails, and all that while was in perpetual lawsuits, controversies for his inheritance, fear, loss of honour, banishment, grief, care, etc., and when his miseries ended, the black spots vanished. Cardan, in his book De Libris Proprius, tells such a story of his own person, that a little before his son's death, he had a black spot which appeared in one of his nails, and dilated itself as he came nearer to his end. But I am over tedious in these toys, which howsoever in some men's to severe censures they may be held absurd and ridiculous, I'm the border to insert as not borrowed from circumforanean rogues and gypsies, but out of the writings of worthy philosophers and physicians, yet living some of them, and religious professors in famous universities, who are able to patronize that which they have said, and vindicate themselves from all cavaliers and ignorant persons. Subsection 5. Old age, a cause. Secondary, peculiar causes efficient, so called in respect of the other precedent, are either congenite, interne, innate, as they term them, inward, innate, inbred, or else outward and adventitious, which happen to us after we are born. Congenite, or born with us, are either natural as old age, or praeter naturam, as Fernelius calls it, that distemperature which we have from our parents' need, it being a hereditary disease. The first of these, which is natural to all, and which no man living can avoid, is old age, which being cold and dry, and of the same quality as melancholy is, much needs cause it, by diminution of spirits and substance, and increasing of adust humours. Therefore Melanchthon avers out of Aristotle, and in undoubted truth, sinus plerunque dolerasse insenecta, that old men familiarly dote ob atrabilim for black choler, which is then superabundant in them. And Rhasis, that Arabian physician, in his Continuus Liber 1, chapter 9, calls it a necessary and inseparable accident to all old and disrepute persons after 70 years, as the Psalmist saith, all is trouble and sorrow, and common experience confirms the truth of it in weak and old persons, especially such as have lived in action all their lives, had great employment, much business, much command, and many servants to oversee, and leave off ex abrupto, as Charles V did to King Philip, resign up all on a sudden. They are overcome with melancholy in an instant, or if they do continue in such courses, they dote at last, senex bis puer, and are not able to manage their estates through common infirmities incident in their age, full of ache, sorrow, and grief. Children again, dizzards, they carle many times as they sit, and talk to themselves. They are angry, waspish, displeased with everything, suspicious of all, wayward, convictuous, hard, saith Tully, self-willed, superstitious, self-conceited, braggers and admirers of themselves, as Balthazar Castillo hath truly noted of them. This natural infirmity is most eminent in old women, and such as are poor solitary, live in most base esteem and beggary, or such as are witches, insomuch that Virus Baptista, Portra, Ulricus, Molitor, Edwicus, do refer all that witches are said to do, to imagination alone, and this humour of melancholy. And whereas it is controverted whether they can bewitch cattle to death, ride in the air upon a cowl-staff out of a chimney-top, transform themselves into cats, dogs, etc., translate bodies from place to place, meet in companies and dance as they do, or have carnal copulation with the devil, they ascribe all to this redundant melancholy which domineers in them, to somniferous potions and natural causes, the devil's policy. Non landent omnio saith virus, aut quid Miriam faciunt. De Lamis, Book 3, chapter 36. Ut putatur salam vitiatam habeant fatasiam. They do no such wonders at all, only their brains are crazed. They think they are witches, and can do hurt, but do not. But this opinion, Bodine Erastus Danaeus, Scribanius, Sebastian Michaelis, Campanella, De Sensu Rerum, Book 4, chapter 9, Dandinus, the Jesuit, Book 2, De Anime explode. Cicogna confutes at large, that witches are melancholy, they deny not, but not out of corrupt fantasy alone, so do delude themselves and others, or to produce such effects. Subsection 6. Parents, a cause by propagation. That other inward inbred cause of melancholy is our temperature, in whole or part, which we receive from our parents, which Fernelius calls praeter naratum, or unnatural, it being a hereditary disease. For as he justifies, quale parentum maxime patris semen obtirgret, tales evandunt, similares spermagetaque paris, quinconque etiam morbo patre, quum generat tenitur cum semen transfert in prolem, such as the temperature of the father is, such is the son's, and look what disease the father had when he begot him, his son will have after him, and is as well inheritor of his infirmities as of his lands. And where the complexion and constitution of the father is corrupt, there, saith Roger Bacon, the complexion and constitution of the son must needs be corrupt. And so the corruption is derived from the father to the son. Now this doth not so much appear in the composition of the body according to that of Hippocrates, in habit, proportion, scars, and other lineaments, but in manners and conditions of the mind. Et patrum in natus abonut, cum semine moris. Seleucus had an anchor on his thigh, so had his posterity, as Trogus records. Book 15, Lepidus in Pliny, Book 7, Chapter 17, was pure-blind, so was his son. That famous family Aenobarabi were known of old, and so surnamed from their red beards. The Australian lip and those Indian flat noses are propagated. The Bavarian chin and goggle eyes amongst the Jews, as Buxtorifus observes. Their voice, pace, gesture, looks are likewise derived with all the rest of their conditions and infirmities. Such a mother, such a daughter, their very affectuous Lemnius, contends to follow their seed, and the malice and bad conditions of children are many times wholly to be imputed to their parents. I need not, therefore, make any doubt of melancholy, but that is an hereditary disease. Paracelsus in express words affirms it. Liber de morbis amentium, tome 4, tract 1. So doth Creto in an epistle of his Monavius. So doth Bruno Sidelius in his book De Morbo Incurabile. Montaltus proves, chapter 11, out of Hippocrates and Plutarch, that such hereditary dispositions are frequent. Et hanc inquit feri ror ob participatam melancholicam intemperatem. Speaking of a patient, I think he became so by participation of melancholy. Daniel Sennertus, Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 9, will have his melancholy constitution derived not only from the father to the son, but to the whole family sometimes. Quandoque totus familias hereditativam Forestus, in his medicinal observations, illustrates this point with an example of a merchant, his patient, that had this infirmity by inheritance. So doth Rodericus of Fonseca, Tome 1, Consultation 69, by an instance of a young man that was so affected, ex matre melancholica, had a melancholy mother, et vectu melancholico, and bad diet together. Ludovicus Mercatus, a Spanish physician, in that excellent tract which he hath likely written of hereditary diseases, Tome 2, Book 5, reckons up leprosy, as those Galbots in Gascony, hereditary lepers, pox, stone, gout, epilepsy, etc. Among the rest, this and madness are a set time comes to many, which he calls a miraculous thing in nature, and sticks forever to them as an incurable habit. And that which is more to be wondered at, it skips in some families the father, and goes to the son, or takes every other, and sometimes every third in a lineal descent, and doth not always produce the same, but some like, and a symbolizing disease. These secondary causes hence derived, and commonly so powerful, that, as Wolfus holds, saepe mutant disgratus siderum, they do often alter the primary causes and decrees of the heavens. For these reasons, belike the hereditary diseases, forbidding such marriages as are any whit allied, and as Mercatus adviseth all families to take such, si feriae possit quae maxime distant natura, and to make choice of those that are most differing in complexion from them, if they love their own, and respect the common good. And sure, I think it hath been ordered by God's especial providence, that all in ages there should be, as usually there is, once in 600 years, a transmigration of nations, to amend and purify their blood, as we alter seed upon our land, and that there should be, as it were, inundation of those northern Goths and Vandals, and many such like people which came out of that continent of Scandia and Sarmatia, as some suppose, and overran as a deluge most part of Europe and Africa, to alter for our good our complexions, which were much defaced with hereditary infirmities, which by our lust and intemperance we had contracted. A sound generation of strong and able men were sent among us, as those northern men usually are, innocuous, free from riot, and free from diseases, to qualify and make us as those poor naked Indians are generally at this day, and those about Brazil, as a late writer observes, in the Isle of Maragnan, free thorn all hereditary diseases, or other contagion, whereas without help of physic they live commonly 120 years or more, as in the Orcades, and many other places. Such are the common effects of temperance and the intemperance, but I will descend to particular, and show by what means, and by whom especially, his infirmity is derived unto us. Filii ex senibus nati raro sunt firmi temperamenti. Old men's children are seldom of a good temperament, as Galzius supposeth, and therefore most apt to this disease, and as Livinus Lemnius farther adds, old men beget most part wayward, peevish, sad, melancholy sons, and seldom merry. He that begets a child on a full stomach will either have a sick child, or a crazed son, as Cardan thinks. Or if the parents be sick, or have any great pain of the head, or megrim, headache, Hieronymus Wolfius doth instance in the child of Sebastian Castellius, if a drunken man get a child, it will never likely have a good brain, as Julius argues, Book 12, Chapter 1. Ebrae gignut ebrius, one drunkard begets another, saith Plutarch, whose sentence Lemnius approves. Asarius, Crutius, Macrobius, Avicenna, and Aristotle himself, foolish, drunken, or hare-brained woman, most part being forth children like unto themselves, morosos et languidios, and so likewise he that lies with a menstruous woman, intemperantia veneris quam in nautis praesertium insectator lemnius, qui exoris inut nulla menstruae decarusus ratoin habita nec observato interlunio precipua causa est noxia pernitosia concubitum hunc exitalem ideo et pestiferum vocat Rodericus Acastro Lucanatus detestent ur ad unum omnes medicae tum et quarta luna conceptae infelices plumque et amites delere stolidi morbosi impuri invalidi tetra lu sordidi minime vitale omnibus bonis corporis atque animi destituti ad laborum nate se seniores inquit Estutatius et Hercules et alae Judae maxime insectantur fodum hunc et immunandum apud Christianas concebitum ut elicium abhorrent et apud suos prohibient et quod Christiani totis leprosi alementes tot morbili impedidinis alphi pessore cutis et facii decolorationis tumulti morbi epidemici acerbi et venusgnosi sint in hunc emidium concubitum rejicunt et crudelis in pignora vocant qui quarta luna profluente hac mensium ilvue concubitum hunc non prehorescunt damnavit olim divina lex et morte multavit fungia modi homnis Leviticus 18:20 et inde nadi sique deformis Aut multe pater dilapidatus, quod non quaterneret ab immunda millere. Gregorius Magnus, petenti Augustu nundred apud Britianos, huius mori concambutium toleraret, severare prohibiut virus suus tu mexere fominas in consutis sus menstruus, etc. I spare to English this which I have said. Another cause some give, inordinate diet, as if a man eat garlic, onions, fat overmuch, study too hard, be over sorrowful, dull, heavy, dejected in mind, perplexed in his thoughts, fearful, etc. Their children, saith Cardan de subtiliante rerum, Book 18, will be much subject to madness and melancholy. For if the spirits of the brain be fuzzled or misaffected by such means at such a time, their children will be fuzzled in the brain. They will be dull, heavy, timorous, contented, all their lives. Some are of opinion, and maintain that of paradox or problem, that wise men beget commonly fools. Suidius gives instance in Aristarchus the grammarian, Dous reliquit filius Aristarchum et Aristochorum, ambos stultos, and which Erasmus urgeth in his Moria. Fools beget wise men. Cardan de subtilitate rerum, Book 12, gives this cause. Quoniam spiritus stadium resolvantur, et in cerebrum ventur accorde, because their natural spirits are resolved by study, and turned into animal, drawn from the heart and those other parts of the brain. Lemnius subscribes to that of Cardan, and assigns this reason: quod persolvant diabetum languide et obscintantir, unde foetus apparentum generositate decesit. They pay their debt, as Paul calls it, to their wives remissly, by which means their children are weaklings, and many idiots and fools. Some other causes are given, which properly pertain, and do proceed from the mother. If she be over dull, heavy, angry, peevish, discontented, and melancholy, not only at the same time of conception, but even all the while she carries the child in her womb, saith Fernelius, her son will be so likewise affected, and worse, as Lemnius adds, Book 4, Chapter 7, if she grieve overmuch, be disquieted, or by any casualty be affrighted and terrified by some fearful object, heard or seen, she endangers her child, and spoils the temperature of it. For the strange imagination of a woman works effectually upon her infant, that as Baptista Porta proves, Physiognomone Solestius, Book 5, Chapter 2, she leaves a mark upon it, which is most especially seen in such as prodigiously long for such and such meats. The child will love those meats, saith Fernelius, and be addicted to like humours. If a great-bellied woman see a hare, her child will often have a harelip, as we call it. Garcaeus de Judiciis Geniturarum, Chapter 33, hath a memorable example of one Thomas Nicol, born in the city of Bradburg, 1551, that went reeling and staggering all the days of his life, as if he would fall to the ground, because his mother, being great with child, saw a drunken man reeling in the street. Such another I find in Martin, when Riccius, Commentarius de Ortu Monstrorum, Chapter 17, I saw, saith he, at Wittenberg in Germany, a citizen that looked like a carcass. I asked him the chance. He replied, his mother, when she bore him in her womb, saw a carcass by chance, and was so sore affrighted with it, that ex eo foetus e assimilatus, from a ghastly impression the child was like it. So many several ways are we plagued and punished for our fathers' defaults, insomuch that, as Fernelius truly saith, it is the greatest part of our felicity to be well born, and it were happy for humankind if only such parents as are sound of body and mind should be suffered to marry. An husbandman will sow none but the best and choicest seed upon his land. He will not rear a bull or a horse, except he be right shapen in all parts, or permit him to cover a mare, except he be well assured of his breed. We make choice of the best rams for our sheep, rear the neatest kine, and keep the best dogs. Quanto id diligentius in procrandis liberis observandum? And how careful then should we be in begetting of our children? In former times some countries have been so chary in this behalf, so stern, that if a child were crooked, or deformed in body or mind, they made him away. So did the Indians of old, by a relation of Curtius, and many other well-governed commonwealths, according to the discipline of those times. Heretofore in Scotland, said Boethius, if any were visited with the falling sickness, madness, gout, leprosy, or any such dangerous disease, which was likely to be propagated from the father to the son, he was instantly guided, a woman kept from all company of men, and if by chance having some such disease, he were found to be with child, she be with her brood, were buried alive, and this was done for the common good, lest the whole nation should be injured or corrupted. A severe doom, you will say, and not to be used amongst Christians, yet more to be looked into than it is. For now, by our too much facility in this kind, in giving way for all to marry that will, too much liberty and indulgence in tolerating all sorts, there is a vast confusion of hereditary diseases, no family secure, no man almost free from some grievous infirmity or other, when no choice is had, but still the eldest must marry, as so many stallions of the race, or if rich, be they fools or dizzards, lame or maimed, unable, intemperate, dissolute, exhaust through riot, as he said, jura hereditario, saphir jobentur. They must be wise and able by inheritance. It comes to pass that our generation is corrupt. We have many weak persons, both in body and mind, many feral diseases raging among us, crazed families, parentis peremptoris, our fathers bad, and we are like to be worse. End of section 25. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Section 26 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 26. Partition 1, Section 2. Member 2, Subsection 1. Bad diet a cause. Substance, quality of meats. According to my proposed method, having opened hitherto these secondary causes, which are inbred with us, I must now proceed to the outward and adventitious, which happen unto us after we are born. And those are either evident, remote, or inward, antecedent, and the nearest. Continent causes, some call them. These outward, remote, precedent causes are subdivided again into necessary and not necessary. Necessary, because we cannot avoid them, but they will alter us as they are used or abused, are those 6 non-natural things, so much spoken of amongst physicians, which are principal causes of this disease. For almost in every consultation, whereas they shall come to speak of the causes, the fault is found, and this most part objected to the patient. Peccavit circa res sex non naturales. he hath still offended in one of those 6. Montanus, consulted about a melancholy Jew, gives that sentence. So did Frisa Melica in the same place, and in his 244th counsel, censuring a melancholy soldier, assigns that reason of his malady. He offended in all those 6 non-natural things, which were the outward causes, from which came those inward obstructions, and so in the rest. These 6 non-natural things are diet, retention and evacuation, which are more material than the other, because they make new matter, or else are conversant in keeping or expelling it. The other 4 are air, exercise, sleeping, waking, and perturbations of the mind, which only alter the matter. The first of these is diet, which consists in meat and drink, and causeth melancholy, as it offends in substance or accidents, that is, quantity, quality, or the like. And well it may be called a material cause, since that, as Fernelius holds, it hath such a power in begetting of diseases, and yields the matter and sustenance of them, for neither air, nor perturbations, nor any of those other evident causes take place, or work this effect, except the constitution of body, and preparation of humours, do concur. That a man may say, this diet is the mother of diseases, let the father be what he will, and from this alone melancholy and frequent other maladies arise. Many physicians, I confess, have written copious volumes of this one subject, of the nature and qualities of all manner of meats, as, namely, Galen, Isaac the Jew, Haliabus, Avicenna, Mesue, also 4 Arabians, Gordonius, Villanovanus, Wecker, Johannes Bruerinus, Cytologia de Esculentis et Poculentis, Michael Savanarola, Anthony Fumanellus, Liber de Regimen Senum, Curio in his comment on Schola Salerna, Godefridus Decius, Marsilius Cognatus, Ficinus, Ranzovius, Fonseca, Lessius, Magninus, Fritagius, Hugo Fridevalius, etc., besides many other in English, and almost every peculiar physician discourseth at large of all peculiar meats in his chapter of melancholy. Yet because these books are not at hand to every man, I will briefly touch what kind of meats engender this humour, through their several species, and which are to be avoided. How they alter and change the matter, spirits first, and after humours, by which we are preserved, and the constitution of our body, Fernelius and others will show you. I hasten to the thing itself, and first of such diet as offends in substance. Beef. Beef, a strong and hearty meat, cold in the 1st degree, dry in the 2nd, saith Galen, Book 3, Chapter 1, De Alimentorum Facultatibus, is condemned by him and all succeeding authors, to breed gross melancholy blood. Good for such as are sound and of a strong constitution, for labouring men if ordered aright, corned, young, of an ox, for all gelded meats in every species are held best. Or if old, such as have been tired out with labour are preferred. Urbanus and Sabellicus commend Portugal beef to be the most savoury, best and easiest of digestion. We commend ours, but all is rejected, and unfit for such as lead a resty life, any ways inclined to melancholy, or dry of complexion. Tales, Galen thinks, de facile melancholicis aequitudinibus capiuntur. Pork. Pork of all meats is most nutritive in its own nature, but altogether unfit for such as live at ease, are any ways unsound of body or mind, too moist, full of humours, and therefore noxia delicatis, saith Savanarola, ex aurum usu ut dubitetur, and febris quartana generetur. Naught for queasy stomachs, insomuch that frequent use of it may breed a quartan ague. Goat. Savanarola discommends goat's flesh, and so doth Bruerinus, Book 13, Chapter 19, calling it a filthy beast, and rammish, and therefore supposeth it will breed rank and filthy substance. Yet kid, such as are young and tender, Isaac accepts. Bruerinus and Galen, Book 1, Chapter 1, De Alimentorum Facultatibus. Heart. Heart and red deer hath an evil name, it yields gross nutriment, a strong and great-grained meat next unto a horse, which altogether some countries eat, as Tartars, and they of China, yet Galen condemns. Young foals are as commonly eaten in Spain as red deer, and to furnish their navies, about Malaga especially, often used, but such meats ask for long baking or seething to qualify them, and yet all will not serve. Venison, fallow deer. All venison is melancholy and begets bad blood, a pleasant meat, in great esteem with us, for we have more parks in England than there are in all Europe besides, in our solemn feasts. 'Tis somewhat better hunted than otherwise, and well prepared by cookery, but generally bad and seldom to be used. Hare. Hare, a black meat, melancholy, and hard of digestion. It breeds incubus, often eaten, and causeth fearful dreams. So doth all venison, and is condemned by a jury of physicians. Mizaldus and some others say, that hare is a merry meat, and that it will make one fair, as Martial's epigram testifies to Gellia. But this is per accidens, because of the good sport it makes, merry company and good discourse that is commonly at the eating of it, and not otherwise to be understood. Conies. Conies are of the nature of hares. Magninus compares them to beef, pig, and goat, yet young rabbits by all men are approved to be good. Generally all such meats as are hard of digestion breed melancholy. Aretius, Book 7, Chapter 5, reckons up heads and feet, bowels, brains, entrails, marrow, fat, blood, skins, and those inward parts, as hearts, lungs, liver, spleen, etc. They are rejected by Isaac, Book 2, Part 3, Magninus, Part 3, Chapter 17, Bruerinus, Book 12, Savonarola. Milk. Milk and all that comes of milk, as butter and cheese, curds, etc., increase melancholy, whey only excepted, which is most wholesome. Some except asses' milk. The rest, to such as are sound, is nutritive and good, especially for young children, but because soon turned to corruption, not good for those that have unclean stomachs, are subject to headache, or have green wounds, stone, etc. Of all cheeses, I take that kind which we call Banbury cheese to be the best. Ex vetustis pessimus, the older, stronger, and harder, the worst, as Langius discourseth in his epistle to Melancthon, cited by Mizaldus, Isaac, Galen 3, de cibis boni suci, etc. Fowl. Amongst fowl, peacocks and pigeons, all fenny fowl are forbidden, as ducks, geese, swans, herons, cranes, coots, didappers, water-hens, with all those teals, curs, sheldrakes, and peckled fowls, that come hither in winter out of Scandia, Muscovy, Greenland, Friesland, which half the year are covered all over with snow and frozen up. Though these be fair in feathers, pleasant in taste, and have a good outside, like hypocrites, white in plumes and soft, their flesh is hard, black, unwholesome, dangerous, melancholy meat. Gravant et putrefaciant stomachum, saith Isaac. Their young ones are more tolerable, but young pigeons he quite disapproves. Fishes. Rhasis and Magninus discommend all fish, and say they breed viscosities, slimy nutriment, little and humorous nourishment. Savonarola adds, cold, moist, and phlegmatic. Isaac, and therefore unwholesome for all cold and melancholy complexions. Others making a difference, rejecting only amongst freshwater fish, eel, tench, lamprey, crawfish, which Bright approves, Chapter 6, and such as are bred in muddy and standing waters, and have a taste of mud, as Franciscus Bonsuetus poetically defines, liber de aquatilibus. Nam pisces omnes, qui stagna, lacusque frequentant, semper plus succi deterioris habent. All fish that standing pools and lakes frequent do ever yield bad juice and nourishment. Lampreys, Paulus Jovius, chapter 34. De piscibus fluvialibus highly magnifies and saith, none speak against them, but inepte et scrupulosi, some scrupulous persons. But eels, chapter 33, he abhorreth in all places, at all times. All physicians detest them, especially about the solstice. Gomesius, book 1, chapter 22, de sale, doth immoderately extol sea fish, which others as much vilify, and above the rest, dried, soused, indurate fish, as ling, fumadas, red herrings, sprats, stockfish, haberdine, porjon, all shellfish. Timothy Bright accepts lobster and crab. Messarius commends salmon, which Bruerinus contradicts, book 22, chapter 17. Magninus rejects conger, sturgeon, turbot, mackerel, skate. Carp is a fish of which I know not what to determine. Franciscus Bonsuetus accounts it a muddy fish. Hippolytus Salvianus, in his book De Piscium Natura et Preparatione, which was printed at Rome in folio 1554, with most elegant pictures, esteems carp no better than a slimy, watery meat. Paulus Jovius, on the other side, disallowing tench, approves of it. So doth Dubravius in his books of fish ponds. Fritagius extols it for an excellent wholesome meat, and puts it among the fishes of the best rank, and so do most of our country gentlemen, that store their ponds almost with no other fish. But this controversy is easily decided in my judgment by Bruerinus, book 22, chapter 13. The difference riseth from the site and nature of pools, sometimes muddy, sometimes sweet. They are in taste as the place is from whence they be taken. In like matter almost we may conclude of other fresh fish. But see more in Rondoletius, Bellonius, Oribasius, book 7, chapter 22, Isaac, book 1, especially Hippolytus Salvianus, who is instar omnium solus, etc. Howsoever they may be wholesome and approved, much use of them is not good. Forestus, in his medicinal observations, relates that Carthusian friars, whose living is most part fish, are more subject to melancholy than any other order, and that he found by experience, being sometimes their physician ordinary at Delft in Holland. He exemplifies it with an instance of one Buscodnese, a Carthusian of a ruddy colour, and well liking, that by solitary living and fish eating became so misaffected. Herbs. Among herbs to be eaten I find gourds, cucumbers, coleworts, melons disallowed, but especially cabbage. It causeth troublesome dreams, and sends up black vapours to the brain. Galen de locus affectis, book 3, chapter 6. Of all herbs condemns cabbage, and Isaac, book 2, chapter 1, animae gravitatem facit, it brings heaviness to the soul. Some are of the opinion that all raw herbs and salads breed melancholy blood, except bugloss and lettuce. Crato speaks against all herbs and worts, except borage, bugloss, fennel, parsley, dill, balm, succory. Magninus, omnes herbae simpliciter malae via cibi, all herbs are simply evil to feed on, as he thinks. So did that scoffing cook in Plautus hold. Non ego cornum condio ut alii coqui solent, qui mihi condita prata in pratinis proferunt, boves qui convivas faciunt, herbasque agerunt. Like other cooks, I do not suffer dress, that put whole meadows into a platter, and make no better of their guests than beeves, with herbs and grass to feed them fatter. Our Italians and Spaniards do make a whole dinner of herbs and salads, which are said Plautus calls coenas terrestras, Horace coenas sine sanguine, by which means, as he follows it, hic homines tam brevem vitam colunt, qui herbas hujus modi in alvum suum congerunt, formidolosum dictu, non esum modo, quas herbas pecudes non edunt, homines edunt. Their lives that eat such herbs must needs be short, and 'tis a fearful thing for to report, that men should feed on such a kind of meat, which very juments would refuse to eat. They are windy, and not fit therefore to be eaten of all men raw, though qualified with oil but in broths or otherwise. See more of these in every husbandman and herbalist. Roots. Roots etsi quorundam gentium opes sint, saith Bruerinus. The wealth of some countries, and sole food, are windy and bad, or troublesome to the head, as onions, garlic, scallions, turnip, carrots, radishes, parsnips. Crato disallows all roots, though some approve of parsnips and potatoes. Bagninus is of Crato's opinion. They trouble the mind, sending gross fumes to the brain, make men mad, especially garlic, onions, if a man liberally feed on them a year together. Guianerius complains of all manner of roots, and so doth Bruerinus, even parsnips themselves, which are the best. Book 9, chapter 14. Fruits. Pastinacarum usus succus gignit improbos. Crato utterly forbids all manner of fruits, as pears, apples, plums, cherries, strawberries, nuts, medlars, serves, etc. Sanguinum inficiunt, saith Villanovanus. They infect the blood and putrefy it, Magninus holds, and must not therefore be taken via cibi aut quantitate magna, not to make a meal of, or in any great quantity. Cardan makes that a cause of their continual sickness at Fessa in Africa, because they live so much on fruits, eating them thrice a day. Laurentius approves of many fruits, in his Tract of Melancholy, which others disallow, and amongst the rest apples, which some likewise commend, sweetings, pearmains, pippins, as good against melancholy. But to him that is any way inclined to, or touched with this malady, Nicholas Piso in his Practics forbids all fruits as windy, or to be sparingly eaten at least, and not raw. Amongst other fruits, Bruerinus out of Galen accepts grapes and figs, but I find them likewise rejected. Pulse. All pulse are naught, beans, peas, vetches, etc. They fill the brain, saith Isaac, with gross fumes, breed black thick blood, and cause troublesome dreams. And therefore, that which Pythagoras said to his scholars of old, may be for ever applied to melancholy men. A fabis abstinete. Eat no peas nor beans, yet to such as will needs eat them. I would give this counsel, to prepare them according to those rules that Arnoldus Villanovanus and Freytagius prescribe, for eating and dressing, fruits, herbs, roots, pulse, etc. Spices. Spices cause hot and head melancholy, and are for that cause forbidden by our physicians to such men as are inclined to this malady, as pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, mace, dates, etc., honey and sugar. Some accept honey. To those that are cold it may be tolerable, but dulcia se in bilem vertunt, sweets turn into bile. They are obstructive. Crato therefore forbids all spice in a consultation of his, for a melancholy schoolmaster. Omnia aromatica et quicquid sanguinem adurit. So doth Fernelius, Guianerius, Mercurialis. To these I may add all sharp and sour things, luscious and over-sweet, or fat, as oil, vinegar, verjuice, mustard, salt. As sweet things are obstructive, so these are corrosive. Gomesius in his books de Sale, Book 1, chapter 21, highly commends salt. So doth Codroncus in his tract de Sale Absinthiae. Lemnius Book 3, chapter 9, de Occultis Naturae Miraculous. Yet common experience finds salt and salt meats to be great procurers of this disease, and for that cause belike those Egyptian priests abstained from salt, even so much as in their bread. Ut sine perturbatione anima esset, saith mine author, that their souls might be free from perturbations. Bread. Bread that is made of baser grain, as peas, beans, oats, rye, or over hard baked, crusty and black, is often spoken against, as causing melancholy juice and wind. Joe Mayer, in the first book of his History of Scotland, contends much for the wholesomeness of oaten bread. It was objected to him then living in Paris in France that his countrymen fed on oats and base grain, as a disgrace. But he doth ingeniously confess, Scotland, Wales, and a third part of England did most part use that kind of bread, that it was as wholesome as any grain, and yielded as good nourishment. And yet Wecker out of Galen calls it horse meat, and fitter for juments than men to feed on. But read Galen himself, Book 1 de Cibis Boni et Mali Succi, more largely discoursing of corn and bread. Wine. All black wines, over hot, compound, strong, thick drinks, as muscadine, malmsey, alicant, rumney, brown bastard, metheglin, and the like, of which they have 30 several kinds in Muscovy, all such made drinks are hurtful in this case, to such as are hot, or of a sanguine, choleric complexion, young, or inclined to head melancholy. For many times the drinking of wine alone causeth it. Arculanus, chapter 16 in 9 Rhasis, puts in wine for a great cause, especially if it be immoderately used. Guianerius tells a story of 2 Dutchmen, to whom he gave entertainment in his house, that in 1 month's space were both melancholy by drinking of wine. One did naught but sing, the other sigh. Galen de Causis Morborum, chapter 3, Matthiolus on Dioscorides, and above all other Andreas Bacchius, Book 3, 18, 19, 20, have reckoned upon those inconveniences that come by wine. Yet notwithstanding all this, to such as are cold or sluggish melancholy, a cup of wine is good physic, and so doth Mercurialis grant, in that case, if the temperature be cold, as to most melancholy men it is, wine is much commended, if it be moderately used. Cider, perry. Cider and perry are both cold and windy drinks, and for that cause to be neglected, and so are all those hot spiced strong drinks. Beer. Beer, if it be over new or over stale, over strong or not sodden, smell of the cask, sharp or sour, is most unwholesome, frets and galls, etc. Henricus Ayrerus, in a consultation of his, for one that laboured of hypochondriacal melancholy, discommends beer. So doth Crato in that excellent counsel of his, as too windy, because of the hop. But he means belike that thick black Bohemian beer used in some other parts of Germany. Nil specius illa, dum bibitur, nil clarius est dum mingitur, unde constat, quod multas fecus in corpore linquet. Nothing comes in so thick, nothing goes out so thin, it must needs follow then, the dregs are left within. As that old poet scoffed, calling it Stygiae monstrum conforme paludi, a monstrous drink, like the river Styx. But let them say as they list, to such as are accustomed unto it, 'tis a most wholesome, so Polydore Virgil calleth it, and a pleasant drink. It is more subtle and better, for the hop that rarefies it hath an especial virtue against melancholy, as our herbalists confess, Fuchsius approves, and many others. Waters. Standing waters, thick and ill-coloured, such as come forth of pools and moats, where hemp hath been steeped, or slimy fishes live, are most unwholesome, putrefied, and full of mites, creepers, slimy, muddy, unclean, corrupt, impure, by reason of the sun's heat, and still standing. They cause foul distemperatures in the body and mind of man, are unfit to make drink of, to dress meat with, or to be used about men inwardly or outwardly. They are good for many domestic uses, to wash horses, water cattle, etc., or in time of necessity, but not otherwise. Some are of the opinion that such fat standing waters make the best beer, and that seething doth defecate it, as Cardan holds, Book 13 de subtilitate rerum. It mends the substance and savour of it, but it is a paradox. Such beer may be stronger, but not so wholesome as the other, as Jobertus truly justifieth out of Galen, that the seething of such impure waters doth not purge or purify them. Pliny, lib. 31, cap. 3, is of the same tenet, and Petrus Crescentius, De Omnibus Agriculturae Partibus, Book 1 and Book 4, cap. 11 and cap. 45. Pamphilius Herilacus, such waters are naught, not to be used, and by the testimony of Galen, breed agues, dropsies, pleurisy, splenetic and melancholy passions, hurt the eyes, cause a bad temperature, and ill disposition the whole body, with bad colour. This Jobertus stiffly maintains, that it causeth blear eyes, bad colour, and many loathsome diseases to such as use it. This which they say, stands with good reason, for as geographers relate, the water of Astrakhan breeds worms in such as drink it. Axius, or as now called Verduri, the fairest river in Macedonia, makes all cattle black that taste of it. Aliacman, now Peleca, another stream in Thessaly, turns cattle most part white. See Polui Ducas. L. Urbanus Rohemus refers that struma or poke of the Bavarians and Styrians to the nature of their waters, as Munster doth that of Valesians in the Alps, and Bodine supposeth the stuttering of some families in Aquitania about Labden to proceed from the same cause, and that the filth is derived from the water to their bodies. So that they that use filthy, standing, ill-coloured, thick, muddy water, must needs have muddy, ill-coloured, impure, and infirm bodies, and because the body works upon the mind, they shall have grosser understandings, dull, foggy, melancholy spirits, and be really subject to all manner of infirmities. To these noxious simples we may reduce an infinite number of compound, artificial, made dishes, of which our cooks afford us a great variety, as tailors do fashions in our apparel. Such are puddings stuffed with blood, or otherwise composed, baked meats, soused induet meats, fried and broiled buttered meats, condite, powdered and over-dried, all cakes, simnels, buns, cracknels made with butter, spice, etc., fritters, pancakes, pies, sausages, and those several sauces, sharp or over-sweet, of which Scientia Popinae, as Seneca calls it, hath served those Apician tricks, and perfumed dishes, which Adrian the sixth Pope so much admired in the accounts of his predecessor Leo Decimus, and which prodigious riot and prodigality have invented in this age. These do generally engender gross humours, fill the stomach with crudities, and all those inward parts with obstructions. Montanus gives instance, in a melancholy Jew, that by eating such tart sauces, made dishes, and salt meats, with which he was overmuch delighted, became melancholy, and was evil affected. Such examples are familiar and common. Section 27 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 27. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 2. Quantity of diet a cause. There is not so much harm proceeding from the substance itself of meat, and quality of it, in ill dressing and preparing, as there is from the quantity, disorder of time and place, unseasonable use of it, intemperance, overmuch or over little taking of it. A true saying is, plures crapula quam gladius. This gluttony kills more than the sword, the omnivorantia et homicidea gula, this all-devouring and murdering gut. And that of Pliny is truer, Simple diet is the best. Heaping up of several meats is pernicious, and sauces worse. Many dishes bring many diseases. Avicen cries out, that nothing is worse than to feed on many dishes, or to protract the time of meats longer than ordinary. From thence proceed our infirmities, and 'tis the fountain of all diseases, which arise out of the repugnancy of gross humours. Thence, saith Fernelius, come crudities, wind, oppilations, cacocymia, plethora, cachexia, bradiopepsia, hinc subitae, mortes, atque intestata senectus, sudden death, etc., and what not. As a lamp is choked with a multitude of oil, or a little fire with overmuch wood quite extinguished, so is the natural heat with immoderate eating strangled in the body. Pernitiosa sentina est abdomen insaturabili, one saith. An insatiable paunch is a pernicious sink, and the fountain of all diseases, both of body and mind. Mercurialis will have it a peculiar cause of this private disease. Solenander illustrates this of Mercurialis, with an example of one so melancholy, ab intempestivis commessatianibus, unseasonable feasting. Crato confirms as much, in that often cited counsel, 21, Book 2, putting superfluous eating for a main cause. But what need I seek farther for proofs? Hear Hippocrates himself, Book 2, Aphorism 10. Impure bodies, the more they are nourished, the more they are hurt, for the nourishment is putrefied with vicious humours. And yet for all this harm, which apparently follows surfeiting and drunkenness, see how we luxuriate and rage in this kind. Read what Johannes Stuckius hath written lately of this subject, in his great volume De Antiquorum Conviviis, and of our present age, quam portentosae coenae, prodigious suppers, quidam invitant ad coenam efferent ad sepulchrum, what Phagos, Epicures, Apatios, Heliogables our times afford. Lucullus's ghost walks still, and every man desires to sup in Apollo. Aesop's costly dish is ordinarily served up. Magis illa juvant, quae pluris ementur. The dearest cates are best, and 'tis an ordinary thing to bestow 20 or 30 pounds on a dish, some 1,000 crowns upon a dinner. Mully Hamet, king of Fez and Morocco, spent 3 pounds on the sauce of a capon. It is nothing in our times. We scorn all that is cheap. We loathe the very light, some of us, as Seneca notes, because it comes free, and we are offended with the sun's heat, and those cool blasts, because we buy them not. This air we breathe is so common, we care not for it. Nothing pleaseth but what is dear. And if we be witty in anything, it is ad gulam. If we study at all, it is erudito luxu, to please the palate, and to satisfy the gut. A cook of old was a base knave, as Livy complains, but now a great man in request. Cookery is become an art, a noble science. Cooks are gentlemen, venter deus. They wear their brains in their bellies, and their guts in their heads, as Agrippa taxed some parasites of his time, rushing on their own destruction, as if a man should run upon the point of a sword, usque dum rupantur comedunt. They eat till they burst. All day, all night, let the physician say what he will, imminent danger and feral diseases are now ready to seize upon them, that will eat till they vomit. Edunt ut vomant, vomit ut edant, saith Seneca, which Dion relates of Vitellius. Solo transitu ciborum nutriri judicatus. His meat did pass through and away, or till they burst again. Strage animantium ventrem honorant, and rake over all the world, as so many slaves, belly gods, and land serpents. Et totus orbis ventri nimis angustus. The whole world cannot satisfy their appetite. Sea, land, rivers, lakes, etc., may not give content to their raging guts. To make up the mess, what immoderate drinking in every place! Senum potum pota trahebunt anus, how they flock to the tavern, as if they were fruges consumere natae, born to no other end but to eat and drink, like Ophelius Bibulus, that famous Roman parasite, quidem vixit, aut bibit, aut minxit, as so many casks to hold wine, yea worse than a cask, that mars wine, and itself is not marred by it. Yet these are brave men. Silenus Ebrius was no braver. Et quae fuerunt vitia, mores sunt. 'Tis now the fashion of our times, and honour. Nunc vero res ista eo rediit, as Chrysostomo, Sermo 30 in 5 Ephesios comments. Ut effeminatae ridendaequae ignaviae loco habeatur, nole inebriari. 'Tis now come to pass that he is no gentleman, a very milksop, a clown of no bringing up, that will not drink, fit for no company. He is your only gallant that plays it off finest. No disparagement now to stagger in the streets, reel, rave, etc., but much to his fame and renown, as in like case Epidicus told Thesprio his fellow servant, in the Poet, Aedipol facinus improbum. One urged, the other replied, At jam alii fecere idem, erit illa res honori. 'Tis now no fault, there be so many brave examples to bear one out. 'Tis a credit to have a strong brain, and carry his liquor well, the sole contention who can drink most, and fox his fellow the soonest. 'Tis the summum bonum of our tradesmen, their felicity, life and soul. Tanta dulcedine affectant, saith Pliny, Book 14, Chapter 12. Ut magna pars non aliud vitae premium intelligat. Their chief comfort, to be merry together in an alehouse or tavern, as our modern Muscovites do in their mead inns, and Turks in their coffee houses, which much resemble our taverns. They will labour hard all day long to be drunk at night, and spend totius anni labores, as St. Ambrose adds, in a tippling feast, convert day into night, as Seneca taxes some in his times, pervertunt officia a noctis et lucis. When we rise, they commonly go to bed, like our antipodes. Nosque ubi primus equis oriens afflavit anhelis, illis sera rubens ascendit lumina vesper. So did Petronius in Tacitus, Heliogabalus in Lampridius. Noctes vigilibat ad ipsum, mane diem totem stertebat. He drank the night away till rising dawn, then snored out all the day. Snymdiris the Sybarite never saw the sun rise or set so much as once in 20 years. Verus, against whom Tully so much inveighs, in winter he never was extra tectum vix extra lectum, never almost out of bed, still wenching and drinking, so did he spend his time, and so do myriads in our days. They have gymnasia bibonum, schools and rendezvous. These centaurs and lapithae toss pots and bowls as so many balls, invent new tricks, as sausages, anchovies, tobacco, caviar, pickled oysters, herrings, fumados, etc., innumerable salt meats to increase their appetite, and study how to hurt themselves by taking antidotes to carry their drink the better. And when naught else serves, they will go forth, or be conveyed out, to empty their gorge, that they may return to drink afresh. They make laws, insanas leges, contra bibendi fallacias, and brag of it when they have done, crowning that man that is soonest gone, as their drunken predecessors have done, quid ego video, viscam corona pseudolum, ebrium tuum. And when they are dead, will have a can of wine with Maron's old woman to be engraven on their tombs. So they triumph in villainy, and justify their wickedness. With Rabelais, that French Lucian, drunkenness is better for the body than physic, because there be more old drunkards than old physicians. Many such frothy arguments they have, inviting and encouraging others to do as they do, and love them dearly for it. No glue like to that of good fellowship. So did Alcibiades in Greece, Nero, Bonosus, Heliogabalus in Rome, or Allegabalus rather, as he was styled of old, as Ignatius proves out of some old coins. So do many great men still, as Herasbachius observes, when a prince drinks till his eyes stare, like Bitius in the poet, Ille impiger hausit, spumantem vino paterum, a thirsty soul, he took challenge and embraced the bowl, with pleasure swilled the gold, nor ceased to draw till he the bottom of the brimmer saw, and comes off clearly. Sound trumpets, fife and drums, the spectators will applaud him, the bishop himself, if he belie them not, with his chaplain will stand by and do as much. O dignum principe haustum, 'twas done like a prince. Our Dutchmen invite all comers with a pail and a dish. Velet infundibula integras obas exhorient, et in monstrosis poculis, ipsi monstrosi monstrosius epotant, making barrels of their bellies, incredibly dictu, as one of their own countrymen complains, quantum liquoris immodestissima gens capiet, etc. How they love a man that will be drunk, crown him and honour him for it, hate him that will not pledge him, stab him, kill him, a most intolerable offence, and not be forgiven. He is a mortal enemy that will not drink with him, as Munster relates of the Saxons. So in Poland he is the best servitor, and the honestest fellow, as Alexander Gaguinus, that drinketh most healths to the honour of his master, he shall be rewarded as a good servant, and held the bravest fellow that carries his liquor best, when a brewer's horse will bear much more than any sturdy drinker. Yet for his noble exploits in this kind he shall be accounted a most valiant man, for tam inter epillas fortis vir esse potest ac in bello. As much valour is to be found in feasting as in fighting, and some of our city captains and carpet knights will make this good and prove it. Thus they many times wilfully pervert the good temperature of their bodies, stifle their wits, strangle nature, and degenerate into beasts. Some again are in the other extreme, and draw this mischief on their heads by too ceremonious and strict diet, being over precise, cockney-like, and curious in their observation of meats, times, as that Medicina Statica prescribes, just so many ounces at dinner, which Lessius enjoins, so much at supper, not a little more, nor a little less, of such meat, and at such hours, a diet drink in the morning, cock broth, china broth at dinner, plum broth, a chicken, a rabbit, rib of a rack of mutton, wing of a capon, the merry thought of a hen, etc. To sounder bodies this is too nice and most absurd. Others offend in overmuch fasting, pining a days, says Guianerius, and waking a nights, as many Moors and Turks in these our times do. Anchorites, monks, and the rest of that superstitious rank, as the same Guianerius witnesseth, that he hath often seen to have happened in his time, through immoderate fasting, have been frequently mad. Of such men belike Hippocrates speaks, when, as he saith, they more offend into Section 28 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 28. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsections 3 and 4. Subsection 3. Custom of diet, delight, appetite, necessity, how they cause or hinder. No rule is so general which admits not some exception. To this, therefore, which hath been hitherto said, for I shall otherwise put most men out of commons, and those inconveniences which proceed from the substance of meats, an intemperate or unseasonable use of them, custom somewhat detracts and qualifies, according to that of Hippocrates 2, Aphorisms 50. Such things as we have been long accustomed to, though they be evil in their own nature, yet they are less offensive. Otherwise it might well be objected that it were a mere tyranny to live after those strict rules of physic, for custom doth alter nature itself, and to such as are used to them it makes bad meats wholesome, and unseasonable times to cause no disorder. Cider and perry are windy drinks, so are all fruits windy in themselves, cold most part, yet in some shires of England, Normandy in France, Guipuscoa in Spain, 'tis their common drink, and they are no whit offended with it. In Spain, Italy, and Africa, they live most on roots, raw herbs, camel's milk, and it agrees well with them, which to a stranger will cause much grievance. In Wales, lacticiniis vescuntur, as Humphrey Lloyd confesseth, a Cambro Briton himself, in his elegant epistle to Abraham Ortelius, they live most on white meats. In Holland on fish, roots, butter, and so at this day in Greece, as Bellonius observes, they had much rather feed on fish than flesh. With us, maxima pars victus in carne consistit, we feed on flesh most part, saith Polydore Virgil, as all northern countries do, and it would be very offensive to us to live after their diet, or they to live after ours. We drink beer, they wine, they use oil, we butter. We in the north are great eaters, they most sparing in those hotter countries, and yet they and we, following our own customs, are well pleased. An Ethiopian of old, seeing an European eat bread, wondered, quommodus de coribus vescentes viverimus, how we could eat such kind of meats. So much differed his countrymen from ours in diet, that, as mine author infers, si quis illorum victum apud nos aeonulari velet. If any man should so feed with us, it would be all one to nourish, as Cicuta, Aconitum, or Hellebore itself. At this day in China the common people live in a manner altogether on roots and herbs, and to the wealthiest, horse, ass, mule, dogs, cat flesh is as delightsome as the rest. So Matthias Riccius the Jesuit relates, who lived many years amongst them. The Tartars eat raw meat, and most commonly horse flesh, drink milk and blood, as the Nomades of old, et lac concretum cum sanguine potat equino. They scoff at our Europeans for eating bread, which they call tops of weeds, and horse meat not fit for men, and yet Scaliger accounts them a sound and witty nation, living 100 years. Even in the civilest country of them they do thus, as Benedict the Jesuit observed in his travels, from the great Mogul's court by land to Pekin, which Riccius contends to be the same with Cambalu in Cataya. In Scandia their bread is usually dried fish, and so likewise in the Shetland Isles, and their other fare, as in Iceland, saith Dithmarus Bleskenius, butter, cheese, and fish, their drink water, their lodging on the ground. In America in many places their bread is roots, their meat palmettos, peanuts, potatoes, etc., and such fruits. There be of them too that familiarly drink salt sea water all their lives, eat raw meat, grass, and that with delight. With some, fish, serpents, spiders, and in divers places they eat man's flesh, raw and roasted, even the Emperor Montezuma himself. In some coasts again, one tree yields them coconuts, meat and drink, fire, fuel, apparel, with his leaves, oil, vinegar, cover for houses, etc., and yet these men going naked, feeding coarse, live commonly 100 years, are seldom or never sick, all which diet our physicians forbid. In Westphalia they feed most part on fat meats and worts, knuckle deep, and call it cerebrum Iovis. In the Low Countries with roots, in Italy frogs and snails are used. The Turks, saith Busbequius, delight most in fried meats. In Muscovy garlic and onions are ordinary meat and sauce, which would be pernicious to such as are unaccustomed to them, delightsome to others, and all is because they have been brought up unto it. Husbandmen, and such as labour, can eat fat bacon, salt gross meat, hard cheese, etc., o dura messorum illa, coarse bread at all times, go to bed and labour upon a full stomach, which to some idle persons would be present death, and is against the rules of physic, so that custom is all in all. Our travellers find this by common experience when they come in far countries, and use their diet. They are suddenly offended, as are Hollanders and Englishmen when they touch upon the coasts of Africa. Those Indian capes and islands are commonly molested with calentures, fluxes, and much distempered by reason of their fruits. Peregrina esti suavius solunt vescentibus perturbationes insignes adferre. Strange meats, though pleasant, cause notable alterations and distempers. On the other side, use or custom mitigates or makes all good again. Mithridates by often use, which Pliny wonders at, was able to drink poison, and a maid, as Curtius records, sent to Alexander from King Porus, was brought up with poison from her infancy. The Turks, saith Bolognius, Book 3, Chapter 15, eat opium familiarly, a dram at once, which we dare not take in grains. Garcias ab Horto writes of one whom he saw at Goa in the East Indies, that took 10 drams of opium in 3 days, and yet, consulto loquebatur, spake understandingly, so much custom can do. Theophrastus speaks of a shepherd that could eat hellebore in substance, and therefore Cardan concludes out of Galen, consuetudinem ut cumque ferendam, nisi valde malam. Custom is, however, to be kept, except it be extremely bad. He adviseth all men to keep their old customs, and that by the authority of Hippocrates himself. Dandum aliquid tempori, aetati regione, consuetudini, and therefore to continue as they began, be it diet, bath, exercise, etc., or whatsoever else. Another exception is delight or appetite to such and such meats, though they be hard of digestion, melancholy, yet as Fuchsius excepts, the stomach doth readily digest and willingly entertain such meats we love most, and are pleasing to us. Abhors on the other side such as we distaste, which Hippocrates confirms, Aphorisms 2:38. Some cannot endure cheese, out of a secret antipathy, or to see a roasted duck, which to others is a delightsome meat. The last exception is necessity, poverty, want, hunger, which drives men many times to do that which otherwise they are loath, cannot endure, and thankfully to accept of it, as beverage in ships and in sieges of great cities, to feed on dogs, cats, rats, and men themselves. 3 outlaws in Hector Boethius, being driven to their shifts, did eat raw flesh, and flesh of such fowl as they could catch, in one of the Hebrides for some few months. These things do mitigate or disannul that which hath been said of melancholy meats, and make it more tolerable, but to such as are wealthy, live plenteously, at ease, may take their choice, and refrain if they will. These viands are to be forborne, if they be inclined to, or suspect melancholy, as they tender their healths. Otherwise, if they be intemperate or disordered in their diet, at their peril be it, qui monet amat, ave et cave. He who advises is your friend. Farewell, and to your health attend. Subsection 4. Retention and evacuation, a cause and how. Of retention and evacuation there be divers kinds, which are either concomitant, assisting, or sole causes many times of melancholy. Galen reduceth defect and abundance to this head, others, all that is separated or remains. Costiveness. In the first rank of these I may well reckon up costiveness, and keeping in of our ordinary excrements, which as it often causeth other diseases, so this of melancholy in particular. Celsus Book 1, Chapter 3 saith, it produceth inflammation of the head, dullness, cloudiness, headache, etc. Prosper Calenus, Liber de atra bile, will have it distemper not the organ only, but the mind itself by troubling of it, and sometimes it is a sole cause of madness, as you may read in the first book of Skenkius's Medicinal Observations. A young merchant going to Norderling fair in Germany, for 10 days' space never went to stool. At his return he was grievously melancholy, thinking that he was robbed, and would not be persuaded but that all his money was gone. His friends thought he had some philtrum given him, but Cnelinus, a physician, being sent for, found his costiveness alone to be the cause, and thereupon gave him a clyster, by which he was speedily recovered. Trincavellius saith as much of a melancholy lawyer, to whom he administered physic, and Rodericus a Fonseca, of a patient of his, that for 8 days was bound, and therefore melancholy affected. Other retentions and evacuations there are, not simply necessary, but at some times, as Fernelius accounts them, as suppression of haemorrhoids, monthly issue in women, bleeding at nose, immoderate or no use at all of venous or any other ordinary issues. Detention of haemorrhoids or monthly issues. Villanovanus, Arculanus, chapter 16 in 9. Rhasis, Vittorius Faventinus, Bruel, etc., put for ordinary causes. Fuchsius, Book 2, Section 5, chapter 30, goes farther and saith, that many men unseasonably cured of the haemorrhoids have been corrupted with melancholy, seeking to avoid Scylla, they fall into Charybdis. Galen illustrates this by example of Lucius Martius, whom he cured of madness, contracted by this means. And Skenkius hath 2 other instances of 2 melancholy and mad women, so caused from the suppression of their months. The same may be said of bleeding at the nose, if it be suddenly stopped, and have been formerly used, as Villanovanus urgeth, and Fuchsius, Book 2, Section 5, chapter 33, stiffly maintains, that without great danger such an issue may not be stayed. Venus omitted produceth like effects. Matholius avoucheth of his knowledge, that some through bashfulness abstained from venery, and thereupon became very heavy and dull, and some others that were very timorous, melancholy, and beyond all measure sad. Oribasius speaks of some, that if they do not use carnal copulation, are continually troubled with heaviness and headache, and some in the same case by intermission of it. Not use of it hurts many, Arculanus chapter 6 in 9 Rhasis, et Magninus, part 3, chapter 5, think, because it sends up poisoned vapours to the brain and heart. And so doth Galen himself hold, that if this natural seed be overlong kept, in some parties, it turns to poison. Hieronymus Mercurialis, in his chapter of melancholy, cites it for an especial cause of this malady, priapismus, satyriasis, etc. Haliabus reckons up this and many other diseases. Villanovanus saith, he knew many monks and widows grievously troubled with melancholy, and that from this sole cause. Ludovicus Mercatus, Book 2, De Mulierum Affectionibus, chapter 4, and Rodericus a Castro, De Morbis Mulierum, Book 2, chapter 3, treat largely of this subject, and will have it produce a peculiar kind of melancholy in stale maids, nuns, and widows. Ob suppressionem mensium et venereum ombisam, timidae, moestae anxiae, veracundae, suspiciosae, languentes, consilii inopes, cum summa vitae et verum meliorum desperatione, etc. They are melancholy in the highest degree, and all for want of husbands. Aelianus Montaltus, cap. 37 de Melanchol, confirms as much out of Galen, so doth Wierus. Christophorus a Vega de Art, med. lib. 3, c. 14, relates many such examples of men and women, that he had seen so melancholy. Felix Plater in the first book of his Observations tells a story of an ancient gentleman in Alsatia, that married a young wife, and was not able to pay his debts in that kind for a long time together, by reason of his several infirmities. But she, because of this inhibition of Venus, fell into a horrible fury, and desired every one that came to see her, by words, looks, and gestures, to have to do with her, etc. Bernardus Paternus, a physician, saith, he knew a good honest godly priest, that because he would neither willingly marry, nor make use of the stews, fell into grievous melancholy fits. Hildesheim hath such another example of an Italian melancholy priest, in a consultation had anno 1580. Jason Pratensis gives instance in a married man, that from his wife's death abstaining, after marriage, became exceedingly melancholy. Rodericus a Fonseca in a young man so misaffected. To these you may add, if you please, that conceited tale of a Jew, so visited in like sort, and so cured, out of Poggius Florentinus. Intemperate Venus is all but as bad in the other extreme. Galen reckons up melancholy amongst those diseases which are exasperated by venery. So doth Avicenna, 2-3, chapter 11. Oribasius, quoted by Ficinus, Book 2 de Sanitate Tuenda, Marsilius Cognatus, Montaltus, chapter 27, Guianerius Magninus, chapter 5, part 3, gives the reason, because it infrigidates and dries up the body, consumes the spirits, and would therefore have all such as are cold and dry to take heed of it, and to avoid it as a mortal enemy. Jacinus in 9 Rhasis, chapter 15, ascribes the same cause, and instanceth in a patient of his, that married a young wife in a hot summer, and so dried himself with chamber work, that he became in short space from melancholy mad. He cured him by a moistening remedies. The like example I find in Laelius a Fonte Eugubinus, of a gentleman of Venice, that upon the same occasion was first melancholy, afterwards mad. Read in him the story at large. Any other evacuation stopped will cause it, as well as these above named, be it bile, ulcer, issue, etc. Hercules de Saxonia, Book 1, chapter 16, and Gordonius verify this out of their experience. They saw one wounded in the head, who as long as the sore was open, lucida habuit mentis intervalla, was well, but when it was stopped, vediit melancholia, his melancholy fit seized on him again. Artificial evacuations are much like in effect, as hot houses, baths, bloodletting, purging, unseasonably and immoderately used. Baths dry too much, if used in excess, be they natural or artificial, and offend extreme hot or cold. One dries, the other refrigerates overmuch. Montanus saith, they overheat the liver. Johannes Struthius contends, that if one stay longer than ordinary at the bath, go in too oft, or at unseasonable times, he putrefies the humours in his body. To this purpose writes Magninus, Book 3, chapter 5. Guianerius, Tract 15, chapter 21, utterly disallows all hot baths in melancholy adust. I saw, saith he, a man that laboured of the gout, who to be freed of this malady came to the bath, and was instantly cured of his disease, but got another worse, and that was madness. But this judgment varies as the humour doth, in hot or cold. Baths may be good for one melancholy man, bad for another. That which will cure it in this party may cause it in a second. Phlebotomy. Phlebotomy, many times neglected, may do much harm to the body, when there is a manifest redundance of bad humours and melancholy blood, and when these humours heat and boil, if this be not used in time, the parties affected, so inflamed, are in great danger to be mad. But if it be unadvisedly, importunely, immoderately used, it doth as much harm by refrigerating the body, dulling the spirits, and consuming them. As Johannes Curio in his 10th chapter well reprehends, such kind of letting blood doth more hurt than good. The humours rage much more when they did before, and is so far from avoiding melancholy, that it increaseth it, and weakeneth the sight. Prosper Calenus observes as much of all phlebotomy, except they keep a very good diet after it. Yea, and as Leonatus Jacinus speaks out of his own experience, the blood is much blacker to many men after their letting of blood than it was at first. For this cause belike Sallustius Salvinianus, Book 2, chapter 1, will admit or hear of no blood letting at all in this disease, except it be manifest it proceed from blood. He was, it appears, by his own words in that place, master of an hospital of madmen, and found by long experience that this kind of evacuation, either in head, arm, or any other part, did more harm than good. To this opinion of his, Felix Plater is quite opposite, though some wink at, disallow, and quite contradict all phlebotomy in melancholy, yet by long experience I have found innumerable so saved, after they had been 20, nay 60 times let blood, and to live happily after it. It was an ordinary thing of old, in Galem's time, to take at once from such men 6 pounds of blood, which now we dare scarce take in ounces. Sed viderunt medici. Great books are written of this subject. Purging upward and downward, in abundance of bad humours omitted, may be for the worse. So likewise as in the precedent, if overmuch, too frequent or violent, it weakeneth their strength, saith Fuchsius, or if they be strong or able to endure physic, yet it brings them to an ill habit. They make their bodies no better than apothecaries' shops. This, and such like infirmities must Section 29 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 29. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsection 5. Bad air, a cause of melancholy. Air is a cause of great moment, in producing this or any other disease, being that it is still taken into our bodies by respiration, and our more inner parts. If it be impure and foggy, it dejects the spirits, and causeth diseases by infection of the heart, as Paulus hath it, Book 1, chapter 49, of Avicenna, Book 1, Galen, De Sanitate Tuenda, Mercurialis, Montaltus, etc. Fernelius saith, a thick air thickeneth the blood, and humours. Lemnius reckons up 2 main things most profitable, and most pernicious to our bodies, air and diet. And this peculiar disease, nothing sooner causeth, Gilbertus holds, than the air wherein we breathe and live. Such as is the air, such be our spirits, and as our spirits, such are our humours. It offends commonly if it be too hot and dry, thick, fuliginous, cloudy, blustering, or a tempestuous air. Bodine in his 5th book of his Method of History proves that hot countries are most troubled with melancholy, and that there are therefore in Spain, Africa, and Asia Minor, great numbers of madmen, insomuch that they are compelled in all cities of note to build peculiar hospitals for them. Leo Afer, Book 3, De Fessa Urbe, Ortelius and Zwinger confirm as much. They are ordinarily so choleric in their speeches, that scarce 2 words pass without railing or chiding in common talk, and often quarrelling in their streets. Gordonius will have every man take notice of it. Note this, saith he, that in hot countries it is far more familiar than in cold. Although this we have now said be not continually so, for as Acosta truly saith, under the equator itself is a most temperate habitation, wholesome air, a paradise of pleasure, the leaves ever green, cooling showers. But it holds in such as are intemperately hot, as Johannes a Megan found in Cyprus, others in Malta, Apulia, and the Holy Land, where at some seasons of the air is nothing but dust, their rivers dried up, their air scorching hot, and earth inflamed. Insomuch that many pilgrims going barefoot for devotion's sake, from Joppa to Jerusalem upon the hot sands, often run mad, or else quite overwhelmed with sand, profundis arenis, as in many parts of Africa, Arabia Deserta, Bactriana, now Kharasan, when the west wind blows, involuti arenis transuntes necantur. Hercules de Saxonia, a professor in Venice, gives this cause why so many Venetian women are melancholy, quod dius sub sole degant, they tarry too long in the sun. Montanus amongst other causes assigns this: why that Jew his patient was mad, quod tam multum exposuit si calori et frigore, he exposed himself so much to heat and cold, and for that reason in Venice there is little stirring in those brick paved streets in summer about noon, they are most part then asleep, as they are likewise in the great Moguls' countries, and all over the East Indies. At Aden in Arabia, as Lodovicus Vertomannus relates in his travels, they keep their markets in the night, to avoid extremity of heat, and in Ormus, like cattle in a pasture, people of all sorts lie up to the chin in water all day long. At Braga in Portugal, Burgos in Castile, Messina in Sicily, all over Spain and Italy, their streets are most part narrow to avoid the sunbeams. The Turks wear great turbans ad fugandos solis radios, to refract the sunbeams, and much inconvenience that hot air of Bantam in Java yields to our men that sojourn there for traffic, where it is so hot, that they that are sick of the pox lie commonly bleaching in the sun, to dry up their sores. Such a complaint I read of those isles of Cape Verde, 14 degrees from the equator, they do male audire. One calls them the unhealthiest clime of the world, for fluxes, fevers, frenzies, calentures, which commonly seize on seafaring men that touch at them, and all by reason of a hot distemperature of the air. The hardiest men are offended with this heat, and the stiffest clowns cannot resist it, as Constantine affirms. They that are naturally born in such air may not endure it, as Niger records of some parts of Mesopotamia, now called Diabeca. Cribustum in locus saeventi aistui adeo subjecta est, ut pleraque animalia fervore solis et coeli extinguantur. 'Tis so hot there in some places that men of the country and cattle are killed with it, and Adracomius of Arabia Felix, by reason of myrrh, frankincense, and hot spices there growing, the air is so obnoxious to their brains, that the very inhabitants at some times cannot abide it, much less weaklings and strangers. Amatus Lusitanus reports of a young maid, that was one Vincent a currier's daughter, some 13 years of age, that would wash her hair in the heat of the day, in July, and so let it dry in the sun, to make it yellow, but by that means, tarrying too long in the heat, she inflamed her head, and made herself mad. Cold air, in the other extreme, is almost as bad as hot, and so doth Montaltus esteem of it, chapter 11, if it be dry withal. In those northern countries, the people are therefore generally dull, heavy, and many witches, which, as I have before quoted, Saxo Grammaticus, Olaus, Baptista Porta ascribed to melancholy. But these cold climes are more subject to natural melancholy, not this artificial, which is cold and dry, for which cause Mercurius Britannicus belike puts melancholy men to inhabit just under the pole. The worst of the three is a thick, cloudy, misty, foggy air, or such as come from fens, moorish grounds, lake, muck hills, draughts, sinks, where any carcasses or carrion lies, or from whence any stinking, fulsome smell comes. Galen, Avicenna, Mercurialis, new and old physicians hold that such air is unwholesome, and engenders melancholy, plagues, and what not. Alexandretta, an haven town in the Mediterranean Sea, St. John de Ulloa, an haven in Nova Hispania, are much condemned for a bad air. So are Durazzo in Albania, Lithuania, Dithmarsh, Pomptinae Paludes in Italy, the territories about Pisa, Ferrara, etc., Romney Marsh with us, the hundreds in Essex, the fens in Lincolnshire. Cardan, de rerum varietate, book 17, chapter 96, finds fault with the sight of those rich and most populous cities in the Low Countries, as Bruges, Ghent, Amsterdam, Leyden, Utrecht, etc. The air is bad, and so at Stockholm in Sweden, Regium in Italy, Salisbury with us, Hull and Lynn. They may be commodious for navigation, this new kind of fortification, and many other good necessary uses, but are they so wholesome? Old Rome hath descended from the hills to the valley. 'Tis the site of most of our new cities, and held best to build in plains, to take the opportunity of rivers. Leander Albertus pleads hard for the air and sight of Venice, though the black Moorish lands appear at every low water. The sea, fire, and smoke, as he thinks, qualify the air, and some suppose that a thick foggy air helps the memory, as in them of Pisa in Italy, and our Camden, out of Plato, commends the site of Cambridge, because it is so near the fens. But let the site of such places be as it may, how can they be excused that have a delicious seat, a pleasant air, and all that nature can afford, and yet through their own meanness and sluttishness, immonde and sordid manner of life, suffer their air to putrefy, and themselves to be chocked up? Many cities in Turkey do male audire in this kind, Constantinople itself, where commonly carrion lies in the street. Some find the same fault in Spain, even in Madrid, the king's seat, a most excellent air, a pleasant sight, but the inhabitants are slovens, and the streets uncleanly kept. A troublesome tempestuous air is as bad as impure, rough, and foul weather, impetuous winds, cloudy dark days, as it is commonly with us, coelum viso fedum. Polydor calls it a filthy sky, et in quo facile generantur nubes, as Tully's brother Quintus wrote to him in Rome, being then quaestor in Britain. In a thick and cloudy air, saith Lemnius, men are tetric, sad and peevish. And if the western winds blow, and that there be a calm or a fair sunshine day, there is a kind of alacrity in men's minds, it cheers up men and beasts. But if it be a turbulent, rough, cloudy, stormy weather, men are sad, lumpish, and much dejected, angry, waspish, dull, and melancholy. This was Virgil's experiment of old. Verum ubi tempestus, et coeli mobilis humor, mutavere vices, et Jupiter humidus astro, virtuntur species animorum, et pectore motus, concipiunt alios. But when the face of heaven changed is, to tempests, rain from season fair, our minds are altered, and in our breasts forthwith some new conceits appear. And who is not weatherwise against such and such conjunctions of planets, moved in foul weather, dull and heavy in such tempestuous seasons? Gelidum contristat Aquarius annum, the time requires, and the autumn breeds it. Winter is like unto it, ugly, foul, squalid. The air works on all men more or less, but especially on such as are melancholy or inclined to it, as Lemnius holds. They are most moved with it, and those which are already mad rave downright, either in or against a tempest. Besides, the devil many times takes his opportunity of such storms, and when the humours by the air be stirred, he goes in with them, exagitates our spirits, and vexeth our souls. As the sea waves, so are the spirits and humours in our bodies tossed with tempestuous winds and storms. To such as are melancholy, therefore, Montanus will have tempestuous and rough air to be avoided, and all night air, and would not have them to walk abroad but in a pleasant day. Lemnius, Book 3, Chapter 3, discommends the south and eastern winds, commends the north. Montanus will not any windows to be opened in the night. He discommends especially the south wind and nocturnal air. So doth Plutarch. The night and darkness makes men sad. The like do all subterranean vaults, dark houses in caves and rocks, desert places cause melancholy in an instant, especially such as have not been used to it, or otherwise accustomed. Read more of air.
Section 30 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 30. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 2, Subsections 6 and 7. Subsection 6. Immoderate exercise, a cause, and how. Solitariness, idleness, Nothing so good but it may be abused. Nothing better than exercise, if opportunely used, for the preservation of the body. Nothing so bad, if it be unseasonable, violent, or overmuch. Fernelius out of Galen saith, that much exercise and weariness consumes the spirits and substance, refrigerates the body, and such humours which nature would have otherwise concocted and expelled, it stirs up and makes them rage, which being so enraged, diversely affect and trouble the body and mind. So doth it, if it be unseasonably used, upon a full stomach, or when the body is full of crudities, which Fuchsius so much inveighs against, giving that for a cause, why schoolboys in Germany are so often scabbed, because they use exercise presently after meats. Byerus puts in a caveat against such exercise, because it corrupts the meat in the stomach, and carries the same juice raw, and as yet undigested into the veins, saith Lemnius, which there putrefies and confounds the animal spirits. Crato protests against all such exercise after meat, as being the greatest enemy to concoction that may be, and cause of corruption of humours, which produce this and many other diseases. Not without good reason then doth Sallustius Silvianus and Leonardus Jaconas, in 9 Races Mercurialis, Arcubanus, and many others, set down immoderate exercise as a most forcible cause of melancholy. Opposite to exercise is idleness, the badge of gentry, or want of exercise, the bane of body and mind, the nurse of naughtiness, stepmother of discipline, the chief author of all mischief, one of the 7 deadly sins, and a sole cause of this and many other maladies. The devil's cushion, as Gualter calls it, his pillow and chief reposal. For the mind can never rest, but still meditates on one thing or other, except it be occupied about some honest business. Of his own accord it rusheth into melancholy. As too much and violent exercise offends on the one side, so doth an idle life on the other, saith Crato. It fills the body full of phlegm, gross humours, and all manner of obstructions, rheums, catarrhs, etc. Rhasis accounts of it as the greatest cause of melancholy. I have often seen, saith he, that idleness begets this humour more than anything else. Montaltus chapter 1 seconds him out of his experience. They that are idle are far more subject to melancholy than such as are conversant or employed about any office or business. Plutarch reckons up idleness for a sole cause of the sickness of the soul. There are they, saith he, troubled in mind, that have no other cause but this. Homer, Iliad 1, brings in Achilles eating of his own heart in his idleness, because he might not fight. Mercurialis, for a melancholy young man, urgeth it as a chief cause. Why was he melancholy? Because idle. Nothing begets it sooner, increaseth and continueth it oftener than idleness. A disease familiar to all idle persons, an inseparable companion to such as live at ease. Pinguiotio desidiose agentis, a life out of action, and have no calling or ordinary employment to busy themselves about, that have small occasions, and though they have, such is their laziness, dullness, they will not compose themselves to do aught. They cannot abide work, though it be necessary, easy as to dress themselves, write a letter, or the like. Yet as he that is benumbed with cold sits still shaking, that might relieve himself with a little exercise or stirring, do they complain, but will not use the facile and ready means to do themselves good, and so are still tormented with melancholy, especially if they have been formerly brought up to business, or to keep much company, and upon a sudden come to lead a sedentary life, it crucifies their souls, and seizeth on them in an instant. For whilst they are anyways employed in action, discourse, about any business, sport, or recreation, or in company to their liking, they are very well. But if alone or idle, tormented instantly again. One day's solitariness, 1 hour's sometimes, doth them more harm than a week's physic, labour, and company can do good. Melancholy seizeth on them forthwith, being alone, and is such a torture, that, as wise Seneca well saith, malo mihi male quam maliter esse, I had rather be sick than idle. This idleness is either of body or mind. That of body is nothing but a kind of benumbing laziness, intermitting exercise, which, if we may believe Fernelius, causeth crudities, obstructions, excremental humours, quencheth the natural heat, dulls the spirits, and makes them unapt to do anything whatsoever. Neglectus orrenda felix innascitur agris, for a neglected field shall for the fire its thorns and thistles yield. As fern grows in untilled grounds, and all manner of weeds, so do gross humours in an idle body. Ignavum corrumpunt otia corpus, a horse in a stable that never travels, a hawk in a mew that seldom flies, are both subject to diseases, which left unto themselves are most free from any such encumbrances. An idle dog will be mangy, and how shall an idle person think to escape? Idleness of the mind is much worse than this of the body. Wit without employment is a disease, aerugo animi, rubigo ingenii, the rust of the soul, a plague, a hell itself. Maximum animi nocumentum, Galen calls it. As in a standing pool, worms and filthy creepers increase, et vitium capiunt, ni moveantur aquae. The water itself putrefies, the air likewise, if it be not continually stirred by the wind. So do evil and corrupt thoughts in an idle person. The soul is contaminated. In a commonwealth, where is no public enemy, there is likely civil wars, and they rage upon themselves. This body of ours, when it is idle, and knows not how to bestow itself, macerates and vexeth itself with cares, griefs, false fears, discontents, and suspicions. It tortures and preys upon his own bowels, and is never at rest. Thus much I dare boldly say, he or she that is idle, be they of what condition they will, never so rich, so well allied, fortunate, happy, let them have all things in abundance, and felicity that heart can wish and desire, all contentment, so long as he or she or they are idle, they shall never be pleased, never well in body and mind, but weary still, sickly still, vexed still, loathing still, weeping, sighing, grieving, suspecting, offended with the world, with every object, wishing themselves gone or dead, or else earned away with some foolish fantasy or other. And this is the true cause that so many great men, ladies, and gentlewomen labour of this disease in country and city. For idleness is an appendix to nobility. They count it a disgrace to work, and spend all their days in sports, recreations, and pastimes, and will therefore take no pains, be of no vocation, they feed liberally, fare well, want exercise, action, employment. For to work, I say, they may not abide, and company to their desires, and thence their bodies, become full of gross humours, wind, crudities, their minds disquieted, dull, heavy, etc., care, jealousy, fear of some diseases, sullen fits, weeping fits, seize too familiarly on them. For what will not fear and fantasy work in an idle body? What distempers will they not cause? When the children of Israel murmured against Pharaoh in Egypt, he commanded his officers to double their task, and let them get straw themselves, and yet make their full number of bricks. For the sole cause why they mutiny, and are evil at ease, is, they are idle. When you shall hear and see so many discontented persons in all places where you come, so many several grievances, unnecessary complaints, fears, suspicions, the best means to redress it is to set them a work, so to busy their minds. For the truth is, they are idle. Well they may build castles in the air for a time, and soothe up themselves with fantastical and pleasant humours, but in the end they will prove as bitter as gall. They shall be still, I say, discontent, suspicious, fearful, jealous, sad, fretting, and vexing of themselves. So long as they be idle, it is impossible to please them. Otio qui nesceruti, plus habet negotii, quam qui negotium in negotio, as that Agellius could observe. He that knows not how to spend his time hath more business, care, grief, anguish of mind, than he that is most busy in the midst of all his business. Otiosus animus nescit quid volet. An idle person, as he follows it, knows not, when he is well, what he would have or whither he would go. Cum illoquentum est, illinglubet. He is tired out with everything, displeased with all, weary of his life. Nec benidomi, nec militiae, neither at home nor abroad. Erat et praetor vitam viviter. He wanders and lives besides himself. In a word, what the mischievous effects of laziness and idleness are, I do not find anywhere more accurately expressed than in these verses of Philolaches in the Comical Poet, which for their elegancy I will in part insert. Novarum aetium esse arbitor similem ego hominem, quando hic natus est, aere argumentum dicam. Aedis quando sunt ad musum expolitae, quisque laudet fabrum, atque exemplum expetit, etc. Ad ubi illo migrat nequam homo indiligensque, etc. Tempestis venit, confringit tegulas imbricesque, putrefacit aer operam fabri, etc. Dicam ad homines similis esse, aedium arbitremini. Fabri parentis fundamentum substruent liberorum, expoliunt docen litteras nec parcunt sumptui, ego autem sub fabrorum potestate frugiqui. Post quam autem migravi in ingenium meum, perditi operam fabrorum illico opido, venit ignavia, e mihi tempestas vid, adventuque suo grandinum et imbram atulit, illa mihi virtutum deturbavit, etc. A young man is like a fair new house. The carpenter leaves it well built, in good repair, of solid stuff, but a bad tenant lets it rain in, and for want of reparation fall to decay, etc. Our parents, tutors, friends, spare no cost to bring us up in our youth, in all manner of virtuous education. But when we are left to ourselves, idleness, as a tempest, drives all virtuous motions out of our minds, et nihili sumus, on a sudden, by sloth and such bad ways, we come to naught. Cousin german to idleness, and a concomitant cause, which goes hand in hand with it, is nimia solitudo, too much solitariness, by the testimony of all physicians, cause and symptom both. But as it is here put for a cause, it is either coact, enforced, or else voluntary. Enforced solitariness is commonly seen in students, monks, friars, anchorites, that by their order and course of life must abandon all company, society of other men, and betake themselves to a private cell, otio superstitioso seclusi, as Bayle and Hospinian well term it, such as are the Carthusians of our time, that eat no flesh, by their order, keep perpetual silence, never go abroad, such as live in prison, or some desert place, and cannot have company, as many of our country gentlemen do in solitary houses. They must either be alone without companions, or live beyond their means, and entertain all comers, as so many hosts, or else converse with their servants and hinds, such as are unequal, inferior to them, and of a contrary disposition, or else, as some do, to avoid solitariness, spend their time with lewd fellows in taverns, and in alehouses, and thence addict themselves to some unlawful disports, or dissolute courses. Divers again are cast upon this rock of solitariness for want of means, or out of a strong apprehension of some infirmity, disgrace, or through bashfulness, rudeness, simplicity. They cannot apply themselves to others' company. Nullum solum infelici gratius solitudine, ubi nullus sit qui miseriam exprobrit. This enforced solitariness takes place and produceth his effect soonest in such as have spent their time jovially, peradventure in all honest recreations, in good company, in some great family or populous city, and are upon a sudden confined to a desert country cottage, far off, restrained of their liberty, and barred from their ordinary associates. Solitariness is very irksome to such, most tedious, and a sudden cause of great inconvenience. Voluntary solitariness is that which is familiar with melancholy, and gently brings on like a siren, a shoeing horn, or some sphinx, to this irrevocable gulf. A primary cause, Piso calls it. Most pleasant it is at first, to such as are melancholy given, to lie in bed whole days, and keep their chambers, to walk alone in some solitary grove betwixt wood and water, by a brookside, to meditate upon some delightsome and pleasant subject, which shall affect them most. Amabilis insania, et mentis gratissimus error. A most incomparable delight it is, so to melancholize, and build castles in the air, to go smiling to themselves, acting an infinite variety of parts, which they suppose and strongly imagine they represent, or that they see acted or done. Blandi quidem ab initio, saith Lemnius. To conceive and meditate of such pleasant things, sometimes present, past, or to come, as Rhasis speaks. So delightsome these toys are at first, they could spend whole days and nights without sleep, even whole years alone in such contemplations and fantastical meditations, which are like unto dreams, and they will hardly be drawn from them, or willingly interrupt, so pleasant their vain conceits are, that they hinder their ordinary tasks and necessary business. They cannot address themselves to them, or almost to any study or employment, these fantastical and bewitching thoughts so covertly, so feelingly, so urgently, so continually set upon, creep in, insinuate, possess, overcome, distract, and detain them. They cannot, I say, go about their more necessary business, stave off or extricate themselves, but are ever musing, melancholizing, and carried along, as he, they say, that is led round about a heath with a puck in the night. They run earnestly on in this labyrinth of anxious and solicitous melancholy meditations, and cannot well or willingly refrain, or easily leave off winding and unwinding themselves, as so many clocks, and still pleasing their humours, until at last the scene is turned upon a sudden by some bad object, and they being now habituated to such vain meditations and solitary places, can endure no company, can ruminate of nothing but harsh and distasteful subjects. Fear, sorrow, suspicion, sub rusticus pudor, discontent, cares, and weariness of life surprise them in a moment, and they can think of nothing else, continually suspecting, no sooner are their eyes open, but this infernal plague of melancholy seizeth on them, and terrifies their souls, representing some dismal object to their minds, which now by no means, no labour, no persuasions, they can avoid. Haerit lateri lethalis arundo, the arrow of death still remains in the side. They may not be rid of it, they cannot resist. I may not deny but that there is some profitable meditation, contemplation, and kind of solitariness to be embraced, which the Fathers so highly commended, Hiram, Chrysostom, Cyprian, Austin, in whole tracts, which Petrarch, Erasmus, Stella, and others so much magnify in their books, a paradise, a heaven on earth, if it be used aright, good for the body, and better for the soul, as many of those old monks used it, to divine contemplations, as Simulus, a courtier in Adrian's time, Diocletian, the emperor, retired themselves, etc., in that sense. Vatia solus git vivere, vatia lives alone, which the Romans were wont to say, when they commended a country life, or to the bettering of their knowledge, as Democritus, Cleanthes, and those excellent philosophers have ever done, to sequester themselves from the tumultuous world, or as in Pliny's Villa Laurentana, Tully's Tusculum, Jovius' study, that they might better vacare studiis et Deo, serve God and follow their studies. Methinks, therefore, our too zealous innovators were not so well advised in that general subversion of abbeys and religious houses, promiscuously to fling down all. They might have taken away those gross abuses, crept in amongst them, rectified such inconveniences, and not so far to have raved and raged against those fair buildings and everlasting monuments of our forefathers' devotion, consecrated to pious uses. Some monasteries and collegiate cells might have been well spared, and their revenues otherwise employed, here and there one in good towns, or cities at least, for men and women of all sorts and conditions to live in, to sequester themselves from the cares and tumults of the world, that were not desirous or fit to marry, or otherwise willing to be troubled with common affairs, and know not well where to bestow themselves, to live apart in, for more conveniency, good education, better company's sake, to follow their studies, I say, to the perfection of arts and sciences, common good, and as some truly devoted monks of old had done, freely and truly to serve God. For these men are neither solitary nor idle, as the poet made answer to the husbandman in Aesop, that objected idleness to him. He was never so idle as in his company, or that Scipio Africanus in Tuli, nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus, nunquam minus otiosus, quam cum esset otiosus, never less solitary than when he was alone, never more busy than when he seemed to be most idle. It is reported by Plato in his dialogue De Amore, in that prodigious commendation of Socrates, how a deep meditation coming into Socrates' mind by chance, he stood still musing, eodem vestigio cogitabundus, from morning to noon, and when, as then he had not yet finished his meditation, per stabat cogitans, he so continued till the evening. The soldiers, for he then followed the camp, observed him with admiration, and on set purpose watched all night, but he persevered immovable ad exortem solis, till the sun rose in the morning, and then, saluting the sun, went his ways. In what humour constant Socrates did thus, I know not, or how he might be affected, but this would be pernicious to another man. What intricate business might so really possess him, I cannot easily guess, but this is otiosum otium. It is far otherwise with these men, according to Seneca. Omnia nobis mala solitudo persuadet. This solitude undoeth us. Pugnat cum vita sociali. 'Tis a destructive solitariness. These men are devils alone, as the saying is. Homo solus aut Deus aut daemon. A man alone is either a saint or a devil. Mens eius aut languescit, aut tumescit, and, why soli, in this sense, woe be to him that is so alone. These wretches do frequently degenerate from men, and of sociable creatures become beasts, monsters, inhumane, ugly to behold, misanthropi. They do even loathe themselves, and hate the company of men, as so many Timons, Nebuchadnezzars, by too much indulging to these pleasing humours, and through their own default. So that which Mercurialis sometimes expostulated with his melancholy patient may be justly applied to every solitary and idle person in particular. Natura de te videtur conquere posse, etc. Nature may justly complain of thee, that whereas she gave thee a good wholesome temperature, a sound body, and God hath given thee so divine and excellent a soul, so many good parts and profitable gifts, thou hast not only condemned and rejected, but hast corrupted them, polluted them, overthrown their temperature, and perverted those gifts with riot, idleness, solitariness, and many other ways. Thou art a traitor to God and nature, an enemy to thyself and to the world. Perditio tua ex te. Thou hast lost thyself wilfully, cast away thyself. Thou thyself art the efficient cause of thine own misery, by not resisting such vain cogitations, but giving way unto them. Subsection 7. Sleeping and waking. Causes. What I have formerly said of exercise, I may now repeat of sleep. Nothing better than moderate sleep, nothing worse than it, if it be in extremes, or unseasonably used. It is a received opinion, that a melancholy man cannot sleep over much, somnus supra modum prodest, as an only antidote, and nothing offends them more, or causeth this malady sooner, than waking. Yet in some cases sleep may do more harm than good, in that phlegmatic, swinish, cold, and sluggish melancholy which Melancthon speaks of, that thinks of waters, sighing most part, etc. It dulls the spirits, if overmuch, and senses, fills the head full of gross humours, causeth distillations, rheums, great store of excrements in the brain, and all the other parts, as Fuchsius speaks of them, that sleep like so many dormice. Or if it be used in the daytime, upon a full stomach, the body ill composed to rest, or after hard meats, it increaseth fearful dreams, incubus, night walking, crying out, and much unquietness. Such sleep prepares the body, as one observes, to many perilous diseases. But as I have said, waking overmuch is both a symptom and an ordinary cause. It causeth dryness of the brain, frenzy, dotage, and makes the body dry, lean, hard, and ugly to behold, as Lemnius hath it. The temperature of the brain is corrupted by it, the humours adust, the eyes made to sink into the head, choler increased, and the whole body inflamed. And as may be added out of Galen 3, De Sanitato Tuendo, Avicenna 3:1, it overthrows the natural heat, it causeth crudities, hurts, concoction, and what not without good cause therefore, Crato, Hildesheim, Jacchinus, Arculanus on Rhasis, Guianerius, and Mercurialis reckon up this overmuch waking as a Section 31 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 31. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsections 1 and 2. Subsection 1. Passions and perturbations of the mind, how they cause melancholy. As that gymnosophist in Plutarch made answer to Alexander, demanding which spake best, every one of his fellows did speak better than the other, so may I say of these causes, to him that shall require which is the greatest. Every one is more grievous than other, and this of passion the greatest of all. A most frequent and ordinary cause of melancholy, fulmen perturbationem, Picolomineus calls it, this thunder and lightning of perturbation, which causeth such violent and speedy alterations in this our microcosm, and many times subverts the good estate and temperature of it. For as the body works upon the mind by his bad humours, troubling the spirits, sending gross fumes into the brain, and so per consequens disturbing the soul, and all the faculties of it. Corpus onustum, hesternis vitius animum quoque pragrovat una, with fear, sorrow, etc., which are ordinary symptoms of this disease, so on the other side, the mind most effectually works upon the body, producing by his passions and perturbations miraculous alterations, as melancholy, despair, cruel diseases, and sometimes death itself. insomuch that it is most true, which Plato saith in his Charmides, omnia corporis mala ab anima procedere. All the mischiefs of the body proceed from the soul, and Democritus in Plutarch urgeth damnatum ir animam a corpore. If the body should in this behalf bring an action against the soul, surely the soul would be cast and convicted, that by her supine negligence hath caused such inconveniences, having authority over the body, and using it for an instrument, as a smith doth his hammer, saith Cyprian, imputing all those vices and maladies to the mind. Even so doth Philostratus, non coinquinatur corpus, nisi consensu animae. The body is not corrupted, but by the soul. Ludovicus Vives will have such turbulent commotions proceed from ignorance and indiscretion. All philosophers impute the miseries of the body to the soul, that should have governed it better, by command of reason, and hath not done it. The Stoics are altogether of opinion, as Lipsius and Picolomenaeus record, that a wise man should be apathes, without all manner of passions and perturbations whatsoever, as Seneca reports of Cato, the Greeks of Socrates, and Johannes Aubanus of a nation in Africa, so free from passion, or rather so stupid, that if they be wounded with a sword, they will only look back. Lactantius, tu divinarum institutionum, will exclude fear from a wise man. Others accept all, some the greatest passions. But let them dispute how they will, set down in Thesi, give precepts to the contrary. We find that of Lemnius true by common experience. No mortal man is free from these perturbations, or if he be so, sure he is either a god or a block. They are born and bred with us. We have them from our parents by inheritance. A parentibus habemus malum hunc asem, saith Palazius, nasciter una nobiscum aliterque. 'Tis propagated from Adam. Cain was melancholy, as Austin hath it, and who is not? Good discipline, education, philosophy, divinity, I cannot deny, may mitigate and restrain these passions in some few men, at some times, but most part they domineer, and are so violent, that as a torrent, torrens velut agere rupto, bears down all before, and overflows his banks, sternit agros sternit sata, lays waste the fields, prostrates the crops. They overwhelm reason, judgment, and pervert the temperature of the body. Fertur equis auriga, nec audit curus habenas. Now such a man, saith Austin, that is so led, in a wise man's eye, is no better than he that stands upon his head. It is doubted by some, gravior est morbi a perturbationibus an ab humoribus, whether humours or perturbations cause the more grievous maladies. But we find that of our Saviour, Matthew 26:41, most true. The spirit is willing, the flesh is weak, we cannot resist. And this of Philo Judaeus, perturbations often offend the body, and are most frequent causes of melancholy, turning it out of the hinges of his health. Vives compares them to winds upon the sea. Some only move as those great gales, but others, turbulent, quite overturn the ship. Those which are light, easy, and more seldom, to our thinking, do us little harm, and are therefore condemned of us. Yet if they be reiterated, as the rain, saith Austin, doth a stone, so do these perturbations penetrate the mind, and, as one observes, produce a habit of melancholy at the last, which having gotten the mastery in our souls, may well be called diseases. How these passions produce this effect, Agrippa hath handled at large, De Occulta Philosophia, Book 11, Chapter 63, Cardan, Book 14, De Subtilitate Rerum, Lemnius, Book 1, Chapter 12, De Miraculis Occultis Natura, and Book 1, Chapter 16, Suarez, Disputationes Metaphysicae, 18, Section 1, Article 25. Timothy Bright, Chapter 12 of his melancholy treatise. Wright the Jesuit, in his book of the Passions of the Mind, etc. Thus, in brief, to our imagination cometh by the outward sense of memory some object to be known, residing in the foremost part of the brain, which he, misconceiving or amplifying, presently communicates to the heart, the seat of all affections. The pure spirits forthwith flock from the brain to the heart by certain secret channels, and signify what good or bad object was presented, which immediately bends itself to prosecute or avoid it, and withal draweth with it other humours to help it. So in pleasure concur great store of purer spirits, in sadness much melancholy blood, in ire choler. If the imagination be very apprehensive, intent, and violent, it sends great store of spirits to or from the heart, and makes a deeper impression, and greater tumult, as the humours in the body be likewise prepared, and the temperature itself ill or well disposed, the passions are longer and stronger, so that the first step and fountain of all our grievances in this kind is Lysa imaginatio, which, misinforming the heart, causeth all these distemperatures, alteration, and confusion of spirits and humours, by means of which, so disturbed, concoction is hindered, and the principal parts are much debilitated, as Dr. Navarra well declared, being consulted by Montanus about a melancholy Jew. The spirits so confounded, the nourishment must needs be abated, bad humours increased, crudities and thick spirits engendered with melancholy blood. The other parts cannot perform their functions, having the spirits drawn from them by vehement passion, but fail in sense and motion. So we look upon a thing and see it not, hear and observe not, which otherwise would much affect us, had we been free. I may therefore conclude with Arnoldus, Maxima vis est phantasiae, et huic unifere non autem corporis intemperie, omnis melancholiae, causa est ascribenda. Great is the force of imagination, and much more ought the cause of melancholy to be ascribed to this alone, than to the distemperature of the body, of which imagination, because it hath so great a stroke in producing this malady, and is so powerful of itself, it will not be improper to my discourse to make a brief digression, and speak of the force of it, and how it causeth this alteration, which manner of digression, howsoever some dislike, as frivolous and impertinent, yet I am of Beroaldus' opinion, such digressions do mightily delight and refresh a weary reader. They are like sauce to a bad stomach, and I do therefore most willingly use them. Subsection 2. Of the force of imagination. What imagination is, I have sufficiently declared in my digression of the Anatomy of the Soul. I will only now point at the wonderful effects and power of it, which, as it is eminent in all, so most especially it rageth in melancholy persons, in keeping the species of objects so long, mistaking, amplifying them by continual and strong meditation, until at length it produceth in some parties real effects, causeth this and many other maladies. And although this phantasy of ours be a subordinate faculty to reason, and should be ruled by it, Yet in many men, through inward or outward distemperatures, defect of organs which are unapt, or otherwise contaminated, it is likewise unapt, or hindered, and hurt. This we see verified in sleepers, which by reason of humours and concourse of vapours troubling the phantasy, imagine many times absurd and prodigious things, and in such as are troubled with incubus, or witch-ridden, as we call it, if they lie on their backs, they suppose an old woman rides and sits so hard upon them, that they are almost stifled for want of breath, when there is nothing offends, but a concourse of bad humours, which trouble the phantasy. This is likewise evident in such as walk in the night in their sleep, and do strange feats. These vapours move the phantasy the appetite, which moving the animal spirits causeth the body to walk up and down as if they were awake. Fracastorius, Book 3, De Intellectione, refers all ecstasies to this force of imagination, such as lie whole days together in a trance, as that priest whom Celsus speaks of, that could separate himself from his senses when he list, and lie like a dead man, void of life and sense. Cardan brags of himself that he could do as much, and that when he list. Many times such men, when they come to themselves, tell strange things of heaven and hell, what visions they have seen, as that St. Owen in Matthew Paris, that went into St. Patrick's purgatory, and the monk of Evesham in the same author. Those common apparitions in Bede and Gregory, St. Bridget's revelations, Wierus, Book 3, De Lamius, Chapter 11, Caesar Vaninus, in his dialogues, reduceth, as I have formerly said, with all those tales of witches' progresses, dancing, riding, transformations, operations, etc., to the force of imagination, and the devil's illusions. The like effects almost are to be seen in such as are awake. How many chimeras, antics, golden mountains, and castles in the air do they build unto themselves? I appeal to painters, mechanicians, mathematicians. Some ascribe all vices to a false and corrupt imagination. Anger, revenge, lust, ambition, covetousness, which prefers falsehood before that which is right and good, deluding the soul with false shows and suppositions. Bernardus Penottus will have heresy and superstition to proceed from this fountain. As he falsely imagineth, so he believeth, and as he conceiveth of it, so it must be, and it shall be. Contra gentis, he will have it so, but most especially in passions and affections, it shows strange and evident effects. What will not a fearful man conceive in the dark? What strange forms of bugbears, devils, witches, goblins? Lavater imputes the greatest cause of spectrums, and the like apparitions, to fear, which above all other passions begets the strongest imagination, saith Wierus. And so likewise love, sorrow, joy, etc. Some die suddenly, as she that saw her son come from the battle at Cannae, etc. Jacob the patriarch, by force of imagination, made speckled lambs, laying speckled rods before his sheep. Persina, that Ethiopian queen in Heliodorus, by seeing the picture of Perseus and Andromeda, instead of a blackamoor, was brought to bed of a fair white child, in imitation of whom belike a hard-favoured fellow in Greece, because he and his wife were both deformed, to get a good brood of children, Elegantissimus imagines in Thalamo collocavit, etc., hung the fairest pictures he could buy for money in his chamber. that his wife by frequent sight of them might conceive and bear such children. And if we may believe Bayle, one of Pope Nicholas III's concubines, by seeing of a bear, was brought to bed of a monster. If a woman, saith Lemnius, at the time of her conception, think of another man present or absent, the child will be like him. Great-bellied women, when they long, yield us prodigious examples in this kind, as moles, warts, scars, hare lips, monsters especially, caused in their children by force of a depraved fantasy in them, ipsum speciem quam animo effigiat, faetui inducit. She imprints that stamp upon her child which she conceives unto herself, and therefore Ludovicus Vives, Book 2, De Institutione Feminae Christianae, gives a special caution to great-bellied women, that they do not admit such absurd conceits and cogitations, but by all means avoid those horrible objects, heard or seen, or filthy spectacles. Some will laugh, weep, sigh, groan, blush, tremble, sweat at such things as are suggested unto them by their imagination. Avicenna speaks of one that could cast himself into a palsy when he list, and some can imitate the tunes of birds and beasts, that they can hardly be discerned. Dagobert and St. Francis scars and wounds like those of Christ's, if at the least any such were. Agrippa supposeth to have happened by force of imagination, that some are turned to wolves, from men to women, and women again to men, which is constantly believed, to the same imagination, or from men to asses, dogs, or any other shapes. Wierus ascribes all those famous transformations to imagination, that in hydrophobia they seem to see the picture of a dog still in their water, that melancholy men and sick men conceive so many fantastical visions, apparitions to themselves, and have such absurd apparitions, as that they are kings, lords, cocks, bears, apes, owls, that they are heavy, light, transparent, great and little, senseless and dead, as shall be showed more at large in our sections of symptoms, can be imputed to naught else but to a corrupt, false, and violent imagination. It works not in sick and melancholy men only, but even most forcibly sometimes in such as are sound. It makes them suddenly sick, and alters their temperature in an instant, and sometimes a strong conceit or apprehension, as Valesius proves, will take away diseases. In both kinds it will produce real effects. Men, if they see but another man tremble, giddy or sick of some fearful disease, their apprehension and fear is so strong in this kind, that they will have the same disease. Or if by some soothsayer, wise man, fortune-teller, or physician, they be told they shall have such a disease, they will so seriously apprehend it, that they will instantly labour of it. A thing familiar in China, saith Riccius the Jesuit, if it be told them they shall be sick on such a day, when that day comes, they will surely be sick, and will be so terribly afflicted, that sometimes they die upon it. Dr. Cotta, in his discovery of ignorant practitioners of physic, chapter 8, hath two strange stories to this purpose, what fancy is able to do. The one of a parson's wife in Northamptonshire, anno 1607, that coming to a physician, and told by him that she was troubled with the sciatica, as he conjectured, a disease she was free from, the same night after her return, upon his words, fell into a grievous fit of a sciatica. And such another example he hath of another good wife, that was so troubled with the cramp, after the same manner she came by it, because her physician did but name it. Sometimes death itself is caused by force of phantasy. I have heard of one that coming by chance in company of him that was thought to be sick of the plague, which was not so, fell down suddenly dead. Another was sick of the plague with conceit. One, seeing his fellow let blood, falls down in a swoon. Another, saith Cardan out of Aristotle, fell down dead, which is familiar to women at any ghastly sight, seeing but a man hanged. A Jew in France, saith Ludovicus Vives, came by chance over a dangerous passage or plank, that lay over a brook in the dark, without harm. The next day, perceiving what danger he was in, fell down dead. Many will not believe such stories to be true, but laugh commonly, and deride when they hear of them. But let these men consider with themselves, as Peter Byarus illustrates it. If they were set to walk upon a plank on high, they would be giddy, upon which they dare securely walk upon the ground. Many, saith Agrippa, strong-hearted men otherwise, tremble at such sights, dazzle, and are sick, if they look but down from a high place. And what moves them but conceit? As some are so molested by phantasy, so some again, by fancy alone, and a good conceit, are as easily recovered. We see commonly the toothache, gout, falling sickness, biting of a mad dog, and many such maladies cured by spells, words, characters, and charms, and many green wounds by that now so much used unguentum armarium, magnetically cured, which Crollius and Goclenius in a book of late hath defended. Libavius in a just tract as stiffly contradicts, and most men controvert. All the world knows there is no virtue in such charms or cures, but a strong conceit and opinion alone, as Pomponatius holds, which forceth a motion of the humours, spirits, and blood, which takes away the cause of the malady from the parts affected. The like we may say of our magical effects, superstitious cures, and such as are done by mountebanks and wizards, as by wicked incredulity many men are hurt. So saith Wierus of charms, spells, etc. We find in our experience, by the same means many are relieved. And empiric oftentimes, and a silly chirurgeon, doth more strange cures than a rational physician. Nemanus gives a reason, because the patient puts his confidence in him, which Avicenna prefers before art, precepts, and all remedies whatsoever. 'Tis opinion alone, saith Cardan, which makes or mars physicians, and he doth the best cures according to Hippocrates, in whom most trust. So diversely doth this phantasy of ours affect, turn, and wind, so imperiously command our bodies, which as another Proteus, or a chameleon, can take all shapes, and is of such force, as Ficinus adds, that it can work upon others as well as ourselves. How can otherwise blear eyes in one man cause the like affliction in another? Why doth one man's yawning make another yawn? One man's pissing provoke a second many times to do the like? Why doth the scraping of trenchers offend a third, or hacking of files? Why doth the carcass bleed when the murderer is brought before it, some weeks after the murder hath been done? Why do witches and old women fascinate and bewitch children? But as Wierus, Paracelsus, Cardan, Mizaldus, Valeriola, Caesar Vaninus, Campanella, and many philosophers think, the forcible imagination of the one party moves and alters the spirits of the other. Nay, more, They can cause and cure not only diseases, maladies, and several infirmities by this means, as Avicenna supposeth in parties remote, but move bodies from their places, cause thunder, lightning, tempests, which opinion Alkindus, Paracelsus, and some others approve of, so that I may certainly conclude this strong conceit or imagination is astrum hominis, and the rudder of this our ship, which reason should steer, but, overborne by fantasy, cannot manage, and so suffers itself, and this whole vessel of ours, to be overruled, and often overturned. Read more of this in Wierus, Book 3, De Lamius, chapters 8, 9, 10, Franciscus Valesius, Controversiarium Medicarum et Philosophicarum, Book 5, Marcellus Donatus, Book 2, chapter 1, Medica Historia Mirabilis, Levinus Lemnius, De Miraculis Occultis Naturae, Book 1, chapter 12, Cardan, Book 18, De Rarum Varietate, Cornelius Agrippa, De Occulta Philosophia, chapters 64, 65, Camerarius, 1st Centuria, chapter 54, Horarum Successiorum, Nymannus, Laurentius, and him that is instar omnium, Vinus, a famous physician of Antwerp, that wrote 3 books, De Viribus Imaginationis. I have thus far digressed, because this imagination is the medium deferens of passions, by whose means they work and produce many times prodigious effects, and as the fantasy is more or less intended or remitted, and their humours Section 32 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 32. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsections 3 through 6. Subsection 3. Division of perturbations. Perturbations and passions which trouble the fantasy, though they dwell between the confines of sense and reason, yet they rather follow sense than reason, because they are drowned in corporeal organs of sense. They are commonly reduced into 2 inclinations, irascible and concupiscible. The Thomists subdivide them into 11, 6 in the coveting, and 5 in the invading. Aristotle reduceth all to pleasure and pain, Plato to love and hatred, Vives to good and bad. If good, it is present, and then we absolutely joy and love, or to come, and then we desire and hope for it. If evil, we absolutely hate it. If present, it is by sorrow, if to come, fear. These 4 passions Bernard compares to the wheels of a chariot, by which we are carried in this world. All other passions are subordinate unto these 4, or 6, as some will. Love, joy, desire, hatred, sorrow, fear. The rest, as anger, envy, emulation, pride, jealousy, anxiety, mercy, shame, discontent, despair, ambition, avarice, etc., are reducible unto the first, and if they be immoderate, they consume the spirits, and melancholy is especially caused by them. Some few discreet men there are that can govern themselves, and curb in these inordinate affections, by religion, philosophy, and such divine precepts, of meekness, patience, and the like. But most part for want of government, out of indiscretion, ignorance, they suffer themselves wholly to be led by sense, and are so far from repressing rebellious inclinations, that they give all encouragement unto them. leaving the reins, and using all provocations to further them. Bad by nature, worse by art, discipline, custom, education, and a perverse will of their own, they follow on, wheresoever their unbridled affections will transport them, and do more out of custom, self-will, than out of reason, contumax voluntas, as Melanchthon calls it, malum facit. This stubborn will of ours perverts judgment, which sees and knows what should and ought to be done, and yet will not do it. Mancipiat gulae, slaves to their several lusts and appetites, they precipitate and plunge themselves into a labyrinth of cares. Blinded with lust, blinded with ambition, they seek that at God's hands which they may give unto themselves, if they could but refrain from those cares and perturbations wherewith they continually macerate their minds. But giving way to these violent passions of fear, grief, shame, revenge, hatred, malice, etc., they are torn in pieces, as Actaeon was with his dogs, and crucify their own souls. Subsection 4. Sorrow a cause of melancholy. Sorrow, insanus dolor. In this catalogue of passions which so much torment the soul of man and cause this malady, for I will briefly speak of them all, and in their order. The first place in this irascible appetite may justly be challenged by sorrow, an inseparable companion, the mother and daughter of melancholy, her epitome, symptom, and chief cause, as Hippocrates hath it. They beget one another, and tread in a ring, for sorrow is both cause and symptom of this disease. How it is a symptom shall be shown in its place. That it is a cause, all the world acknowledgeth. Dolor non nullus insaniae causa fuit, et aliorum morborum insanabilium, saith Plutarch to Apollonius, a cause of madness, a cause of many other diseases. A sole cause of this mischief Lemnius calls it. So doth Rhasis, Guianerius, and, if it take root once, it ends in despair, as Felix Plater observes, and as in Cebes' table, may well be coupled with it. Chrysostom, in his 17th epistle to Olympia, describes it to be a cruel torture of the soul, a most inexplicable grief, poisoned worm, consuming body and soul, and gnawing the very heart, a perpetual executioner, continual night, profound darkness, a whirlwind, a tempest, an ague not appearing, heating worse than any fire, and a battle that hath no end. It crucifies worse than any tyrant. No torture, no strappado, no bodily punishment is like unto it. 'Tis the eagle without question which the poets feign to gnaw Prometheus' heart, and no heaviness is like unto the heaviness of the heart. Ecclesiastes 25:15-16. Every perturbation is a misery, but grief a cruel torment, a domineering passion, as in old Rome when the dictator was created. All inferior magistracies ceased. When grief appears, all other passions vanish. It dries up the bones, saith Solomon, chapter 17, Proverbs, makes them hollow-eyed, pale and lean, furrow-faced, to have dead looks, wrinkled brows, shriveled cheeks, dry bodies, and quite perverts their temperature that are misaffected with it, as Eleonora, that exiled mournful duchess, in our English Ovid, laments to her noble husband Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Sawest thou those eyes in whose sweet cheerful look Duke Humphrey once such joy and pleasure took? Sorrow hath so despoiled me of all grace, thou couldst not say this was my Eleanor's face, like a foul gorgon, etc. It hinders concoction, refrigerates the heart, takes away stomach, colour, and sleep, thickens the blood. Fernelius, Book 1, Chapter 18, De Morborum Causis, contaminates the spirits. Piso, overthrows the natural heat, perverts the good estate of body and mind, and makes them weary of their lives, cry out, howl and roar for very anguish of their souls. David confessed as much. Psalm 38:8. I have roared for the very disquietness of my heart. And Psalm 119, part 4, verse 4, my soul melteth away for very heaviness. Verse 38, I am like a bottle in the smoke. Antiochus complained that he could not sleep and that his heart fainted for grief. Christ himself, vir dolorum, out of an apprehension of grief, did sweat blood. Mark 14. His soul was heavy to the death, and no sorrow was like unto his. Crato gives instance in one that was so melancholy by reason of grief, and Montanus in a noble matron that had no other cause of this mischief. ISD in Hildesheim fully cured a patient of his that was much troubled with melancholy, and for many years. But afterwards, by a little occasion of sorrow, he fell into his former fits, and was tormented as before. Examples are common, how it causeth melancholy, desperation, and sometimes death itself. For Ecclesiastes 38:15, of heaviness comes death, worldly sorrow causeth death. 2 Corinthians 7:10, Psalms 31:10, my life is wasted with heaviness, and my years with mourning. Why was Hecuba said to be turned to a dog, Niobe into a stone, but that for grief she was senseless and stupid? Severus the emperor died for grief, and how many myriads besides? Tanta illi est veritas, tanta est insania luctus. Melanchthon gives a reason of it. The gathering of much melancholy blood about the heart, which collection extinguisheth the good spirits, or at least dulleth them. Sorrow strikes the heart, makes it tremble and pine away with great pain, and the black blood drawn from the spleen, and diffused under the ribs on the left side, makes those perilous hypochondriacal convulsions, which happen to them that are troubled with sorrow. Subsection 5. Fear a cause. Cousin german to sorrow is fear, or rather a sister, fidus acutus, and continual companion, an assistant and a principal agent in procuring of this mischief, a cause and symptom as the other. In a word, as Virgil of the Harpies, I may justly say of them both, Tristius haud illis monstrum nexaevior ulla, pestis et irideum Stygius sese extulit undus. A sadder monster, or more cruel plague so fell, or vengeance of the gods, ne'er came from Styx or hell. This foul fiend of fear was worshipped heretofore as a god by the Lacedaemonians, and most of those other torturing affections, and so was sorrow amongst the rest, under the name of Angorona Dea. They stood in such awe of them, as Augustine De Civitate Dei, Book 4, Chapter 8, noteth out of Varro. Fear was commonly adored and painted in their temples with a lion's head, and as Macrobius records, Book 10, Saturnalium, in the calends of January, Angorona had her holy day, to whom in the temple of Volupia, or goddess of pleasure, their augurs and bishops did yearly sacrifice, that being propitious to them, she might expel all cares, anguish, and vexation of the mind for that year following. Many lamentable effects this fear causeth in men, as to be red, pale, tremble, sweat. It makes sudden cold and heat come over all the body, palpitation of the heart, syncope, etc. It amazeth many men that are to speak or show themselves in public assemblies, or before some great personages, as Tully confessed of himself that he trembled still at the beginning of his speech, and Demosthenes, that great orator of Greece, before Philippus. It confounds voice and memory, as Lucian wittily brings in Jupiter Tragedus, so much afraid of his auditory, when he was to make a speech to the rest of the gods, that he could not utter a ready word, but was compelled to use Mercury's help imprompting. Many men are so amazed and astonished with fear, they know not where they are, what they say, what they do, and that which is worst, it tortures them many days before with continual affrights and suspicion. It hinders most honourable attempts, and makes their hearts ache, sad and heavy. They that live in fear are never free, resolute, secure, never merry, but in continual pain, that as Vives truly said, nulla est miseria maior quam metus, no greater misery, no rack, nor torture like unto it. Ever suspicious, anxious, solicitous, they are childishly drooping without reason, without judgment, especially if some terrible object be offered, as Plutarch hath it. It causeth oftentimes sudden madness, and almost all manner of diseases, as I have sufficiently illustrated in my digression of the force of imagination, and shall do more at large in my section of terrors. Fear makes our imagination conceive what it list, invites the devil to come to us, as Agrippa and Cardan avouch, and tyrannizeth over our fantasy more than all other affections, especially in the dark. We see this verified in most men, as Lavater saith, quae metuunt, fingunt, what they fear they conceive, and feign unto themselves. They think they see goblins, hags, devils, and many times become melancholy thereby. Cardan, Subtilitate Libri 18, hath an example of such an one, so caused to be melancholy by sight of a bugbear all his life after. Augustus Caesar durst not sit in the dark, nisi aliquo accidente, saith Suetonius, nunquam tenebris exigilavit. And 'tis strange what women and children will conceive unto themselves, if they go over a churchyard in the night, lie or be alone in a dark room, how they sweat and tremble on a sudden. Many men are troubled with future events, foreknowledge of their fortunes, destinies, as Severus the Emperor, Adrian, and Domitian. Quod sciret ultimum vitae diem, saith Suetonius, valde solicitus, much tortured in mind because he foreknew his end, with many such, of which I shall speak more opportunely in another place. Anxiety, mercy, pity, indignation, etc., and such fearful branches derived from these two stems of fear and sorrow, I voluntarily omit. Read more of them in Carolus Pascalius, Dandanus, etc. Subsection 6. Shame and disgrace. Causes. Shame and disgrace cause most violent passions, and bitter pangs. O pudorum et dedicus publicum, ob errorum commissum saepe moventur generosi animi. Felix Plater, Book 3, De Alienatione Mentis. Generous minds are often moved with shame to despair for some public disgrace, and he, saith Philo, Book 2, De Providentia Dei, that subjects himself to fear, grief, ambition, shame, is not happy, but altogether miserable, tortured with continual labour, care, and misery. It is as forcible a batterer as any of the rest. Many men neglect the tumults of the world, and care not for glory, and yet they are afraid of infamy, repulse, disgrace. Cicero, De Officiis, Book 1. They can severely contemn pleasure, bear grief indifferently, but they are quite battered and broken with reproach and obloquy. Sequidem vita et fama pari passu ambulant, and are so dejected many times for some public injury, disgrace, as a box on the ear by their inferior, to be overcome of their adversary, foiled in the field, to be out in a speech, some foul fact committed or disclosed, etc., that they dare not come abroad all their lives after, but melancholize in corners, and keep in holes. The most generous spirits are most subject to it. Spiritus altos frangit et generosos. Hieronymus. Aristotle, because he could not understand the motion of Euripus, for grief and shame drowned himself. Caelius Radigimus. Antiquae Lectionis. Book 29, Chapter 8. Homerus pudore consumptus, was swallowed up with this passion of shame because he could not unfold the fisherman's riddle. Sophocles killed himself, for that a tragedy of his was hissed off the stage. Valerius Maximus, Book 9, Chapter 12. Lucretia stabbed herself, and so did Cleopatra, when she saw that she was reserved for a triumph, to avoid the infamy. Antonius the Roman, after he was overcome of his enemy, for 3 days' space sat solitary in the forepart of the ship, abstaining from all company, even of Cleopatra herself, and afterwards, for very shame, butchered himself. Plutarch Vita Eos. Apollonius Rhodius wilfully banished himself, forsaking his country and all his dear friends, because he was out in reciting his poems. Plinius, Book 7, Chapter 23. Ajax ran mad because his arms were adjudged to Ulysses. In China 'tis an ordinary thing for such as are excluded in those famous trials of theirs, or should take degrees, for shame and grief to lose their wits. Matthaeus Riccius, De Christiana Expeditione apud Sinas, Book 3, Chapter 9. Hostratus the friar took that book which Reuchlin had writ against him, under the name of Epistula Obscurorum Virorum, so to heart, that for shame and grief he made away with himself. Jovius in Elogius. A grave and learned minister, and an ordinary preacher at Alkmaar in Holland, was, one day as he walked in the fields for his recreation, suddenly taken with a lax or looseness, and thereupon compelled to retire to the next ditch. But being surprised at unawares by some gentlewomen of his parish wandering that way, was so abashed that he did never after show his head in public, or come into the pulpit, but pined away with melancholy. Petrus Forestus, Medicae Observationis, Book 10, Observatio 12. So shame, amongst other passions, can play his prize. I know there be many base, impudent, brazen-faced rogues, that will nulla paliscere culpa, be moved with nothing, take no infamy or disgrace to heart, laugh at all, let them be proved perjured, stigmatized, convict rogues, thieves, traitors, lose their ears, be whipped, branded, carted, pointed at, hissed, reviled and derided, with Ballio the bawd in Plautus, they rejoice at it. Cantores probos, babe and bombax, what care they? We have too many such in our times. Exclamat Melicerta Parisa, frontum de rebus. Yet a modest man, one that hath grace, a generous spirit, tender of his reputation, will be deeply wounded, and so grievously affected with it, that he had rather give myriads of crowns, lose his life, than suffer the least defamation of honour, or blot in his good name, and if so be that he cannot avoid it, as a nightingale, quae cantando victa moritur, saith Mizaldus, dies for shame.
Section 33 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 33. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsections 7 to 9. Subsection 7. Envy, Malice, Hatred, Causes. Envy and malice are two links of this chain, and both, as Guarnerius Tractatus 15 chapter 2 proves out of Galen 3 aphorism, cause this malady by themselves, especially if their bodies be otherwise disposed to melancholy. 'Tis Valescus de Taranta and Felix Platerus' observation, envy so gnaws many men's hearts that they become altogether melancholy. And therefore, belike Solomon Proverbs 14:13 calls it, the rotting of the bones, Cyprian, vulnus occultum, siculi non invenere tyranni maius tormentum. The Sicilian tyrants never invented the like torment. It crucifies their souls, withers their bodies, makes them hollow-eyed, pale, lean, and ghastly to behold. Cyprian, Sermo 2, de zelo et livore. As a moth gnaws a garment, so, says Chrysostom, doth envy consume a man, to be a living anatomy, a skeleton, to be a lean and pale carcass, quickened with a fiend, for so often as an envious wretch sees another man prosper, to be enriched, to thrive, and be fortunate in the world, to get honours, offices, or the like, he repines and grieves. Intabescitque videndo, successus hominum suppliciumque suum est. He tortures himself if his equal, friend, neighbour, be preferred, commended, do well. If he understands of it, it galls him afresh, and no greater pain can come to him than to hear of another man's well-doing. 'Tis a dagger at his heart every such object. He looks at him as they that fell down in Lucian's rock of honour, with an envious eye, and will damage himself to do another a mischief. Atque cadet subitu dum super hoste cadat. As he did in Aesop, lose one eye willingly, that his fellow might lose both, or that rich man in Quintilian that poisoned the flowers in his garden, because his neighbour's bees should get no more honey from them. His whole life is sorrow, and every word he speaks is satire. Nothing fats him but other men's ruins. For to speak in a word, envy is naught else but tristia de bonis alienis, sorrow for other men's good, be it present, past, or to come, et gaudium de adversis, and joy at their harms, opposite to mercy, which grieves at other men's mischances, and misaffects the body in another kind. So Damascene defines it, Book 2 de Orthodoxa Fide, Thomas Aquinas 2.2, question 36, part 1, Aristotle, Book 2, Rhetorics, chapter 4 and 10, Plato, Cicero, 3, Tusculans, Gregorius Nicenus, Liber de Virtutibus Anime, chapter 12, Basil, de Invidia, Pindaros, Ode 1, and we find it true. 'Tis a common disease and almost natural to us, as Tacitus holds, to envy another man's prosperity. And 'tis in most men an incurable disease. I have read, saith Marcus Aurelius, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldee authors. I have consulted with many wise men for a remedy for envy. I could find but none, but to renounce all happiness, and to be a wretch and miserable for ever. 'Tis the beginning of hell in this life, and a passion not to be excused. Every other sin hath some pleasure annexed to it, or will admit of an excuse. Envy alone wants both. Other sins last but for a while. The gut may be satisfied, anger remits, hatred hath an end, envy never ceaseth. Cardan, Book 2, De Sapientia. Divine and humane examples are very familiar. You may run and read them as that of Saul and David, Cain and Abel. Angebat illum non proprium peccatum, sed fratris prosperitas, saith Theodoret. It was his brother's good fortune galled him. Rachel envied her sister being barren, Genesis 30. Joseph's breath in him, Genesis 37. David had a touch of this vice, as he confesseth, Psalms 37. Jeremy and Habakkuk, they repined at others' good, but in the end they corrected themselves, Psalm 75, fret not thyself, etc. Domitian spite Agricola for his worth, that a private man should be so much glorified. Cecina was envied of his fellow citizens because he was more richly adorned. But of all others, women are most weak. Ob pulchritudinem invidiae sunt feminae, Museus aut amat, aut odit nihil est tertium, Granatensis. They love or hate, no medium amongst them. Implacabiles plerumque lesse mulieres. Agrippina, like a woman, if she sees her neighbor more neat or elegant, richer in tires, jewels, or apparel, is enraged, and, like a lioness, sets upon her husband, rails at her, scoffs at her, and cannot abide her. So the Roman ladies and Tacitus did at Salonina, Cecina's wife, because she had a better horse and better furniture, as if she had hurt them with it. They were much offended. In like sort our gentlewomen do at their usual meetings. One repines or scoffs at another's bravery and happiness. Myrcene, an Attic wench, was murdered of her fellows because she did excel the rest in beauty. Constantine Caesar, De Agricultura, Book 11, Chapter 7. Every village will yield such examples. Subsection 8. Emulation, hatred, faction, desire of revenge, causes. Out of this root of envy spring those feral branches of faction, hatred, liver, emulation, which cause the like grievances and are seria anime, the sores of the soul, consternationis pleni affectus, affections full of desperate amazement. Or, as Cyprian describes emulation, it is a moth of the soul, a consumption, to make another man's happiness his misery, to torture, crucify, and execute himself to eat his own heart. Meat and drink can do such men no good. They do always grieve, sigh, and groan, day and night without intermission. Their breast is torn asunder. And a little after, whomsoever he is, whom thou dost emulate and envy, he may avoid thee, but thou canst neither avoid him nor thyself. Wheresoever thou art, he is with thee. Thine enemy is ever in thy breast. Thy destruction is within thee. Thou art a captive, bound hand and foot, as long as thou art malicious and envious, and canst not be comforted. It was the devil's overthrow, and whensoever thou art thoroughly affected with this passion, it will be thine. Yet no perturbation so frequent, no passion so common. Kai kerameus keramei kotei kai tectoni tecton, kai tochos tocho phtonei kai aoidos aoido. A potter emulates a potter, one smith envies another, a beggar emulates a beggar, a singing man his brother. Every society, corporation, and private family is full of it. It takes hold almost of all sorts of men, from the prince to the ploughman. Even amongst gossips it is to be seen. Scarce 3 in a company, but there is siding, faction, emulation between 2 of them, some simultas, jar, private grudge, heart-burning in the midst of them. Scarce 2 gentlemen dwell together in the country, if they be not near kin or linked in marriage, but there is emulation betwixt them, and their servants, some quarrel or some grudge betwixt their wives or children, friends and followers, some contention about wealth, gentry, precedency, etc., by means of which, like the frog in Aesop, that would swell till she was as big as an ox, burst herself at last. They will stretch beyond their fortunes, callings, and strive so long that they consume their substance in lawsuits, or otherwise in hospitality, feasting, fine clothes, to get a few bombast titles, for ambitiosa paupertate laboramus omnes, to outbrave one another, they will tire their bodies, macerate their souls, and through contentions or mutual invitations beggar themselves. Scarce two great scholars in an age, but with bitter invectives they fall foul one on the other, and their adherents, Scotists, Thomists, Reals, Nominals, Plato and Aristotle, Galenists and Paracelsians, etc. It holds in all professions. Honest emulation in studies, in all callings, is not to be disliked. 'Tis ingeniorum cos, as one calls it, the whetstone of wit, the nurse of wit and valour, and those noble Romans out of the spirit did brave exploits. There is a modest ambition, as Themistocles was roused up with the glory of Miltiades. Achilles' trophies moved Alexander. Ambire semper stulta confidentia est, ambire nunquam deses arrogantia est. 'Tis a sluggish humour not to emulate, or to sue at all, to withdraw himself, neglect, refrain from such places, honours, offices, through sloth, niggardliness, fear, bashfulness, or otherwise, to which by his birth, place, fortunes, education, he is called, apt, fit, and well able to undergo. But when it is immoderate, it is a plague and a miserable pain. What a deal of money did Henry VIII and Francis I, King of France, spend at that famous interview, and how many vain courtiers, seeking each to outbrave others, spent themselves, their livelihood and fortunes, and died beggars. Adrian the emperor was so galled with it that he killed all his equals. So did Nero. This passion made Dionysius the tyrant banish Plato and Philoxenus the poet, because they did excel and eclipse his glory, as he thought. The Romans exiled Coriolanus, confined Camillus, murder Scipio. The Greeks, by ostracism to expel Aristides, Nicias, Alcibiades, and Presentacius, make away Phocion, etc. When Richard I and Philip of France were fellow soldiers together at the siege of Acon in the Holy Land, and Richard had approved himself to be the more valiant man, insomuch that all men's eyes were upon him, it so galled Philip, Francum urebat regis victoria, saith mine author, tam egre ferebat Ricardi gloriam ut carpere dicta culminari facta, that he cavilled at all his proceedings, and fell at length to open defiance. He could contain no longer, but hasting home, invaded his territories, and professed open war. Hatred stirs up contention, Proverbs 10th, 12th, and they break out at last into immortal enmity, into virulency, and more than Vatinian hate and rage. They persecute each other, their friends, followers, and all their prosperity, with bitter taunts, hostile wars, scurriled invectives, libels, calumnies, fire, sword, and the like, and will not be reconciled. Witness that Guelph and Ghibelline faction in Italy, that of the Adurni and Fregosi in Genoa, that of Cneius Papirius and Quintus Fabius in Rome, Caesar and Pompey, Orleans and Burgundy in France, York and Lancaster in England. Yea, this passion so rageth many times, that it subverts not men only and families, but even populous cities. Carthage and Corinth can witness as much, nay, Flourishing kingdoms are brought into a wilderness by it. This hatred, malice, faction, and desire of revenge invented first all those racks and wheels, strapadoes, brazen bulls, feral engines, prisons, inquisitions, severe laws to macerate and torment one another. How happy might we be and end our time with blessed days and sweet content if we could contain ourselves, and, as we ought to do, put up injuries, learn humility, meekness, patience, forget and forgive, as in God's word we are enjoined, compose such final controversies amongst ourselves, moderate our passions in this kind, and think better of others as Paul would have us than of ourselves. Be of like affection one towards another, and not avenge ourselves, but have peace with all men. But being that we are so peevish and perverse, insolent and proud, so factious and seditious, so malicious and envious, we do in vincem angariare, maul and vex one another, torture, disquiet, and precipitate ourselves into that gulf of woes and cares, aggravate our misery and melancholy, heap upon us hell and eternal damnation. Subsection 9. Anger, a cause. Anger, a perturbation which carries the spirit outwards, preparing the body to melancholy and madness itself. Ira furor brevis est. Anger is temporary madness, and, as Picolomineus accounts it, one of the three most violent passions. Aretius sets it down for an especial cause, so doth Seneca, Epistles 18:1, of this malady. Magninus gives the reason, ex frequenti ira supra modum calefiunt, it overheats their bodies, and if it be too frequent, it breaks out into manifest madness, saith St. Ambrose. 'Tis a known saying, furor fit iaesa saepius patientia, the most patient spirit that is, if he be often provoked, will be incensed to madness. It will make a devil of a saint, and therefore Basil, belike, in his homily De Ira, calls it tenebras rationis morbum anime ed demonem pessimum, the darkening of our understanding and a bad angel. Lucian, in Abdicto Tome 1, will have this passion to work this effect, especially in old men and women. Anger and calumny, saith he, trouble them at first, and after a while break out into madness. Many things cause fury in women, especially if they love or hate overmuch, or envy, be much grieved, or angry. These things by little and little lead them on to this malady. From a disposition they proceed to a habit. For there is no difference between a mad man and an angry man, in the time of his fit. Anger, as Lactantius describes it, Liber de ira Dei ad donatum, chapter 5, is sevea animi tempestas, etc., a cruel tempest of the mind, making his eyes sparkle fire and stare, teeth gnash in his head, his tongue stutter, his face pale or red, and what more filthy imitation can be of a mad man? Ora tument ira fervescunt sanguine venee, lumina gorgonio sevius angue micant. They are void of reason, inexorable, blind, like beasts and monsters for the time, say and do they know not what, curse, swear, rail, fight, and what not. How can a mad man do more? As he said in the comedy, Iracundia non sum apud me, I am not mine own man. If these fits be immoderate, continue long, or be frequent, without doubt they provoke madness. Montanus had a melancholy Jew to his patient. He ascribes this for a principal cause. Irascebatur levibus de causis, he was easily moved to anger. Ajax had no other beginning of his madness, and Charles VI, that lunatic French king, fell into this misery out of the extremity of his passion, desire of revenge and malice, incensed against the Duke of Britain. He could neither eat, drink, nor sleep for some days together, and in the end, about the calends of July 1392, he became mad upon his horseback, drawing his sword, striking such as came near him promiscuously, and so continued all the days of his life. Egesippus Historia de Excidio Urbis Hierosolimitaniae, Book 1, Chapter 37, hath such a story of Herod, that out of an angry fit became mad, leaping out of his bed, he killed Josephus, and played many such bedlam pranks. The whole court could not rule him for a long time after. Sometimes he was sorry and repented, much grieved for that he had done. Postquam deferbuit ira, by and by outrageous again. In hot choleric bodies nothing so soon causeth madness as this passion of anger, besides many other diseases, as Palacius observes, chapter 21, book 1, de humorum affectionum causis, sanguinem immunit fel auget, and as Valesius controverts, Controversiarium Medicarum et Philosophicarum, Book 5, Controversia 8, many times kills them quite out. If this were the worst of this passion, it were more tolerable, but it ruins and subverts whole towns, cities, families, and kingdoms. Nulla pestis humano generi pluris stetit, saith Seneca de Ira, Book 1. No plague hath done mankind so much harm. Look into our histories, and you shall almost meet with no other subject but what a company of harebrains have done in their rage. We may do well, therefore, to put this in our procession amongst the rest. From all blindness of heart, from pride, vainglory, and hypocrisy, from envy, hatred, and malice, anger,
Section 34 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 34. Partition 1, Section 2. Member 3, Subsection 10. Discontents, cares, miseries, etc. Causes. Discontents, cares, crosses, miseries, or whatsoever it is that shall cause any molestation of spirits, grief, anguish, and perplexity, may well be reduced to this head. Preposterously placed here in some men's judgments, they may seem. Yet, in that Aristotle in his Rhetoric defines these cares, as he doth envy, emulation, etc., still by grief, I think I may well rank them in this irascible row, being that they are as the rest, both causes and symptoms of this disease, producing the like inconveniences, and are most part accompanied with anguish and pain. The common etymology will evince it. Cura quasi cor uro, dementes curae, insomnes curae, damnosae curae, tristes, mordaces, carnifices, etc., biting, eating, gnawing, cruel, bitter, sick, sad, unquiet, pale, tetric, miserable, intolerable cares, as the poets call them, worldly cares, and are as many in number as the sea sands. Galen, Fernelius, Felix Plater, Valescus de Taranta, etc., reckon afflictions, miseries, even all these contentions, and vexations of the mind as principal causes, in that they take away sleep, hinder concoction, dry up the body, and consume the substance of it. They are not so many in number, but their causes be as diverse, and not one of 1,000 free from them, or that can vindicate himself, whom that arte dea, per hominum capita moliter ambulans, plantas pedum teneris habens, over men's heads walking aloft, with tender feet treading so soft. Homer's goddess Arte hath not involved into this discontented rank, or plagued with some misery or other. Hyginus Fabulae 220, to this purpose hath a pleasant tale. Dame Cura by chance went over a brook, and taking up some of the dirty slime, made an image of it. Jupiter eftsoons coming by, put life to it, but Cura and Jupiter could not agree what name to give him, or who should own him. The matter was referred to Saturn as judge. He gave this arbitrament: his name shall be Homo ab humo, cura eam possideat quam Dio vivat. Care shall have him whilst he lives, Jupiter his soul, and Tellus his body when he dies. But to leave tales. A general cause, a continuate cause, an inseparable accident, to all men, is discontent, care, misery. Were there no other particular affliction, which who is free from, to molest a man in this life, the very cogitation of that common misery were enough to macerate, and make him weary of his life. To think that he can never be secure, but still in danger, sorrow, grief, and persecution. For to begin at the hour of his birth, as Pliny doth elegantly describe it, he is born naked and falls a-whining at the very first. He is swaddled and bound up like a prisoner, cannot help himself, and so he continues to his life's end. Cujusque ferae pabulum, saith Seneca, impatient of heat and cold, impatient of labour, impatient of idleness, exposed to fortune's contumelies. To a naked mariner Lucretius compares him, cast on shore by shipwreck, cold and comfortless in an unknown land. No estate, age, sex, can secure himself from this common misery. A man that is born of a woman is of short continuance, and full of trouble. Job 14, 22. And while his flesh is upon him, he shall be sorrowful, and while his soul is in him, it shall mourn. All his days are sorrow, and his travels griefs. His heart also taketh not rest in the night. Ecclesiastes 2, 23, and 2, 11. All that is in it is sorrow and vexation of spirit. Ingress, progress, regress, egress, much alike. Blindness seizes on us all in the beginning, labour in the middle, grief in the end, error in all. What day ariseth to us without some grief, care, or anguish? Or what so secure and pleasing a morning have we seen, that hath not been overcast before the evening? One is miserable, another ridiculous, a third odious. One complains of this grievance, another of that. Aliquando nervae, aliquando pedes vexant, Seneca, nunc distillatio, nunc hepatis morbus, nunc diest, nunc superest sanguis. Now the headaches, then the feet, now the lungs, then the liver, etc. Huic sensus exuberat, sed est pudori degener sanguis, etc. He is rich, but base born. He is noble, but poor. A third hath means, but he wants health, peradventure, or wit to manage his estate. Children vex one, wife a second, etc. Nemo facile cam conditione sua concordat. No man is pleased with his fortune. A pound of sorrow is familiarly mixed with a dram of content, little or no joy, little comfort, but everywhere danger, contention, anxiety. In all places, go where thou wilt, and thou shalt find discontents, cares, woes, complaints, sickness, diseases, encumbrances, exclamations. If thou look into the market, there, saith Chrysostom, is brawling and contention. If to the court, there knavery and flattery, etc. If to a private man's house, there's cark and care, heaviness, etc. As he said of old, nil homine in terra spirat misera magis alma. No creature so miserable as man, so generally molested, in miseries of body, in miseries of mind, miseries of heart, in miseries asleep, in miseries awake, in miseries wheresoever he turns, as Bernard found. Nunquid tentatio est vita humana super terram. A mere temptation is our life. Augustine, Confessions, Book 10, Chapter 28. Catena perpetuorum, malorum, et quis potest molestias et difficultates parti? Who can endure the miseries of it? In prosperity we are insolent and intolerable, dejected in adversity, in all fortunes foolish and miserable. In adversity I wish for prosperity, and in prosperity I am afraid of adversity. What mediocrity may be found? Where is no temptation? What condition of life is free? Wisdom hath labour annexed to it, glory, envy, riches and cares, children and encumbrances, pleasure and diseases, rest and beggary go together, as if a man were therefore born, as the Platonists hold, to be punished in this life for some precedent sins. Or that, as Pliny complains, nature may be rather accounted a stepmother than a mother to us, all things considered. No creature's life so brittle, so full of fear, so mad, so furious. Only man is plagued with envy, discontent, griefs, covetousness, ambition, superstition. Our whole life is an Irish sea, wherein there is naught to be expected but tempestuous storms and troublesome waves, and those infinite. Tantum malorum pelagus aspicio, ut non sit inde enatandi copia. No halcyonian times, wherein a man can hold himself secure, or agree with his present estate, but as Boethius infers, there is something in every one of us which before trial we seek, and having tried abhor. We earnestly wish and eagerly covet, and are eftsoons weary of it. Thus between hope and fear, suspicions, angers, inter spemque metumque, timores inter et iras, betwixt falling in, falling out, etc. We bangle away our best days, befool out our times. We lead a contentious, discontent, tumultuous, melancholy, miserable life, insomuch that if we could foretell what was to come, and put to our choice, we should rather refuse than accept of this painful life. In a word, the world itself is a maze, a labyrinth of errors, a desert, a wilderness, a den of thieves, cheaters, etc., full of filthy puddles, horrid rocks, precipitiums, an ocean of adversity, an heavy yoke, wherein infirmities and calamities overtake, and follow one another as the sea waves, and if we scape Scylla, we fall foul of Charybdis, and so in perpetual fear, labour, anguish, we run from one plague, one mischief, one burden to another. Duram servientes servitutem, and you may as soon separate weight from lead, heat from fire, moistness from water, brightness from the sun, as misery, discontent, care, calamity, danger from a man. Our towns and cities are but so many dwellings of human misery, in which grief and sorrow, as he right well observes out of Solon, innumerable troubles, labours of mortal men, and all manner of vices are included as in so many pens. Our villages are like molehills, and men as so many emmets, busy, busy still, going to and fro, in and out, and crossing one another's projects, as the lines of several sea cards cut each other in a globe or map. Now light and merry, but, as one follows it, by and by sorrowful and heavy, now hoping, then distrusting, now patient, tomorrow crying out, now pale, then red, running, sitting, sweating, trembling, halting, etc. Some few amongst the rest, or perhaps one of 1,000, may be Pullus Jovis in the world's esteem, Galinae filius albae, an happy and fortunate man, ad invidiam felix, because rich, fair, well allied in honour and office, yet peradventure ask himself, and he will say, that of all others he is most miserable and unhappy. A fair shoe, hic soccus novus elegans, as he said, sed nescis ubi urat, but thou knowest not where it pincheth. It is not another man's opinion can make me happy, but as Seneca well hath it, he is a miserable wretch that doth not account himself happy, though he be sovereign lord of a world, he is not happy if he think himself not to be so. For what availeth it, what thine estate is, or seem to others, if thou thyself dislike it? A common humour it is of all men to think well of other men's fortunes, and dislike their own. Qui placet alterius, sua nimirum est odio sors, but qui fit meconius, etc. How comes it to pass? What's the cause of it? Many men are of such a perverse nature, they are well pleased with nothing, saith Theodoret, neither with riches nor poverty. They complain when they are well and when they are sick, grumble at all fortunes, prosperity and adversity. They are troubled in a cheap year, in a barren, plenty or not plenty, nothing pleaseth them, war nor peace, with children nor without. This for the most part is the humour of us all, to be discontent, miserable, and most unhappy, as we think at least, and show me him that is not so, or that ever was otherwise. Quintus Metellus, his felicity is infinitely admired among the Romans, insomuch that as Paterculus mentioneth of him, you can scarce find of any nation, order, age, sex, one for happiness to be compared unto him. He had, in a word, bona animi, corporis et fortunae, goods of mind, body, and fortune. So had P. Mutianus, Crassus. Lampsaca, that Lacedaemonian lady, was such another in Pliny's conceit. A king's wife, a king's mother, a king's daughter, and all the world esteemed as much of Polycrates of Samos. The Greeks brag of their Socrates, Phocion, Aristides, the Sophidians in particular of their Aglaeus, omni vita felix, ab omni periculo immunis, which by the way Pausanias held impossible. The Romans of their Cato, Curius, Fabricius, for the composed fortunes and retired estates, government of passions, and contempt of the world. Yet none of all these were happy or free from discontent, neither Metellus, Crassus, nor Polycrates, for he died a violent death, and so did Cato. And how much evil doth Lactantius and Theodoret speak of Socrates, a weak man, and so of the rest. There is no content in this life, but as he said, all is vanity and vexation of spirit, lame and imperfect. Hadst thou Samson's hair, Milo's strength, Scanderbeg's arm, Solomon's wisdom, Absalom's beauty, Croesus's wealth, Pasetis obulum, Caesar's valour, Alexander's spirit, Tully or Demosthenes' eloquence, Gyges' ring, Perseus' Pegasus, and Gorgon's head, Nestor's years to come, all this world would not make thee absolute, give thee content, and true happiness in this life, or so continue it. Even in the midst of all our mirth, jollity, and laughter, is sorrow and grief, or if there be true happiness amongst us, 'tis but for a time. Desinat in piscem mulier formosa supeme, a handsome woman with a fish's tail. A fair morning turns to a lowering afternoon. Brutus and Cassius, once renowned, both eminently happy, yet you shall scarce find two, saith Paterculus, quos fortuna maturius destiturit, whom fortune soonest forsook. Hannibal, a conqueror all his life, met with his match, and was subdued at last. Occurrit forti, qui mage fortis erit. One is brought in triumph, as Caesar into Rome, Alcibiades into Athens, Coronus Aureus Donatus, crowned, honoured, admired, by and by his statues demolished, he hissed out, massacred, etc. Magnus Gonsalva, that famous Spaniard, was of the prince and people at first honoured, approved, forthwith confined and banished. Admirandus actiones, graves plerunque sequuntur, invidiae, et acres calumniae. 'Tis Polybius his observation, grievous enemies and bitter calumnies commonly follow renowned actions. One is born rich, dies a beggar, sound to-day, sick to-morrow, now in most flourishing estate, fortunate and happy, by and by deprived of his goods by foreign enemies, robbed by thieves, spoiled, captivated, impoverished, as they of Rabba put under iron saws, and under iron harrows, and under axes of iron, and cast into the tile kiln. Quid me felicem toties jactastis amici, qui cecidit, stabili non erat ille gradu. He that erst marched like Xerxes with innumerable armies, as rich as Croesus, now shifts for himself in a poor cockboat, is bound in iron chains, with Bajazet the Turk, and a footstool with Aurelian, for a tyrannizing conqueror to trample on. So many casualties there are, that as Seneca said of a city consumed with fire, una dies interest inter maximum civitatem et nullam. One day betwixt a great city and none, so many grievances from outward accidents and from ourselves, our own indiscretion, inordinate appetite, one day betwixt a man and no man, and which is worse, as if discontents and miseries would not come fast enough upon us, homo homini daemon. We maul, persecute, and study how to sting, gall, and vex one another with mutual hatred, abuses, injuries, preying upon and devouring as so many ravenous birds, and as jugglers, panders, bawds, cozening one another, or raging as wolves, tigers, and devils, we take a delight to torment one another. Men are evil, wicked, malicious, treacherous, and naught, not loving one another or loving themselves, not hospitable, charitable, nor sociable as they ought to be, but counterfeit, dissemblers, ambidexters, all for their own ends, hard-hearted, merciless, pitiless, and to benefit themselves, they care not what mischief they procure to others. Praxinoe and Gorgo in the poet, when they had got in to see those costly sights, they then cried bene est, and would thrust out all the rest. When they are rich themselves, in honour preferred, full, and have even that they would, they debar others of those pleasures which youth requires, and they formerly have enjoyed. He sits at table in a soft chair at ease, but he doth remember in the meantime that a tired waiter stands behind him, an hungry fellow ministers to him full. He is athirst that gives him drink, saith Epictetus, and is silent whilst he speaks his pleasure, pensive, sad when he laughs. Pleno se proluit auro. He feasts, revels, and profusely spends, hath variety of robes, sweet music, ease, and all the pleasure the world can afford, whilst many an hunger-starved poor creature pines in the street, wants clothes to cover him, labours hard all day long, runs, rides for a trifle, fights peradventure from sun to sun, sick and ill, weary, full of pain and grief, is in great distress and sorrow of heart. He loathes and scorns his inferior, hates or emulates his equal, envies his superior, insults over all such as are under him, as if he were of another species, a demigod, not subject to any fall or human infirmities. Generally they love not, are not beloved again, they tire out others' bodies with continual labour, they themselves living at ease, caring for none else, sibi nati, and are so far many times from putting to their helping hand, that they seek all means to depress, even most worthy and well deserving, better than themselves, those whom they are by the laws of nature bound to relieve and help. As much as in them lies, they will let them caterwaul, starve, beg, and hang, before they will anyways, though it be in their power, assist or ease. So unnatural are they for the most part, so unregardful, so hard-hearted, so churlish, proud, insolent, so dogged, of so bad a disposition, and being so brutish, so devilishly bent one towards another, how is it possible that we should be discontent of all sides, full of cares, woes, and miseries? If this be not a sufficient proof of their discontent and misery, examine every condition and calling apart. Kings, princes, monarchs, and magistrates seem to be most happy, but look into their estate, you shall find them to be most encumbered with cares, in perpetual fear, agony, suspicion, jealousy, that, as he said of a crown, if they knew but the discontents that accompany it, they would not stoop to take it up. Quem mihi regiunt dabis, saith Chrysostom, non curis plenum. What king canst thou show me not full of cares? Look not on his crown, but consider his afflictions. Attend not his number of servants, but multitude of crosses. Nihil aliud potestas calumnis, quam tempestas mentis, as Gregory seconds him. Sovereignty is a tempest of the soul. Sylla like they have brave titles, but terrible fits, splendorem titulo, cruciatum animo, which made Demosthenes vow, si vel ad tribuno, vel ad interitum duceretur. If to be a judge or to be condemned were put to his choice, he would be condemned. Rich men are in the same predicament. What their pains are, stulti nesciunt, ipsi sentiunt. They feel, fools perceive not. As I shall prove elsewhere, and their wealth is brittle, like children's rattles. They come and go, there is no certainty in them. Those whom they elevate, they do as suddenly depress, and leave in a vale of misery. The middle sort of men are as so many asses to bear burdens, or if they be free and live at ease, they spend themselves and consume their bodies and fortunes with luxury and riot, contention, emulation, etc. The poor I reserve for another place, and their discontents. For particular professions I hold as of the rest, there's no content or security in any. On what course will you pitch? How resolve? To be a divine, 'tis contemptible in the world's esteem. To be a lawyer, 'tis to be a wrangler. To be a physician, prudet lotii, 'tis loathed. A philosopher, a madman, an alchemist, a beggar. A poet, Essuit, an hungry jack, a musician, a player, a schoolmaster, a drudge, an husbandman, an emmet. A merchant, his gains are uncertain, a mechanician, base, a chirurgeon, fulsome, a tradesman, a liar, a tailor, a thief, a serving man, a slave, a soldier, a butcher, a smith, or a metalman, the pot's never from his nose, a courtier, a parasite. As he could find no tree in the wood to hang himself, I can show no state of life to give content. The like you may say of all ages. Children live in perpetual slavery, still under that tyrannical government of masters, young men, and of riper years, subject to labour, and 1,000 cares of the world, to treachery, falsehood, and cozenage. Incedit per ignes, suppositos cineri doloso. You incautious tread on fires, with faithless ashes overhead. Old are full of aches in their bones, cramps and convulsions. Silicernia, dull of hearing, weak-sighted, hoary, wrinkled, harsh, so much altered as that they cannot know their own face in a glass, a burthen to themselves and others. After 70 years all is sorrow, as David hath it. They do not live, but linger. If they be sound, they fear diseases; if sick, weary of their lives. Non est vivere, sed valere vita. One complains of want, a second of servitude, another of a secret or incurable disease, of some deformity of body, of some loss, danger, death of friends, shipwreck, persecution, imprisonment, disgrace, repulse, contumely, calumny, abuse, injury, contempt, ingratitude, unkindness, scoffs, flouts, unfortunate marriage, single life, too many children, no children, false servants, unhappy children, barrenness, banishment, oppression, frustrate hopes and ill success, etc. Talia de genere hoc adeo sunt multa, loquacem ut delassare valent Fabium. But every various instance to repeat would tire even Fabius of incessant prate. Talking Fabius will be tired before he can tell half of them. They are the subject of whole volumes, and shall, some of them, be more opportunely dilated elsewhere. In the meantime, thus much I say of them, that generally they crucify the soul of man, attenuate our bodies, dry them, wither them, shrivel them up like old apples, make them as so many anatomies, ossa atque pellis est totus, ita curis macet. They cause tempus fidem et squalidem, cumbersome days, ingrataque tempora, slow, dull, and heavy times, make us howl, roar, and tear our hairs, as sorrow did in Kibi's tale, and groan for the very anguish of our souls. Our hearts fail us, as David's did, Psalm 40:12. For innumerable troubles that compassed him, and we are ready to confess with Hezekiah, Isaiah 58:17, Behold, for felicity I had bitter grief, to weep with Heraclitus, to curse the day of our birth with Jeremy, 20:14, and our stars with Job, to hold that axiom of Silenus, better never to have been born, and the best next of all to die quickly, or if we must live, to abandon the world as Timon did, creep into caves and holes as our anchorites, cast all into the sea as Crates Thebanus, or as Theombrotus Ambrociato's 400 auditors, precipitate ourselves. Section 35 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 35. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsections 11 to 12. Subsection 11. Concupiscible appetite, as desires, ambition, causes. These concupiscible and irascible appetites are as the two twists of a rope, mutually mixed one with the other, and both twining about the heart. Both good, as Augustine holds, Book 14, Chapter 9, De Civitate Dei, if they be moderate, both pernicious if they be exorbitant. This concupiscible appetite, howsoever, it may seem to carry with it a show of pleasure and delight, and our concupiscences most part affect us with content and a pleasing object, yet if they be in extremes, they rack and wring us on the other side. A true saying it is, desire hath no rest, is infinite in itself, endless, and as one calls it, a perpetual rack, or horse mill, according to Augustine, still going round as in a ring. They are not so continual as diverse. Felicius atomos denumerare possum, saith Bernard, quam motis cordis, nunc haec, nunc illa cogitur. You may as well reckon up the motes in the sun as them. It extends itself to everything, as Guianerius will have it, that is superfluously sought after, or to any fervent desire, as Fernelius interprets it. Be it in what kind soever, it tortures if immoderate, and is, according to Plater and others, an especial cause of melancholy. Multuosis concupiscientis dilaniantur cogitationes meae, Augustine confessed, that he was torn a pieces with his manifold desires, and so doth Bernard complain, that he could not rest from them a minute of an hour. This I would have, and that, and then I desire to be such and such. 'Tis a hard matter therefore to confine them, being they are so various and many, impossible to apprehend all. I will only insist upon some few of the chief, and most noxious in their kind, as that exorbitant appetite and desire of honour, which we commonly call ambition, love of money, which is covetousness, and that greedy desire of gain, self-love, pride, an inordinate desire of vainglory or applause, love of study in excess, love of women, which will require a just volume of itself. Of the other I will briefly speak, and in their order. Ambition, a proud covetousness, or a dry thirst of honour, a great torture of the mind, composed of envy, pride, and covetousness. A gallant madness, one defines it a pleasant poison, Ambrose a canker of the soul, an hidden plague, Bernard a secret poison, the father of liver, and mother of hypocrisy, the moth of holiness, and cause of madness, crucifying and disquieting all that it takes hold of. Seneca calls it rem solicitam, timidam, vanam, ventosum, a windy thing, a vain, solicitous, and fearful thing. For commonly they that, like Sisyphus, roll this restless stone of ambition, are in a perpetual agony, still perplexed, semper taciti, tritesque recedunt, Lucretius, doubtful, timorous, suspicious, loath to offend in word or deed, still cogging and colloguing, embracing, capping, cringing, applauding, flattering, fleering, visiting, waiting at men's doors with all affability, counterfeit honesty and humility. If that will not serve, if once this humour, as Cyprian describes it, possess his thirsty soul, ambitionis salsugo ubi bibulam animam possidet, by hook and by crook he will obtain it, and from his hole he will climb to all honours and offices, if it be possible for him to get up, flattering one, bribing another, he will leave no means unassayed to win all. It is a wonder to see how slavishly these kind of men subject themselves, when they are about a suit, to every inferior person, what pains they will take, run, ride, cast, plot, countermine, protest and swear, vow, promise, what labours undergo, early up, down late, how obsequious and affable they are, how popular and courteous, how they grin and fleer upon every man they meet, with what feasting and inviting, how they spend themselves and their fortunes in seeking that many times which they had much better be without, as Cineas the orator told Pyrrhus, with what waking nights, painful hours, anxious thoughts, and bitterness of mind, inter spemque metumque, distracted and tired, they consume the interim of their time. There can be no greater plague for the present. If they do obtain their suit, with which such cost and solicitude they have sought, they are not so freed, their anxiety is anew to begin, for they are never satisfied. Nihil aliud nisi imperium spirant. Their thoughts, actions, endeavours, are all for sovereignty and honour. Like Louis Sforza, that huffing Duke of Milan, a man of singular wisdom but profound ambition, born to his own, and to the destruction of Italy, though it be to their own ruin and friends' undoing, they will contend. They may not seize, but as a dog in a wheel, a bird in a cage, or a squirrel in a chain, so Budaeus compares them. They climb and climb still, with much labour, but never make an end, never at the top. A knight would be a baronet, and then a lord, and then a viscount, and then an earl, etc., a doctor, a dean, and then a bishop, from tribune to praetor, from bailiff to major, first this office, and then that, as Pyrrhus in Plutarch, they will first have Greece, then Africa, and then Asia, and swell with Aesop's frog so long, till in the end they burst, or come down with Sejanus, ad Gemonius Scalas, and break their own necks, or as Evangelus the piper in Lucian, that blew his pipe so long till he fell down dead. If he chance to miss and have a canvas, he is in a hell on the other side, so dejected that he is ready to hang himself, turn heretic, Turk, or traitor in an instant. Enraged against his enemies, he rails, swears, fights, slanders, detracts, envies, murders, and for his own part, si appetitum explere non potest, furore corripitur. If he cannot satisfy his desire, as Bodine writes, he runs mad, so that both ways, hit or miss, he is distracted so long as his ambition lasts. He can look for no other but anxiety and care, discontent and grief in the meantime, madness itself, or violent death in the end. The event of this is common to be seen in populous cities, or in princes' courts, for a courtier's life, as Budaeus describes it, is a gallimaufry of ambition, lust, fraud, imposture, dissimulation, detraction, envy, pride. In the court, a common conventicle of flatterers, time-servers, politicians, etc., or as Anthony Perez will, the suburbs of hell itself. If you will see such discontented persons, there you shall likely find them, and which he observed of the markets of old Rome, qui perjurum convenire vult hominum, mitto in comitium, qui mendacem et gloriosum apud cluasine sacrum, dites, damnos maritos, sub basilica quaerito, etc. Perjured knaves, knights of the post, liars, crackers, bad husbands, etc., keep their several stations. They do still, and always did in every commonwealth. Subsection 12. Philargyria, covetousness, a cause. Plutarch, in his book, Whether the diseases of the body be more grievous than those of the soul, is of opinion, if you will examine all the causes of our miseries in this life, you shall find them most part to have had their beginning from stubborn anger, that furious desire of contention, or some unjust or immoderate affection, as covetousness, etc. From whence are wars and contentions amongst you? St. James asks. I will add usury, fraud, rapine, simony, oppression, lying, swearing, bearing false witness, etc. Are they not from this fountain of covetousness, that greediness in getting, tenacity in keeping, sordidity in spending, that they are so wicked, unjust against God, their neighbour, themselves, all comes hence. The desire of money is the root of all evil, and they that lust after it pierce themselves through with many sorrows. 1 Timothy 6:10. Hippocrates therefore in his epistle to Crateva, an herbalist, gives him this good counsel, that if it were possible, amongst other herbs, he should cut up that weed of covetousness by the roots, that there be no remainder left, and then know this for a certainty, that together with their bodies, thou mayst quickly cure all the diseases of their minds. For it is indeed the pattern, image, epitome of all melancholy, the fountain of many miseries, much discontented care and woe, this inordinate or immoderate desire of gain, to get or keep money, as Bonaventure defines it, or as Augustine describes it, a madness of the soul, Gregory, a torture, Chrysostom, an insatiable drunkenness, Cyprian, blindness, speciosum supplicium, a plague subverting kingdoms, families, an incurable disease, Budaeus, an ill habit yielding to no remedies. Neither Aesculapius nor Plutus can cure them. A continual plague, saith Solomon, and vexation of spirit, another hell. I know there be some of opinion that covetous men are happy, unworldly wise, that there is more pleasure in getting of wealth than in spending, and no delight in the world like unto it. 'Twas Bias' problem of old. With what art thou not weary? With getting money. What is most delectable? To gain. What is it, trow you, that makes a poor man labour all his lifetime, carry such great burdens, fare so hardly, macerate himself, and endure so much misery, undergo such base offices with so great patience, to rise up early, and lie down late, if there were not an extraordinary delight in getting and keeping of money? What makes a merchant that hath no need, satis superque domi, to range all over the world, through all those intemperate zones of heat and cold, voluntarily to venture his life, and be content with such miserable famine, nasty usage, in a stinking ship, if there were not a pleasure and hope to get money, which doth season the rest, and mitigate his indefatigable pains? What makes them go into the bowels of the earth, 100 fathom deep, endangering their dearest lives, enduring damps and filthy smells, when they have enough already, if they could be content, and no such cause to labour, but an extraordinary delight they take in riches? This may seem plausible at first show, a popular and strong argument, but let him that so thinks consider better of it, and he shall soon perceive that it is far otherwise than he supposeth. It may be haply pleasing at the first, as most part all melancholy is. For such men likely have some lucida intervalla, pleasant symptoms intermixed, but you must note that of Chrysostom, 'tis one thing to be rich, another to be covetous. Generally they are all fools, dizzards, madmen, miserable wretches, living beside themselves, sine arte fuende, in perpetual slavery, fear, suspicion, sorrow, and discontent, plus alos quam melis habent, and are indeed rather possessed by their money than possessors, as Cyprian hath it, mancipati pecuniis, bound prentice to their goods, as Pliny, or as Chrysostom, servi divitiarum, slaves and drudges to their substance. And we may conclude of them all, as Valerius doth of Ptolemeus king of Cyprus, he was in title a king of that island, but in his mind a miserable drudge of money. potiore metallis, libertate carens, wanting his liberty, which is better than gold. Damasippus the Stoic, in Horace, proves that all mortal men dote by fits, some one way, some another, but that covetous men are madder than the rest, and he shall truly look into their estates, and examine their symptoms, shall find no better of them, but that they are all fools, as Nabal was. Re et nomine, 1 Regis 15. For what greater folly can there be, or madness, than to macerate himself when he need not? And when, as Cyprian notes, he may be freed from his burden, and eased of his pains, will go on still, his wealth increasing, when he hath enough, to get more, to live besides himself, to starve his genius, keep back from his wife and children, neither letting them nor other friends use or enjoy that which is theirs by right, and which they much need perhaps. Like a hog, or dog in the manger, he doth only keep it, because it shall do nobody else good, hurting himself and others, and for a little momentary pelf damn his own soul. They are commonly sad and tetric by nature, as Achab's spirit was because he could not get Naboth's vineyard. 1 Regis 22. And if he lay out his money at any time, though it be to necessary uses, to his own children's good, he brawls and scolds, his heart is heavy, much disquieted he is, and loath to part from it. Miser abstinet et timet uti, Horace. He is of a wearish, dry, pale constitution, and cannot sleep for cares and worldly business. His riches, saith Solomon, will not let him sleep, and unnecessary business which he heapeth on himself, or if he do sleep, 'tis a very unquiet, interrupt, unpleasing sleep, with his bags in his arms. Congestis undique sac, indormit inhians. And though he be at a banquet, or at some merry feast, he sighs for grief of heart, as Cyprian hath it, and cannot sleep though it be upon a down bed. His wearish body takes no rest, troubled in his abundance, and sorrowful in plenty, unhappy for the present, and more unhappy in the life to come. Basil. He is a perpetual drudge, restless in his thoughts and never satisfied, a slave, a wretch, a dust worm, semper quod idolo suo immolet, sedulus observat Cyprianus. Prologue ad sermon, still seeking what sacrifice he may offer to his golden god. Per fas et nefas, he cares not how, his trouble is endless. Crescunt divitiae, tamen curtae, nescio quid semper abest rei. His wealth increaseth, and the more he hath, the more he wants, like Pharaoh's lean kine, which devoured the fat, and were not satisfied. Augustine therefore defines covetousness, quarum libet rerum inhonestam et insatiabilem cupiditatem, a dishonest and insatiable desire of gain, and yet in one of his epistles compares it to hell, which devours all, and yet never hath enough, a bottomless pit, an endless misery, inquem scopulum avaritae cadaverosis senis ut plurimum impingunt, and that which is their greatest corrosive. They are in continual suspicion, fear, and distrust. He thinks his own wife and children are so many thieves, and go about to cozen him. His servants are all false. Rem suum periisse, seque eradicarier, et divum atque hominum clamat continuo fidem, de suo tigillo si qua exit foras. If his doors creak, then out he cries anon, his goods are gone, and he is quite undone. Timidus Plutus, an old proverb, as fearful as Plutus, so doth Aristophanes and Lucian bring him in fearful still, pale, anxious, suspicious, and trusting no man. They are afraid of tempests for their corn, they are afraid of their friends, lest they should ask something of them, beg or borrow. They are afraid of their enemies, lest they hurt them, thieves, lest they rob them. They are afraid of war, and afraid of peace, afraid of rich, and afraid of poor, afraid of all. Last of all, they are afraid of want, that they shall die beggars, which makes them lay up still, and dare not use that they have. What if a dear year come, or dearth, or some loss? and were it not that they are both to lay out money on a rope, they would be hanged forthwith, and sometimes die to save charges, and make away themselves, if their corn and cattle miscarry, though they have abundance left, as Agellius notes. Valerius makes mention of one that in a famine sold a mouse for 200 pence, and famished himself. Such are their cares, griefs, and perpetual fears. These symptoms are elegantly expressed by Theophrastus in his character of a covetous man. Lying in bed, he asked his wife whether she shut the trunks and chests fast, the cap-case be sealed, and whether the hall door be bolted. And though she say all is well, he riseth out of his bed in his shirt, barefoot and bare-legged, to see whether it be so, with a dark lantern searching every corner, scarce sleeping a wink all night. Lucian, in that pleasant and witty dialogue called Gallus, brings in Maecilius the cobbler disputing with his cock. Sometimes Pythagoras, where after much speech pro and con, to prove the happiness of a mean estate, and discontents of a rich man, Pythagoras cock in the end, to illustrate by examples that which he had said, brings him to Gryphon the usurer's house after midnight, and after that to Encrates, whom they found both awake, casting up their accounts, and telling of their money, lean, dry, pale, and anxious, still suspecting lest somebody should make a hole through the wall, and so get in, or if a rat or mouse did but stir, starting upon a sudden, and running to the door to see whether all were fast. Plautus, in his Aulularia, makes old Euclio commanding Staphyla his wife to shut the doors fast, and the fire to be put out, lest anybody should make that an errand to come to his house. When he washed his hands, he was loath to fling away the foul water, complaining that he was undone, because the smoke got out of his roof. And as he went from home, seeing a crow scratch upon the muck-hill, returned in all haste, taking it for malum omen, an ill sign, his money was digged up, with many such. He that will but observe their actions, shall find these and many such passages not feigned for sport, but really performed, verified indeed by such covetous and miserable wretches, and that it is manifesta phrenesis, ut locuples moriaris egenti vivere fato, a mere madness to live like a wretch, and die rich. Section 36 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 36. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsection 13. Love of gaming, etc., and pleasures immoderate. Causes. It is a wonder to see how many poor, distressed, miserable wretches one shall meet almost in every path and street, begging for an alms, that have been well descended, and sometimes in flourishing estate, now ragged, tattered, and ready to be starved, lingering out a painful life in discontent and grief of body and mind, and all through immoderate lust, gaming, pleasure, and riot. 'Tis the common end of all sensual epicures and brutish prodigals, that are stupefied and carried away headlong with their several pleasures and lusts. Kebers in his table, St. Ambrose in his second book of Abel and Cain, and amongst the rest Lucian in his tract De Mercede Conductis, hath excellent and well deciphered such men's proceedings in his picture of Opulentia, whom he feigns to dwell on the top of a high mount, much sought after by many suitors. At their first coming they are generally entertained by pleasure and dalliance, and have all the content that possibly may be given, so long as their money lasts. But when their means fail, they are contemptibly thrust out at a back door, headlong, and there left to shame, reproach, despair. And he at first that had so many attendants, parasites, and followers, young and lusty, richly arrayed, and all the dainty fare that might be had, with all kind of welcome and good respect, is now upon a sudden stripped of all, pale, naked, old, diseased and forsaken, cursing his stars and ready to strangle himself, having no other company but repentance, sorrow, grief, derision, beggary, and contempt, which are his daily attendants to his life's end. As the prodigal son had exquisite music, merry company, dainty fare at first, but a sorrowful reckoning in the end, so have all such vain delights and their followers. Tristes voluptatem exitus, et quisquis voluptatem suarum reminisci volet, intelliget. As bitter as gall and wormwood is their last, grief of mind, madness itself. The ordinary rocks upon which such men do impinge and precipitate themselves are cards, dice, hawks, and hounds. Insanum venandi studium, one calls it, insane substructiones. Their mad structures, disports, plays, etc., when they are unseasonably used, imprudently handled, and beyond their fortunes. Some men are consumed by mad fantastical buildings, by making galleries, cloisters, terraces, walks, orchards, gardens, pools, rillets, bowers, and such like places of pleasure. Inutiles domos, Xenophon calls them, which howsoever they be delightful things in themselves, and acceptable to all beholders, an ornament, and benefiting some great men, yet unprofitable to others, and the sole overthrow of their estates. Forestus in his Observations hath an example of such a one that became melancholy upon the like occasion, having consumed his substance in an unprofitable building, which would afterward yield him no advantage. Others, I say, are overthrown by those mad sports of hawking and hunting, honest recreations, and fit for some great men, but not for every base inferior person. Whilst they will maintain their falconers, dogs, and hunting nags, their wealth, says Salmutzer, runs away with the hounds, and their fortunes fly away with hawks. They persecute beasts so long, till in the end they themselves degenerate into beasts, as Agrippa taxeth them, Actaeon like, for he was eaten to death by his own dogs. So do they devour themselves and their patrimonies in such idle and unnecessary disports, neglecting in the meantime their more necessary business, and to follow their vocations. Over mad too sometimes are our great men in delighting and doting too much on it. When they drive poor husbandmen from their tillage, as Sarisburiensis objects, fling down country farms and whole towns to make parks and forests, starving men to feed beasts, and punishing in the meantime such a man that shall molest their game more severely than him that is otherwise a common hacker or a notorious thief. But great men are some ways to be excused. The meaner sort have no evasion why they should not be counted mad. Poggius the Florentine tells a merry story to this purpose, condemning the folly and impertinent business of such kind of persons. A physician of Milan, saith he, that cured madmen, had a pit of water in his house, in which he kept his patients, some up to the knees, some to the girdle, some to the chin, pro moda insaniae, as they were more or less affected. One of them by chance, that was well recovered, stood in the door, and seeing a gallant ride by with a hawk on his fist, well mounted, with his spaniels after him, would needs know to what use all this preparation served. He made answer to kill certain fowls. The patient demanded again, what his fowl might be worth which he killed in a year. He replied 5 or 10 crowns, and when he urged him farther what his dogs, horse, and hawks stood him in, he told him 400 crowns. With that the patient bade be gone, as he loved his life and welfare, for if our master come and find thee here, he will put thee in the pit amongst madmen up to the chin, taxing the madness and folly of such vain men that spend themselves in those idle sports, neglecting their business and necessary affairs. Leo Decimus, that hunting pope, is much discommended by Jovius in his life, for his immoderate desire of hawking and hunting, insomuch that, as he saith, he would sometimes live about Ostia weeks and months together, leave suitors unrespected, bulls and pardons unsigned, to his own prejudice, and many private men's loss. And if he had been by chance crossed in his sport, or his game not so good, he was so impatient that he would revile and miscall many times men of great worth with most bitter taunts, look so sour, be so angry and waspish, so grieved and molested, that it is incredible to relate it. But if he had good sport, and been well pleased, on the other side, incredibili munificienta, with unspeakable bounty and munificence he would reward all his fellow hunters, and deny nothing to any suitor when he was in that mood. To say truth, 'tis the common humour of all gamesters, as Galateus observes. If they win, no men living are so jovial and merry, but if they lose, though it be but a trifle, 2 or 3 games at tables, or dealing at cards for 2 pence a game, they are so choleric and testy that no man may speak with them, and break many times into violent passions, oaths, imprecations, and unbeseeming speeches, little differing from madmen for the time. Generally of all gamesters and gaming, if it be excessive, thus much we may conclude, that whether they win or lose for the present, their winnings are not munera fortuna sed insidiae, as that wise Seneca determines, not fortune's gifts, but baits. The common catastrophe is beggary, ut pestis vitam, sic adimit alia pecuniam, as the plague takes away life, doth gaming goods, for omnes nude inopes et egeni. Alea scilla vorax, species certissima furti, non contenta bonis animum quoque perfida mergit, fida, furax, infamis, ines, furiosa, ruina. For a little pleasure they take, and some small gains and gettings now and then, their wives and children are ringed in the meantime, and they themselves with loss of body and soul rue it in the end. I will say nothing of those prodigious prodigals, perdendae pecuniae genitos, as he taxed Antony, qui patrimonium sine ulla fore calumnia amittunt, saith Cyprian, and mad sybaritical spendthrifts, quique una commedunt patrimonia coena, and eat up all at a breakfast, at a supper, or amongst boards, parasites and players, consumed themselves in an instant, as if they had flung it into Tiber with great wages, vain and idle expenses, etc., not themselves only, but even all their friends, as a man desperately swimming drowns him that comes to help him. By suretyship and borrowing, they willingly undo all their associates and allies. Irati pecuniis, as he saith, angry with their money. What with a wanton eye, a liquorish tongue, and a gamesome hand, when they have indiscreetly impoverished themselves, mortgaged their wits, together with their lands, and entombed their ancestors' fair possessions in their bowels, they may lead the rest of their days in prison, as many times they do. They repent at leisure, and when all is gone, begin to be thrifty. But sera est in fundo parsimonia, till then too late to look about. Their end is misery, sorrow, shame, and discontent, and well they deserve to be infamous and discontent. Catamidiari in amphitheatro, as by Adrian the emperor's edict they were of old, decoctores bonorum suorum, as he calls them, prodigal fools to be publicly shamed and hissed out of all societies, rather than to be pitied or relieved. The Tuscans and Boeotians brought their bankrupts into the market-place in a bier with an empty purse carried before them, all the boys following, where they sat all day, circumstante plebe, to be infamous and ridiculous. At Padua in Italy they have a stone called the Stone of Turpitude, near the Senate House, where spendthrifts and such as disclaim non-payment of debts do sit with their hinder parts bare, that by that note of disgrace others may be terrified from all such vain expense, or borrowing more than they can tell how to pay. The civilians of old set guardians over such brain-sick prodigals, as they did over madmen, to moderate their expenses, that they should not so loosely consume their fortunes to the utter undoing of their families. I may not here omit those 2 main plagues and common dotages of humankind, wine, and women, which have infatuated and besotted myriads of people. They go commonly together. Qui vino indulget, quemque aloa decocrit, ille in venerem putret. To whom is sorrow, saith Solomon, Proverbs 23:39, to whom is woe, but to such a one as loves drink? It causeth torture, vino tortus et ira, and bitterness of mind. Vinum furoris, Jeremy calls it, wine of madness, as well he may, for insanire facit sanos, it makes sound men sick and sad, and wise men mad, to say and do they know not what. Accidit hodie terribilis casus, saith St. Augustine. Here a miserable accident. Cyrillus' son this day in his drink, matrem praegnantem nequiter oppressit, sororem violare voluit, patrem occidit fere, et duas alias sorores ad mortem vulneravit. Would have violated his sister, killed his father, etc. A true saying it was of him, vino dari laetitiam et dolorum. Drink causeth mirth, and drink causeth sorrow. Drink causeth poverty and want. Proverbs 21, shame and disgrace. Multe ignobiles evasere of vinum potum, et, Augustine, amissis honoribus profugi aberrarent. Many men have made shipwreck of their fortunes, and go like rogues and beggars, having turned all their substance into aurum potabile, that otherwise might have lived in good worship and happy estate, and for a few hours' pleasure, for their hilary terms but short, or free madness as Seneca calls it, purchase unto themselves eternal tediousness and trouble. The other madness is on women. Apostatare facit cor, saith the wise man, atque homine cerebrum minuit. Pleasant at first she is, like Dioscorides' Rhododaphne, that fair plant to the eye, but poison to the taste, the rest as bitter as wormwood in the end, and sharp as a two-edged sword. Her house is the way to hell, and goes down to the chambers of death. What more sorrowful can be said? They are miserable in this life, mad beasts, led like oxen to the slaughter, and that which is worse, whoremasters and drunkards shall be judged. Amertunt gratiam, saith Augustine, perdunt gloriam, incurrent damnationem aeternam. They lose grace and glory. Brevis illa Section 37 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 37. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsection 14. Philautia or self-love, vainglory, praise, honour, immoderate applause, pride, overmuch joy, etc. Causes. Self-love, pride, and vainglory. Caecus amor sui, which Chrysostom calls one of the devil's three great nets. Bernard, an arrow which pierceth the soul through, and slays it, a sly, insensible enemy, not perceived, are main causes. Where neither anger, lust, covetousness, fear, sorrow, etc., nor any other perturbation can lay hold, this will slyly and insensibly pervert us. Quem non gula vicit philautia superavit, saith Cyprian. Whom surfeiting could not overtake, self-love hath overcome. He hath scorned all money, bribes, gifts, upright otherwise and sincere, hath inserted himself to no fond imagination, and sustained all those tyrannical concupiscences of the body, hath lost all his honour, captivated by vainglory. Chrysostom, sup io, Tu sola animum mentemque peruris, gloria. A great assault and cause of our present malady, although we do most part neglect, take no notice of it, yet this is a violent batterer of our souls, causeth melancholy and dotage. This pleasing humour, this soft and whispering popular air, amabilis insania, this delectable frenzy, most irrefragable passion, mentis gratissimus error, this acceptable disease, which so sweetly sets upon us, ravisheth our senses, lulls our souls asleep, puffs up our hearts, as so many bladders, and that without all feeling, insomuch as those that are misaffected with it, never so much as once perceive it, or think of any cure. We commonly love him best in this malady, that doth us most harm, and are very willing to be hurt. Adulatonibus nostris libentur facemus, saith Jerome. We love him for it. Obonciare suave, suave fuit ate tali haec, 'twas sweet to hear it, and as Pliny doth ingenuously confess to his dear friend Augurinus, all thy writings are most acceptable, but those especially that speak of us. Again, a little after to Maximus, I cannot express how pleasing it is to me to hear myself commended. Though we smile to ourselves, at least ironically, when parasites bedorb us with false encomiums, as many princes cannot choose but do, quum tale quid nihil intra se repererint, when they know they come as far short as a mouse to an elephant of any such virtues, yet it doth us good. Though we seem many times to be angry, and blush at our own praises, yet our souls inwardly rejoice. It puffs us up. 'Tis fallax suavitas blandus daemon, makes us swell beyond our bounds, and forget ourselves. Her two daughters are lightness of mind, immoderate joy, and pride, not excluding those other concomitant vices, which Iodocus Loricius reckons up, bragging, hypocrisy, peevishness, and curiosity. Now the common cause of this mischief ariseth from ourselves or others. We are active and passive. It proceeds inwardly from ourselves, as we are active causes, from an overweening conceit we have of our good parts, own worth, which indeed is no worth, our bounty, favour, grace, valour, strength, wealth, patience, meekness, hospitality, beauty, temperance, gentry, knowledge, wit, science, art, learning, our excellent gifts and fortunes, for which Narcissus like, we admire, flatter, and applaud ourselves, and think all the world esteems so of us, and as deformed women easily believe those that tell them they be fair, we are too credulous of our own good parts and praises, too well persuaded of ourselves. We brag and vendidate our own works, and scorn all others in respect of us. Inflati scientia, saith Paul. Our wisdom, our learning, all our geese are swans, and we as basely esteem and vilify other men's, as we do over highly prize and value our own. We will not suffer them to be in secundus, no, not in tertius. What? Mecum confertur Ulysses? They are mures, muscae, culices praesae, nits and flies compared to his inexorable and supercilious, eminent and arrogant worship, though indeed they be far before him. Only wise, only rich, only fortunate, valorous, and fair, puffed up with this tympany of self-conceit, as that proud Pharisee, they are not, as they suppose, like other men, of a purer and more precious metal. Soli re gerendi sunt efficaces, which that wise Periander held of such. Meditantur omne qui prius negotium, etc. Novi quendam, saith Erasmus. I knew one so arrogant that he thought himself inferior to no man living, like Callisthenes the philosopher, that neither held Alexander's axe, nor any other subject worthy of his pen, such was his insolency. Or Seleucus king of Syria, who thought none fit to contend with him but the Romans. Eos solos dignos ratus quibuscum de imperio certaret. That which Tully writ to Atticus long since, is still in force. There was never yet true poet nor orator, that thought any other better than himself. And such for the most part are your princes, potentates, great philosophers, historiographers, authors of sects or heresies, and all our great scholars, as Hierom defines. A natural philosopher is a glorious creature, and a very slave of rumour, fame, and public opinion. And though they write de contemptu gloriae, yet, as he observes, they will put their names to their books. Vobis et famae, me semper dedi, saith Trebellius Pollio. I have wholly consecrated myself to you and fame. 'Tis all my desire, night and day, 'tis all my study to raise my name. Proud Pliny seconds him, quamquam o, etc., and that vainglorious orator is not ashamed to confess in an epistle of his to Marcus Leccaeus, Audeo incredibili cuididate, etc. I burn with an incredible desire to have my name registered in thy book. Out of this fountain proceed all those cracks and brags. Speramus camina finge, posse linenda cedro, et leni servanda cupresso, non usitata nec tenui fera penna, nec in terra morabor longius, nil parvum aut humili modo, nil mortale loquor, dicar qua violens obstrepit, Orsidus, exegi monumentum aere perennius, iamque opus exegi, quod nec Jovis ira, nec ignis, etc., cum venit ille dies, etc., parte tamen meliore me super alta perennis astra fera, nomenque erit indelible nostrum. This of Ovid I have paraphrased in English. And when I am dead and gone, my corpse laid under a stone, my fame shall yet survive, and I shall be alive, in these my works for ever, my glory shall persevere, etc. And that of Ennius. Nemo me lacrysmis decoret, neque funera fletu faxit cur, volito, docta per ora virum. Let none shed tears over me, or adorn my bier with sorrow, because I am eternally in the mouths of men. With many such proud strains, and foolish flashes too common with writers. Not so much as Democharis on the topics, but he will be immortal. Typogius de fama shall be famous, and well he deserves, because he writ of fame, and every trivial poet must be renowned. Prosuque petit clarescere vulgi. He seeks the applause of the public. This puffing humour it is, that hath produced so many great tomes, built such famous monuments, strong castles, and mausolean tombs, to have their acts eternized. Digito monstrari, et dicier hic est, to be pointed at with the finger, and to have it said, there he goes, to see their names inscribed, as Phryne on the walls of Thebes. Phryne fecit. This causeth so many bloody battles, et noctes cogit vigilare serenus, and induces us to watch during calm nights, long journeys. Magnum iter intendo, sed dat mihi gloria vires. I contemplate a monstrous journey, but the love of glory strengthens me for it, gaining honour, a little applause, pride, self-love, vainglory. This is it which makes them take such pains, and break into those ridiculous strains, this high conceit of themselves, to scorn all others. Ridiculo fastu et intolerando contemptu, as Palemon the grammarian contemned Varro. Secum et natus et morituras litteras jactans, and brings them to the height of insolency, that they cannot endure to be contradicted, or hear of anything but their own commendation, which Hierom notes of such kind of men. And as Austin well seconds him, 'Tis their sole study day and night to be commended and applauded, when as indeed, in all wise men's judgments, quibus cor sapit, they are mad, empty vessels, fudges, beside themselves, derided, et ut camelis in proverbio quaerens cornua, etiam quas habebat ores amisit. Their works are toys, as an almanac out of date, Orthoris pereunt garulitate sui. They seek fame and immortality, but reap dishonour and infamy. They are a common obloquy, insensati, and come far short of that which they suppose or expect. Opua ut sis vitalis metuor. How much I dread thy days are short, some lord shall strike thee dead. Of so many myriads of poets, rhetoricians, philosophers, sophisters, as Eusebius well observes, which have written in former ages, scarce one of 1,000's works remains, nomina et libri simul cum corporibus interierunt. Their books and bodies are perished together. It is not, as they vainly think, they shall surely be admired and immortal, as one told Philip of Macedon insultingly, after a victory, that his shadow was no longer than before. We may say to them, nos demiramur, sed non cum decide vulgo, sed velut harpias, gorgonas, et furias. We marvel too, not as the vulgar we, but as we Gorgons, Harpies, or Furies see. Or if we do applaud, honour and admire, quota pars, how small a part in respect of the whole world, never so much as hears our names, how few take notice of us, how slender a tract, as scant as Alcibiades' land in a map. And yet every man must and will be immortal, as he hopes, and extend his fame to our antipodes, when as half, no, not a quarter of his own province or city, neither knows nor hears of him. But say they did, what's a city to a kingdom to Europe, Europe to the world itself that must have an end, if compared to the least visible star in the firmament, 18 times bigger than it. And then if those stars be infinite, and every star there be a sun, as some will, and as this sun of ours hath his planets about him, all inhabited, what proportion bear we to them, and where's our glory? Orbum terrarum Victor Romanus habebat, as he cracked in Petronius. All the world was under Augustus, and so in Constantine's time, Eusebius brags he governed all the world. Universum mundum praeclare ad momum administravit, et omnes orbis gentes imperatori subjecti. So of Alexander it is given out, the 4 monarchies, etc., when as neither Greeks nor Romans ever had the 15th part of the now known world, nor half of that which was then described. What braggadocios are they, and we then? Quam brevis hic de nobis sermo, as he said, pudebit aucti nominis. How short a time, how little a while doth this fame of ours continue? Every private province, every small territory and city, when we have all done, will yield us generous spirits, as brave examples in all respects, as famous as ourselves. Cadwallader in Wales, Rollo in Normandy, Robin Hood and Little John, are as much renowned in Sherwood, as Caesar in Rome, Alexander in Greece, or his Hephaestion. Omnis aetas omnisque populus in exemplum et admirationem veniet. Every town, city, book is full of brave soldiers, senators, scholars, and though Brachilus was a worthy captain, a good man, and as they thought, not to be matched in Lacedaemon, yet as his mother truly said, plures habet Sparta brachida meliores. Sparta had many better men than ever he was. And howsoever thou admirest thyself, thy friend, many an obscure fellow the world never took notice of, had been in place or action, would have done much better than he, or thou thyself. Another kind of madman there is opposite to these, that are insensibly mad, and know not of it, such as contemn all praise and glory, think themselves most free, whenas indeed they are most mad, calcant sed alio fastu, a company of cynics, such as are monks, hermits, anchorites, that contemn the world, contemn themselves, contemn all titles, honours, offices, and yet in that contempt are more proud than any man living whatsoever. They are proud in humility, proud in that they are not proud, saepo homo de vanae gloriae contemptu, vanius gloriatur, as Augustine hath it, Confessiones, Book 10, chapter 38. Like Diogenes, intus gloriantur, they brag inwardly, and feed themselves fat with a self-conceit of sanctity, which is no better than hypocrisy. They go in sheep's russet, many great men that might maintain themselves in cloth of gold, and seem to be dejected, humble by their outward carriage, whenas inwardly they are swollen full of pride, arrogancy, and self-conceit. And therefore Seneca adviseth his friend Lucilius, in his attire and gesture, outward actions, especially to avoid all such things as are more notable in themselves, as a rugged attire, hirsute head, horrid beard, contempt of money, coarse lodging, and whatsoever leads to fame that opposite way. All this madness yet proceeds from ourselves, the main engine which batters us is from others. We are merely passive in this business, from a company of parasites and flatterers, that with immoderate praise and bombast epithets, glossing titles, false eulogiums, so bedaub and applaud, gild over many a silly and undeserving man, that they clap him quite out of his wits. Res imprimis violenta est, as Hierom notes. This common applause is a most violent thing, laudum placenta, a drum, fife, and trumpet cannot so animate, that fattens men, erects and dejects them in an instant. Palma negata macrum, donata reducit opimum. It makes them fat and lean, as frost doth conies. And who is that mortal man that can so contain himself, that if he be immoderately commended and applauded, will not be moved? Let him be what he will, those parasites will overturn him. If he be a king, he is one of the 9 worthies, more than a man, a god forthwith, edictum Domini Deque nostri, and they will sacrifice unto him. Divinos, si tu platiaris honores, ultra ipsi dabimus meritasque sacrabimus aras. If he be a soldier, then Themistocles, Epaminondas, Hector, Achilles, duo fulmina belli, triumviri terrarum, etc. And the valour of both Scipios is too little for him. He is invictissimus, serenissimus, multis trophaeus ornatissimus, naturae dominus. Although he be lepus galeatus, indeed a very coward, a milksop, and, as he said of Xerxes, postremus in pugna, primus in fuga, and such a one as never durst look his enemy in the face. If he be a big man, then he is a Samson, another Hercules. If he pronounce a speech, another Tully or Demosthenes, as of Herod in the Acts, the voice of God and not of man. If he can make a verse, Homer, Virgil, etc. And then my silly weak patient takes all these eulogiums to himself. If he be a scholar so commended for his much reading, excellent style, method, etc., he will eviscerate himself like a spider, study to death. Laudatus ostendit avis Junonia pennas. Peacock-like he will display all his feathers. If he be a soldier, and so applauded, his valour extolled, though it be impar congressus, as that of Troilus and Achilles, in Felix puer, he will combat with a giant, run first upon a breach, as another Philippus, he will ride into the thickest of his enemies. Commend his housekeeping, and he will beggar himself. Commend his temperance, he will starve himself. Laudatarque virtus crescit, et immensum gloria calcar habet. He is mad, 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 no woe with him, impatiens consortis erit, he will over the Alps to be talked of, or to maintain his credit. Commend an ambitious man, some proud prince or potentate, si plus aequo laudator, saith Erasmus, Christus erigit, exerit hominem, Deum se putat, he sets up his crest, and will be no longer a man, but a god. Nihil est quod credere de se, non audet quum laudatur, diis aqua potestas. How did this work with Alexander, that would needs be Jupiter's son, and go like Hercules in a lion's skin? Domitian a god, Dominus Deus noster sic fiere jubet. Like the Persian kings, whose image was adored by all that came into the city of Babylon. Commodus the emperor was so gulled by his flattering parasites, that he must be called Hercules. Antonius the Roman would be crowned with ivy, carried in a chariot, and adored for Bacchus. Cotys, king of Thrace, was married to Minerva, and sent 3 several messengers one after another to see if she were come to his bedchamber. Such a one was Jupiter Menecrates, Maximinus, Jovianus, Diocletianus Hercules. Sapor the Persian king, brother of the sun and moon, and our modern Turks, that will be gods on earth, kings of kings, God's shadow, commanders of all that may be commanded, are kings of China and Tartary in this present age. Such a one was Xerxes, that would whip the sea, fetter Neptune, stulta jactantia, and send a challenge to Mount Athos. And such are many sottish princes, brought into a fool's paradise by their parasites. 'Tis a common humour, incident to all men, when they are in great places, or come to the solstice of honour, have done or deserved well, to applaud and flatter themselves. Stultitiam suum prodant, etc., saith Platerus. Your very tradesmen, if they be excellent, will crack and brag, and show their folly in excess. They have good parts, and they know it, you need not tell them of it. Out of a conceit of their worth, they go smiling to themselves, a perpetual meditation of their trophies and plaudits. They run at last quite mad and lose their wits. Petrarch, Book 1 de Contemptu Mundi, confessed as much of himself, and Cardan, in his 5th book of Wisdom, gives an instance in a smith of Milan, a fellow citizen of his, one Gallius de Rubeus, that being commended for refining of an instrument of Archimedes, for joy ran mad. Plutarch, in the life of Artaxerxes, hath such a like story of one Camus, a soldier, that wounded King Cyrus in battle, and grew thereupon so arrogant, that in a short space after he lost his wits. So many men, if any new honour, office, preferment, booty, treasure, possession, or patrimony ex inspirato fall unto them for immoderate joy, and continual meditation of it, cannot sleep or tell what they say or do. They are so ravished on a sudden, and with vain conceits transported, there is no rule with them. Epaminondas therefore the next day, after his Leuctrian victory, came abroad all squalid and submiss, and gave no other reason to his friends of so doing, than that he perceived himself the day before, by reason of his good fortune, to be too insolent, overmuch joyed. That wise and virtuous lady, Queen Catherine, Dowager of England, in private talk, upon like occasion, said that she would not willingly endure the extremity of either fortune, but if it were so, that of necessity she must undergo the one, she would be in adversity, because comfort was never wanting in it, but still counsel and government were defective.
Section 38 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 38. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsection 15, Part 1. Love of learning or overmuch study, with a digression of the misery of scholars, and why the Muses are melancholy. Leonardus Fuchsius, Felix Plater, Hercules of Saxonia, speak of a peculiar fury which comes by overmuch study. Fernelius, Book 1, Chapter 18, puts study, contemplation, and continual meditation as an especial cause of madness, and in his 86th consultation cites the same words. Johannes Arculanus, in Liber 9, raises ad Almansorum, Chapter 16, amongst other causes, reckons up studium vehemens. So doth Levinus Lemnius, Libri de occultis naturae miraculis, Book 1, Chapter 16. Many men, saith he, come to this malady by continual study and night waking, and of all other men, scholars are most subject to it. And such Rhasis adds, that have commonly the finest wits. Marsilius Ficinus, the Sanitate Tuenda, Book 1, Chapter 7, puts melancholy amongst one of those 5 principal plagues of students. 'Tis a common mole unto them all, and almost in some measure an inseparable companion. Varro belike for that cause calls trist philosophos et severos. Severe, sad, dry, tetric, are common epithets to scholars, and Patricius therefore in the institution of princes would not have them to be great students. For, as Machiavel holds, study weakens their bodies, dulls the spirits, abates their strength and courage, and good scholars are never good soldiers, which a certain Goth well perceived, for when his countrymen came into Greece, and would have burned all their books, he cried out against it, by no means they should do it, leave them that plague, which in time will consume all their vigour and martial spirits. The Turks abdicated Cornutus the next heir from the empire, because he was so much given to his book. And 'tis the common tenet of the world, that learning dulls and diminisheth the spirits, and so per consequens produceth melancholy. 2 main reasons may be given of it, why students should be more subject to this malady than others. The one is, they live a sedentary solitary life, sibi et musis, free from bodily exercise, and those ordinary disports which other men use, and many times if discontent and idleness concur with it, which is too frequent, they are precipitated into this gulf on a sudden. But the common cause is overmuch study. Too much learning, as Festus told Paul, hath made thee mad. 'Tis that other extreme which affects it. So did Trincavellius find by his experience in 2 of his patients, a young baron and another that contracted this malady by too vehement study. So Forestus in a young divine in Louvain that was mad, and said he had a Bible in his head. Marsilius Ficinus, the Sanitate Tuenda, Book 1, Chapters 1, 3, 4, and Book 2, Chapter 16, gives many reasons why students dote more often than others. The first is their negligence. Other men look to their tools, a painter will wash his pencils, a smith will look to his hammer, anvil, forge, a husbandman will mend his plough-irons, and grind his hatchet if it be dull. A falconer or huntsman will have an especial care of his hawks, hounds, horses, dogs, etc. A musician will string and unstring his lute, etc. Only scholars neglect that instrument, their brain and spirits, I mean, which they daily use, and by which they range over all the world, which by much study is consumed. Vide, said Lucian, ne funiculum nimis intendendo aliquando amprumpas. See thou twist not the rope so hard till at length it break. Facinus in his 4th chapter gives some other reasons. Saturn and Mercury, the patrons of learning, they are both dry planets, and Origanus assigns the same cause, why Mercurialists are so poor and most part beggars, for that their president Mercury has no better fortune himself. The destinies of old put poverty upon him as a punishment, since when poetry and beggary are gemelli, twin-born brats, inseparable companions, and to this day is every scholar poor, gross gold from them runs headlong to the boor. Mercury can help them to knowledge, but not to money. The second is contemplation, which dries the brain and extinguisheth natural heat, for whilst the spirits are intent to meditation above in the head, the stomach and liver are left destitute, and thence come black blood and crudities by defect of concoction, and for want of exercise the superfluous vapours cannot exhale, etc. The same reasons are repeated by Gomesius, Johannes Vossius, Book 2, Chapter 5, De Peste, and something more they add, that hard students are commonly troubled with gouts, catarrhs, rheums, cachexia, bradyopepsia, bad eyes, stone and colic, crudities, oppilations, vertigo, winds, consumptions, and all such diseases as come by overmuch sitting. They are most part lean, dry, ill-coloured, spend their fortunes, lose their wits, and many times their lives, and all through immoderate pains and extraordinary studies. If you will not believe the truth of this, look upon great Tostatus and Thomas Aquinas' works, and tell me whether those men took pains. Peruse Augustine, Hierom, etc., and many thousands besides. Qui cupit optatam cursu contingere metam, multa tulit, fecit quepuer, so David et alcit. He that desires this wished goal to gain must sweat and freeze before he can attain, and labour hard for it. So did Seneca by his own confession, Epistle 8. Not a day that I spend idle, part of the night I keep mine eyes open, tired with waking, and now slumbering to their continual task. Hear Tully, pro archia poeta. Whilst others loitered and took their pleasures, he was continually at his book, so they do that will be scholars, and that to the hazard, I say, of their healths, fortunes, wits, and lives. How much did Aristotle and Ptolemy spend? Unius regni precium, they say, more than a king's ransom. How many crowns per annum to perfect arts, the one about his history of creatures, the other on his Almagest? How much time did Thebat Bancroft employ to find out the motion of the 8th sphere? 40 years and more, some write. How many poor scholars have lost their wits, or become dizzards, neglecting all worldly affairs and their own health, wealth, esse and bene esse, to gain knowledge for which, after all their pains, in this world's esteem they are accounted ridiculous and silly fools, idiots, asses, and, as oft they are, rejected, contemned, derided, doting, and mad. Look for examples in Hildesheim, read Trincavellius, Montanus, Garcius, Mercurialis, Prosper Calenius in his book Theatra Bile. Go to Bedlam and ask. Or if they keep their wits, yet they are esteemed scrubs and fools by reason of their carriage. After 7 years' study, statua tacitonius exit, plerumque et risum populi quetit. He becomes more silent than a statue, and generally excites people's laughter. Because they cannot ride a horse, which every clown can do, salute and court a gentlewoman, carve a table, cringe and make conges, which every common swasher can do, hos populus ridet, etc. They are laughed to scorn, and accounted silly fools by our gallants. Yea, many times, such is their misery, they deserve it. A mere scholar, a mere ass. Obstipo capite, et vigentis lumine terram, murmura cum secum, et rabiosa silentia rodunt, atque experecto trutinantur verba labello, e grotti veteris meditantes somnia, gigni de nihilo nihilum, in nihilum nil posse reverti. Who do lean awry their heads, piercing the earth with a fixed eye, when, by themselves, they ignore their murmuring and furious silence, as 'twere balancing each word upon their outstretched lip, and when they meditate the dreams of old sick men, as, out of nothing, nothing can be brought, and that which is can never be turned to naught. Thus they go commonly meditating unto themselves, thus they sit, such is their action and gesture. Fulgursus, Book 8, Chapter 7, makes mention how Thomas Aquinas, supping with King Louis of France, upon a sudden knocked his fist upon the table, and cried, Conclusum est contra Manichaeos. His wits were wool-gathering, as they say, and his head busied about other matters. When he perceived his error, he was much abashed. Such a story there is of Archimedes in Vitruvius, that, having found out the means to know how much gold was mingled with the silver in King Hieron's crown, ran naked forth of the bath and cried, Eureka! I have found! And was commonly so intent to his studies that he never perceived what was done about him. When the city was taken, and the soldiers now ready to rifle his house, he took no notice of it. St. Bernard rode all day long by the Lemnian lake, and asked at last where he was, Morellus. It was Democritus's carriage alone that made the Abderites suppose him to have been mad, and sent for Hippocrates to cure him. If he had been in any solemn company, he would upon all occasions fall a-laughing. Theophrastus said as much of Heraclitus, for that he continually wept, and Laertius of Menedemus, Lampsacus, because he ran like a madman, saying he came from hell as a spy to tell the devils what mortal man did. Your greatest students are commonly no better, silly, soft fellows in their outward behaviour, absurd, ridiculous to others, and no whit experienced in worldly business. They can measure the heavens, range over the world, teach others wisdom, and yet in bargains and contracts they are circumvented by every base tradesman. Are not these men fools? And how should they be otherwise, but as so many sots in schools, when, as he well observed, they neither hear nor see such things as are commonly practised abroad? How should they get experience? By what means? I knew in my time many scholars, saith Aeneas Sylvius, in an epistle of his to Gasparus Scytic, chancellor to the emperor, excellent well learned, but so rude, so silly, that they had no common civility, nor knew how to manage their domestic or public affairs. Paglarensis was amazed, and said his farmer had surely cozened him when he heard him tell that his sow had 11 pigs, and his ass had been 1 foal. To say the best of this profession, I can give no other testimony of them in general than that of Pliny of Isaeus. He is yet a scholar, than which kind of men there is nothing so simple, so sincere, none better. They are most part harmless, honest, upright, innocent, plain-dealing men. Now, because they are commonly subject to such hazards and inconveniences as dotage, madness, simplicity, etc., Johannes Vossius would have good scholars to be highly rewarded, and had in some extraordinary respect above other men, to have greater privileges than the rest, that adventure themselves and abbreviate their lives for the public good. But our patrons of learning are so far nowadays from respecting the Muses, and giving that honour to scholars, or reward which they deserve, and are allowed by those indulgent privileges of many noble princes, that after all their pains taken in the universities, cost and charge, expenses, irksome hours, laborious tasks, wearisome days, dangers, hazards, barred interim from all pleasures which other men have, mewed up like hawks all their lives, if they chance to wade through them, they shall in the end be rejected, contemned, and which is their greatest misery, driven to their shifts, exposed to want, poverty, and beggary. Their familiar attendants are palentes morbi, luctus, curique, laborque, et metus, et malesuada fames, et turpis egestas, terribiles visu forme. Grief, labour, care, pale sickness, miseries, fear, filthy poverty, hunger that cries, terrible monsters to be seen with eyes. If there were nothing else to trouble them, the conceit of this alone were enough to make them all melancholy. Most other trades and professions, after some 7 years' apprenticeship, are enabled by their craft to live of themselves. A merchant adventures his goods at sea, and though his hazard be great, yet if one ship return of 4, he likely makes a saving voyage. An husbandman's gains are almost certain. Quibus ipse Jupiter nocere non potest. Whom Jove himself can't harm. 'Tis Cato's hyperbole, a great husband himself. Only scholars, methinks, are most uncertain, unrespected, subject to all casualties and hazards. For, first, not one of a many proves to be a scholar, all are not capable and docile. Ex omni ligno non fit mercurius. We can make majors and officers every year, but not scholars. Kings can invest knights and barons, as Sigismund the emperor confessed. Universities can give degrees, and tu quod es e populo quilibit esse potest. But he nor they, nor all the world, can give learning, make philosophers, artists, orators, poets. We can soon say, as Seneca well notes, O virum bonum, O divitem, point at a rich man, a good, a happy man, a prosperous man. Sumptuose vestitum, calamistratum bene olentem, magno temporis impendio constat haec laudatio, O virum literarum. But 'tis not so easily performed to find out a learned man. Learning is not so quickly got, though they may be willing to take pains, to that end sufficiently informed, and liberally maintained by their patrons and parents, yet few can compass it. Or if they be docile, yet all men's wills are not answerable to their wits. They can apprehend, but will not take pains. They are either seduced by bad companions, vel in poelum impingunt, vel in poculum. They fall in with women or wine, and so spend their time to their friends' grief and their own undoings. Or, put case, they be studious, industrious, of ripe wits, and perhaps good capacities. Then how many diseases of body and mind must they encounter? No labour in the world like unto study. It may be that temperature will not endure it, but striving to be excellent to know all, they lose health, wealth, wit, life, and all. Let him yet happily escape all these hazards, aeris intestinis with a body of brass, and is now consummate and ripe. He hath profited in his studies, and proceeded with all applause. After many expenses he is fit for preferment. Where shall he have it? He is as far to seek it as he was, after 20 years' standing, at the first day of his coming to the university. For what course shall he take, being now capable and ready? The most parable and easy, and about which many are employed, is to teach a school, turn lecturer or curate, and for that he shall have falconer's wages, £10 per annum, and his diet, or some small stipend, so long as he can please his patron or the parish. If they approve him not, for usually they do but a year or two, as inconstant as they that cried Hosanna one day and crucify him the other, servingman like, he must go look a new master. If they do, what is his reward? Hoc quoque te manet ut pueros elementa docentem occupet extremis in vicis alba senectus. At last thy snow-white age in suburb schools shall toil in teaching boys their grammar rules. Like an ass he wears out his time for provender, and can show a stump rod, togam tritam et laceram, saith Haedus. An old torn gown, an ensign of his infelicity. He hath his labour for his pain, a modicum to keep him till he be decrepit, and that is all. Grammaticus non est felix, etc. If he be a trencher chaplain in a gentleman's house, as it befell Euphormio, after some 7 years' service, he may perchance have a living to the halves, or some small rectory with the mother of the maids at length, a poor kinswoman, or a cracked chambermaid, to have and to hold during the time of his life. But if he offend his good patron, or displease his lady mistress in the meantime, ducetur planta velut ictus ab Hercule Cacus, poneturque foras, siquid tentaverit unquam hisca. As Hercules did by Cacus, he shall be dragged forth of doors by the heels, away with him. If he bend his forces to some other studies, with an intent to be a secretus to some nobleman, or in such a place with an ambassador, he shall find that these persons rise like apprentices one under another, and in so many tradesmen's shops, when the master is dead, the foreman of the shop commonly steps in his place. Now, for poets, rhetoricians, historians, philosophers, mathematicians, sophisters, etc., they are like grasshoppers, sing they must in summer, and pine in the winter, for there is no preferment for them. Even so they were at first, if you will believe that pleasant tale of Socrates, which he told fair Phaedrus under a plane tree, at the banks of the river Iseus. About noon, when it was hot, and the grasshoppers made a noise, he took that sweet occasion to tell him a tale, how grasshoppers were once scholars, musicians, poets, etc., before the Muses were born, and lived without meat and drink, and for that cause were turned by Jupiter into grasshoppers, and may be turned again in Tithonicicadas aut liciorum ranas, for any reward I see they are like to have, or else in the meantime I would they could live as they did, without any viaticum, like so many manucodiatae, those Indian birds of paradise, as we commonly call them, those I mean that live with the air and dew of heaven, and need no other food. For, being as they are, their rhetoric only serves them to curse their bad fortunes, and many of them for want of means are driven to hard shifts. From grasshoppers they turn humble-bees and wasps, plain parasites, and make the Muses mules to satisfy their hunger-starved paunches, and get a meal's meat. To say truth, 'tis the common fortune of most scholars to be servile and poor, to complain pitifully, and lay open their wants to their respectless patrons, as Cardan doth, as Xylander and many others, and which is too common in those dedicatory epistles, for hope of gain, to lie, flatter, and with hyperbolical eulogisms and commendations to magnify and extol an illiterate unworthy idiot for his excellent virtues, whom they should rather, as Machiavel observes, vilify and rail at downright for his most notorious villainies and vices. So they prostitute themselves as fiddlers or mercenary tradesmen, to serve great men's turns for a small reward. They are like Indians, they have store of gold, but know not the worth of it. For I am of Synesius' opinion, King Hieron got more by Simonides' acquaintance than Simonides did by his. They have their best education, good institution, sole qualification from us, and when they have done well, their honour and immortality from us. We are the living tombs, registers, and as so many trumpeters of their fames. What was Achilles without Homer, Alexander without Arion and Curtius? Who had known the Caesars but for Suetonius and Dion? Fixerunt fortes ante Agamemnona multi, sed omnis illacrimabilis urgentur ignotique longa nocte, carent quia vate sacro. Before great Agamemnon reigned kings as great as he and brave, whose huge ambitions now contained in the small compass of grave, in endless night they sleep unwept, unknown, no bard they had to make all time their own. They are more beholden to scholars than scholars to them, but they undervalue themselves, and so by those great men are kept down. Let them have that encyclopedian, all the learning in the world, they must keep it to themselves, live in base esteem, and starve, except they will submit, as Budaeus well hath it, so many good parts, so many ensigns of arts, virtues, be slavishly obnoxious to some illiterate potentate, and live under his insolent worship, or honour, like parasites, qui tanquam mures alienum panem comedunt. For to say truth, artes he non sunt lucrative, as Guido Bonat, that great astrologer, could foresee. They be not gainful arts these, sed esurientes et familicae, but poor and hungry. Dat Galenus opes, dat Justinianus honores, sed genus et species cogitur ire pedis. The rich physician, honoured lawyers, ride, whilst the poor scholar foots it by their side. Poverty is the Muses' patrimony, and as that poetical divinity teacheth us, when Jupiter's daughters were each of them married to the gods, the Muses alone were left solitary, Helicon forsaken of all suitors, and I believe it was because they had no portion. Calliope longum caelebs cur vixit in aevum, nempe nihil dotus, quod numeraret erat. Why did Calliope live so long a maid? Because she had no dowry to be paid. Ever since all their followers are poor, forsaken, and left unto themselves, insomuch that, as Petronius argues, you shall likely know them by their clothes. There came, saith he, by chance into my company a fellow not very spruce to look on, that I could perceive by that note alone he was a scholar, whom commonly rich men hate. I asked him what he was. He answered, a poet. I demanded again why he was so ragged. He told me this kind of learning never made any man rich. Qui Pelago credit, magno se fenore tollit, qui pugna sed rostra petit, precingitur auro, vilis adulator pictor jacet ebrius ostro, sola pruinosus horret facundia pannis. A merchant's gain is great that goes to sea, a soldier embossed all in gold, a flatterer lies foxed in brave array, a scholar only ragged to behold. All which our ordinary students, right well perceiving in the universities how unprofitable these poetical, mathematical, and philosophical studies are, how little respected, how few patrons, apply themselves in all haste to those three commodious professions of law, physic, and divinity, sharing themselves between them, rejecting these arts in the meantime, history, philosophy, philology, or lightly passing them over, as pleasant toys fitting only table talk, and to furnish them with discourse. They are not so behoveful. He that can tell his money hath arithmetic enough. He is a true geometrician that can measure out a good fortune to himself, a perfect astrologer that can cast the rise and fall of others, and mark their errant motions to his own use. The best optics are, to reflect the beams of some great man's favour and grace, to shine upon him. He is a good engineer that alone can make an instrument to get preferment. This was the common tenet and practice of Poland, as Cromerus observed not long since in the first book of his history. Their universities were generally base, not a philosopher, a mathematician, an antiquary, etc., to be found of any note amongst them, because they had no set reward or stipend, but every man betook himself to divinity, hoc solum in votus habens, opimum sacerdotium. A good parsonage was their aim. This was the practice of some of our near neighbours, as Lipsius inveighs. They thrust their children to the study of law and divinity before they be informed aright, or capable of such studies. Scilicet omnibus artibus antis stat spes lucri, et formosior est cumulus auri, quam quicquid Greci Latiniqui delirantes scripserunt, ex hoc numero deinde veniunt ad gubernacula repub intersunt et praesunt conciliis regum, o pater, o patria. So he complained, and so may others. For even so we find, to serve a great man, to get an office in some bishop's court, to practise in some good town, or compass a benefice, Section 39 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 39. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsection 15, Part 2. Love of learning, or overmuch study, with a digression of the misery of scholars, and why the Muses are melancholy, continued. Although many times, for aught I can see, these men fail as often as the rest in their projects, and are as usually frustrate of their hopes. For let him be a doctor of the law, an excellent civilian of good worth, where shall he practise and expatiate? Their fields are so scant, the civil law with us so contracted with prohibitions, so few causes by reason of those all-devouring municipal laws, quibus nihil illiteratius, saith Erasmus, an illiterate and a barbarous study, for though they be never so well learned in it, I can hardly vouchsafe them the name of scholars, except they be otherwise qualified. And so few courts are left to that profession, such slender offices, and those commonly to be compassed at such dear rates, that I know not how an ingenious man should thrive amongst them. Now for physicians, there are in every village so many mountebanks, empirics, quacksalvers, Paracelsians, as they call themselves, Caucifici et Sanicidae, so Clement terms them, wizards, alchemists, poor vicars, cast apothecaries, physicians' men, barbers, and good wives, professing great skill, that I make great doubt how they shall be maintained, or who shall be their patients. Besides, there are so many of both sorts, and some of them such harpies, so covetous, so clamorous, so impudent, and, as he said, litigious idiots, quod, quibus loquacis affatem arrogantiae est, penthie parum aut nihil, nec ulla mica literarii salis, crumenimulgat natio, loco telea turba litium strophe, maligna litigantium cohors, togati vultures, laverne alumnae agirte, etc. Translation, which have no skill but prating arrogance, no learning, such a purse-milking nation, gowned vultures, thieves, and the litigious rout of cozeners that haunt this occupation. And translation, that they cannot well tell how to live one by another, but, as he jested in the Comedy of Clocks, they were so many, maior pars populi arida reptant fame, they are almost starved, a great part of them, and ready to devour their fellows, et noxia calidilate se corripere, such a multitude of pettifoggers and empirics, such impostors, that an honest man knows not in what sort to compose and behave himself in their society, to carry himself with credit in so vile a rout, scientiae nomen, tot sumptibus partum et vigilis, profiteri dispudiat postquam, etc. Last of all, to come to our divines, the most noble profession and worthy of double honour, but of all others the most distressed and miserable. If you will not believe me, hear a brief of it, as it was not many years since publicly preached at Paul's Cross, by a grave minister then, and now a reverend bishop of this land. We that are bred up in learning and destinated by our parents to this end, we suffer our childhood in the grammar school, which Augustine calls magnam tyrannidem et grave malum, and compares it to the torments of martyrdom. When we come to the university, if we live of the college allowance, as Phalaris objected to the Leontines, pan ton endeis plen limo kai phobu, needy of all things but hunger and fear, or if we be maintained but partly by our parents' cost, do expend in unnecessary maintenance, books and degrees, before we come to any perfection, 500 pounds or 1,000 marks. If by this price of the expense of time, our bodies and spirits, our substance and patrimonies, we cannot purchase those small rewards which are ours by law, and the right of inheritance, a poor parsonage or a vicarage of 50 pounds per annum, but we must pay to the patron for the lease of a life, a spent and outworn life, either in annual pension or above the rate of a copyhold, and that with the hazard and loss of our souls by simony and perjury, and the forfeiture of all our spiritual preferments in esse and posse, both present and to come. What father after a while will be so improvident to bring up his son to this great charge, to this necessary beggary? What Christian will be so irreligious to bring up his son in that course of life, which by all probability and necessity, cogit ad turpia, enforcing to sin, will entangle him in simony and perjury, when, as the poet said, invitatus ad haec aliquos de ponte negabit, a beggar's bread taken from the bridge where he sits a-begging, if he knew the inconvenience, had cause to refuse it. This being thus, have not we fished fair all this while, that our initiate divines, to find no better fruits of our labours, hoc est cur palles, cur quis non prandeat hoc est? Do we macerate ourselves for this? Is it for this we rise so early all the year long, leaping, as he saith, out of our beds, when we hear the bell ring, as if we had heard a thunderclap? If this be all the respect, reward, and honour we shall have, frange levis calamos et scinde talia libellos. Let us give over our books, and betake ourselves to some other course of life. To what end should we study? Quid me literulas stulti docuere parentes? What did our parents mean to make us scholars, to be as far to seek of preferment after 20 years' study as we were at first? Why do we take such pains? Quid tantum insanes juvat impalescere cartis? If there be no more hope of reward, no better encouragement, I say again, frange leves calamos et scinde thalia libellos. Let's turn soldiers, sell our books, and buy swords, guns, and pikes, or stop bottles with them, turn our philosophers' gowns, as Cleanthes once did, into millers' coats, leave all, and rather betake ourselves to any other course of life than to continue longer in this misery. Praestat dentes calpea radere, quam literaries monumentis magnatum favorem e mendicare. Yea, but methinks I hear some men accept at these words, that though this be true which I have said of the estate of scholars, and especially of divines, that it is miserable and distressed at this time, that the church suffers shipwreck of her goods, and that they have just cause to complain, there is a fault, but whence proceeds it? If the cause were justly examined, it would be retorted upon ourselves. If we were cited at that tribunal of truth, we should be found guilty, and not able to excuse it. That there is a fault among us, I confess, and were there not a buyer, there would not be a seller. But to him that will consider better of it, it will more than manifestly appear that the fountain of these miseries proceeds from these griping patrons. In accusing them, I do not altogether excuse us. Both are faulty, they and we. Yet in my judgment theirs is the greater fault, more apparent causes, and much to be condemned. For my part, if it be not with me as I would, or as it should, I do ascribe the cause, as Cardan did in the like case, meo infortunio potius quam elorum sceleri, to mine own infelicity rather than their naughtiness, although I have been baffled in my time by some of them, and have as just cause to complain as another, or rather indeed to mine own negligence, for I was ever like that Alexander in Plutarch, Crassus his tutor in philosophy, who, though he lived many years familiarly with rich Crassus, was even as poor when from, which many wondered at, as when he came first to him. He never asked, the other never gave him anything. When he travelled with Crassus, he borrowed a head of him, at his return restored it again. I have had some such noble friends acquaintance, and scholars, but most part, common courtesies and ordinary respects excepted, they and I parted as we met. They gave me as much as I requested, and that was. And as Alexander ab Alexandro made answer to Hieronymus Maecenas, that wondered, cum plures ignavos et ignobiles ad dignitates et sacerdotia promotos quotidie videret. When other men rose, still he was in the same state. Eodem tenore et fortuna cui mercedem laborum studiorumque deberi puteret, whom he thought to deserve as well as the rest. He made answer that he was content with his present estate, was not ambitious, and although objurgabundus suam segnitiem accusaret, cum obscure sortis homines ad sacerdotia et pontificatus evectos, etc., he chid him for his backwardness, yet he was still the same, And for my part, though I be not worthy perhaps to carry Alexander's books, yet by some overweening and well-wishing friends the like speeches have been used to me. But I replied still with Alexander that I had enough, and more peradventure than I deserved, and with Libanius Sophista that rather chose, when honours and offices by the emperor were offered unto him, to be Thales Sophista quam Thales Magistratus. I had as lief be still Democritus Junior, and Privus Privatus, si mihi jam daretur optio, quam Thales fortasse doctor, Thales Dominus, sed quorsum haec. For the rest, 'tis on both sides facunus detestandum, to buy and sell livings, to detain from the church that which God's and men's laws have bestowed on it, but in them most, and that from the covetousness and ignorance of such as are interested in this business. I name covetousness in the first place, as the root of all these mischiefs, which, Achan-like, compels them to commit sacrilege, and to make simoniacal compacts, and what not to their own ends, that kindles God's wrath, brings a plague, vengeance, and a heavy visitation upon themselves and others. Some out of that insatiable desire of filthy lucre to be enriched, care not how they come by it, per fas et nefas, hook or crook, so they have it. And others, when they have with riot and prodigality embezzled their estates, to recover themselves, make a prey of the church, robbing it, as Julian the Apostate did, spoil parsons of their revenues, in keeping half back, as a great man amongst us observes, and that maintenance on which they should live, by means whereof barbarism is increased, and a great decay of Christian professors. For who will apply himself to these divine studies, his son or friend, when after great pains taken they shall have nothing whereupon to live? But with what event do they these things? Opesque totus veribus venamini, ad innemesis accidit miserrima. They toil and moil, but what reap they? They are commonly unfortunate families that use it, accursed in their progeny, and, as common experience evinceth, accursed themselves in all their proceedings. With what face, as he quotes out of Aust, can they expect a blessing or inheritance from Christ in heaven, that defraud Christ of his inheritance here on earth? I would all our simoniacal patrons, and such as detain tithes, would read those judicious tracts of Sir Henry Spelman and Sir James Sempill, Knights, those late elaborate and learned treatises of Dr. Tilslye and Mr. Montague, which they have written of that subject. But though they should read, it would be to small purpose, clames licet et mare coelo confundas. Thunder, lighten, preach hell and damnation, tell them 'tis a sin, they will not believe it. Denounce and terrify, they have cauterized consciences, they do not attend, as the enchanted adder, they stop their ears. Call them base, irreligious, profane, barbarous, pagans, atheists, epicures, as some of them surely are, with the bawd in Plautus, huge, optime, they cry and applaud themselves with that miser, simul ac numos contemplor in arca, say what you will, quonque modo rem, as a dog barks at the moon, to no purpose are your sayings. Take your heaven, let them have money. A base, profane, epicurean, hypocritical rout. For my part, let them pretend what zeal they will, counterfeit religion, blear the world's eyes, bombast themselves, and stuff out their greatness with church spoils, shine like so many peacocks. So cold is my charity, so defective in this behalf, that I shall never think better of them, than that they are rotten at core, their bones are full of Epicurean hypocrisy, and atheistical marrow, they are worse than heathens. For as Dionysius Halicarnassius observes, Antiquitates Romane, Book 7, Primum Locum, etc., Greeks and barbarians observe all religious rites, and dare not break them for fear of offending their gods. But our simoniacal contractors, our senseless Achans, our stupefied patrons, fear neither god nor devil, they have evasions for it, it is no sin, or not due jure divino, or if a sin, no great sin, etc. And though they be daily punished for it, and they do manifestly perceive that, as he said, frost and fraud come to foul ends, yet as Chrysostom follows it, nulla expuna sit correctio, et quasi adversis malitia hominum provocetur, crescit quotidie quod puniatur, they are rather worse than better. Eram atque animos a crimine sumunt, and the more they are corrected, the more they offend. But let them take their course, rode caper vitas, go on still as they begin, 'tis no sin, let them rejoice secure, God's vengeance will overtake them in the end, and these ill-gotten goods, as an eagle's feathers, will consume the rest of their substance. It is aurum tolosanum, and will produce no better effects. Let them lay it up safe, and make their conveyances never so close. Lock and shut door, said Chrysostom, yet fraud and covetousness, two most violent thieves, are still included, and the little gain evil gotten will subvert the rest of their goods. The eagle in Aesop, seeing a piece of flesh now ready to be sacrificed, swept it away with her claws, and carried it to her nest. But there was a burning coal stuck to it by chance, which unawares consumed her young ones, nest and all together. Let our simoniacal church-chopping Section 40 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 40. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 3, Subsection 15, Part 3. Love of learning or overmuch study, with a digression of the misery of scholars, and why the Muses are melancholy, continued. A second cause is ignorance, and from thence contempt, successit odium in litteras ab ignorantia vulgi, which Junius well perceived. This hatred and contempt of learning proceeds out of ignorance, as they are themselves barbarous, idiots, dull, illiterate, and proud, so they esteem of others. Sint mecanates non deerunt flacce marones. Let there be bountiful patrons, and there will be painful scholars in all sciences. But when they contemn learning, and think themselves sufficiently qualified, if they can read and write, scramble at a piece of evidence, or have so much Latin as that emperor had, qui nescit dissimulare nescit vivere, they are unfit to do their country service, to perform or undertake any action or employment which may tend to the good of a commonwealth, except it be to fight, or to do country justice with common sense, which every yeoman can likewise do. And so they bring up their children, rude as they are themselves, unqualified, untaught, uncivil most part. Quis e nostra juventute legitime instituitur litteris, quis oratores aut philosophus tangit, quis historiam legit illam rerum agendarum quasi animam, precipitant parentes vota sua, etc. 'Twas Lipsius complained to his illiterate countrymen, it may be ours. Now shall these men judge of a scholar's worth, that have no worth, that know not what belongs to a student's labours, that cannot distinguish between a true scholar and a drone, or him that by reason of a voluble tongue, a strong voice, a pleasing tone, and some trivially polyanthian helps, steals and gleans a few notes from other men's harvests, and so makes a fairer show than he that is truly learned indeed, that thinks it no more to preach than to speak, or to run away with an empty cart, as a grave man said, and thereupon vilify us and our pains, scorn us and all learning. Because they are rich and have other means to live, they think it concerns them not to know, or to trouble themselves with it, a fitter task for younger brothers or poor men's sons, to be pen and inkhorn men, pedantical slaves, and no whit beseeming the calling of a gentleman, as Frenchmen and Germans commonly do. Neglect therefore all human learning. What have they to do with it? Let mariners learn astronomy, merchants, factors, study arithmetic, surveyors get them geometry, spectacle makers optics, land-leapers geography, town clerks rhetoric. What should he do with a spade that had no ground to dig, or they with learning that have no use of it? Thus they reason, and are not ashamed to let mariners, apprentices, and the basest servants be better qualified than themselves. In former times, kings, princes, and emperors were the only scholars, excellent in all faculties. Julius Caesar mended the year, and writ his own commentaries. Media inter praealia semper, stellarum solique plages superisque vagavit. Antonius, Adrian, Nero, etc., Michael the Emperor, and Isachius were so much given to their studies that no base fellow would take so much pains. Orion, Perseus, Alphonsus, Ptolemaeus, famous astronomers, Saber, Mithridates, Lysimachus, admired physicians, Plato's kings all, Evax that Arabian prince, a most expert jeweller and an exquisite philosopher. The kings of Egypt were priests of old, chosen and from thence, idem rex hominum, phoebique sacerdos. But those heroical times are past. The Muses are now banished in this bastard age, ad sordida tugoriola, to meaner persons, and confined alone almost to universities. In those days scholars were highly beloved, honoured, esteemed, as old Ennius by Scipio Africanus, Virgil by Augustus, Horace by Maecenas, princes' companions, dear to them, as Anacreon to Polycrates, Philoxenus to Dionysius, and highly rewarded. Alexander sent Xenocrates the philosopher 50 talents, because he was poor. Visu rerum aut eruditionem praestantes viri, mensis olem regum adhibiti. As Philostratus relates of Adrian and Lampridius of Alexander Severus, famous clerks came to these princes' courts, velut in lyceum, as to a university, and were admitted to their tables, quasi divum epulis accubentes. Archelaus, that Macedonian king, would not willingly sup without Euripides. Amongst the rest he drank to him at supper one night, and gave him a cup of gold for his pains. Delectatus poetae suavi sermone. And it was fit it should be so, because as Plato in his Protagoras well saith, a good philosopher as much excels other men as a great king doth the commons of his country. And again, quoniam illis nihil deest, et minime egere solent, et disciplinas quas profitentur, soli a contemptu vindicare possunt. They needed not to beg so basely as they compel scholars in our times to complain of poverty, or crouch to a rich chuff for a meal's meat, but could vindicate themselves and those arts which they professed. Now they would and cannot, for it is held by some of them as an axiom that to keep them poor will make them study. They must be dieted as horses to a race, not pampered. Alendos volunt, non saginandos, ne meliores mentis flammula extinguatur. A fat bird will not sing, a fat dog cannot hunt, and so by this depression of theirs some want means, others will, all want encouragement, as being forsaken almost, and generally contempt. 'Tis an old saying, Sint Maecenatus non deunt flacca maronis, and 'tis a true saying still. Yet oftentimes, I may not deny it, the main fault is in ourselves. Our academics too frequently offend in neglecting patrons, as Erasmus well taxed, or making ill choice of them. Negligimus oblatos aut amplectimur parum aptos. Or, if we get a good one, non studemus mutuis officiis favorem eius allere. We do not ply and follow him as we should. Idem mihi accidit adolescenti, saith Erasmus, acknowledging his fault, et gravissime peccavi. And so may I say myself, I have offended in this, and so peradventure have many others. We did not spondere magnatum favoribus, qui ceperunt nos amplecti, apply ourselves with that readiness we should. Idleness, love of liberty, immodicus amor libertatis effecit, ut Dio cum perfidis amicis, as he confesseth, et pertinaci pauperate colluctarer. Bashfulness, melancholy, timorousness, cause many of us to be too backward and remiss. So some offend in one extreme, but too many on the other. We are most part too forward, too solicitous, too ambitious, too impudent. We commonly complain deesse maecenatis, of want of encouragement, want of means, when as the true defect is in our own want of worth, our insufficiency. Did Maecenas take notice of Horace or Virgil till they had shown themselves first? Or had Bavius and Maevius any patrons? Egregium specimem dent, saith Erasmus. Let them improve themselves worthy first, sufficiently qualified for learning and manners, before they presume or impudently intrude and put themselves on great men as too many do, with such base flattery, parasitical colloguing, such hyperbolical elegies they do usually insinuate that it is a shame to hear and see. Emodicae laudes conciliant invidiam, potius quam laudem. And vain commendations derogate from truth, and we think in conclusion, non melius de laudato, peius de laudante, ill of both, the commender and commended. So we offend, but the main fault is in their harshness, defect of patrons. How beloved of old, and how much respected, was Plato to Dionysius, how dear to Alexander was Aristotle, Demaratus to Philip, Solon to Croesus, Artaxerxes and Trebasius to Augustus, Cassius to Vespasian, Plutarch to Trajan, Seneca to Nero, Simonides to Hieron, how honoured. Sed haec prius fuere nunc recondita senent quiete. Those days are gone. Et spes et ratio studiorum in Caesare tantum, as he said of old, we may truly say now, he is our amulet, our sun, our sole comfort and refuge, our Ptolemy, our common Maecenas, Jacobus munificus, Jacobus pacificus, Mista musarum, Rex Platonicus, grande decus, columenque nostrum. A famous scholar himself, and the sole patron, pillar, and sustainer of learning. But his worth in this kind is so well known, that as Paterculus of Cato, iam ipsum laudare nefas sit, and which Pliny to Trajan, seria te carmina, honorque aeternus annalium, non haec brevis et pudenda predicatio colet. But he is now gone, the sun of ours set, and yet no night follows. Sol oxubuit, nox nulla sequita est. We have such another in his room, Aureus alter, avulsus simili frondescit virga metallo, and long may he reign and flourish amongst us. Let me not be malicious and lie against my genius. I may not deny, but that we have a sprinkling of our gentry here and there one, excellently well learned, like those Fugari in Germany, Du Bartu, du Plessis, Sadel, in France, Picus Mirandola, Scotus, Barotius, in Italy, apparent rari nantes in gurgite vasto, but they are but few in respect of the multitude. The major part, and some again excepted that are indifferent, are wholly bent for hawks and hounds, and carried away many times with intemperate lust, gaming and drinking. If they read a book at any time, si quod est interim otii advenitu, poculis, alea, scortis. 'Tis an English chronicle, St. John of Bordeaux, Amadis de Gaulle, etc., a play-book, or some pamphlet of news, and that at such seasons only, when they cannot stir abroad, to drive away time. Their sole discourse is dogs, hawks, horses, and what news. If some one have been a traveller in Italy, or as far as the Emperor's court, wintered in Orleans, and can court his mistress in broken French, wear his clothes neatly in the newest fashion, sing some choice outlandish tunes, discourse of lords, ladies, towns, palaces, and cities, he is complete and to be admired. Otherwise he and they are much at one. No difference between the master and the man, but worshipful titles. Wink and choose betwixt him that sits down, clothes excepted, and him that holds the trencher behind him. Yet these men must be our patrons, our governors too sometimes, statesmen, magistrates, noble, great, and wise by inheritance. Mistake me not, I say again, vos o patricius sanguis, you that are worthy senators, gentlemen, I honour your names and persons, and with all submissiveness prostrate myself to your censure and service. There are amongst you, I do ingenuously confess, many well-deserving patrons, and true patriots of my knowledge, besides many hundreds which I never saw, no doubt, or heard of, pillars of our commonwealth, whose worth, bounty, learning, forwardness, true zeal in religion, and good esteem of all scholars, ought to be consecrated to all posterity. But of your rank there are a debauched, corrupt, covetous, illiterate crew again, no better than stocks, merum pecus, testor deum non mihi videri dignus ingenui hominis appellationi, barbarous Thracians, et quis ille thrax, qui hoc neget, a sordid, profane, pernicious company, irreligious, impudent, and stupid, I know not what epithets to give them, enemies to learning, confounders of the church, and the ruin of a commonwealth. Patrons they are by right of inheritance, and put in trust freely to dispose of such livings to the church's good, but hard taskmasters they prove, they take away their straw, and compel them to make their number of brick. They commonly respect their own ends, commodity is the steer of all their actions, and him they present in conclusion as a man of greatest gifts, that will give most. No penny, no paternoster, as the saying is. Nisi precas auro fucias, amplius irritas, ut Cerberus offa. Their attendants and officers must be bribed, feed, and made, as Cerberus is with a sop by him that goes to hell. It was an old saying, omnia Rome venalia, all things are venal at Rome. 'Tis a rag of popery which will never be rooted out. There is no hope, no good to be done without money. A clerk may offer himself, approve his worth, learning, honesty, religion, zeal, they will commend him for it, but probitas laudatur et alget. If he be a man of extraordinary parts, they will flock afar off to hear him, as they did in Apuleius, to see Psyche. Multi mortales confluebant ad videndum saeculi decus, speculum gloriosum, laudator ab omnibus, spectator ob omnibus, nec quisquam non rex, non regius, cupidis eos nuptiarium petitor accedit, mirantur quidem divinam formam omnes, sed ut simulacrum fabre politum mirantur. Many mortal men came to see fair Psyche, the glory of her age. They did admire her, commend, desire her for her divine beauty, and gaze upon her, but as on a picture. None would marry her, quod indotato, fair Psyche had no money. So they do by learning. Didicit iam dives avarus, tantum admirari, tantum laudare disertos, ut pueri Junonis avem. Your rich men have now learned of latter days to admire, commend, and come together, to hear and see a worthy scholar speak, as children do a peacock's feather. He shall have all the good words that may be given, a proper man, and 'tis pity he hath no preferment, all good wishes, but inexorable, indurate as he is, he will not prefer him, though it be in his power, because he is indotatus, he hath no money. Or if he do give him entertainment, let him be never so well qualified, plead affinity, consanguinity, sufficiency. He shall serve 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel, before he shall have it. If he will enter at first, he must get in at that simoniacal gate, come off soundly, and put in good security to perform all covenants, else he will not deal with or admit him. But if some poor scholar, some parson chaff, will offer himself, some trencher chaplain that will take it to the halves, thirds, or accepts of what he will give, he is welcome. Be conformable, preach as he will have him, he likes him before 1,000,000 of others, for the host is always best cheap, and then as Hierom said to Chromatius, patella dignum operculum, such a patron, such a clerk, the cure is well supplied and all parties pleased, so that is still verified in our age, which Chrysostom complained of in his time, qui opulentiores sunt, in ordinem parasitorum cogunt eos, et ipsos tanquam canes ad mensas suas enutriunt, erumque impudentes. Veneres iniquarum coenarum reliquiis defertiunt, isdem pro arbitro abulentes. Rich men keep these lecturers, and fawning parasites, like so many dogs at their tables, and filling their hungry guts with the offals of their meat, they abuse them at their pleasure, and make them say what they propose. As children do by a bird or a butterfly in a string, pull in and let him out as they list, do they by their trencher chaplains, prescribe, command their wits, let in and out as to them it seems best. If the patron be precise, so must his chaplain be. If he be perpestical, his clerk must be so too, or else be turned out. These are those clerks which serve the turn, whom they commonly entertain and present to church livings, whilst in the meantime we that are university men, like so many hide-bound calves in a pasture, tarry out our time, wither away as a flower ungathered in a garden, and are never used, or as so many candles, illuminate ourselves alone, obscuring one another's light, and are not discerned here at all, the least of which, translated to a dark room, or to some country benefice, where it might shine apart, would give a fair light, and be seen over all. Whilst we lie waiting here, as those sick men did at the pool of Bethesda, till the angel stirred the water, expecting a good hour, they step between, and beguile us of our preferment. I have not yet said, if after long expectation, much expense, travel, earnest suit of ourselves and friends, we obtain a small benefice at last, our misery begins afresh, we are suddenly encountered with the flesh, world, and devil, with a new onset. We change a quiet life for an ocean of troubles. We come to a ruinous house, which before it be habitable must be necessarily to our great damage repaired. We are compelled to sue for dilapidations, or else sued ourselves, and scarce yet settled we are called upon for our predecessors' arrearages. First fruits, tenths, subsidies, are instantly to be paid, benevolence, procurations, etc., and which is most to be feared, we light upon a cracked title, as it befell Clenard of Brabant for his rectory and charge of his begine. He was no sooner inducted, but instantly sued. Cepimusque, saith he, strenue litigare, et implacabili bello confligere. At length, after 10 years' suit, as long as Troy's siege, when he had tired himself and spent his money, he was fain to leave all for quietness' sake, and give it up to his adversary. Or else we are insulted over and trampled on by domineering officers, fleeced by those greedy harpies to get more fees, we stand in fear of some precedent lapse, we fall amongst refractory seditious sectaries, peevish Puritans, perverse Papists, a lascivious rout of atheistical epicures, that will not be reformed, or some litigious people, those wild beasts of Ephesus must be fought with, that will not pay their dues without much repining, or compelled by long suit. Laeci clericis oppido infesti, an old axiom, all they think well gotten that is had from the church, and by such uncivil harsh dealings they make their poor minister weary of his place, if not his life, and put case they be quiet honest men, make the best of it, as often it falls out, from a polite and terse academic he must turn rustic, rude, melancholize alone, learn to forget, or else, as many do, become maltsters, graziers, chapmen, etc., now banished from the academy, all commerce of the muses, and confined to a country village, as Ovid was from Rome to Pontus, and daily converse with a company of
Section 41 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 41. Partition 1, Section 2. Member 4, Subsections 1 to 2. Subsection 1. Non-necessary, remote, outward, adventitious or accidental causes, as first from the nurse. Of those remote, outward, ambient, necessary causes, I have sufficiently discoursed in the precedent member. The non-necessary follow, of which, saith Fuchsius, no art can be made, by reason of their uncertainty, casualty, and multitude. So called not necessarily because according to Fernelius they may be avoided, and used without necessity. Many of these accidental causes, which I shall entreat of here, might have well been reduced to the former, because they cannot be avoided, but fatally happen to us, though accidentally and unawares, at some time or other. The rest are contingent and inevitable, and more properly inserted in this rank of causes. To reckon up all is a thing impossible. Of some, therefore, most remarkable of these contingent causes which produce melancholy, I will speak briefly, and in their order. From a child's nativity, the first ill accident that can likely befall him in this kind is a bad nurse, by whose means alone he may be tainted with this malady from his cradle. Aulus Gellius, Book 2, Chapter 1, brings in Favorinus, that eloquent philosopher, proving this at large, that there is the same virtue and prosperity in the milk as in the seed, and not in men alone, but in all other creatures. He gives instance in a kid and lamb. If either of them suck of the other's milk, the lamb of the goats, and the kid of the ewes, the wool of the one will be hard, and the hair of the other soft. Giraldus Cambrensis confirms this by a notable example which happened in his time. A sow-pig by chance sucked a brach, and when she was grown would miraculously hunt all manner of deer, and that as well, or rather better, than any ordinary hound. His conclusion is, that men and beasts participate of her nature and conditions by whose milk they are fed. Favorinus urges it farther, and demonstrates it more evidently, that if a nurse be misshapen, unchaste, dishonest, impudent, cruel, or the like, the child that sucks upon her breast will be so too. All other affections of the mind and diseases are almost engrafted, as it were, and imprinted into the temperature of the infant by the nurse's milk, as pox, leprosy, melancholy, etc. Cato for some such reason would make his servants' children suck upon his wife's breast, because by that means they would love him and his the better, and in all likelihood agree with them. A more evident example that the minds are altered by milk cannot be given, than that of Dion, which he relates of Caligula's cruelty. It could neither be imputed to father nor mother, but to his cruel nurse alone, that anointed her paps with blood still when he sucked, which made him such a murderer, and to express her cruelty to a hare, and that of Tiberius, who was a common drunkard, because his nurse was such a one. Et si delira fuerit, one observes, in pantulum delirum faciet. If she be a fool or dolt, the child she nurseth will take after her, or otherwise be misaffected, which Franciscus Barbarus proves at full, and Antonius Grivara, Book 2 de Marco Aurelio, the child will surely participate. For bodily sickness there is no doubt to be made. Titus, Vespasian's son, was therefore sickly, because the nurse was so, Lampridius. And if we may believe physicians, many times children catch the pox from a bad nurse, Botaldus. Besides evil attendance, negligence, and many gross inconveniences, which are incident to nurses, much danger may so come to the child. For these causes Aristotle, Politics, Book 7, Chapter 17. Favorinus and Marcus Aurelius would not have a child put to nurse at all, but every mother to bring up her own, of what condition soever she be. For a sound and able mother to put out her child to nurse, is naturae intemperies, so Guaso calls it. 'Tis fit therefore she should be nurse herself. The mother will be more careful, loving, and attendant than any servile woman or such hired creatures. This all the world acknowledgeth. Convenientissimum est, as Rodericus a Castro de Natura Mulierum, Book 4, Chapter 12, in many words confesseth. Matram ipsam lactare infantum. It is most fit that the mother should suckle her own infant. Who denies that it should be so? And which some women most curiously observe, among the rest, that Queen of France, a Spaniard by birth, that was so precise and zealous in this behalf, that when in her absence a strange nurse had suckled her child, she was never quiet till she had made the infant vomit it up again. But she was too jealous. If it be so, as many times it is, they must be put forth, the mother is not fit or well able to be a nurse, I would then advise such mothers, as Plutarch does in his book De Libris Educandis, and Sanctus Hieronymus, Book 2, Epistle 27, Magninus and the said Rodericus, that they make choice of a sound woman, of a good complexion, honest, free from bodily diseases, if it be possible, all passions and perturbations of the mind, as sorrow, fear, grief, folly, melancholy. For such passions corrupt the milk, and alter the temperature of the child, which, now being udum et molle lutum, a moist and soft clay, is easily seasoned and perverted. And if such a nurse may be found out, that will be diligent and careful withal, let Favorinus and Marcus Aurelius plead how they can against it. I had rather accept of her in some cases than the mother herself, and which Bonacialus the physician, Biesius the politician approves. Some nurses are much to be preferred to some mothers. For why may not the mother be naught, a peevish drunken flirt, a waspish choleric slut, a crazed piece, a fool, as many mothers are, unsound as soon as the nurse? There is more choice of nurses than mothers, and therefore except the mother be most virtuous, staid, a woman of excellent good parts, and of a sound complexion, I would have all children in such cases committed to discreet strangers. And 'tis the only way, as by marriage they are engrafted to another families, to alter the breed, or if anything be amiss in the mother, as Ludovicus Mercatus contends, to prevent diseases and future maladies, to correct and qualify the child's ill-disposed temperature, which he had from his parents. This is an excellent remedy, if good choice be made of such a nurse. Subsection 2. Education a cause of melancholy. Education of these accidental causes of melancholy may justly challenge the next place, for if a man escape a bad nurse, he may be undone by evil bringing up. Jason Pratensis puts this of education for a principal cause: bad parents, stepmothers, tutors, masters, teachers, too rigorous, too severe, too remiss or indulgent on the other side, are often fountains and furtherers of this disease. Parents and such as have the tuition and oversight of children offend many times in that they are too stern, always threatening, chiding, brawling, whipping, or striking, by means of which their poor children are so disheartened and cowed, that they never after have any courage, a merry hour in their lives, or take pleasure in anything. There is a great moderation to be had in such things, as matters of so great moments to the making or marring of a child. Some fright their children with beggars, bugbears, and hobgoblins, if they cry, or be otherwise unruly, but they are much to blame in it. Many times, saith Lavater de Spectris, part 1, chapter 5, ex metu in morbus graves incidunt, et noctu dormientes clamant, for fear they fall into many diseases, and cry out in their sleep, and are much the worse for it all their lives. These things ought not at all, or to be sparingly done, and upon just occasion. Tyrannical, impatient, hare-brained schoolmasters, audi magistri, so Fabius terms them, ajaces flagelliferi, are in this kind as bad as hangmen and executioners. They make many children endure a martyrdom all the while they are at school, with bad diet, if they board in their houses, too much severity and ill usage. They quite pervert their temperature of body and mind, still chiding, railing, frowning, lashing, tasking, keeping, that they are fracti animis, moped many times, weary of their lives, nimia severitate deficiunt et desperant, and think no slavery in the world, as once I did myself, like to that of a grammar scholar. Praeceptorum ineptiis discruciantur ingenia puerorum, saith Erasmus. They tremble at his voice, looks, coming in. St. Augustine, in the first book of his Confessions, calls this schooling meliculosum necessitatum, and elsewhere a martyrdom, and confesseth of himself how cruelly he was tortured in mind for learning Greek. Nulla verba noverum, et saevis terroribus et poenis, ut nossum instantabor mihi vehementer. I know nothing, and with cruel terrors and punishment I was daily compelled. Beza complains in like case of a rigorous schoolmaster in Paris, that made him by his continual thunder and threats once in a mind to drown himself, had he not met by the way with an uncle of his, that vindicated him from that misery for the time, by taking him to his house. Trincavellius had a patient, 19 years of age, extremely melancholy, ob nimium studium, tarvitii et preceptoris minus, by reason of overmuch study, and his tutor's threats. Many masters are hard-hearted and bitter to their servants, and by that means do so deject, with terrible speeches and hard usage so crucify them, that they become desperate, and can never be recalled. Others again in that opposite extreme do as great harm by their too much remissness. They give them no bringing up, no calling to busy themselves about, or to live in, teach them no trade, or set them in any good course, by means of which their servants, children, scholars, are carried away with that stream of drunkenness, idleness, gaming, and many such irregular courses, that in the end they rue it, curse their parents, and mischief themselves. Too much indulgence causeth the like, inepta patris lenitas at facilitas prava, when, as Mitio like, with too much liberty and too great allowance, they feed their children's humours, let them revel, wench, riot, swagger, and do what they will themselves, and then punish them with a noise of musicians. Obsonet, potet, oleat unguenta de meo, amat, dabitur ami argentum ubi erit commodum, fores effregit, restituentur, descidit, vestem, resarcietur, faciat quod lubet, sumat, consumat, perdat, decretum est parti. But, as Demeo told him, tu illum corrumpi sinis, your lenity will be his undoing. Previdere videor jam diem, illum, Cum hic egens profugiet aliquo militatum. I foresee his ruin. So parents often err, many fond mothers especially, dote so much upon their children, like Aesop's ape, till in the end they crush them to death. Corporum nutrices animarum noverque, pampering up their bodies to the undoing of their souls. They will not let them be corrected or controlled, but still soothed up in everything they do, that in conclusion they bring sorrow, shame, heaviness to their parents. Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, 8, 9, become wanton, stubborn, wilful, and disobedient, rude, untaught, headstrong, incorrigible, and graceless. They love them so foolishly, says Cardan, that they rather seem to hate them, bringing them not up to virtue but injury, not to learning but to riot, not to sober life and conversation, but to all pleasure and licentious behaviour. Who is he of so little experience that knows not this of Fabius to be true? Education is another nature, altering the mind and will, and I would to God, saith he, we ourselves did not spoil our children's manners by our overmuch cockering and nice education, and weaken the strength of their bodies and minds, that causeth custom, nature, etc. For these causes Plutarch in his book De Liberis Educandis, and Hieronymus, gives a most especial charge to all parents, and many good cautions about bringing up of children, that they be not committed to indiscreet, passionate, bedlam tutors, light, giddy-headed, or covetous persons, and spare for no cost, that they may be well nurtured and taught, it being a matter of so great consequence. For such parents as do otherwise, Plutarch esteems of them that are more careful of their shoes than of their feet, that rate their wealth above their children. And he, saith Cardan, that leaves his son to a covetous schoolmaster to be informed, or to a close abbey to fast and learn wisdom together. Section 42 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 42. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 4, Subsections 3 and 4. Subsection 3. Terrors and Affrights, Causes of Melancholy. Tully, in the fourth of his Tusculans, distinguishes these terrors which arise from the apprehension of some terrible object heard or seen, from other fears, and so doth Patritius. Lib 5, Tit 4, De Regis Institute. Of all fears they are most pernicious and violent, and so suddenly alter the whole temperature of the body, move the soul and spirits, strike such a deep impression, that the parties can never be recovered, causing more grievous and fiercer melancholy, as Felix Plater speaks out of his experience, than any inward cause whatsoever, and imprints itself so forcibly in the spirits, brain, humours, that if all the mass of blood were let out of the body, it could hardly be extracted. This horrible kind of melancholy, for so he terms it, had been often brought before him, and troubles and affrights commonly men and women, young and old, of all sorts. Hercules de Saxonia calls this kind of melancholy, ab agitatione spirituum, by a peculiar name. It comes from the agitation, motion, contraction, dilation of spirits, not from any distemperature of humours, and produceth strong effects. This terror is most usually caused, as Plutarch will have, from some imminent danger, when a terrible object is at hand, heard, seen, or conceived, truly appearing, or in a dream, and many times the more sudden the accident, it is the more violent. Stat terror animis, et cor attonitum salit, pavidumque trepidis palpitat venis jecur. Their souls affright, their heart amazed quakes, the trembling liver pants in the veins, and aches. Arthemedorus the grammarian lost his wits by the unexpected sight of a crocodile. Laurentius. The massacre at Lyons, 1572, in the reign of Charles IX, was so terrible and fearful that many ran mad. Some died. Great-bellied women were brought to bed before their time, generally all affrighted aghast. Many lose their wits by the sudden sight of some spectrum or devil, a thing very common in all ages, saith Lavater, Part 1, Chapter 9, as Orestes did at the sight of the Furies, which appeared to him in black, as Pausanias records. The Greeks call them mormolaikeia, which so terrify their souls, or if they be but affrighted by some counterfeit devils in jest, ut pueri trepidant, atque omnia caecis, in tenebris metuunt. As children in the dark conceive hobgoblins, and are so afraid, they are the worse for it all their lives. Some by sudden fires, earthquakes, inundations, or any such dismal objects. Themiscon the physician fell into a hydrophobia, by seeing one sick of that disease. Dioscorides, Book 6, Chapter 33. Or by the sight of a monster, a carcass, they are disquieted many months following, and cannot endure the room where a corpse hath been, for a world would not be alone with a dead man, or lie in that bed many years after in which a man hath died. At Basil, many little children in the springtime went to gather flowers in a meadow at the town's end, where a malefactor hung in gibbets. All gazing at it, one by chance flung a stone, and made it stir, by which accident the children affrighted ran away. One slower than the rest looked back, and seeing the stirred carcass wag towards her, cried out it came after her, and was so terribly affrighted, that for many days she could not rest, eat, or sleep. She could not be pacified, but, melancholy, died. In the same town another child, beyond the Rhine, saw a grave opened, and upon the sight of a carcass, was so troubled in mind that she could not be comforted, but a little after departed, and was buried by it. Platerus, Observationes, Book 1, a gentlewoman of the same city saw a fat hog cut up. When the entrails were opened, and a noisome savour offended her nose, she much misliked, and would not longer abide. A physician in presence told her, as that hog, so was she, full of filthy excrements, and aggravated the matter by some other loathsome instances, insomuch this nice gentlewoman apprehended it so deeply, that she fell forthwith a vomiting, was so mightily distempered in mind and body, that with all his art and persuasions, for some months after, he could not restore her to herself again. She could not forget it, or remove the object out of her sight. Idem. Many cannot endure to see a wound opened, but they are offended, a man executed, or labour of any fearful disease, as possession, apoplexies, one bewitched, or if they read by chance of some terrible thing, the symptoms alone of such a disease, or that which they dislike, they are instantly troubled in mind, aghast, ready to apply it to themselves. They are as much disquieted as if they had seen it, or were so affected themselves. Hecatus sibi videntur somniare. They dream and continually think of it. As lamentable effects are caused by such terrible objects heard, read, or seen, auditus maximus mortis in corpore facit, as Plutarch holds, no sense makes greater alteration of body and mind. Sudden speech sometimes, unexpected news, be they good or bad, praevisa minus oratio, will move as much, animum obrure, et de sede sua dejicere, as a philosopher observes, will take away our sleep and appetite, disturb and quite overturn us. Let them bear witness that have heard these tragical alarms, outcries, hideous noises, which are many times suddenly heard in the dead of the night by irruption of enemies and accidental fires, etc. Those panic fears, which often drive men out of their wits, bereave them of sense, understanding, and all, some for a time, some for their whole lives, they never recover it. The Midianites were so affrighted by Gideon's soldiers, they breaking but every one a pitcher, and Hannibal's army by such a panic fear was discomfited at the walls of Rome. Augusta Livia, hearing a few tragical verses recited out of Virgil, Tu Marcellus eris, etc., fell down dead in a swoon. Edinus, king of Denmark, by a sudden sound which he heard, was turned into fury with all his men. Cranzius. Amatus Lusitanius had a patient, that by reason of bad tidings became epilepticus. Cardan de Substilitate Rerum, Book 18, saw one that lost his wits by mistaking of an echo. If one sense alone can cause such violent commotions of the mind, what may we think, when hearing, sight, and those other senses are all troubled at once, as by some earthquakes, thunder, lightning, tempests, etc. At Bologna in Italy, anno 1504, there was such a fearful earthquake about 11 o'clock in the night, as Beroaldus in his book De Terra Motu has commended to posterity, that all the city trembled. The people thought the world was at an end, actum de mortalibus. Such a fearful noise, it made such a detestable smell, the inhabitants were infinitely affrighted, and some ran mad. Audi rem atrocem et annalibus memorandum, mine author adds, here a strange story, and worthy to be chronicled. I had a servant at the time called Fulco Argellanus, a bold and proper man, so grievously terrified with it, that he was first melancholy, after doted, at last mad, and made away with himself. At Fuscinum in Japona there was such an earthquake, and darkness on a sudden, that many men were offended with headache, many overwhelmed with sorrow and melancholy. At Meacum whole streets and goodly palaces were overturned at the same time, and there was such a hideous noise withal, like thunder, and filthy smell, that their hair stared for fear, and their hearts quaked, men and beasts were incredibly terrified. In Sacae, another city, the same earthquake was so terrible unto them, that many were bereft of their senses, and others by that horrible spectacle so much amazed, that they knew not what they did. Blasius a Christian, the reporter of the news, was so affrighted for his part, that though it were 2 months after, he was scarce his own man, neither could he drive the remembrance of it out of his mind. Many times, some years following, they will tremble afresh at the remembrance or conceit of such a terrible object, even all their lives long, if mention be made of it. Cornelius Agrippa relates out of Guiliemus Parisiensis a story of one, that after a distasteful purge which a physician had prescribed unto him, was so much moved, that at the very sight of physic he would be distempered, though he never so much as smelled to it. The box of physic long after would give him a purge, nay, the very remembrance of it did affect it. Like travellers and seamen, saith Plutarch, that when they have been sanded, or dashed on a rock, for ever after, fear not that mischance only, but all such dangers whatsoever. Subsection 4. Scoffs, calumnies, bitter jests, how they cause melancholy. It is an old saying, a blow with a word strikes deeper than a blow with a sword, and many men are as much galled with a calumny, a scurrilous and bitter jest, a libel, a pasquil, satire, apologue, epigram, stage play, or the like, as with any misfortune whatsoever. Princes and potentates, that are otherwise happy, and have all at command, secure and free, quibus potentia scleris impunitatem fecit, are grievously vexed with these pasquilling libels and satires. They fear a railing Aretine more than an enemy in the field, which made most princes of his time, as some relate, allow him a liberal pension, that he should not tax them in his satires. The gods had their Momus, Homer his Zoilus, Achilles his Thersites, Philip his Demades, the Caesars themselves in Rome were commonly taunted. There was never wanting a Petronius, a Lucian in those times, nor will be a Rabelais, an Euphormio, a Boccalinus in ours. Adrian the 6th Pope was so highly offended, and grievously vexed with pasquillers at Rome, he gave command that his statue should be demolished and burned, the ashes flung into the river Tiber, and had done it forthwith, had not Lodovicus Suessanus, a facete companion, dissuaded him to the contrary, by telling him that Pasquil's ashes would turn to frogs in the bottom of the river, and croak worse and louder than before. Genus irritabili vatum, and therefore Socrates in Plato adviseth all his friends that respect their credits, to stand in awe of poets, for they are terrible fellows, can praise and dispraise as they see cause. Hinc quam sit calamus saevio ense patet. The prophet David complains, Psalm 123, 4, that his soul was full of the mocking of the wealthy, and of the despitefulness of the proud, and Psalm level 4, for the voice of the wicked, etc., and their hate. His heart trembled within him, and the terrors of death came upon him, fear and horrible fear, etc. And Psalm 69:20, rebuke hath broken my heart, and I am full of heaviness. Who has not like cause to complain, and is not so troubled, that shall fall into the mouths of such men? For many are of so petulant a spleen, and have that figure sarcasmus so often in their mouths, so bitter, so foolish, as Balthazar Castilio notes of them, that they cannot speak, but they must bite. They had rather lose a friend than a jest, and what company soever they come in, they will be scoffing, insulting over their inferiors, especially over such as any way depend upon them, humouring, misusing, or putting gulleries on some or other, till they have made by their humouring or gulling ex stulto insanum, a mope or a noddy, and all to make themselves merry. De modo risum exutiat sibi, non hic quiquam parcit amico. Friends, neuters, enemies, all are as one, to make a fool a madman, is their sport, and they have no greater felicity than to scoff and deride others. They must sacrifice to the god of laughter, with them in Apuleius, once a day, or else they shall be melancholy themselves. They care not how they grind and misuse others, so they may exhilarate their own persons. Their wits indeed serve them to that sole purpose, to make sport, to break a scurrile jest, which is levissimus ingenii fructus, the froth of wit, as Tully holds, and for this they are often applauded. In all other discourse dry, barren, stramineous, dull and heavy, here lies their genius. In this they alone excel, please themselves and others. Leo Decimus, that scoffing pope, as Jovius has registered in the 4th book of his life, took an extraordinary delight in humouring of silly fellows, and to put gulleries upon them, by commending some, persuading others to this or that. He made ex stolidis stultissimos, ex maxime ridiculos, ex stultis insanos, soft fellows, stark noddies, and some as were foolish, quite mad before he left them. One memorable example he recites there, of Tarascomus of Parma, a musician that was so humoured by Leo Decimus, and Bibiena his second in this business, that he thought himself to be a man of most excellent skill, who was indeed a ninny. They made him set foolish songs, and invent new ridiculous precepts, which they did highly commend, as to tie his arm that played on the lute, to make him strike a sweeter stroke, and to pull down the arras hangings, because the voice would be clearer, by reason of the reverberation of the wall. In the like manner they persuaded one Barabalius of Caeta that he was as good a poet as Petrarch, would have him to be made a laureate poet, and invite all his friends to his instalment, and had so possessed the poor man with the conceit of his excellent poetry, that when some of his more discreet friends told him of his folly, he was very angry with them, and said they envied his honour and prosperity. It was strange, saith Jovius, to see an old man of 60 years, a venerable and grave old man, so gulled. But what cannot such scoffers do, especially if they find a soft creature on whom they may work? Nay, to say truth, who is so wise or so discreet, that may not be humoured in this kind, especially if some excellent wits shall set upon him? He that mads others, if he were so humoured, would be as mad himself, as much grieved and tormented. He might cry with him in the comedy, Pro Jupiter tu homo me, adigas ad ansanium. For all is in these things as they are taken. If he be a silly soul, and do not perceive it, 'tis well, he may haply make others sport, and be no whit troubled himself. But if he be apprehensive of his folly, and take it to heart, then it torments him worse than any lash. A bitter jest, a slander, a calumny, pierceth deeper than any loss, danger, bodily pain, or injury whatsoever. Leviter enim volat, it flies swiftly, as Bernard of an arrow, sed graviter vulnerat, but wounds deeply. especially if it shall proceed from a virulent tongue, it cuts, saith David, like a two-edged sword. They shoot bitter words as arrows, Psalm 65:5, and they smote with their tongues, Jeremiah 28:18, and that so hard that they leave an incurable wound behind them. Many men are undone by this means, moped and so dejected that they are never to be recovered, and of all other men living, those which are actually melancholy, or inclined to it, are most sensible, as being suspicious, choleric, apt to mistake, and impatient of an injury in that kind. They aggravate, and so meditate continually of it, that it is a perpetual corrosive, not to be removed till time wear it out. Although they peradventure that so scoff, do it alone in mirth and merriment, and hold it optimum aliena frui insania, an excellent thing to enjoy another man's madness, yet they must know that it is a mortal sin, as Thomas holds, and as the prophet David denounceth, they that use it shall never dwell in God's tabernacle. Such scurrilous jests, flouts, and sarcasms, therefore, ought not at all to be used, especially to our betters, to those that are in misery, or are any way distressed, for to such arumnarum incrementa sunt. They multiply grief, and as he perceived, in multis pudor, in multis iracundia, etc. Many are ashamed, many vexed, angered, and there is no greater cause or furtherer of melancholy. Martin Cromerus, in the 6th book of his history, hath a pretty story to this purpose, of Vladislaus the 2nd King of Poland, and Peter Dunnius, Earl of Shrine. They had been hunting late, and were enforced to lodge in a poor cottage. When they went to bed, Vladislaus told the Earl in jest, that his wife lay softer with the abbot of Shrine. He, not able to contain, replied, Et tua cum Dabesso, and yours with Dabessus, a gallant young gentleman in the court, whom Christina the queen loved. Tegit id dictum principis animum. These words of his so galled that he was long after tristis et cogitabundus, very sad and melancholy for many months. But they were the Earl's utter undoing, for when Christina heard of it, she persecuted him to death. Sophia the Empress, Justinian's wife, broke a bitter jest upon Narsetes the eunuch, a famous captain then disquieted for an overthrow which he lately had, that he was fitter for a distaff and to keep women company than to wield a sword, or to be the general of an army. But it cost her dear, for he so far distasted it, that he went forthwith to the adverse part, much troubled in his thoughts, caused the Lombards to rebel, and thence procured many miseries to the commonwealth. Tiberius the emperor withheld a legacy from the people of Rome, which his predecessor Augustus had lately given, and perceiving a fellow round a dead corse in the ear, would needs know wherefore he did so. The fellow replied, that he wished the departed soul to signify to Augustus, the commons of Rome were yet unpaid. For this bitter jest the emperor caused him forthwith to be slain, and carry the news himself. For this reason, all those that otherwise approve of jest in some causes, and facete companions, as who doth not, let them laugh and be merry. Rupantur et illa codro, 'tis laudable and fit. Those yet will by no means admit them in their companies, that are any way inclined to this malady. Non jocandum cum iis qui miseri sunt, et arum nosi, no jesting with a discontented person. 'Tis Castilio's caveat, Johannes Pontanus and Galateus, and every good man's. Play with me, but hurt me not. Jest with me, but shame me not. Comitas is a virtue between rusticity and scurrility. Two extremes. As affability is between flattery and contention, it must not exceed, but be still accompanied with that ablabea, or innocency, quae nemini nocet, omnem injuriae, oblationem abhorrens. Hurts no man, abhors all offer of injury. Though a man be liable to such a jest or obloquy, have been overseen, or committed a foul fact, yet it is no good manners or humanity to upbraid, to hit him in the teeth with his offence, or to scoff at such a one. 'Tis an old axiom, turpis in reum omnis exprobatio. I speak not of such as generally tax vice, Barclay, Gentilis, Erasmus, Agrippa, Fishcartus, etc., the Varronists and Lucians of our time, satirists, epigrammists, comedians, apologists, etc., but such as personate, rail, scoff, calumniate, perstring by name, or in presence offend. Ludit qui stolida procacitate, non est cestius ille sed cabalus. 'Tis horseplay this, and those jests, as he saith, are no better than injuries, biting jests, mordentes et aculeati, they are poisoned jests, leave a sting behind them, and ought not to be used. Set not thy foot to make the blind to fall, nor wilfully offend thy weaker brother, nor wound the dead with thy tongue's bitter gall, neither rejoice thou in the fall of other. If these rules could be kept, we should have much more ease and quietness than we have, less melancholy, whereas on the contrary we study to misuse each other, how to sting and gall, like two fighting boars, bending all our force and wit, friends, fortune, to crucify one another's souls, by means of which there is little content and charity, much virulency. Section 43 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 43. Partition 1, Section 2. Member 4, Subsections 5 to 6. Subsection 5. Loss of liberty, servitude, imprisonment. How they cause melancholy. To this catalogue of causes I may well annex loss of liberty, servitude, or imprisonment, which to some persons is as great a torture as any of the rest. Though they have all things convenient, sumptuous houses to their use, fair walks and gardens, delicious bowers, galleries, good fare and diet, and all things correspondent, yet they are not content, because they are confined, may not come and go at their leisure, have and do what they will, but live aliena quadra, at another man's table and command. As it is in meats, so it is in all other things, places, societies, sports. Let them be never so pleasant, commodious, wholesome, so good, yet omnium rerum est satietas. There is a loathing satiety of all things. The children of Israel were tired with manna. It is irksome to them so to live, as to a bird in his cage or a dog in his kennel. They are weary of it. They are happy, it is true, and have all things, to another man's judgment, that heart can wish, or that they themselves can desire, bona si sua noint, yet they loathe it, and are tired with the present. Est natura hominum novitatis avida. Men's nature is still desirous of news, variety, delights, and our wandering affections are so irregular in this kind that they must change, though it must be to the worst. Bachelors must be married, and married men would be bachelors. They do not love their own wives, though otherwise fair, wise, virtuous, and well qualified, because they are theirs. Our present state is still the worst. We cannot endure one course of life long. Et quod modo voverat, odit. One calling long, esse in honore juvat, mox displicet. One place long. Romae tibur amo, ventosus Tibure Romam. That which we earnestly sought, we now contemn. Hoc quosdam agit ad mortem, saith Seneca. Quod proposita saepe mutando in eadem revolvuntur, et non reliquunt novitati locum. Fastidio caepit esse vita, et ipsos mundus, et subit illud rapidissimarum deliciarum. Quosque eadem? This alone kills many a man, that they are tied to the same still, as a horse in a mill, a dog in a wheel. They run round without alteration or news. Their life groweth odious, the world loathsome, and that which crosseth their furious delights, what, still the same? Marcus Aurelius and Solomon, that had experience of all worldly delights and pleasure, confessed as much of themselves. What they most desired was tedious at last, and that their lust could never be satisfied. All was vanity and affliction of mind. Now if it be death itself, another hell, to be glutted with one kind of sport, dieted with one dish, tied to one place, though they have all things otherwise as they can desire, and are in heaven to another man's opinion, what misery and discontent shall they have, that live in slavery, or in prison itself? Quod tristius morte in servitute vivendum, as Hermolaus told Alexander in Curtius. Worse than death is bondage. Hoc animo scito omnes fortes, ut mortem servitute anteponent. All brave men at arms, Tully holds, are so affected. Equidem ego is sum, qui servitutem extremum omnium malorum esse arbitror. I am he, saith Boterus, that accounts servitude the extremity of misery. And what calamity do they endure, that live with those hard taskmasters in gold mines, like those 30,000 Indian slaves at Potosi in Peru, tin mines, lead mines, stone quarries, coal pits, like so many moulder-warps underground, condemned to the galleys to perpetual drudgery, hunger, thirst, and stripes, without all hope of delivery. How are those women in Turkey affected, that most part of the year come not abroad? Those Italian and Spanish dames that are mewed up like hawks, and locked up by their jealous husbands. How tedious it is to them that live in stoves and caves half a year together, as in Iceland, Muscovy, or under the pole itself, where they have 6 months perpetual night. Nay, what misery and discontent do they endure that are in prison? They want all those 6 non-natural things at once: good air, good diet, exercise, company, sleep, rest, ease, etc., that are bound in chains all day long, suffer hunger, and, as Lucian describes it, must abide that filthy stink and rattling of chains, howlings, pitiful outcries, that prisoners usually make. These things are not only troublesome, but intolerable. They lie nastily among toads and frogs in a dark dungeon, in their own dung, in pain of body, in pain of soul, as Joseph did, Psalm cv. 18. They hurt his feet in the stocks, the iron entered his soul. They live solitary alone, sequestered from all company but heart-eating melancholy, and for want of meat must eat that bread of affliction, prey upon themselves. Well might Arculanus put long imprisonment for a cause, especially to such as have lived jovially in all sensuality and lust, upon a sudden are estranged and debarred from all manner of pleasures, as were Huniades, Edward, and Richard II, Valerian the Emperor, Bajazet the Turk. If it be irksome to miss our ordinary companions and repast for one day, or an hour, what shall it be to lose them for ever? If it be so great a delight to live at liberty, and to enjoy that variety of objects the world affords, what misery and discontent must it needs bring to him that shall now be cast headlong into that Spanish Inquisition, to fall from heaven to hell, to be cubbed up upon a sudden? How shall he be perplexed? What shall become of him? Robert, Duke of Normandy, being imprisoned by his youngest brother Henry I, ab illo de inconsolabili dolore in carcere contabuit, saith Matthew Paris, from that day forward pined away with grief. Jugurtha, that generous captain, brought to Rome in triumph, and after imprisoned, through anguish of his soul and melancholy, died. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, the second man from King Stephen, he that built that famous castle of Devizes in Wiltshire, was so tortured in prison with hunger, and all those calamities accompanying such men, ut vivere noluerit, mori nescierit, he would not live, and could not die between fear of death and torments of life. Francis, King of France, was taken prisoner by Charles V, ad mortem fere melancholicus, saith Guicciardini, melancholy almost to death, and that in an instant. But this is as clear as the sun, and needs no further illustration. Subsection 6. Poverty and want, causes of melancholy. Poverty and want are so violent oppugners, so unwelcome guests, so much abhorred of all men, that I may not omit to speak of them apart. Poverty, although, if considered aright, to a wise, understanding, truly regenerate and contented man, it be donum Dei, a blessed estate, the way to heaven, as Chrysostom calls it, God's gift, the mother of modesty, and much to be preferred before riches, as shall be shown in his place. Yet, as it is esteemed in the world's censure, it is a most odious calling, vile and base, a severe torture, summum scelus, a most intolerable burden. We shun it all, cane pejus et angue, worse than a dog or a snake. We abhor the name of it, paupertus fugitur, totoque arcesitur orbe, as being the fountain of all other miseries, cares, woes, labours, and grievances whatsoever, to avoid which we will take any pains, extremus curret mercator ad indos. We will leave no haven, no coast, no creek of the world unsearched, though it be to the hazard of our lives. We will dive to the bottom of the sea, to the bowels of the earth, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 fathom deep, through all 5 zones, and both extremes of heat and cold. We will turn parasites and slaves, prostitute ourselves, swear and lie, damn our bodies and souls, forsake God, abjure religion, steal, rob, murder, rather than endure this insufferable yoke of poverty, which doth so tyrannize, crucify, and generally depress us. For look into the world, and you shall see men most part esteemed according to their means, and happy as they are rich, ubique tante quisque quantum habuit fuit. If he be likely to thrive, and in the way of preferment, who but he? In the vulgar opinion, if a man be wealthy, no matter how he gets it, of what parentage, how qualified, how virtuously endowed, or villainously inclined, let him be a bawd, a gripe, a usurer, a villain, a pagan, a barbarian, a wretch, Lucian's tyrant, on whom you may look with less security than on the sun, so that he be rich, and liberal withal, he shall be honoured, admired, adored, reverenced, and highly magnified. The rich is had in reputation because of his goods, Ecclesiastes 10:31. He shall be befriended, for riches gather many friends. Proverbs 29:4. Multos numerabit amicos. All happiness ebbs and flows with his money. He shall be accounted a gracious lord, a Maecenas, a benefactor, a wise, discreet, a proper, a valiant, a fortunate man of a generous spirit, pullus Jovis et Gallinae, filius albae, a hopeful, a good man, a virtuous, honest man. Quando ego e Junonium puerum et matris partum vere aureum, as Tully said of Octavianus, while he was adopted Caesar, and an heir apparent of so great a monarchy, he was a golden child. All honour, offices, applause, grand titles, and turgent epithets are put upon him, omnes omnia bona dicere, all men's eyes are upon him. God bless his good worship, his honour, every man speaks well of him, every man presents him, seeks and sues to him for his love, favour, and protection, to serve him, belong unto him, every man riseth to him, as to Themistocles in the Olympics, if he speak, as of Herod, vox Dei non hominis, the voice of God, not man. All the graces, veneres, pleasures, elegances attend him, golden fortune accompanies and lodgeth with him, and as to those Roman emperors, is placed in his chamber. Secura naviget aura, fortunamque suo temperet arbitrio. He may sail as he will himself, and temper his estate at his pleasure, jovial delays, splendour and magnificence, sweet music, dainty fare, the good things, the fat of the land, fine clothes, rich attires, soft beds, down pillows are at his command, all the world labours for him, thousands of artificers are his slaves to drudge for him, run, ride, and post for him, divines, for Pythia Philippisat, lawyers, physicians, philosophers, scholars are his, wholly devote to his service. Every man seeks his acquaintance, his kindred, to match with him, though he be an oaf, a ninny, a monster, a goose-cap, uxorum ducat Dainian, when and whom he will, hunc optam generum rex et regina, he is an excellent match for my son, my daughter, my niece, etc. Quicquid calcaverit hic, rossa fiet. Let him go whither he will, trumpets sound, bells ring, etc. All happiness attends him, every man is willing to entertain him, he sups in Apollo wheresoever he comes. What preparation is made for his entertainment? Fish and fowl, spices and perfumes, all that sea and land affords. What cookery, masking, mirth to exhilarate his person? Da trebio pone ad trebium, vis frater ab ilia illibus. What dish will your good worship eat of? Dulcia poma, et quoscunque ferit cultus, tibi fundus honores, ante laurum gustet venerabilior laure dives. Sweet apples, and whatever thy fields afford, before thy gods be served, let serve thy Lord. What sports will your honour have? Hawking, hunting, fishing, fowling, bulls, bears, cards, dice, cocks, players, tumblers, fiddlers, jesters, etc. They are at your good worship's command. Fair houses, gardens, orchards, terraces, galleries, cabinets, pleasant walks. Delightsome places, they are at hand, in aureis lac, vinum in argenteis, adolescentulae ad nutum speciosae, wine, wenches, etc., a Turkish paradise, a heaven upon earth. Though he be a silly soft fellow, and scarce have common sense, yet if he be born to fortunes, as I have said, jure hereditario sapere jubetur, he must have honour and office in his course. Nemo nisi dives honore dignus, Ambrosius, none so worthy as himself. He shall have it, atque esto quicquid servius aut labio. Get money enough and command kingdoms, provinces, armies, hearts, hands, and affections. Thou shalt have popes, patriarchs to be thy chaplains and parasites. Thou shalt have, Tamerlane like, kings to draw thy coach, queens to be thy laundresses, emperors thy footstools. Build more towns and cities than great Alexander, Babel towers, pyramids, and mausolean tombs, etc. Command heaven and earth, and tell the world it is thy vassal. Auro emitur diadema, argento caelum panditur, denarius philosophum conducit, numus jus cogit, obulus literatum pascit, metallum sanitatum conciliat, eis amicos conglutinat. And therefore, not without good cause, John de Medicis, that rich Florentine, when he lay upon his deathbed calling his sons, Cosmo and Lawrence, before him, amongst other sober sayings, repeated this: Animo quieto digredior, quod vos sanus et divites post me relinquam. It doth me good to think yet, though I be dying, that I shall leave you, my children, sound and rich, for wealth sways all. It is not with us, as amongst those Lacedaemonian senators of Lycurgus in Plutarch. He preferred that deserved best, was most virtuous and worthy of the place. Not swiftness or strength or wealth, or friends carried it in those days, but inter optimus optimus, inter temperantes temperantissimus, the most temperate and best. We have no aristocracies but in contemplation. All oligarchies, wherein a few rich men domineer, do what they list, and are privileged by their greatness. They may freely trespass, and do as they please. No man dare accuse them, no, not so much as mutter against them. There is no notice taken of it. They may securely do it. live after their own laws, and for their money get pardons, indulgences, redeem their souls from purgatory and hell itself, clausum possidet arca Jovem. Let them be epicures or atheists, libertines, Machiavellians, as they often are, et quamvis perjuris erit, sine gente cruentus. They may go to heaven through the eye of a needle, if they will themselves. They may be canonized for saints. They shall be honourably interred in mausolean tombs, commended by poets, registered in histories, have temples and statues erected to their names, e manibus illis nascenter violae. If he be bountiful in his life, and liberal at his death, he shall have one to swear, as he did by Claudius the Emperor in Tacitus, he saw his soul go to heaven, and be miserably lamented at his funeral. Ambubalarum collegia, etc. Trimalcionis Topanta in Petronius rector in Caelum abiit, went right to heaven. A base queen, thou wouldst have scorned once in thy misery to have a penny from her, and why? Modio numos metiit, she measured her money by the bushel. These prerogatives do not usually belong to rich men, but to such as are most part seeming rich. Let him have but a good outside, he carries it, and shall be adored for a god, as Cyrus was amongst the Persians, ob splendidum apparatum, for his gay attires. Now most men are esteemed according to their clothes. In our gullish times, whom you peradventure in modesty would give place to, as being deceived by his habit, and presuming him some great worshipful man, believe it, if you shall examine his estate, he will likely be proved a serving man of no great note, my lady's tailor, his lordship's barber, or some such gull, a fastidious brisk, serpetrinal flash, a mere outside. Only this respect is given him, that wheresoever he comes, he may call for what he will, and take place by reason of his outward habit. But on the contrary, if he be poor, Proverbs 25:15, all his days are miserable. He is under hatches, dejected, rejected, and forsaken, poor in purse, poor in spirit. Pautres nobit fluit, iter et animus se habet. Money gives life and soul. Though he be honest, wise, learned, well-deserving, noble by birth, and of excellent good parts, yet in that he is poor, unlikely to rise, come to honour, office, or good means. He is contemned, neglected, frustus sapit, inter litteras esuit, amicus molestus. If he speaks, what babbler is this? Eclus, his nobility without wealth, is projecta vilio alga, and he not esteemed, nos viles pullinati infelicibus ovis. If once poor, we are metamorphosed in an instant, base slaves, villains and vile drudges, for to be poor is to be a knave, a fool, a wretch, a wicked, an odious fellow, a common eyesore. Say poor and say all, they are born to labour, to misery, to carry burdens like juments, pistum stercus commodere with Ulysses' companions, and as Camillus objected in Aristophanes, salem lingere, lick salt, to empty jakes, fay channels, carry out dirt and dunghills, sweep chimneys, rub horse heels, etc. I say nothing of Turks, galley slaves, which are bought and sold like juments, or those African negroes, or poor Indian drudges, qui Indies hic inde deferendis oneribus occumbunt, nam quod apud nos boves et asini vehunt, trahunt, etc., et omne misellis indis. They are ugly to behold, and though erst spruce, now rusty and squalid, because poor. Immundas fortunas acrum est squalorum sequi, it is ordinarily so. Others eat to live, but they live to drudge. Servilis et misera gens nihil recusare audet, a servile generation, that dare refuse no task. Hiustor dromo, carpe hoc flabellum, Ventilum hic facito dum lavamus. Sirrah, blow wind upon us while we wash, and bid your fellow get him up betimes in the morning. Be it fair or foul, he shall run 50 miles afoot to-morrow, to carry me a letter to my mistress. Socia ad pistrinum. Socia shall tarry at home and grind malt all day long. Tristan thresh. Thus are they commanded, being indeed some of them so many footstools for rich men to tread on, blocks for them to get on horseback, or as walls for them to piss on. They are commonly such people, rude, silly, superstitious idiots, nasty, unclean, lousy, poor, dejected, slavishly humble, and as Leo Afer observes of the commonalty of Africa, natura viliore sunt, nec abut suos duces majore in precio quam si canes essent, base by nature, and no more esteemed than dogs. Miseram, laboriosam, calamitosam, vitam agunt, et inopem, infelicem, rudiores assinis, ut e brutis plane natos dicas. No learning, no knowledge, no civility, scarce common sense, naught but barbarism amongst them. Belluno more vivunt, neque calcios gestant, neque vestes. Like rogues and vagabonds, they go barefoot and bare-legged, the soles of their feet being as hard as horse-hoofs, as Radzivillius observed at Damietta in Egypt, leading a laborious, miserable, wretched, unhappy life like beasts and juments, if not worse. For a Spaniard in Incatan sold 3 Indian boys for a cheese, and 100 negro slaves for a horse. Their discourse is scurrility, their summum bonum a pot of ale. There is not any slavery which these villains will not undergo. Inter illos plerique latrinas evacuant, alii culinarum curant, alii stabularios agunt, urinatores et igenus similia exercent, etc. Like those people that dwell in the Alps, chimney sweepers, jakes farmers, dirt daubers, vagrant rogues, they labour hard some, and yet cannot get clothes to put on, or bread to eat. For what can filthy poverty give else, but beggary, fulsome nastiness, squalor, contempt, drudgery, labour, ugliness, hunger, and thirst? Pediculorum et pulicum numerum, as he well followed it in Aristophanes, fleas and lice, pro palio vestem laceram, et pro pulvinari lapidem bene magnum ad caput, rags for his raiment, and a stone for his pillow. Pro cathedra ruptae caput urnae, he sits in a broken pitcher, or on a block for a chair, et malvae ramos pro panibus comedit, he drinks water, and lives on wort leaves, pulse like a hog, or scraps like a dog. Ut nunc nobis vita afficitur, quis non putabit insaniam esse, infelicitatemque, as Cremilius concludes his speech. As we poor men live nowadays, who will not take our life to be infelicity, misery, and madness? If they be of little better condition than those base villains, hunger-starved beggars, wandering rogues, those ordinary slaves and day-labouring drudges, yet they are commonly so preyed upon by polling officers for breaking the laws, by their tyrannizing landlords, so flayed and fleeced by perpetual exactions, that though they do drudge, fare hard, and starve their genius, they cannot live in some countries, but what they have is instantly taken from them. The very care they take to live, to be drudges, to maintain their poor families, their trouble and anxiety takes away their sleep, it makes them weary of their lives, when they have taken all pains, done their utmost and honest endeavours. If they be cast behind by sickness, or overtaken with years, no man pities them. Hard-hearted and merciless, uncharitable as they are, they leave them so distressed, to beg, steal, murmur and rebel, or else starve. The feeling and fear of this misery compelled those old Romans, whom Menenius Agrippa pacified, to resist their governors, outlaws and rebels in most places, to take up seditious arms, and in all ages hath caused uproars, murmurings, seditions, rebellions, thefts, murders, mutinies, jars and contentions in every commonwealth, grudging, repining, complaining, discontent in each private family, because they want means to live according to their callings, bring up their children. It breaks their hearts, they cannot do as they would. No greater misery than for a lord to have a knight's living, a gentleman a yeoman's, not to be able to live as his birth and place require. Poverty and want are generally corrosives to all kinds of men, especially to such as have been in good and flourishing estate, are suddenly distressed, nobly born, liberally brought up, and by some disaster and casualty miserably dejected. For the rest, as they have base fortunes, so have they base minds correspondent, like beetles, estercore orte, estercore victus, in stercore delicium. As they were obscurely born and bred, so they delight in obscenity, they are not thoroughly touched with it. Angustus animus angusto in pectore versant. Yet that which is no small cause of their torments, if once they come to be in distress, they are forsaken of their fellows, most part neglected, and left unto themselves, as poor Terence in Rome was by Scipio, Laelius, and Furius, his great and noble friends. Nil Publius Scipio proferit, nil e Laelius, nil Furius, tres per idem tempus qui agitabant nobiles facillimi. Horum ille opera ne domum quident habuit conductidium. 'Tis generally so, temporis si fuerint nubila, solus eris, he is left cold and comfortless, nullus ad amissas ibit amicus opes, all flee from him as from a rotten wall now ready to fall on their heads. Proverbs 19:1. Poverty separates them from their neighbours. Dum fortuna favet vultum servatis amici, cum cedicit, turpi vertitis ora fuga. Whilst fortune favoured, friends, you smiled on me, but when she fled, a friend I could not see. Which is worse yet, if he be poor, every man contemns him, insults over him, oppresseth him, scoffs at, aggravates his misery. Quum capit crusata domus subsidere, partes in proclinatus omne recumbit onus. When once the tottering house begins to shrink, thither comes all the weight by an instinct. Nay, they are odious to their own brethren and dearest friends. Proverbs 19:7. His brethren hate him if he be poor. Omnes vicini oderunt. His neighbours hate him. Proverbs 15:20. Omnes me nocti ad ignoti deserunt, as he complained in the comedy. Friends and strangers all forsake me. Which is most grievous, poverty makes men ridiculous. Nil habet infelix paupertas durius in se, quam quod ridiculos homines facit. They must endure jests, taunts, flouts, blows of their betters, and take all in good part to get a meal's meat. Magnum pauperis opprobrium, dubet quidibus et facere et parti. He must turn parasite, jester, fool. Cum desipientibus desipere, saith Euripides, slave, villain, drudge to get a poor living, apply himself to each man's humours, to win and please, etc., and be buffeted when he hath all done, as Ulysses was by Melanthius in Homer, be reviled, baffled, insulted over, for potentiorum stultita perferenda est, and may not so much as mutter against it. He must turn rogue and villain, for as the saying is, necessitat cogit ad turpia. Poverty alone makes men thieves, rebels, murderers, traitors, assassins. Because of poverty we have sinned. Ecclesiasticus 27:1. Swear and forswear, bear false witness, lie, dissemble, anything, as I say, to advantage themselves, and to relieve their necessities. Culpae sclerisque magistra est. When a man is driven to his shifts, what will he not do? Si miserum fortuna sinonum finxit, vanum etiam medacemque improba finget. He will betray his father, prince, and country, turn Turk, forsake religion, abjure God and all, nulla tam horrenda proditio, quam illi lucri causa, saith Leo Afer, perpetrare nolint. Plato, therefore, calls poverty thievish, sacrilegious, filthy, wicked, and mischievous, and well he might. For it makes many an upright man otherwise, had he not been in want, to take bribes, to be corrupt, to do against his conscience, to sell his tongue, heart, hand, etc., to be churlish, hard, unmerciful, uncivil, to use indirect means to help his present estate. It makes princes to exact upon their subjects, great men tyrannize, landlords oppress, justice mercenary, lawyers vultures, physicians harpies, friends importunate, tradesmen liars, honest men thieves, devout assassins, great men to prostitute their wives, daughters, and themselves, middle sort to repine, commons to mutiny, all to grudge, murmur, and complain. A great temptation to all mischief, it compels some miserable wretches to counterfeit several diseases, to dismember, make themselves blind, lame, to have a more plausible cause to beg, and lose their limbs to recover their present wants. Jodocus Damhoderius, a lawyer of Bruges, Praxi Rerum Criminalium, chapter 112, hath some notable examples of such counterfeit cranks, and every village almost will yield abundant testimonies among us. We have Damerers, Abraham men, etc., and that which is the extent of misery, it enforceth them through anguish and wearisomeness of their lives to make away themselves. They had rather be hanged, drowned, etc., than to live without means. In mare certiferum, ne te premat aspera egestas, desili, et acelsis corrue cerne jugis. Much better 'tis to break thy neck, or drown thyself in the sea, than suffer irksome poverty. Go make thyself away. A Sybarite of old, as I find it registered in Athenaeus, supping in Fiditiis in Sparta, and observing their hard fare, said it was no marvel if the Lacedaemonians were valiant men. For his part he would rather run upon a sword point, and so would any man in his wits, than live with such base diet, or lead so wretched a life. In Japonia 'tis a common thing to stifle their children if they be poor, or to make an abortion, which Aristotle commends. In that civil commonwealth of China, the mother strangles her child, if she be not able to bring it up, and had rather lose than sell it, or have it endure such misery as poor men do. Arnobius, Book 7, Adversus Gentes, Lactantius, Book 5, Chapter 9, objects as much to those ancient Greeks and Romans. They did expose their children to wild beasts, strangle, or knock out their brains against a stone in such cases. If we may give credit to Munster, amongst us Christians in Lithuania, they voluntarily emancipate and sell themselves, their wives and children to rich men, to avoid hunger and beggary. Many make away themselves in this extremity. Apicius the Roman, when he cast up his accounts, and found but 100,000 crowns left, murdered himself for fear he should be famished to death. P. Forestus, in his medicinal observations, hath a memorable example of two brothers of Louvain that, being destitute of means, became both melancholy, and in a discontented humour massacred themselves. Another of a merchant, learned, wise otherwise and discreet, but out of a deep apprehension he had of a loss at seas, would not be persuaded but as Ventidius in the poet, he should die a beggar. In a word, thus much I may conclude of poor men, that though they have good parts they cannot show or make use of them. Ab inopia ad virtutem obsepta est via. 'Tis hard for a poor man to rise. Haud facile emergunt, quorum virtutibus obstat res angusta domi. The wisdom of the poor is despised, and his words are not heard. Ecclesiastes 6:19. His works are rejected, contemned, for the baseness and obscurity of the author, though laudable and good in themselves, they will not likely take. Nulla placere diu, neque vivere carmina possunt, quae scribuntur atquae potoribus. No verses can please men or live long that are written by water drinkers. Poor men cannot please, their actions, counsels, consultations, projects are vilified in the world's esteem. Amitent consilium in re, which Gnatho long since observed. Sapiens crepidas sibi nunquam nec solius fecit. A wise man never cobbled shoes, as he said of old, but how doth he prove it? I am sure we find it otherwise in our days. Pruinosis horret facundia panis. Homer himself must beg if he want means, and as by report sometimes he did go from door to door, and sing ballads with a company of boys about him. This common misery of theirs must needs distract, make them discontent and melancholy, as ordinarily they are, wayward, peevish, like a weary traveller, for fames et mora bilem in nares conciunt, still murmuring and repining, ob inopiam morosi sunt. Quibus est male, as Plutarch quotes out of Euripides, and that comical poet well seconds. Omnes quibus res sunt minus secundae, nescio quomodo suspitiosi, ad contumeliam omnia accipiunt magis, propter suum impotentiam se credunt negligi. If they be in adversity, they are more suspicious and apt to mistake. They think themselves scorned by reason of their misery, and therefore many generous spirits in such cases withdraw themselves from all company, as that comedian Terence is said to have done, when he perceived himself to be forsaken and poor, he voluntarily banished himself to Stymphalus, a base town in Arcadia, and there miserably died. Ad summum inopiam redactus, itaque e conspectu omnium abiit Graecae in terram ultimam. Neither is it without cause, for we see men commonly respected according to their means, and dives sit omnes querunt nemo an bonus, and vilified if they be in bad clothes. Philophaemen the orator was set to cut wood, because he was so homely attired. Terentius was placed at the lower end of Cecilius's table, because of his homely outside. Dante, that famous Italian poet, by reason his clothes were but mean, could not be admitted to sit down at a feast. Gnatho scorned his old familiar friend because of his apparel. Hominem video panis, anisque obsitum, hic ego illum contempsi praemi. King Perseus overcame sent a letter to Paulus Aemilius, the Roman general. Perseus P. consuli s, but he scorned him any answer. Tacite exprobrans fortunam suam, saith mine author, upbraiding him with a present fortune. Carolus Pugnax, that great Duke of Burgundy, made H. Holland, late Duke of Exeter, exiled, run after his horse like a lackey, and would take no notice of him. 'Tis the common fashion of the world. So that such men as are poor may justly be discontent, melancholy, and complain of their present misery, and all may pray with Solomon, Give me, O Lord, neither riches nor poverty. Feed me with food convenient for me. End of section. Section 44 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 44. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 4, Subsection 7, Part 1. A heap of other accidents causing melancholy, death of friends, losses, etc. In this labyrinth of accidental causes, the farther I wander, the more intricate I find the passage. Multae ambages, and new causes as so many bypaths offer themselves to be discussed. To search out all were an Herculean work, and fitter for Theseus. I will follow mine intended thread, and point only at some few of the chiefest. Death of friends. Amongst which, loss and death of friends may challenge a first place. Multi tristantur, as Verves well observes, post delicias conviva dies festos. Many are melancholy after a feast, holiday, merry meeting, or some pleasing sport, if they be solitary by chance, left alone to themselves, without employment, sport, or want their ordinary companions. Some at the departure of friends only whom they shall shortly see again, weep and howl, and look after them as a cow loves after her calf, or a child takes on that goes to school after holidays. Ut me leverat tuus adventus, sic decessus afflixit, which Tully writes to Atticus. Thy coming was not so welcome to me, as thy departure was harsh. Montanus makes mention of a countrywoman that parting with her friends and native place, became grievously melancholy for many years, and Trallianus of another, so caused for the absence of her husband, which is an ordinary passion amongst our good wives, if their husband tarry out a day longer than his appointed time, or break his hour, they take on presently with sighs and tears. He is either robbed or dead. Some mischance or other is surely befallen him. They cannot eat, drink, sleep, or be quiet in mind till they see him again. If parting of friends, absence alone can work such violent effects, what shall death do, when they must eternally be separated, never in this world to meet again? This is so grievous a torment for the time, that it takes away their appetite, desire of life, extinguisheth all delights. It causeth deep sighs and groans, tears, exclamations. O dulce germen matris, o sanguis meus, eheu terpentes, etc., o flos tenor. Howling, roaring, many bitter pangs, lamentis gemituque et feminio ululatu tecta fremunt, and by frequent meditation extends so far sometimes, they think they see their dead friends continually in their eyes, observantes imagines, as Conciliator confesseth he saw his mother's ghost presenting herself still before him. Quod nimis miseri volunt, hoc facile credunt. Still, that good father, that good son, that good wife, that dear friend, runs in their minds. Totus animus hac una cogitatione defixus est. All the year long, as Pliny complains to Romanus, methinks I see Virginius, I hear Virginius, I talk with Virginius, etc. Tersine vae misero mihi, lilia nigra videntur, palentesque rosae, nec dulce rubens hyacinthus, nullos nec myrtus, nec laurus spirat odores. They that are most staid and patient, are so furiously carried headlong by the passion of sorrow in this case, that brave discreet men otherwise oftentimes forget themselves, and weep like children many months together, as if that they to water would, and will not be comforted. They are gone, what shall I do? Abstulit atra dies et funere mersit acerbo, quis dabit in lacrimas fontem mihi, quis satis altos, accendet gemitus, et acerbo verbo dolori, exharet pietas oculos, et hianta frangit. Pectora, nec plenos avido sinit edere questus, magna adeo jactora premit, etc. Fountains of tears who gives, who lends me groans, deep sighs sufficient to express my moans. Mine eyes are dry, my breast in pieces torn, my loss so great, I cannot enough mourn. So Strozza Filius, that elegant Italian poet, in his Epicedium bewails his father's death. He could moderate his passions in other matters, as he confesseth, but not in this. Lie yields wholly to sorrow. Nunc facior do terga malis, mens illa fatiscit, indomitus quondam vigor et constantia mentis. How does Quintilian complain for the loss of his son, to despair almost? Cardan laments his only child in his book De Libris Propriis, and elsewhere in many of his tracts. St. Ambrose his brother's death. An ego possum non cogitare de te, aut sine lacrimis cogitare, o amare dies, o flebiles noctes, etc. Can I ever cease to think of thee, and to think with sorrow? O bitter days, O nights of sorrow, etc. Gregory Nazianzen, that noble Pulcheria, O decorum, etc., flos recens, pullulans, etc., Alexander, a man of most invincible courage, after Hephaestion's death, as Curtius relates, triduum jacuit ad moriendum obstinatus, lay 3 days together upon the ground, obstinate, to die with him, and would neither eat, drink, nor sleep. The woman that communed with Esdras, Book 2, Chapter 10, when her son fell down dead, fled into the field, and would not return into the city, but there resolved to remain, neither to eat nor drink, but mourn and fast, until she died. Rachel wept for her children, and would not be comforted, because they were not. Matthew 2:18. So did Adrian the emperor bewail his Antinous, Hercules, Hylas, Orpheus, Eurydice, David, Absalom. O my dear son Absalom. Augustine his mother Monica, Niobe her children, insomuch that poets feigned her to be turned into a stone, as being stupefied through the extremity of grief. Aegeas, signo lugubri filii consternatus, in mare se procipitatem dedit, impatient of sorrow for his son's death, drowned himself. Our late physicians are full of such examples. Montanus had a patient troubled with this infirmity, by reason of her husband's death many years together. Trincavellius, Book 1, Chapter 14, hath such another almost in despair after his mother's departure, ut se ferme procipitatem daret, and ready through distraction to make away himself, and in his 15th counsel tells a story of one 50 years of age, that grew desperate upon his mother's death, and cured by Fallopius, fell many years after into a relapse, by the sudden death of a daughter which he had, and could never after be recovered. The fury of this passion is so violent sometimes, that it daunts whole kingdoms and cities. Vespasian's death was pitifully lamented all over the Roman Empire. Totus orbis lugebat, saith Aurelius Victor. Alexander commanded the battlements of houses to be pulled down, mules and horses to have their manes shorn off, and many common soldiers to be slain, to accompany his dear Hephaestion's death, which is now practised amongst the Tartars. When a great Khan dieth, 10 or 12,000 must be slain, men and horses, all they meet, and amongst those the pagan Indians, their wives and servants, voluntarily die with them. Leo Decimus was so much bewailed in Rome after his departure, that, as Jovius gives out, communis salis publica hilaritas, the common safety of all good fellowship, peace, mirth, and plenty died with him. Tanquam iodem sepulchro cum leone conditer lugebantur, for it was a golden age whilst he lived, but after his decease an iron season succeeded. Barbara vis et frida vastitas, et dira malorum omnium incommoda, wars, plagues, vastity, discontent. When Augustus Caesar died, saith Paterculus, orbis ruinam timoreramus, we were all afraid, as if heaven had fallen upon our heads. Budaeus records how that, at Louis XII his death, tam subita mutatio, ut quae prius digito caelum attingere videbantur, nuc humae de repente serpere, sideratos esse diceres. They that were erst in heaven, upon a sudden, as if they had been planet-strucken, lay grovelling on the ground. Concussus cecidere animus, su fundibus ingens, silva dolet lapsis. They looked like cropped trees. at Nancy in Lorraine, when Claudia Valesia, Henry II French king's sister, and the duke's wife deceased, the temples for 40 days were all shut up, no prayers nor masses but in that room where she was, the senators all seen in black, and for a 12-month space throughout the city they were forbid to sing or dance. Non uli pastos illis egre diebus, frigida Daphne, boves ad flumina, nulla nec amnem libavit quadrupes, nec graminis atticit herbam. The swains forgot their sheep, nor near the brink of running waters brought their herds to drink. The thirsty cattle of themselves abstained from water, and their grassy fare disdained. How were we affected here in England for our Titus, Delicae humani generis, Prince Henry's immature death, as if all our dearest friends' lives had exhaled with his. Scanderbeg's death was not so much lamented in Epirus. In a word, as he saith of Edward I at the news of Edward of Carnarvon his son's birth, immortaliter gavisus, he was immortally glad. May we say on the contrary of friends' deaths, immortaliter gementes. We are diverse of us as so many turtles, eternally dejected with it. There is another sorrow which arises from the loss of temporal goods and fortunes, which equally afflicts, and may go hand in hand with the preceding. Loss of time, loss of honour, office, of good name, of labour, frustrate hopes, will much torment. But in my judgment there is no torture like unto it, or that sooner procureth this malady and mischief. Ploratis lacrimis amissa pecunia veris. Lost money is bewailed with grief sincere. It wrings true tears from our eyes, many sighs, much sorrow from our hearts, and often causes habitual melancholy itself. Guianerius repeats this for an especial cause. Loss of friends and loss of goods make many men melancholy, as I have often seen by continual meditation of such things. The same causes Arnoldus Villanovus inculcates. Ex rerum amissione, damno, amicorum morte, etc. Want alone will make a man mad. To be sans argent will cause a deep and grievous melancholy. Many persons are affected like Irishmen in this behalf, who if they have a good scimitar, had rather have a blow on their arm than their weapon hurt. They will sooner lose their life than their goods, and the grief that cometh hence continueth long, saith Plato, and out of many dispositions procureth an habit. Montanus and Physemelica cured a young man of 22 years of age, that so became melancholy, ab amissam pecuniam, for a sum of money which he had unhappily lost. Skenkius has such another story of one melancholy, because he overshot himself, and spent his stock in unnecessary building. Roger, that rich bishop of Salisbury, exutus opibus et castris a regis Stephano, spoiled of his goods by King Stephen, vi doloris absorptus, atque in amentium versus, in decentia fecit, through grief ran mad, spoke and did he knew not what. Nothing so familiar, as for men in such cases, through anguish of mind to make away themselves. A poor fellow went to hang himself, which Ausonius hath elegantly expressed in a neat epigram, but finding by chance a pot of money, flung away the rope, and went merrily home. But he that hid the gold, when he missed it, hanged himself with that rope which the other man had left, in a discontented humour. Atqui condiderat, postquam non reperit aurum, aptavit collo, quem reperit laqueum. Such feral accidents can want and penury produce, be it by suretyship, shipwreck, fire, spoil, and pillage of soldiers, or what loss soever, it boots not, it will work the like effect. The same desolation in provinces and cities, as well as private persons. The Romans were miserably dejected after the battle of Cannae, the men amazed for fear, the stupid women tore their hair and cried. The Hungarians, when their king Ladislaus and bravest soldiers were slain by the Turks, Luctus Publicus, etc. The Venetians when their forces were overcome by the French King Louis, the French and Spanish kings, Pope, Emperor, all conspired against them. At Cambray the French herald denounced open war in the Senate, Loredane Venetorum dux, etc., and they had lost Padua, Brixia, Verona, Forum Julii, their territories in the continent, and had now nothing left but the city of Venice itself. Ut urbi quoquoque ipsi, saith Bembus, timendum putarent. And the loss of that was likewise to be feared. Tantus repente dolor omnes tenuit, ut nunquam alias, etc. They were pitifully plunged, never before in such lamentable distress. Anno 1527, when Rome was sacked by Burbonius, the common soldiers made such spoil that fair churches were turned to stables, old monuments and books made horse litter or burned like straw, relics, costly pictures defaced, altars demolished, rich hangings, carpets, etc., trampled in the dirt, their wives and loveliest daughters constuprated by every base cullion, as Sejanus's daughter was by the hangman in public, before their fathers' and husbands' faces. Noblemen's children, and of the wealthiest citizens reserved for princes' beds, were prostitute to every common soldier, and kept for concubines. Senators and cardinals themselves dragged along the streets, and put to exquisite torments to confess where their money was hid. The rest, murdered on heaps, lay stinking in the streets, infants' brains dashed out before their mothers' eyes. A lamentable sight it was, to see so goodly a city so suddenly defaced, rich citizens sent a-begging to Venice, Naples, Ancona, etc., that erst lived in all manner of delights. Those proud palaces that even now vaunted their tops up to heaven, were dejected as low as hell in an instant. Whom will not such misery make discontent? Terence the poet drowned himself, some say, for the loss of his comedies, which suffered shipwreck. When a poor man hath made many hungry meals, got together a small sum, which he loseth in an instant, a scholar spent many an hour's study to no purpose, his labours lost, etc., how should it otherwise be? I may conclude with Gregory, temporalium amor quantum afficit, cum heret possessio, tam quum substrahitur, urit dolor. Riches do not so much exhilarate us with their possession, as they torment us with their loss. Next to sorrow still I may annex such accidents as procure fear, for besides those terrors which I have before touched, and many other fears, which are infinite, there is a superstitious fear, one of the three great causes of fear in Aristotle, commonly caused by prodigies and dismal accidents, which much trouble many of us. Nescio quid animus mihi praesagit mali, as if a hare cross the way at our going forth, or a mouse gnaw our clothes, if they bleed 3 drops at nose, the salt falls towards them, a black spot appear in their nails, etc., with many such, which Augustin Niphus in his book De Auguris, Polydor book 3 De Prodigus, Sarisburiensis Polycrates book 1 chapter 13 discuss at large. They are so much affected, that with the very strength of imagination, fear, and the devil's craft, they pull those misfortunes they suspect upon their own heads, and that which they fear shall come upon them, as Solomon foretelleth, Proverbs 10:24, and Isaiah denounceth, 56:4, which if they could neglect and contemn, would not come to pass. Eorum vires nostra resident opinione, ut morbi gravitas quotantium cogitatione. They are intended and remitted, as our opinion is fixed, more or less. Dad poenas, saith Crito of such a one, utinam non attraheret. He is punished, and is the cause of it himself. Dum fata fugimus fata stulti incurrimus. The thing that I feared, saith Job, is fallen upon me. As much as we may say of them that are troubled with their fortunes, or ill destinies foreseen, multos angit praecienter malorum. The foreknowledge of what shall come to pass crucifies many men, foretold by astrologers or wizards erratum ob coelum, be it ill accident or death itself, which often falls out by God's permission. Quia daemonum timent, saith Chrysostom, Deus ideo permittit accidere. Severus, Adrian, Domitian can testify as much, of whose fear and suspicion Sueton, Herodian, and the rest of those writers tell strange stories in this behalf. Montanus hath one example of a young man exceeding melancholy upon this occasion. Such fears have still tormented mortal men in all ages, by reason of those lying oracles and juggling priests. There was a fountain in Greece, near Ceres' temple in Achaia, where the event of such diseases was to be known, a glass let down by a thread, etc. Amongst those Cyanean rocks at the springs of Lycia was the oracle of Thrixius Apollo, where all fortunes were foretold, sickness, health, or what they would besides, so common people have been always deluded with future events. At this day, mitas futurorum maxime torquet sinus. This foolish fear mightily crucifies them in China, as Matthew Riccius the Jesuit informeth us, in his commentaries of those countries. Of all nations they are the most superstitious, and much tormented in this kind, attributing so much to their divinators, ut ipse mitus fidem faciat, that fear itself and conceit cause it to fall out. If he foretell sickness such a day, that very time they will be sick, vi mitus afflicti in aegritudinem cadunt, and many times die as it is foretold. A true saying, timor mortis, morte pejor. The fear of death is worse than death itself, and the memory of that sad hour to some fortunate and rich men is as bitter as gall. Ecclesiastes 41:1. Inquietam nobis vitam facit mortis metus. A worse plague cannot happen to a man, than to be so troubled in his mind. 'Tis triste divortium, a heavy separation, to leave their goods with so much labour got, pleasures of the world which they have so deliciously enjoyed, friends and companions whom they so dearly loved, all at once. Axicchus the philosopher was bold and courageous all his life, and gave good precepts de contemnenda morte, and against the vanity of the world, to others. But being now ready to die himself, he was mightily dejected. Hac luce privabor, his orbabor bonis? He lamented like a child, etc. And though Socrates himself was there to comfort him, ubi pristina virtutum jactatio o axioche, where is all your boasted virtue now, my friend? Yet he was very timorous and impatient of death, much troubled in his mind. Imbellis pavor et impatienta, etc., O Clotho. Megapetus the tyrant in Lucian exclaims, now ready to depart, let me live a while longer. I will give thee 1,000 talents of gold, and 2 bowls besides, which I took from Cleocritus, worth 100 talents apiece. Woe's me, saith another, what goodly manors shall I leave? What fertile fields? What a fine house? What pretty children? How many servants? Who shall gather my grapes, my corn? Must I now die so well settled? Leave all so richly and well provided? Woe's me, what shall I do?
Section 45 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton. Section 45. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 4, Subsection 7. Part 2. A heap of other accidents causing melancholy, death of friends, losses, etc. continued. To these tortures of fear and sorrow may well be annexed curiosity, that irksome, that tyrannizing care, nemia solicitudo, superfluous industry about unprofitable things, and their qualities, as Thomas defines it, an itching humour, or a kind of longing to see that which is not to be seen, to do that which ought not to be done, to know that secret which should not be known, to eat of the forbidden fruit. We commonly molest and tire ourselves about things unfit and unnecessary, as Martha troubled herself to little purpose. Be in it religion, humanity, magic, philosophy, policy, any action or study, 'tis a needless trouble, a mere torment. For what else is school divinity? How many doth it puzzle? What fruitless questions about the Trinity, resurrection, election, predestination, reprobation, hellfire, etc.? How many shall be saved, damned? What else is all superstition, but an endless observation of idle ceremonies, traditions? What is most of our philosophy but a labyrinth of options, idle questions, propositions, metaphysical terms? Socrates, therefore, held all philosophers cavaliers, and madmen cavillatores pro insanis habilt palam eos arguens, saith Eusebius, because they commonly sought after such things, quae nec percipi, a nobis neque comprehendi posset, or put case they did understand, yet they were altogether unprofitable. For what matter is it for us to know how high the Pleiades are, how far distant Perseus and Cassiopeia from us, how deep the sea, etc.? We are neither wiser, as he follows it, nor modester, nor better, nor richer, nor stronger, for the knowledge of it. Quod supra nos nihil ad nos. I may say the same of those genethliacal studies. What is astrology but vain elections, predictions? All magic, but a troublesome error, a pernicious foppery? Physic but intricate rules and prescriptions? Philology but vain criticisms? Logic needless sophisms? Metaphysics themselves but intricate subtleties and fruitless abstractions? Alchemy but a bundle of errors? To what end are such great tomes? Why do we spend so many years in their studies? Much better to know nothing at all, as those barbarous Indians are wholly ignorant, than as some of us to be so sore vexed about unprofitable toys. Stultus labor est ineptiarum. To build a house without pims, make a rope of sand, to what end? Sui bono? He studies on, but as a boy told St. Augustine, when I have laved the sea dry, thou shalt understand the mystery of the Trinity. He makes observations, keeps times and seasons, and as Coradius the emperor would not touch his new bride, till an astrologer had told him a masculine hour. But with what success? He travels into Europe, Africa, Asia, searcheth every Greek, sea, city, mountain, gulf, to what end? See one promontory, said Socrates of old, one mountain, one sea, one river, and see all. An alchemist spends his fortunes to find out the philosopher's stone forsooth, cure all diseases, make men long-lived, victorious, fortunate, invisible, and beggars himself, misled by those seducing impostors, which he shall never attain, to make gold. An antiquary consumes his treasure and time to scrape up a company of old coins, statues, rules, edicts, manuscripts, etc. He must know what was done of old in Athens, Rome, at lodging, diet, houses they had, and have all the present news at first, though never so remote, before all others, what projects, counsels, consultations, etc. Quid Juno in aurum insuret Jovi? What's now decreed in France? What in Italy? Who is he? Whence comes he? Which way? Whither goes he? Etc. Aristotle must find out the motion of Euripus. Pliny must needs see Vesuvius. But how sped they? One loseth goods, another his life. Pyrrhus will conquer Africa first, and then Asia. He will be a sole monarch, a second immortal, a third rich, a fourth commands. Turbine magno spes solicitae in urbibus errant. We run, hide, take indefatigable pains, all up early, down late, striving to get, which we had better be without, our Delion's busybodies as we are. It were much fitter for us to be quiet, sit still, and take our ease. His sole study is for words, that they be lepidae, lexis compostae, ut tesserulae omnes, not a syllable misplaced, to set out a strenuous subject, as business. Both were like prophet. His only delight is building. He spends himself to get curious pictures, intricate models and plots. Another is wholly ceremonious, about titles, degrees, inscriptions. A third is over-solicitous about his diet. He must have such and such exquisite sauces, meat so dressed, so far-fetched, peregrini, aereus, volucres, so cooked, etc. Something to provoke thirst, something anon to quench his thirst. Thus he redeems his appetite with extraordinary change to his purse, is seldom pleased with any meal, while thrival stomach useth all with delight, and is water in summer. Fruits before they can be, or are unusually ripe, artificial gardens and fish ponds on the tops of houses, all things opposite to the vulgar sort, intricate and rare, or else they are nothing worth. So busy, nice, curious wits make that insupportable in all vocations, trades, actions, employments, which to duller apprehensions is not offensive, earnestly seeking that which others so scornfully neglect. Thus through our foolish curiosity do we massacrate ourselves, tire our souls, and run headlong, through our indiscretion, perverse will, and want of government, into many needless cares and troubles, vain expenses, tedious journeys, painful hours, and when all is done, corsum haec, cui bono, to what end? Nitre velleque magister maximus, docere non vult, erudita insitia est. Unfortunate marriage. Amongst these passions are irksome accidents. Unfortunate marriage may be ranked a condition of life appointed by God himself in paradise, an honorable and happy estate, and as great a felicity as can befall a man in his world, if the parties can agree as they ought, and live as Seneca lived with his Paulina. But if they be equally matched, or at discord, a greater misery cannot be expected to have a scold, a slut, a harlot, a fool, a fury, or a fiend. There can be no such plague. Ecclesiastes 26:14. He that hath her is as if he held a scorpion, etc. 26:25. A wicked wife makes a sorry countenance, a heavy heart, and he had rather dwell with a lion than keep house with such a wife. Her properties Jovanius Pontanus hath described at large under the name of Euphorbia. Or if they be not equal in years, the like mischief happens. Cecilius in Angelius, Book 2, Chapter 23, complains much of an old wife, dum ejus morti in hio ego me mortus vivo inter vivos, while I gape after her death, I live in a dead man amongst the living, or if they dislike upon my occasion. Judge who that are unfortunately wed, what 'tis to come into a loathed bed. The same inconvenience befalls woman. At vos odori miseram lugete parentes. Cifero aut lacuio laeva hac me esclavore sorte sustineo. Hard-hearted parents both lament my fate, itself I kill or hang to ease my state. A young gentlewoman in Basil was married, saith Felix Plater, to an ancient man, against her will, whom she could not affect. She was continually melancholy, and pined away for grief. And though her husband did all she could possibly to give her content, in a discontented humour, at length she hanged herself. Many other stories he relates in this kind. Thus men are plagued with woman. They again with men, when they are of divers humours and conditions. He a spendthrift, she sprang, one honest, the other dishonest, etc. Parents many times disquiet their children, and they their parents. A foolish son is an heaviness to his mother. Injusta novarica, a stepmother often vexeth a whole family, is matter of repentance, exercise of patience, fuel of dissension, which made Cato's son expostulate with his father, while he should offer to marry his client Salinius's daughter, a young wench. Cujus causa novacem induceret. What offence had he done that he should marry again? Unkind, unnatural friends, evil neighbours, bad servants, debts and debates, etc. 'Twas Chilon's sentence, comes Arius Elenii, et litis est miseria. Misery and usually do commonly together. Suretyship is the bane of many families. Sponde presto nuptia est. He shall be sore vexed. That is surely for a stranger. Proverbs 11:15. And he that hath suretyship is sure. Contention, brawling lawsuits, falling out of neighbours and friends, discordia demons, Virgil Aeneid 6, are equal to the first grief many a man had vexed his soul. Nihil same miserabilis eroium mentibus, as Boter holds, nothing so miserable as such men, full of cares, griefs, anxieties, as if they were stabbed with a sharp sword, fear, suspicion, desperation, sorrow, are their ordinary companions. Our Welshmen are noted by some of their own writers to consume one another in this kind, but whosoever they are that use it, these are their common symptoms, especially if they be convict or overcome. Cast in a suit, Arius put out of a bishopric by Eustathius, turned heretic, and lived after discontented all his life. Every repulse is of like nature. Heo quanta de spe decidi, disgrace, infamy, distraction will almost effect as much, and that a long time after. Hipponax, a satirical poet, so vilified and lashed two painters in his iambics, ut ambo laqueo se suffocarent, Pliny saith, both hang themselves. All oppositions, dangers, perplexities, discontents, to live in any suspense, are of the same rank. Potes hoc sub casu ducere somnos. Who can be secure in such cases? Ill-bestowed benefits, ingratitude, unthankful friends, much disquiet and molest some. Unkind speeches trouble as many, uncivil carriage or dogged answers, weak women above the rest, if they proceed from their surly husbands, are as bitter as gall, and not to be digested. A glassman's wife in Basil became melancholy because her husband said he would marry again if he died. No cut to unkindness, as the saying is, a frown and hard speech, ill respect, a brow beating or bad look, especially to courtiers, or such as attend upon great persons, is present death. Ingenium vultus statque, cartique suo. They ebb and flow with their master's favours. Some persons are at their wits' ends, if by the chance they overshoot themselves in their ordinary speeches or actions, which may return to their disadvantage or disgrace. or have any secret disclosed. Roncius reports of a gentlewoman 25 years old, that falling foul with one of her gossips, was upbraided with a secret infirmity, no matter what, in public, and so much grieved with it, that she did thereupon solitudinis quaerere omnis ab se albigere actandum in gravissimam incidens melancholiam contebescere, forsake all company, quite mopped, and in a melancholy humour pine away. Others are much tortured to see themselves rejected, condemned, scorned, disabled, deframed, detracted, undervalued, or left behind their fellows. Lucian brings in Atomaclus, a philosopher, much discontented that he was not invited amongst the rest, expostulating the matter in a long epistle, with Aristaenetus, their host, Praetextatus, a rod gentleman in Plutarch, would not sit down at a feast, because he might not sit highest, but went his ways all in a chafe. We see the common quarrellings that are ordinary with us, for taking of the wall, precedency, and the many distempers, much heart-bumping amongst us. Nothing pierceth deeper than a contempt or disgrace, especially if they be generous spirits. Scarce anything affects them more than to be despised or vilified. Crato exemplifies it, and common experience confirms it. Of the same nature is oppression. Ecclesiasticus 77. Surely oppression makes a man mad. Loss of liberty, which made Brutus venture his life, Cato kill himself, and Tully complain. Omnem hilaritatem in perpetuum amici, mine heart's broken, I shall never look up, or be merry again. Haec jactura intolerabilis, to some parties 'tis a most intolerable loss, banishment a great misery, as Tyrtus describes it in an epigram of his. Nam miserum est patria amisa labrisque vagare, mendicum et timida voce rogare cibus, omnibus invisus, quocunque asceneret exul, semper erit, semper spiritus, agensque jacet, etc. A miserable thing 'tis to wander, and like a beggar for the white at door. Condemned of all the world, an exile is, hatred rejected, needy still and poor. Polynices, in his conference with Jocasta in Euripides, reckons up 5 miseries of a banished man, the least of which alone were enough to deject pusillanimous creatures. Oftentimes a too great feeling of our own infirmities or imperfections of body or mind will shrivel us up, as if we belonged sick. O bida sanitas te praesente amenum, ver floret gratis, absque tinimo beatos. O blessed health, thou art above all gold and treasure. Ecclesiastes 30:15. The poor man's riches, the rich man's bliss. Without thee there can be no happiness, or visited with some loathsome disease, offensive to others, or troublesome to ourselves, as a stinking breath, deformity of our limbs, crookedness, loss of an eye, leg, hand, paleness, leanness, redness, baldness, loss or want of hair, etc. Hic ubi fluere capit, deros ectus cordi infert, saith Synesius, he himself troubled not a little ob come defectum. The loss of hair alone strikes a cruel stroke to his heart. Acco, an old woman, seeing by chance her face in a true glass, for she used false flattering glasses, belike at other times, as most gentlewomen do, animi dolor in ansaniam delapsa est. Caelius Rhodiginus, Book 17, Chapter 2, ran mad. Rothius, the son of Vulcan, because he was ridiculous for his imperfections, flung himself into a fire. Lais of Conrith, now grown old, gave up her glass to Venus, for she could hot abide to look upon it. Qualis sum nolo, qualis eram nequo. Generally to fair nice pieces, old age and foul linen are two most odious things, a torment of torments, they may not abide the thought of it. Oderum, quisses hac adius utinam inter eram, nuda leones, antiquam turpis maches, decentes occupet malas, teneraque secus, defluat prede speciosa, quaro passire tigris. Hear me, some gracious heavenly power, let lions dire this naked corse devour. My cheeks ere hollow wrinkles seize, yet ere yet their rosy bloom decays, while youth let rolls its vital flood, let tigers friendly riot in my blood. To be foul, ugly, and deformed, much better be buried alive. Some are fair, but barren, and that galls them. Hannah wept sore, did not eat, and was troubled in spirit, and all for her barrenness. 1 Samuel 1 and Genesis 30. Rachel said, in the anguish of her soul, Give me a child, or shall I die? Another hath too many, one was never married, and that's his hell. Another is, and that's his plague. Some are troubled in that, they are obscure. Others by being mistraduced, slandered, abused, disgraced, vilified, or any way injured. Minime miror eos, as she said, quae insanere occupant ex injuria. I marvel not at all if offences make men mad. 17 particular causes of anger and offence Aristotle reckons them up, which for brevity's sake I must omit. No tidings troubles one, ill reports, rumours, bad tidings or news, hard hap, ill success, cast in a suit, vain hopes or hope deferred, another expectation, audio onibus, in rebus molesta, semper est expectatio. As Polybus observes, one is too eminent, another too base-born, and that alone tortures him as much as the rest. One is out of action, company, employment, another overcome and tormented with worldly cares, and one risks business. But what tongue can suffice to speak of all? Many men catch this malady by eating certain meats, herbs, roots, at unawares, at henbane, nightshade, cisuta, mandrakes, etc. A company of young men, adrigentum, in Sicily, came into a tavern, where after they had freely taken their liquor, whether it was where the wine itself, or something mixed with it, 'tis not yet known, but upon a sudden they began to see so troubled in their brains, and their fantasy so crazed, that they thought they were in a ship at sea, and now ready to be cast away by reason of a tempest. Wherefore, to avoid shipwreck, and prevent drowning, they flung all the goods in the house out at the windows into the street, or into the sea, as they supposed. Thus they continued mad a pretty season, and being brought before the magistrate to give an account of this their fact, they told him, not yet recovered of their madness, that what was done they did for fear of death, imminent danger. The spectators were all amazed at this their stupidity, and gazed on them still, whilst one of the ancientest of the company, in a grave tone, excused himself to the magistrate upon his knees. O viri tritonis, ergo in imo jacui, I beseech your deities, etc. For I was in the bottom of the ship. All the while another besought them as so many sea gods to be good unto them, and if ever he and his fellows came to land again, he would build an altar to their service. The magistrate could not sufficiently laugh at this their madness, bid them sleep it out, and so went his ways. Many such accidents frequently happen upon these unknown occasions. Some are so caused by philters wandering in the sun, biting of a mad dog, a blow on the head, stinging with what kind of spider, called tarantula, an ordinary thing, if we may believe, in Calabria and Apulia in Italy. Cardan de Subtilante, Rerun, Book 9. Their symptoms are merely described by Jovianus Pontanus, how they dance all together, and are cured by music. Cardan speaks of certain stones, if they be carried about one, which will cause melancholy and madness. He calls them unhappy, as in adamant, solenities, etc., which dry up the body, increase cares, diminish sleep. Ctesias in Persicus makes mention of a well in those parts, of which if any man drink, he is mad for 24 hours. Some lose their wits by terrible objects, as elsewhere I have more copiously dilated, and life itself many times, as Hippolytus, affrighted by Neptune's sea-horses, Athamos by Juno's furies. But these relations are common in all writers. Hic alius poterem et pluris subnectere casuas, sed jumenta vocant et sol inclinat, endum est. Many such causes, much more could I say, but that for provender my cattle stay. The sun declines, and I must needs away. These causes, if they be considered, and come alone, I do easily yield, can do little of themselves, seldom are apart. An old oak is not felled at a blow. Through many times they are all sufficient every one. Yet if they concur, as often they do, vis unita fortior, et qua na obscunt singula, multa nocent, they may batter a strong constitution, as Austin said. Many grains and small sands sink a ship, many small drops make a flood, etc. Often reiterated.
Section 46 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 46. Partition 1, Section 2, Member 5. Subsection 1. Continent, inward, antecedent, next causes, and how the body works on the mind. As a purlieu hunter, I have hitherto beaten about the circuit of the forest of this microcosm, and followed only those outward adventitious causes. I will now break into the inner rooms, and rip up the antecedent, immediate causes, which are there to be found. For, as the distraction of the mind, amongst other outward causes and perturbations, alters the temperature of the body, so the distraction and distemper of the body will cause a distemperature of the soul, and 'tis hard to decide which of these two do more harm to the other. Plato, Cyprian, and some others, as I have formerly said, lay the greatest fault upon the soul, excusing the body. Others again, accusing the body, excuse the soul as a principal agent. Their reasons are, because the manners do follow the temperature of the body, as Galen proves in his book of that subject, Prosper Calenius de Atra Bile, Jason Pratensis, Lemnius, Book 4, Chapter 16, and many others. And that which Gualter hath commented is most true. Concupiscence and originals in inclinations and bad humours are radical in every one of us, causing these perturbations, affections, and several distempers, offering many times violence unto the soul. Every man is tempted by his own concupiscence, James 1:14. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, as our apostle teacheth us. That methinks the soul hath the better plea against the body, which so forcibly inclines us that we cannot resist. Nec nos obniti contra, nec tendere tantum sufficimus. How the body, being material, worketh upon the immaterial soul, by mediation of humours and spirits, which participate of both, and ill-disposed organs. Cornelius Agrippa hath discoursed, Levinus Lemnius, Perkins, T. Bright, in his treatise of melancholy, for as anger, fear, sorrow, obtrectation, emulation, etc., si mentis intimos recessus occuparit, saith Lemnius, corpori quoque infesta sunt, et illi teterimos morbos inferunt, cause grievous diseases in the body, so bodily diseases affect the soul by consent. Now the chiefest causes proceed from the heart, humours, spirits. As they are purer or impurer, so is the mind, and equally suffers, as a lute out of tune. If one string or one organ be distempered, all the rest miscarry. Corpus onustum hesternis vitiis, animum quoque praegravat una. The body is domicilium animae, her house, abode, and stay, and as a torch gives a better light, a sweeter smell, according to the matter it is made of, so doth our soul perform all her actions, better or worse, as her organs are disposed, or as wine savours of the cask wherein it is kept. The soul receives a tincture from the body, through which it works. We see this in old men, children, Europeans, Asians, hot and cold climes. Sanguine are merry, melancholy sad, phlegmatic dull, by reason of abundance of those humours, and they cannot resist such passions which are inflicted by them. For in this infirmity of human nature, as Melanchthon declares, the understanding is so tied to and captivated by his inferior senses, that without their help he cannot exercise his functions, and the will being weakened hath but a small power to restrain those outward parts, but suffers herself to be overruled by them. That I must needs conclude with Lemnius, spiritus et humores maximum nocumentum obtinent. Spirits and humours do most harm in troubling the soul. How should a man choose but be choleric and angry, that hath his body so clogged with abundance of gross humours, or melancholy, that is so inwardly disposed? That thence comes then this malady, madness, apoplexies, lethargies, etc., it may not be denied. Now this body of ours is most part distempered by some precedent diseases, which molest his inward organs and instruments, and so, per consequens, cause melancholy, according to the consent of the most approved physicians. This humour, as Avicenna, Arnoldus, Jacinus, commentary in 9, Rhasis, Montaltus, Nicholas Piso, etc. suppose, is begotten by the distemperature of some inward part, innate, or left after some inflammation, or else included in the blood after an ague, or some other malignant disease. This opinion of theirs concurs with that of Galen, Book 3, Chapter 6, De Locis Affectionibus. Guanerius gives an instance in one so caused by a quartan ague, and Montanus in a young man of 28 years of age, so distempered after a quartan, which had molested him 5 years together. Hildesheim, De Mania, relates of a Dutch baron, grievously tormented with melancholy after a long ague. Galen, De Atrabile, Chapter 4, puts the plague a cause. Botaldus in his book The French Pox for a cause, others frenzy, epilepsy, apoplexy, because those diseases do often degenerate into this. Of suppression of hemorrhoids, haemorrhagia or bleeding at the nose, menstruous retentions, although they deserve a larger explication, as being the sole cause of a proper kind of melancholy in more ancient maids, nuns, and widows, handled apart by Rodericus a Castro and Mercatus, as I have elsewhere signified, or any other evacuation stopped, as I have already spoken. Only this I will add, that this melancholy which shall be caused by such infirmities deserves to be pitied of all men, and to be respected with a more tender compassion, according to Laurentius, as coming from a more inevitable cause. Subsection 2. Distemperature of particular parts. Causes. There is almost no part of the body which, being distempered, doth not cause this malady, as the brain and his parts, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, matrix or womb, pylorus, marac, mesentery, hypochondries, mesorrheic veins, and in a word, saith Arculanus, there is no part which causeth not melancholy, either because it is a dust, or doth not expel the superfluity of the nutriment. Savanarola is of the same opinion, that melancholy is engendered in each particular part, and Crato, Gordonius, who is instar omnium, confers as much, putting the matter of melancholy sometimes in the stomach, liver, heart, brain, spleen, mirac, hypochondries, when, as the melancholy humour resides there, or the liver is not well cleansed from melancholy blood. The brain is a familiar and frequent cause, too hot or too cold, through a dust blood so caused, as Mercurialis will have it, within or without the head, the brain itself being distempered. Those are most apt to this disease that have a hot heart and moist brain, which Montaltus approves out of Haliabas, Rhasis, and Avicenna. Mercurialis assigns the coldness of the brain a cause, and Sallustius Salvianus will have it arise from a cold and dry distemperature of the brain. Piso, Benedictus Victorius Faventinus, will have it proceed from a hot distemperature of the brain, and Montaltus, chapter 10, from the brain's heat, scorching the blood. The brain is still distempered by himself or by consent, by himself or his proper affection, as Faventinus calls it, or by vapours which arise from the other parts and fume up into the head, altering the animal facilities. Hildesheim thinks it may be caused from a distemperature of the heart, sometimes hot, sometimes cold. A hot liver and a cold stomach are put for usual causes of melancholy. Mercurialis assigns a hot liver and cold stomach for ordinary causes. Monavius, in an epistle of his to Crato in Scoltius, is of opinion that hypochondriacal melancholy may proceed from a cold liver. The question is there discussed. Most agree that a hot liver is in fault. The liver is the shop of humours, and especially causeth melancholy by his hot and dry distemperature. The stomach and mesorrheic veins do often concur by reason of their obstructions, and thence their heat cannot be avoided, and many times the matter is so adust and inflamed in those parts, that it degenerates into hypochondriacal melancholy. Guanerius holds the mesorrheic veins to be a sufficient cause alone. The spleen concurs to this malady, by all their consents, and suppression of haemorrhoids. Dum non expurget alter a causa lien, saith Montaltus, if it be too cold and dry, and do not purge the other parts as it ought. Montanus puts the spleen stopped for a great cause. Christophorus a Vega reports of his knowledge that he hath known melancholy caused from putrefied blood in those seed veins and womb. Arculanus, from that menstruous blood turned into melancholy, and seed too long detained, as I have already declared, by putrefaction and adustion. The mesenterium, or midriff, diaphragma, is a cause which the Greeks call phrenas, because by his inflammation the mind is much troubled with convulsions and dotage. All these most part offend by inflammation, corrupting humours and spirits in this non-natural melancholy, for from these are engendered fuliginous and black spirits. And for that reason Montaltus will have the efficient cause of melancholy to be hot and dry, not a cold and dry distemperature, as some hold, from the heat of the brain, roasting the blood, immoderate heat of the liver and bowels, and inflammation of the pylorus. And so much the rather because that, as Galen holds, all spices inflame the blood, solitariness, waking, agues, study, meditation, all which heat, and therefore he concludes that this distemperature, causing adventitious melancholy, is not cold and dry, but hot and dry. But of this I have sufficiently treated in the matter of melancholy, and hold that this may be true in non-natural melancholy, which produceth madness, but not in that natural, which is more cold, and being immoderate, produceth a gentle dotage. Which opinion Giraldus de Solo maintains in his comment upon Rhasis. Subsection 3. Causes of head melancholy. After a tedious discourse of the general causes of melancholy, I am now returned at last to treat in brief of the three particular species, and such causes as properly appertain unto them. Although these causes promiscuously concur to each and every particular kind, and commonly produce their effects in that part which is most ill-disposed, and least able to resist, and so cause all three species, yet many of them are proper to some one kind, and seldom found in the rest. As, for example, head melancholy is commonly caused by a cold or hot distemperature of the brain, according to Laurentius, but as Hercules de Saxonia contends, from that agitation or distemperature of the animal spirits alone. Sallustius Salvianus, before mentioned, will have it proceed from cold, but that I take of natural melancholy, such as are fools and dote. For, as Galen writes, and Avicenna, a cold and moist brain is an inseparable companion of folly. But this adventitious melancholy which is here meant is caused of a hot and dry distemperature, as Damascene the Arabian, Book 3, Chapter 22, thinks, and most writers, Altomarus and Piso, call it an innate burning intemperateness, turning blood and choler into melancholy. Both these opinions may stand good, as Bruhl maintains, and Capivaccius, si cerebrum sit calidius, if the brain be hot, the animal spirits will be hot, and thence comes madness; if cold, folly. David Crucius de Atrabile grants melancholy to be a disease of an inflamed brain, but cold notwithstanding of itself, calida per accidens, frigida per se, hot by accident only. I am of Capivaccius's mind for my part. Now this humour, according to Salvianus, is sometimes in the substance of the brain, sometimes contained in the membranes and tunicles that cover the brain, sometimes in the passages of the ventricles of the brain, or veins of those ventricles. It follows many times frenzy, long diseases, agues, long abode in hot places or under the sun, a blow on the head, as Rhasis informeth us. Piso adds solitariness, waking, inflammations of the head, proceeding most part from much use of spices, hot wines, hot meats, all which Montanus reckons up for a melancholy Jew, and Heurnius repeats chapter 12 de Mania, hot baths, garlic, onions, saith Guanerius, bad air, corrupt, much waking, etc., retention of seed or abundance, stopping of haemorrhagia, the midriff misaffected, and according to Trallianus, Book 1, 16, immoderate cares, troubles, griefs, discontent, study, meditation, and in a word, the abuse of all those 6 non-natural things. Hercules de Saxonia, chapter 16, book 1, will have it caused from a cautery, or boil dried up, or an issue. Amatus Lusitanus gives instance in a fellow that had a hole in his arm, after that was healed, ran mad, and when the wound was open, he was cured again. Trincavellius hath an example of a melancholy man so caused by overmuch continuance in the sun, frequent use of venery, and immoderate exercise, and in his Consilium 49, book 3, from a headpiece overheated, which caused head melancholy. Prosper Calenus brings in Cardinal Caesius for a pattern of such as are so melancholy by long study, but examples are infinite. Subsection 4. Causes of hypochondriacal or windy melancholy. In repeating of these causes, I must crambem bis coctam apponere say that again which I have formerly said, in applying them to their proper species. Hypochondriacal or flatuous melancholy is that which the Arabians call miracle, and is in my judgment the most grievous and frequent, though Bruel and Laurentius make it least dangerous, and not so hard to be known or cured. His causes are inward or outward. Inward from divers parts or organs, as midriff, spleen, stomach, liver, pylorus, womb, diaphragma, mesaraic veins, stopping of issues, etc. Montaltus out of Galen recites heat and obstruction of those mesaraic veins as an immediate cause, by which means the passage of the chylus to the liver is detained, stopped, or corrupted, and turned into rumbling and wind. Montanus hath an evident demonstration, Trincavellius another, book 1, chapter 1, and Plater a third, for a doctor of the law visited with this infirmity, from the said obstruction and heat of these mesaraic veins and bowels, quoniam inter vetriculum et iecor venae effervescunt. The veins are inflamed about the liver and stomach. Sometimes those other parts are together misaffected, and concur to the production of this malady. A hot liver and cold stomach, or cold belly. Look for instances in Hollerius, Victor Trincavellius, Hildesheim, Solenander pro Cive Lugdunensi, Montanus, for the Earl of Montfort in Germany, 1549, and Frisimelica in the 233rd consultation of the said Montanus. I, Caesar Claudinus, gives instance of a cold stomach and over-hot liver, almost in every consultation, for a certain count, and for a Polonian baron, by reason of heat the blood is inflamed, and gross vapours sent to the heart and brain. Mercurialis subscribes to them, the stomach being misaffected, which he calls the king of the belly, because if he be distempered, all the rest suffer with him, as being deprived of their nutriment, or fed with bad nourishment, by reason of which comes crudities, obstructions, wind, rumbling, griping, etc. Hercules de Saxonia, besides heat, will have the weakness of the liver and his obstruction a cause, facultatem debilem jecinoris, which he calls the mineral of melancholy. Laurentius assigns this reason, because the liver over hot draws the meat undigested out of the stomach, and burneth the humours. Montanus proves that sometimes a cold liver may be a cause. Laurentius, Trincavellius, and Gualter Bruel seems to lay the greatest fault upon the spleen, that doth not his duty in purging the liver as he ought, being too great or too little, in drawing too much blood sometimes to it, and not expelling it, as P. Cnemiandrus, in a consultation of his noted Tumorem Lienis, he names it, and the fountain of melancholy. Diocles supposed the ground of this kind of melancholy to proceed from the inflammation of the pylorus, which is the nether mouth of the ventricle. Others assign the mesenterium, or midriff, distempered by heat, the womb misaffected, stopping of haemorrhoids, with many such. All which Laurentius reduceth to 3, mesentery, liver, and spleen, from whence he denominates hepatic, splenetic, and mesorrheic melancholy. Outward causes are bad diet, care, griefs, discontents, and in a word all those 6 non-natural things, as Montanus found by his experience. Solenander, for a city of Lyons in France, gives his reader to understand that he knew this mischief procured by a medicine of Cantharides, which an unskilful physician ministered his patient to drink ad venerem excitandam. But most commonly fear, grief, and some sudden commotion or perturbation of the mind begin it, in such bodies especially as are ill disposed. Melancthon, Tractatus 14, chapter 2, De Anima, will have it as common to men as the mother to women, upon some grievous trouble, dislike, passion, or discontent. For, as Camerarius records in his life, Melancthon himself was much troubled with it, and therefore could speak out of experience. Montanus, pro delirante Judaeo, confirms it. Grievous symptoms of the mind brought him to it. Brandolotius relates of himself, that being one day very intent to write out a physician's notes, molested by an occasion, he fell into a hypochondriacal fit, to avoid which he drank the decoction of wormwood, and was freed. Melancthon, being the diseases so troublesome and frequent, holds it a most necessary and profitable study for every man to know the accidents of it, and a dangerous thing to be ignorant, and would therefore have all men in some sort to understand the causes, symptoms, and cures of it. Subsection 5. Causes of melancholy from the whole body. As before, the cause of this kind of melancholy is inward or outward. Inward, when the liver is apt to engender such a humour, or the spleen weak by nature, and not able to discharge his office. A melancholy temperature, retention of haemorrhoids, monthly issues, bleeding at nose, long diseases, agues, and all those 6 non-natural things increase it, but especially bad diet, as Piso thinks, pulse, salt meat, shellfish, cheese, black wine, etc. Mercurialis, out of Averroes and Avicenna, condemns all herbs. Galen, especially cabbage. So likewise fear, sorrow, discontents, etc. But of these before. And thus in brief you have had the general and particular causes of melancholy. Now go and brag of thy present happiness, whosoever thou art. Brag of thy temperature, of thy good parts. Insult, triumph, and boast. Thou seest in what a brittle state thou art. How soon thou mayest be dejected. How many several ways. By bad diet, bad air, a small loss, a little sorrow or discontent, an ague, etc. How many sudden accidents may procure thy ruin. What a small tenure of happiness thou hast in this life. How weak and silly a creature thou art. Humble thyself, therefore, under the mighty hand of God. 1 Peter, verse 6. Know thyself, acknowledge thy present misery, and make right use of it. Qui stat videat ne cadat. Thou dost now flourish, and hast bona animi, corporis et fortunae, goods of body, mind, and fortune. Nescis quid serus secum vesper ferat. Thou knowest not what storms and tempests the late evening may bring with it. Be not secure then, be sober and watch. Fortunam reverenter habe, if fortunate and rich. If sick and poor, moderate thyself. I have
Section 47 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton. Section 47. Partition 1, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 1. Symptoms or signs of melancholy in the body. Parrhasius, a painter of Athens, amongst those Olynthian captives Philip of Macedon brought home to sell, bought one very old man, and when he had him at Athens put him to extreme torture and torment, the better by his example to express the pains and passions of his Prometheus, whom he was then about to paint. I need not be so barbarous, inhuman, curious, or cruel, for this purpose to torture any poor melancholy man. Their symptoms are plain, obvious, and familiar. There needs no such accurate observation or far-fetched object. They delineate themselves. They voluntarily betray themselves. They are too frequent in all places. I meet them still as I go. They cannot conceal it. Their grievances are too well known. I need not seek far to describe them. Symptoms, therefore, are either universal or particular, saith Gordonius, to persons, to species. Some signs are secret, some manifest, some in the body, some in the mind, and diversely vary according to the inward or outward causes, Capivaccius, or from stars, according to Jovenius Pontanus, De Rebus Celestibus, Book 10, Chapter 13, and celestial influences, or from the humours diversely mixed, Ficinus, Book 1, Chapter 4, De Sanitate Tuenda, as they are hot, cold, natural, unnatural, intended or remitted, so will Aetius have melancholica deliria multiformia, diversity of melancholy signs. Laurentius ascribes them to their several temperatures, delights, natures, inclinations, continuance of time, as they are simple or mixed with other diseases. As the causes are diverse, so must the signs be, almost infinite, ultimaris. And as wine produceth diverse effects, or that herb tortocola in Laurentius, which makes some laugh, some weep, some sleep, some dance, some sing, some howl, some drink, etc., so doth this our melancholy humour work several signs in several parties. But, to confine them, these general symptoms may be reduced to those of the body or the mind. Those usual signs appearing in the bodies of such as are melancholy, be these cold and dry, or they are hot and dry, as the humour is more or less adust. From these first qualities arise many others second, as that of colour, black, swarthy, pale, ruddy, etc. Some are in pens rubri, as Montaltus, chapter 16, observes out of Galen, book 3, the locus affectis, very red and high-coloured. Hippocrates, in his book De Insania et Melancholia, reckons up these signs, that they are lean, withered, hollow-eyed, look old, wrinkled, harsh, much troubled with wind, and a griping in their bellies, or bellyache, belch often, dry bellies and hard, dejected looks, flaggy beards, singing of the ears, vertigo, light-headed, little or no sleep, and that interrupted, terrible and fearful dreams, ana soror quae me suspensam insomnia terrent. The same symptoms are repeated by Melanelius in his book of melancholy collected out of Galen, Rufus, Aetius, by Rhasis, Gordonius, and all the juniors, continual, sharp, and stinking belchings, as if their meat in their stomachs were putrefied, or that they had eaten fish, dry bellies, absurd and interrupted dreams, and many fantastical visions about their eyes, vertiginous, apt to tremble, and prone to venery. Some had palpitation of the heart, cold sweat as usual symptoms, and a leaping in many parts of the body, saltum in multis corporis partibus, a kind of itching, saith Laurentius, on the superficies of the skin, like a flea biting sometimes. Montaltus, chapter 21, puts fixed eyes, and much twinkling of their eyes for a sign, and so doth Avicenna, oculos habentes palpitantes, trauli, vehemente rubicundi, etc. They stut most part, which he took out of Hippocrates' aphorisms. Rhasis makes headache and a binding heaviness for a principal token, much leaping of wind about the skin, as well as stutting or tripping in speech, etc., hollow eyes, gross veins, and broad lips. To some too, if they be far gone, mimical gestures are too familiar, laughing, grinning, fleering, murmuring, talking to themselves, with strange mouths and faces, inarticulate voices, exclamations, etc. And although they be commonly lean, hirsute, uncheerful in countenance, withered, and not so pleasant to behold, by reason of those continual fears, griefs, and vexations, dull, heavy, lazy, restless, unapt to go about any business, yet their memories are most part good, they have happy wits, and excellent apprehensions. Their hot and dry brains make them they cannot sleep. Ingentes habent et crebras vigilias, arteus, mighty and often watchings, sometimes waking for a month, a year together. Hercules the Saxonia faithfully averreth, that he hath heard his mother swear she slept not for 7 months together. Trincavelius speaks of one that waked 50 days, and Scankius hath examples of 2 years, and all without offence. In natural actions their appetite is greater than their concoction, multa appetunt pauca digerunt, as Rhasis hath it, they covet to eat, but cannot digest. And although they do eat much, they are lean, ill-liking, saith Areteus, withered and hard, much troubled with costiveness, crudities, oppilations, spitting, belching, etc. Their pulse is rare and slow, except it be of the carotides, which is very strong, but that varies according to their intended passions or perturbations, as Truthius hath proved at large. To say truth, in such chronic diseases the pulse is not much to be respected, there being so much superstition in it, as Crato notes, and so many differences in Galen, that he dares say they may not be observed or understood of any man. Their urine is most part pale and low-coloured, urina pauca acris biliosa, Areteus, not much in quantity, but this, in my judgment, is all out as uncertain as the other, varying so often according to several persons, habits, and other occasions not to be respected in chronic diseases. There are melancholy excrements in some very much, in others little, as the spleen plays his part, and thence proceeds wind, palpitation of the heart, short breath, plenty of humidity in the stomach, heaviness of heart and heartache, and intolerable stupidity and dullness of spirits. Their excrements or stool hard, black to some and little. If the heart, brain, liver, spleen be misaffected, as usually they are, many inconveniences proceed from them, many diseases accompany, as incubus, apoplexy, epilepsy, vertigo, and those frequent wakings and terrible dreams, intempestive laughing, weeping, sighing, sobbing, bashfulness, blushing, trembling, sweating, swooning, etc. All their senses are troubled, they think they see, hear, smell, and touch.
Section 48 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karen. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 48. Partition 1, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 2. Symptoms or signs in the mind. Fear. Arculanus will have these symptoms to be infinite, as indeed they are, varying according to the parties. For scarce is there one of 1,000 that dotes alike, Laurentius. Some few of greater note I will point at, and amongst the rest, fear and sorrow, which as they are frequent causes, so if they persevere long, according to Hippocrates and Galen's aphorisms, they are most assured signs, inseparable companions, and characters of melancholy. Of present, melancholy and habituated, saith Montaltus, chapter 11, and common to them all, as the said Hippocrates, Galen, Avicenna, and all Neoterics hold. But as hounds many times run away with a false cry, never perceiving themselves to be at a fault, so do they. For Diocles of old, whom Galen confutes, and amongst the juniors Hercules de Saxonia, with Ludovicus Mercatus, chapter 17, book 1, De Melancholia, takes just exceptions at this aphorism of Hippocrates. 'Tis not always true, or so generally to be understood. Fear and sorrow are no common symptoms to all melancholy. Upon more serious consideration, I find some, saith he, that are not so at all. Some indeed are sad, and not fearful. Some fearful and not sad. Some neither fearful nor sad. Some both. 4 kinds he accepts. Fanatical persons, such as were Cassandra, Nanto, Nicostrata, Mopsus, Proteus, the Sibyls, whom Aristotle confesseth to have been deeply melancholy. Baptista Porta seconds him. They were atrabile percti, demoniacal persons, and such as speak strange languages are of this rank. Some poets, such as laugh always and think themselves kings, cardinals, etc., sing when they are pleasantly disposed most part, and so continue. Baptista Portia confines fear and sorrow to them that are cold, but lovers, sibyls, enthusiasts he wholly excludes. So that I think I may truly conclude they are not always sad and fearful, but usually so, and that without a cause. Tement de non timendis, Gordonius. Quaeque momenti non sunt, although not all alike, saith Altomarus, yet all likely fear, some with an extraordinary and a mighty fear, Areteus. Many fear death, and yet in a contrary humour make away themselves. Galen, book 3, De Locis Affectis, chapter 7. Some are afraid that heaven will fall on their heads. Some they are damned or shall be. They are troubled with scruples of conscience, distrusting God's mercies, think they shall go certainly to hell, the devil will have them, and make great lamentation. Jason Pratensis. Fear of devils, death, that they shall be so sick of some such or such disease, ready to tremble at every object, they shall die themselves forthwith, or that some of their dear friends or near allies are certainly dead. Imminent danger, loss, disgrace still torment others, etc., that they are all glass, and therefore will suffer no man to come near them, that they are all cork, as light as feathers, others as heavy as lead. Some are afraid their heads will fall off their shoulders, that they have frogs in their bellies, etc. Montanus speaks of one that durst not walk alone from home, for fear he should swoon or die. A second fears every man he meets will rob him, quarrel with him, or kill him. A third dares not venture to walk alone, for fear he should meet the devil, a thief, be sick. fears all old women as witches, and every black dog or cat he sees, he suspecteth to be a devil. Every person comes near him is maleficiated. Every creature, all intend to hurt him, seek his ruin. Another dares not go over a bridge, come near a pool, rock, steep hill, lie in a chamber where crossbeams are, for fear he be tempted to hang, drown, or precipitate himself. If he be in a silent auditory, as at a sermon, he is afraid he shall speak aloud at unawares something indecent, unfit to be said. If he be locked in a close room, he is afraid of being stifled for want of air, and still carries biscuit, aquavitae, or some strong waters about him, for fear of deliquiums or being sick. Or if he be in a throng, middle of a church, multitude, where he may not well get out, though he sit at ease, he is so misaffected, he will freely promise, undertake any business beforehand, but when it comes to be performed, he dare not adventure, but fears any infinite number of dangers, disasters, etc. Some are afraid to be burned, or that the ground will sink under them, or swallow them quick, or that the king will call them in question for some fact they never did, Rosses, and that they shall surely be executed. The terror of such a death troubles them, and they fear as much, and are equally tormented in mind as they that have committed a murder, and are pensive without a cause, as if they were now presently to be put to death. Plater, chapter 3, Alienationibus. They are afraid of some loss, danger, that they shall surely lose their lives, goods, and all they have, but why, they know not. Trincavelius had a patient that would needs make away himself for fear of being hanged, and could not be persuaded for 3 years together but that he had killed a man. Plater hath 2 other examples of such as feared to be executed without a cause. If they come in a place where a robbery, theft, or any such offence hath been done, they presently fear they are suspected, and many times betray themselves without a cause. Louis XI, the French king, suspected every man a traitor that came about him, durst trust no officer. Alii formidulosi omnium, alii quorundam. Fracatorius, Book 2, De Intellectione. Some fear all alike, some certain men, and cannot endure their companies, are sick in them, or if they be from home. Some suspect treason still, others are afraid of their dearest and nearest friends, Melanelius e Galeno, Rufo Aetio, and dare not be alone in the dark for fear of hobgoblins and devils. He suspects everything he hears or sees to be a devil, or enchanted, and imagineth 1,000 chimeras and visions, which to his thinking he certainly sees. Bugbears, talks with black men, ghosts, goblins, etc. Omnos se terrent aurae, sonus excitat omnis. Another through bashfulness, suspicion, and timorousness will not be seen abroad, loves darkness as life, and cannot endure the light, or to sit in lightsome places. His hat still in his eyes, he will neither see nor be seen by his good will. Hippocrates, Liber de insania et melancholia. He dare not come in company, for fear he should be misused, disgraced, overshoot himself in gestures or speeches, or be sick. He thinks every man observes him, aims at him, derides him, owes him malice. Most part they are afraid they are bewitched, possessed, or poisoned by their enemies, and sometimes they suspect their nearest friends. He thinks something speaks or talks within him, and he belcheth of the poison. Christophorus of Vega, Book 2, Chapter 1, had a patient so troubled that by no persuasion or physic he could be reclaimed. Some are afraid that they shall have every fearful disease they see others have, hear of, or read, and dare not therefore hear or read of any such subject, no, not of melancholy itself, lest by applying to themselves that which they hear or read, they should aggravate and increase it. If they see one possessed, bewitched, an epileptic paroxysm, a man shaking with a palsy, or giddy-headed, reeling, or standing in a dangerous place, etc., for many days after, it runs in their minds, they are afraid they shall be so too. They are in like danger, as Perkins well observes in his Cases of Conscience, and many times by violence of imagination they produce it. They cannot endure to see any terrible object, as a monster, a man executed, a carcass, hear the devil named, or any tragical relation seen, but they quake for fear. Hecata somniare sibi videntur, Lucian, they dream of hobgoblins, and may not get it out of their minds a long time after. They apply, as I have said, all they hear, see, read to themselves. As Felix Pleiter notes of some young physicians that study to cure diseases, catch them themselves, will be sick and appropriate all symptoms they find related of others to their own persons. And therefore, quod itera moneo licet nauseam paret lectori, malo decem potius verba, decies repetita licet abundare quam unum desiderari. I would advise him that is actually melancholy not to read this tract of symptoms, lest he disquiet or make himself for a time worse, and more melancholy than he was before. Generally of them all take this, de inanibus semper conqueruntur et timent, saith Aretius. They complain of toys and fear without a cause, and still think their melancholy to be most grievous, none so bad as they are, though it be nothing in respect. Yet never any man sure was so troubled, or in this sort, as really tormented and perplexed, in as great an agony for toys and trifles, such things as they will after laugh at themselves, as if there were most material and essential matters indeed worthy to be feared, and will not be satisfied. Pacify them for one, they are instantly troubled with some other fear, always afraid of something which they foolishly imagine or conceive to themselves, which never peradventure was, never can be, never likely will be. Troubled in mind upon every small occasion, unquiet, still complaining, grieving, vexing, suspecting, grudging, discontent, and cannot be freed so long as melancholy continues. Or if their minds be more quiet for the present, and they free from foreign fears, outward accidents, yet their bodies are out of tune, they suspect some part or other to be amiss. Now their headaches, heart, stomach, spleen, etc., is misaffected. They shall surely have this or that disease, still troubled in body, mind, or both, and through wind, corrupt fantasy, some accidental distemper, continually molested. Yet for all this, as Jaquinus notes, in all other things they are wise, staid, discreet, and do nothing unbeseeming their dignity, person, or place, this foolish, ridiculous, and childish fear excepted, which so much, so continually tortures and crucifies their souls, like a barking dog that always bawls, but seldom bites. This fear ever molesteth, and so long as melancholy lasteth, cannot be avoided. Sorrow is that other character and inseparable companion, as individual as Saint Cosmas and Damian, Fides Achates, as all writers witness, a common symptom, a continual, and still without any evident cause, moerent omnes, et si roges eos redere causam non possunt. Grieving still, but why, they cannot tell. agalasti moesti cogitabundi. They look as if they had newly come forth of Trophionus's den. And though they laugh many times and seem to be extraordinary merry, as they will by fits, yet extreme lumpish again in an instant, dull and heavy, semel et simul, merry and sad, but most part sad. Si qua placent abeunt, inimica tenacius haerent. Sorrow sticks by them still continually, gnawing as the vulture did Titius's bowels, and they cannot avoid it. No sooner are their eyes open, but after terrible and troublesome dreams, their heavy hearts begin to sigh. They are still fretting, chafing, sighing, grieving, complaining, finding faults, repining, grudging, weeping. Heauton timoro menoi, vexing themselves, disquieted in mind, with restless, unquiet thoughts, discontent, either for their own, other men's, or public affairs, such as concern them not, things past, present, or to come, the remembrance of some disgrace, loss, injury, abuses, etc., troubles them now, being idle afresh, as if it were new done. They are afflicted otherwise for some danger, loss, want, shame, misery, that will certainly come, as they suspect and mistrust. Lugubrious Ate frowns upon them, insomuch that Areteus well calls it angerem animi, a vexation of the mind, a perpetual agony. They can hardly be pleased or eased, though in other men's opinions most happy go, tarry, run, ride. Post equitem sedet atra cura. They cannot avoid this feral plague, let them come in what company they will, haeret literi lethalis aurundo. As to a deer that is struck, whether he run, go, rest with the herd or alone, this grief remains. Irresolution, inconstancy, vanity of mind, their fear, torture, care, jealousy, suspicion, etc. continues, and they cannot be relieved. So he complained in the poet, Domum revervitor moestus atque animo fere, perturbato atque incerto prae aegritudine, assidu accurrunt servi. Succus detrahunt, video alios festinare, lecto sternere, coenum apparare, prosequisque sedulo, faciebant, quo illa mihi lenirent miseriam. He came home sorrowful and troubled in his mind. His servants did all they possibly could to please him. One pulled off his socks, another made ready his bed, a third his supper. All did their utmost endeavors to ease his grief and exhilarate his person. He was profoundly melancholy. He had lost his son, illud angebat, that was his cordolium, his pain, his agony, which could not be removed. Tridium vitae. Hence it proceeds many times that they are weary of their lives, and feral thoughts to offer violence to their own person come into their minds. Taedium vitae is a common symptom. Tarde fluunt? Ingrataque tempora. They are soon tired with all things. They will now tarry, now be gone. Now in bed they will rise, now up, then go to bed. Now pleased, then again displeased. Now they like, by and by dislike all, weary of all. Sequitur nunc vivendi, nunc moriendi cupido, saith Aurelianus, Book 1, Chapter 6. But most part vitam damnant, discontent, disquieted, perplexed upon every light or no occasion object. Often tempted, I say, to make away themselves. Vivere nolunt mori nesciunt. They cannot die, they will not live. They complain, weep, lament, and think they lead a most miserable life. Never was any man so bad, or so before. Every poor man they see is most fortunate in respect of them. Every beggar that comes to the door is happier than they are. They could be contented to change lives with them, especially if they be alone, idle, and parted from their ordinary company, molested, displeased, or provoked. Grief, fear, agony, discontent, wearisomeness, laziness, suspicion, or some such passion forcibly seizeth on them. Yet by and by, when they come in company again, which they like, or be pleased, suum sententiam versus damnant, et vitae solatia delectantur, as Octavius Horatianus observes, Book 2, Chapter 5, they condemn their former mislike, and are well pleased to live. And so they continue, till with some fresh discontent they be molested again, and then they're weary of their lives, weary of all, they will die, and show rather a necessity to live than a desire. Claudius, the emperor, as Sueton describes him, had a spice of this disease, for when he was tormented with the pain of his stomach, he had a conceit to make away himself. Julius Caesar Claudinus had a Polonian to his patient, so affected that through fear and sorrow with which he was still disquieted, hated his own life, wished for death every moment and to be freed of his misery. Mercurialis, another that was often minded to dispatch himself, and so continued for many years. Suspicion, jealousy. Suspicion and jealousy are general symptoms. They are commonly distrustful, apt to mistake, and amplify, facile irascibiles, testy, pettish, peevish, and ready to snarl upon every small occasion, cum amicissimus, and without a cause, datum vel non datum. It will be scandalum acceptum. If they speak in jest, he takes it in good earnest. If they be not saluted, invited, consulted with, called to counsel, etc., or that any respect, small compliment, or ceremony be omitted, they think themselves neglected and contemned, for a time that tortures them. If two talk together, discourse, whisper, jest, or tell a tale in general, he thinks presently they mean him, applies all to himself, de se putat omnia disi. Or if they talk with him, he is ready to misconstrue every word they speak and interpret it to the worst. He cannot endure any man to look steadily on him, speak to him almost, laugh, jest, or be familiar, or hem or point, cough or spit, or make a noise sometimes, etc. He thinks they laugh or point at him, or do it in disgrace of him, circumvent him, contemn him. Every man looks at him. He is pale, red, sweats for fear and anger, lest somebody should observe him. He works upon it, and long after this false conceit and abuse troubles him. Montanus gives instance in the melancholy Jew that was iracundior Adria, so waspish and suspicious, tam facile iratus, that no man could tell how to carry himself in his company. Inconstancy. Inconstant they are in all their actions, vertiginous, restless, unapt to resolve of any business. They will and will not, persuaded to and fro upon every small occasion or word spoken. And yet if once they be resolved, obstinate, hard to be reconciled. If they abhor, dislike, or distaste, once settled, though to the better by odds, by no counsel or persuasion to be removed. Yet in most things wavering, irresolute, unable to deliberate through fear, faciunt et mox facti poenitent. Areteus. Avari et Paulo post prodigi. Now prodigal and then covetous, they do, and by repent them of that which they have done, so that both ways they are troubled, whether they do or do not, want or have, hit or miss. Disquieted of all hands, soon weary and still seeking change, restless, I say, fickle, fugitive, they may not abide to tarry in one place long. Romae rus optans absentem rusticus urbem tolit ad astra. No company long, or to persevere in any action or business. Et similis regum pueris papare minutum, poscit et irritas mamae lalare recusat. Eftsoons pleased and anon displeased, as a man that's bitten with fleas or that cannot sleep, turns to and fro in his bed, their restless minds are tossed and vary. They have no patience to read out a book, to play out a game or two, walk a mile, sit an hour, etc., erected and dejected in an instant, animated to undertake, and upon a word spoken again discouraged. Passionate, extreme passionate, quicquid volunt valde volunt, and what they desire they do most furiously seek, anxious ever, and very solicitous, distrustful, and timorous, envious, malicious, profuse one while sparing another, but most part covetous, muttering, repining, discontent, and still complaining, grudging, peevish, injuriarum tenacus, prone to revenge, soon troubled, and most violent in all their imaginations, not affable in speech, or apt to vulgar compliment, but surly, dull, sad, austere. Cogitabundi, still very intent, and as Albertus Durer paints melancholy, like a sad woman leaning on her arm with fixed looks, neglected habit, etc. Held, therefore, by some proud, soft, sottish, or half-mad, as the Abderites esteemed of Democritus, and yet of a deep reach, excellent apprehension, judicious, wise, and witty. For I am of that nobleman's mind. Melancholy advanceth men's conceits more than any humour whatsoever, improves their meditations more than any strong drink or sack. They are of profound judgment in some things, although in others non recti judicant inquieti, saith Fracastorius, Book 2, De Intellectione. And as Arculanus, chapter 16, in 9 Rosses, terms it, judicium plerumque perversum corrupti, cum judicant honesta inhonesta et amicitiam abent pro inimicitia. They count honesty, dishonesty, friends as enemies. They will abuse their best friends, and dare not offend their enemies. Cowards most part, et ad inferendam injuriam timidissimi, saith Cardan, Book 8, chapter 4, De rerum varietate. Loath to offend, and if they chance to overshoot themselves in word or deed, or any small business or circumstance be omitted, forgotten, they are miserably tormented, and frame 1,000 dangers and inconveniences to themselves. Ex musca elephantem, if once they concede it. Overjoyed with every good rumour, tale, or prosperous event, transported beyond themselves. With every small cross again, bad news, misconceived injury, loss, danger, afflicted beyond measure, in great agony, perplexed, dejected, astonished, impatient, utterly undone, fearful, suspicious of all. Yet again, many of them desperate harebrains, rash, careless, fit to be assassinates, as being void of all fear and sorrow, according to Hercules de Saxonia. Most audacious, and some as dare walk alone in the night through deserts and dangerous places, fearing none. Amorous. They are prone to love and easy to be taken, propensi ad amorem et excandescentiam, Montaltus chapter 21. Quickly enamored, and dote upon all, love one dearly till they see another, and then dote on her. Et hanc, et illam, et omnes. The present moves most, and the last commonly they love best. Yet some again, Anterotis, cannot endure the sight of a woman, abhor the sex, as that same melancholy Duke of Muscovy that was instantly sick if he came but in sight of them, and that anchorite that fell into a cold palsy when a woman was brought before him. Humorous. Humorous they are beyond all measure, sometimes profusely laughing, extraordinarily merry, and then again weeping without a cause, which is familiar with many gentlewomen, groaning, sighing, pensive, sad, almost distracted. Multa absurda figunt, et ratione aliena, saith Frambesarius. They feign many absurdities, vain, void of reason. One supposeth himself to be a dog, cock, bear, horse, glass, butter, etc. He is a giant, a dwarf, as strong as 100 men, a lord, duke, prince, etc. And if he be told he hath a stinking breath, a great nose, that he is sick, or inclined to such or such a disease, he believes it eftsoons, and peradventure by force of imagination will work it out. Many of them are immovable and fixed in their conceits. Others vary upon every object heard or seen. If they see a stage play, they run upon that a week after. If they hear music or see dancing, they have naught but bagpipes in their brain. If they see a combat, they are all for arms. If abused, an abuse troubles them long after. If crossed, that cross, etc. Restless in their thoughts and actions, continually meditating. Velut aegri somnia, vanae figuntur species. More like dreams than men awake. They feign a company of antic, fantastical conceits. They have most frivolous thoughts, impossible to be effected, and sometimes think verily they hear and see present before their eyes such phantasms or goblins they fear, suspect, or conceive they still talk with and follow them. In fine, cogitationes somniantibus similes, id vigilant quod alii somniant cogitabundi. Still, saith Avicenna, they wake as others dream. And such for the most part are their imaginations and conceits, absurd, vain, foolish toys, yet they are most curious and solicitous, continual. Et supra modum rasis, praemeditantur de aliqua re, as serious in a toy as if it were most necessary business of great moment, importance, and still thinking of it. Saeviunt in se, masquerading themselves. Though they do talk with you and seem to be otherwise employed, and to your thinking very intent and busy, still that toy runs in their mind, that fear, that suspicion, that abuse, that jealousy, that agony, that vexation, that cross, that castle in the air, that crotchet, that whimsy, that fiction, that pleasant waking dream, whatsoever it is. Nec interrogant, saith Fracastorius, nec interrogatis recte respondent. They do not much heed what you say, their mind is on another matter. Ask it what you will, they do not attend, or much intend that business they are about, but forget themselves what they are saying, doing, or should otherwise say or do, whither they are going, distracted with their own melancholy thoughts. One laughs upon a sudden, another smiles to himself, a third frowns, calls, his lips go still, he acts with his hand as he walks, etc. 'Tis proper to all melancholy men, saith Mercurialis. What conceit they have once entertained to be most intent, violent, and continually about it. Invitas occurrit. Do what they may, they cannot be rid of it. Against their wills they must think of it 1,000 times over. Perpetuo molestantur nec oblivisci possunt. They are continually troubled with it, in company, out of company, at meat, at exercise, at all times and places. Non desinunt ea, quae minime volunt cogitare. If it be offensive especially, they cannot forget it. They may not rest or sleep for it, but still tormenting themselves. Sisyphi saxum volvunt sibi ipsis, as Brunner observes, perpetua calamitas et miserabile flagellum. Bashfulness. Crato, Laurentius, and Fernelius put bashfulness for an ordinary symptom. Sabrusticus pudor, or vitiosus pudor, is a thing which much haunts and torments them. If they've been misused, derided, disgraced, chidden, etc., or by any perturbation of mind misaffected, it so far troubles them that they become quite moped many times, and so disheartened, dejected, they dare not come abroad, into strange companies especially, or manage their ordinary affairs. So childish, timorous, and bashful, they can look no man in the face. Some are more disquieted in this kind, some less, longer some, others shorter, by fits, etc. Though some on the other side, according to Fracastorius, be inverecundi et pertinaces, impudent and peevish. But most part they are very shamefaced, and that makes them with Petrus Blasensis, Christopher Urswick, and many such, to refuse honors, offices, and preferments, which sometimes fall into their mouths. They cannot speak or put forth themselves as others can. Timor hos, pudor impedit illos. Timorousness and bashfulness hinder their proceedings. They are contented with their present estate, unwilling to undertake any office, and therefore never likely to rise. For that cause they seldom visit their friends, except some familiars. Pausa loqui, a few words, and oftentimes wholly silent. Frambeserius, a Frenchman, had 2 such patients. Omnino taciturnos, their friends could not get them to speak. Rodericus of Fonseca gives instance in a young man of 27 years of age that was frequently silent, bashful, moped, solitary, that would not eat his meat or sleep, and yet again by fits apt to be angry, etc. Solitariness. Most part they are, as Plato notes, decides, taciturni aegre impulse, nec nisi coacti procidunt, etc. They will scarce be compelled to do that which concerns them, though it be for their good. So diffident, so dull, of small or no compliment, unsociable, hard to be acquainted with, especially of strangers. They had rather write their minds than speak, and above all things love solitariness. Ab voluptatem and ab timorem soli sunt? Are they so solitary for pleasure, one asks, or pain? For both. Yet I rather think for fear and sorrow, etc. Hinc meteunt, cupiuntque, dolent fugiuntque, nec aurus, respicunt clausi tenebris et carcere caeco. Hence 'tis they grieve and fear, avoiding light, and shut themselves in prison dark from sight. As Bellerophon in Homer, qui miser in silvis moerens, erebat opacis, ipse suum cor edens, hominum vestigie vitans, that wander in the woods sad, all alone, forsaking men's society, making great moan. They delight in floods and waters, desert places, to walk alone in orchards, gardens, private walks, back lanes, averse from company, as Diogenes in his tub, or Timo Misanthropus. They abhor all companions at last, even their nearest acquaintances and most familiar friends. For they have a conceit, I say, every man observes them, will deride, laugh, or scorn, or misuse them, confining themselves therefore wholly to their private houses or chambers. Fugiant homines sine causa, saith Rosseth, et odio habent. They will diet themselves, feed, and live alone. It was one of the chiefest reasons why the citizens of Abdera suspected Democritus to be melancholy and mad, because, that as Hippocrates related in his epistle to Philopomenes, he forsook the city, lived in groves and hollow trees, upon a green bank by a brookside, or confluence of waters, all day long and all night. Quae quidem, saith he, plurimum atra bile, vexatis et melancholicis eveniunt, deserta frequentant hominumque congressum aversantur, which is an ordinary thing with melancholy men. The Egyptians, therefore, in their hieroglyphics, expressed a melancholy man by a hare sitting in her form, as being a most timorous and solitary creature. Pierius Hieroglyphus, Book 12. But this and all precedent symptoms are more or less apparent, as the humours intended or remitted hardly perceived in some, or not all, most manifest in others, childish in some, terrible in others, to be derided in one, pitied or admired in another, to him by fits, to a second continuate. And howsoever these symptoms be common and incident to all persons, yet they are the more remarkable, frequent, furious, and violent in melancholy men. To speak in a word, there is nothing so vain, absurd, ridiculous, extravagant, impossible, incredible, so monstrous a chimera, so prodigious and strange, such as painters and poets durst not attempt, which they will not really fear, feign, suspect, and imagine unto themselves. And that which Ludovicus Vives said in a jest of a silly country fellow that killed his ass for drinking up the moon, ut luna mundo rederit, you may truly say of them in earnest, they will act, conceive all extremes, contrarieties, and contradictions, and that in infinite varieties. Melancholici plani incredibilia sibi persuadent, ut ux omnibus saeculis duo reperti sint, qui idem imaginati sint. Erastus de Lamius. Scarce 2 of 2,000 that concur in the same symptoms. The Tower of Babel never yielded such confusion of tongues, as the chaos of melancholy doth variety of symptoms. There is in all melancholy similitudo dissimilis, like men's faces, a disagreeing likeness still. And as in a river we swim in the same place, though not in the same numerical water, as the same instrument affords several lessons, so the same disease yields diversity of symptoms, which howsoever they be diverse, intricate, and hard to be confined, I will adventure yet in such a vast confusion and generality to bring them into some order, and so descend to particulars. End
Section 49 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton. Section 49. Partition 1, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 3. Particular symptoms from the influence of stars, parts of the body, and humours. Some men have peculiar symptoms according to their temperament and crisis, which they had from the stars and those celestial influences, variety of wits and dispositions, as Anthony Zara contends, plurimum irritant influentiae caelestes, unde cientur animi aegritudines et morbi corporum. One saith, diverse diseases of the body and mind proceed from their influences, as I have already proved out of Ptolemy, Pontanus, Lemnius, Cardan, and others as they are principal significators of manners, diseases, mutually irradiated, or lords of the geniture, etc. Ptolomeus in his Centiloquy, Hermes, or whosoever else the author of that tract, attributes all these symptoms, which are in melancholy men, to celestial influences, which opinion Mercurialis rejects, but, as I say, Jovianus Pontanus and others stiffly defend. That some are solitary, dull, heavy, churlish, some again blithe, buxom, light and merry, they ascribe wholly to the stars, as if Saturn be predominant in his nativity, and cause melancholy in his temperature, then he shall be very austere, sullen, churlish, black of colour, profound in his cogitations, full of cares, miseries, and discontents, sad and fearful, always silent, solitary, still delighting in husbandry, in woods, orchards, gardens, rivers, ponds, pools, dark walks, and close. Cogitationes sunt velle aedificare, velle arboris plantare, agros colere, etc. To catch birds, fishes, etc., still contriving and musing of such matters. If Jupiter domineers, they are more ambitious, still meditating of kingdoms, magistracies, offices, honours, or that they are princes, potentates, and how they would carry themselves, etc. If Mars, they are all for wars, brave combats, monomachies, testy, choleric, harebrain, rash, furious, and violent in their actions. They will feign themselves victors, commanders, are passionate and satirical in their speeches, great braggers, ruddy of colour, and though they be poor in show, vile and base, yet like Telephus and Peleus in the poet, ampullas jactant, et sesquipedalia verba, forget their swelling and gigantic words, their mouths are full of myriads, and tetrarchs at their tongue's end. If the sun, they will be lords, emperors, in conceit at least, and monarchs, give offices, honours, etc. If Venus, they are still courting of their mistresses, and most apt to love, amorously given. They seem to hear music, plays, see fine pictures, dances, merriments, and the like. Ever in love, and dote on all they see. Mercurialists are solitary, much in contemplation, subtle, poets, philosophers, and musing most part about such matters. If the moon have a hand, they are all for peregrinations, sea voyages, much affected with travels, to discourse, read, meditate of such things, wandering in their thoughts, diverse, much delighting in waters, to fish, fowl, etc. But the most immediate symptoms proceed from the temperature itself, and the organical parts, as head, liver, spleen, mesaraic veins, heart, womb, stomach, etc., and most especially from distemperature of spirits, which, as Hercules de Saxonia contends, are wholly immaterial, or from the four humours in those seats, whether they be hot or cold, natural, unnatural, innate or adventitious, intended or remitted, simple or mixed, their diverse mixtures and several adustions, combinations, which may be as diversely varied as those four first qualities in Clavius, and produce as many several symptoms and monstrous fictions as wine doth effect, which, as Andreas Bacchius observes, Book 3, De Vino, chapter 20, are infinite. Of greater note be these. If it be natural melancholy, as Lodovicus Mercatus, T. Bright, hath largely described, either of the spleen or of the veins, faulty by excess of quantity or thickness of substance, it is a cold and dry humour, as Montanus affirms, the parties are sad, timorous, and fearful. Prosper Calenus, in his book De Atra Bile, will have them to be more stupid than ordinary, cold, heavy, solitary, sluggish, si multam atrem bilem et frigidam habent. Hercules de Saxonia holds these that are naturally melancholy to be of a leaden colour or black, and so doth Guanerius, and such as think themselves dead many times, or that they see, talk with black men, dead men, spirits and goblins frequently, if it be in excess. These symptoms vary according to the mixture of those four humours adust, which is unnatural melancholy. For, as Trallianus hath written, chapter 16, book 7, there is not one cause of this melancholy, nor one humour which begets, but diversely intermixed, from whence proceeds this variety of symptoms, and those varying again, as they are hot or cold. Cold melancholy, saith Benedictus Vittorius Faventinus, is a cause of dotage, and more mild symptoms, if hot or more adust, of more violent passions and furies. Fracastorius, book 2, De Intellectione, will have us to consider well of it, with what kind of melancholy every one is troubled, for it much avails to know it. One is enraged by fervent heat, another is possessed by sad and cold, one is fearful, shamefaced, the other impudent and bold, as Ajax, arma rapit superosque furens in praelia poscit, quite mad or tending to madness, nunc hos, nunc impetit illos. Bellerophon, on the other side, solis erat male sanus in agris, wanders alone in the woods. One despairs, weeps, and is weary of his life, another laughs, etc. All which variety is produced from the several degrees of heat and cold, which Hercules de Saxonia will have wholly proceed from the distemperature of spirits alone, animal especially, and those immaterial, the next and immediate causes of melancholy, as they are hot, cold, dry, moist, and from their agitation proceeds that diversity of symptoms, which he reckons up in the 13th chapter of his Tract of Melancholy, and that largely through every part. Others will have them come from the diverse adustion of the four humours, which in this unnatural melancholy, by corruption of blood, adust choler, or melancholy natural, by excessive distemper of heat turned, in comparison of the natural, into a sharp lie, by force of adustion, cause, according to the diversity of their matter, diverse and strange symptoms, which T. Bright reckons up in his following chapter. So doth Arculanus, according to the four principal humours adust, and many others. For example, if it proceed from phlegm, which is seldom, and not so frequently as the rest, it stirs up dull symptoms, and a kind of stupidity, or impassionate hurt. They are sleepy, saith Savonarola, dull, slow, cold, blockish, ass-like, asininam melancholiam, Melanchthon calls it. They are much given to weeping, and delight in waters, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, etc. Arnoldus Breviarium, 1, chapter 18. They are pale of colour, slothful, apt to sleep, heavy, much troubled with headache, continual meditation, and muttering to themselves. They dream of waters, that they are in danger of drowning, and fear such things. Rhasis. They are fatter than others that are melancholy, of a muddy complexion, apter to spit, sleep, more troubled with rheum than the rest, and have their eyes still fixed on the ground. Such a patient had Hercules de Saxonia, a widow in Venice, that was fat and very sleepy still. Christophorus a Vega, another, affected in the same sort. If it be inveterate or violent, the symptoms are more evident, they plainly denote and are ridiculous to others, in all their gestures, actions, speeches, imagining impossibilities, as he in Christophorus a Vega, that thought he was a tun of wine, and Sienois, that resolved himself not to piss, for fear he should drown all the town. If it proceed from blood adust, or that there be a mixture of blood in it, such are commonly ruddy of complexion, and high-coloured, according to Sallustius Salvianus and Hercules de Saxonia, and as Savanarola, Vittorius Faventinus farther adds, the veins of their eyes be red, as well as their faces. They are much inclined to laughter, witty and merry, conceited in discourse, pleasant, if they be not far gone, much given to music, dancing, and to be in women's company. They meditate wholly on such things, and think they see or hear plays, dancing, and such like sports, free from all fear and sorrow, as Hercules de Saxonia supposeth. If they be more strongly possessed with this kind of melancholy, Arnoldus adds, Breviarium, Book 1, Chapter 18, like him of Argos in the poet, that sat, laughing all day long, as if he had been at a theatre. Such another is mentioned by Aristotle, living at Abydos, a town of Asia Minor, that would sit after the same fashion, as if he had been upon a stage, and sometimes act himself, now clap his hands and laugh, as if he had been well pleased with the sight. Wulfius relates of a country fellow called Brunsellius, subject to this humour, that being by chance at a sermon, saw a woman fall off from a form half asleep, at which object most of the company laughed, but he for his part was so much moved, that for 3 whole days after he did nothing but laugh, by which means he was much weakened, and worse a long time following. Such a one was old Sophocles, and Democritus himself had hilare delirium, much in this vein. Laurentius, chapter 3, De Melancholia, thinks this kind of melancholy, which is a little adust with some mixture of blood, to be that which Aristotle meant, when he said melancholy men of all others are most witty, which causeth many times a divine ravishment, and a kind of enthusiasmus, which stirreth them up to be excellent philosophers, poets, prophets, etc. Mercurialis gives instance in a young man, his patient, sanguine melancholy, of a great wit, and excellently learned. If it arise from choler adust, they are bold and impudent, and of a more harebrained disposition, apt to quarrel and think of such things, battles, combats, and their manhood, furious, impatient in discourse, stiff, irrefragable, and prodigious in their tenets, and if they be moved, most violent, outrageous, ready to disgrace, provoke any, to kill themselves and others. Arnoldus adds, stark mad by fits, they sleep little, their urine is subtle and fiery. Guanerius. In their fits you shall hear them speak all manner of languages, Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, that never were taught or knew them before. Aponensis speaks of a mad woman that spake excellent good Latin, and Rhasis knew another that could prophesy in her fit, and foretell things truly to come. Guanerius had a patient that could make Latin verses when the moon was combust, otherwise illiterate. Avicenna and some of his adherents will have these symptoms, when they happen, to proceed from the devil, and that they are rather demoniaci, possessed, than mad or melancholy, or both together, as Jason Pratensis thinks, immiscent se mali genii, etc. But most ascribe it to the humour, which opinion Montaltus, chapter 21, stiffly maintains, confuting Avicenna and the rest, referring it wholly to the quality and disposition of the humour and subject. Cardan, De Rerum Varietate, Book 8, Chapter 10, holds these men of all others fit to be assassins, bold, hardy, fierce, and adventurous, to undertake anything by reason of their choler adust. This humour, saith he, prepares them to endure death itself, and all manner of torments, with invincible courage, and 'tis a wonder to see with what alacrity they will undergo such tortures, ut supra naturam res videatur. He ascribes this generosity, fury, or rather stupidity, to this adustion of choler and melancholy. But I take these rather to be mad or desperate, than properly melancholy, for commonly this humour so adust and hot degenerates into madness. If it come from melancholy itself, adust, Those men, saith Avicenna, are usually sad and solitary, and that continually, and in excess, more than ordinarily suspicious, more fearful, and have long, sore, and most corrupt imaginations, cold and black, bashful, and so solitary, that, as Arnoldus writes, they will endure no company, they dream of graves still, and dead men, and think themselves bewitched or dead. If it be extreme, they think they hear hideous noises, see and talk with black men, and converse familiarly with devils, and such strange chimeras and visions, Gordonius, or that they are possessed by them, that somebody talks to them, or within them, tales melancholici plerumque demoniaci, Montaltus ex Avicenna. Valescus de Taranta had such a woman in cure, that thought she had to do with the devil, and Gentilis Fulgosus writes that he had a melancholy friend, that had a black man in the likeness of a soldier still following him wheresoever he was. Laurentius, chapter 7, hath many stories, as such as have thought themselves bewitched by their enemies, and some that would eat no meat as being dead. Anno 1550, an advocate of Paris fell into such a melancholy fit, that he believed verily he was dead. He could not be persuaded otherwise, or to eat or drink, till a kinsman of his, a scholar of Bourges, did eat before him, dressed like a corse. The story, saith Ceres, was acted in a comedy before Charles the 9th. Some think they are beasts, wolves, hogs, and cry like dogs, foxes, bray like asses, and low like kine, as King Praetus' daughters. Hildesheim de Mania hath an example of a Dutch baron so affected, and Trincavellius another of a nobleman in his country, that thought he was certainly a beast, and would imitate most of their voices, with many such symptoms, which may properly be reduced to this kind. If it proceed from the several combinations of these four humours or spirits, Hercules de Saxonia adds hot, cold, dry, moist, dark, confused, settled, constringed, as it participates of matter, or is without matter, the symptoms are likewise mixed. One thinks himself a giant, another a dwarf, one is heavy as lead, another is as light as a feather. Marcellus Donatus, Book 2, chapter 41, makes mention out of Seneca, of one Seneccio, a rich man, that thought himself and everything else he had great. Great wife, great horses, could not abide little things, but would have great pots to drink in, great hose, and great shoes bigger than his feet. Like her in Trallianus, that supposed she could shake all the world with her finger, and was afraid to clinch her hand together, lest she should crush the world like an apple in pieces. Or him in Galen, that thought he was Atlas, and sustained heaven with his shoulders. Another thinks himself so little, that he can creep into a mouse-hole. One fears heaven will fall on his head, a second is a cock, and such a one, Guanerius saith, he saw at Padua, that would clap his hands together and crow. Another thinks he is a nightingale, and therefore sings all the night long. Another he is all glass, a pitcher, and will therefore let nobody come near him. And such a one Laurentius gives out upon his credit, that he knew in France. Christophorus a Vega, chapter 3, book 14, Scencius and Marcellus Donatus, book 2, chapter 1, have many such examples, and one amongst the rest of a baker in Ferrara, that thought he was composed of butter, and durst not sit in the sun, or come near the fire, for fear of being melted. Of another that thought he was a case of leather, stuffed with wind. Some laugh, weep, some are mad, some dejected, moped, in much agony, some by fits, others continuate, etc. Some have a corrupt ear, they think they hear music, or some hideous noise, as their fantasy conceives, corrupt eyes, some smelling, some one sense, some another. Louis XI had a conceit everything did stink about him. All the odoriferous perfumes they could get would not ease him, but still he smelled a filthy stink,
a melancholy French poet in Laurentius, being sick of a fever, and troubled with waking, by his physicians, was appointed to use unguentum populeum, to anoint his temples, but he so distasted the smell of it, that for many years after, all that came near him he imagined to scent of it, and would let no man talk with him but aloof off, or wear any new clothes, because he thought still they smelled of it. In all other things, wise and discreet, he would talk sensibly, save only in this. A gentleman in Limousin, saith Anthony Verdeur, was persuaded he had but one leg, affrighted by a wild boar that by chance struck him on the leg. He could not be satisfied his leg was sound, in all other things well, until 2 Franciscans by chance coming that way, fully removed him from the conceit. Sed abunde fabula.
Section 50 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1, by Robert Burton, Section 50. Partition 1, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 4. Symptoms from education, custom, continuance of time, our condition, mixed with other diseases, by fits, inclination, etc. Another great occasion of the variety of these symptoms proceeds from custom, discipline, education, and several inclinations. This humour will imprint in melancholy men the objects most answerable to their condition of life and ordinary actions, and dispose men according to their several studies and callings. If an ambitious man becomes melancholy, he forthwith thinks he is a king, an emperor, a monarch, and walks alone, pleasing himself with the vain hope of some future preferment, or present as he supposeth, and withal acts a lord's part, takes upon him to be some statesman or magnifico, makes conges, gives entertainment, looks big, etc. Francisco Sansovino records of a melancholy man in Cremona, that would not be induced to believe but that he was pope, gave pardons, made cardinals, etc. Christophorus a Vega makes mention of another of his acquaintance, that thought he was a king driven from his kingdom, and was very anxious to recover his estate. A covetous person is still conversant about purchasing of lands and tenements, plotting in his mind how to compass such and such matters, as if he were already lord of, and able to go through with it. All he sees is his, re or spe, he hath devoured it in hope, or else in conceit esteems it his own, like him and Athenaeus, that thought all the ships in the haven to be his own. A lascivious inamorato plots all the day long to please his mistress, acts and struts, and carries himself as if she were in his presence, still dreaming of her, as Pamphilus of his Glycerium, or as some do in their morning sleep. Marcellus Donatus knew such a gentlewoman in Mantua, called Eleonora Meliorina, that constantly believed she was married to a king, and would kneel down and talk with him, as if he had been there present with his associates. And if she had found by chance a piece of glass in a muck-hill or in the street, she would say that it was a jewel sent from her lord and husband. If devout and religious, he is all for fasting, prayer, ceremonies, alms, interpretations, visions, prophecies, revelations. He is inspired by the Holy Ghost, full of the Spirit, one while he is saved, another while damned, or still troubled in mind for his sins. The devil will surely have him, etc. More of these in the third partition of love melancholy. A scholar's mind is busied about his studies. He applauds himself for that he hath done, or hopes to do. One while fearing to be out in his next exercise, another whilst contemning all censures, envies one, emulates another, or else, with indefatigable pains and meditation, consumes himself. So of the rest, all which vary according to the more remiss and violent impression of the object, or as the humour itself is intended or remitted. For some are so gently melancholy, that in all their carriage, and to the outward apprehension of others, it can hardly be discerned, yet to them an intolerable burden, and not to be endured. Quaedam occulta, quaedam manifesta. Some signs are manifest and obvious to all, at all times, some to few or seldom, or hardly perceived. Let them keep their own counsel, none will take notice or suspect them. They do not express in outward show their depraved imaginations, as Hercules de Saxonia observes, but conceal them wholly to themselves, and are very wise men, as I have often seen. Some fear, some do not fear at all, as such as think themselves kings or dead. Some have more signs, some fewer, some great, some less, some vex, fret, still fear, grieve, lament, suspect, laugh, sing, weep, chafe, etc. by fits, as I have said, or more during and permanent. Some dote in one thing, are most childish and ridiculous, and to be wounded at in that, and yet for all other matters most discreet and wise. To some it is in disposition, to another in habit, and as they write of heat and cold, we may say of this humour, one is melancholicus ad octo, a second 2 degrees less, a third half way. 'Tis super particular. Sequialtera, sequitertia, and super bipartiens tertias, quintas melancholiae, etc. All those geometrical proportions are too little to express it. It comes to many by fits, and goes. To others it is a continuate. Many, saith Faventinus, in spring and fall only are molested, some once a year, as that Roman Galen speaks of, one at the conjunction of the moon alone, or some unfortunate aspects, as such and such set hours and times, like the sea tides. To some women when they be with child, as Plater notes, never otherwise. To others 'tis settled and fixed. To one led about and variable still by that ignis fatuus of fantasy, like an arthritis or running gout. 'Tis here and there, and in every joint, always molesting some part or other. Or if the body be free, in a myriad of forms exercising the mind. A second once peradventure in his life hath a most grievous fit, once in 7 years, once in 5 years, even to the extremity of madness, death or dotage, and that upon some feral accident or perturbation, terrible object, and for a time, never perhaps so before, never after. A third is moved upon all such troublesome objects, cross fortune, disaster, and violent passions, otherwise free, once troubled in 3 or 4 years. A fourth, if things be to his mind, or he in action, well pleased, in good company, is most jocund, and of a good complexion. If idle or alone, à la mort, or carried away wholly with pleasant dreams and fantasies. But if once crossed and displeased, pectore concipiet nil nisi triste suo. He will imagine naught, save sadness in his heart. His countenance is altered on a sudden, his heart heavy, irksome thoughts crucify his soul, and in an instant he is moped or weary of his life. He will kill himself. A fifth complains in his youth, a sixth in his middle age, the last in his old age. Generally thus much we may conclude of melancholy, that it is most pleasant at first, I say, mentis gratissimus error, a most delightsome humour, to be alone, dwell alone, walk alone, meditate, lie in bed whole days, dreaming awake as it were, and frame 1,000 fantastical imaginations unto themselves. They are never better pleased than when they are so doing. They are in paradise for the time, and cannot well endure to be interrupt. With him in the poet, Pol me occidistis amici, non servastis ait. You have undone him, he complains, if you trouble him. Tell him what inconvenience will follow, what will be the event, all is one. Canis ad vomitum, 'tis so pleasant he cannot refrain. He may thus continue peradventure many years by reason of a strong temperature, or some mixture of busyness, which may divert his cogitations. But at the last, laesa imaginatio, his fantasy is crazed, and now habituated to such toys, cannot but work still like a fate. The scene alters upon a sudden. Fear and sorrow supplant those pleasing thoughts. Suspicion, discontent, and perpetual anxiety succeed in their places, so by little and little, by that shewing horn of idleness and voluntary solitariness, melancholy this feral fiend is drawn on, et quantum vertice ad auras aetherius, tantum radice in tautari tendit, extending up by its branches so far towards heaven as by its roots it does down towards Tartarus. It was not so delicious at first as now it is bitter and harsh, a cankered soul macerated with cares and discontents, taedium vitae, impatience, agony, inconstancy, irresolution, precipitate them unto unspeakable miseries. They cannot endure company, light, or life itself, some unfit for action and the like. Their bodies are lean and dried up, withered, ugly, their looks harsh, very dull, and their souls tormented, as they are more or less entangled, as the humour hath been intended, or according to the continuance of times they have been troubled. To discern all which symptoms the better, Rhasis the Arabian makes 3 degrees of them. The first is falsa cogitatio, false conceits and idle thoughts, to misconstrue and amplify, aggravating everything they conceive or fear. The second is falso cogitata loqui, to talk to themselves, or to use inarticulate incondite voices, speeches, obsolete gestures, and plainly to utter their minds and conceits of their heart, by their words and actions, as to laugh, weep, to be silent, not to sleep, eat their meat, etc. The third is to put in practice that which they think or speak. Savonarola de Aegritudine confirms as much, when he begins to express that in words which he conceives in his heart, or talks idly, or goes from one thing to another, which Gordonius calls nec caput habentia, nec caudam, having neither head nor tail. He is in the middle way, but when he begins to act it likewise, and to put his fopperies in execution, he is then in the extent of melancholy, or madness itself. This progress of melancholy you shall easily observe in them that have been so affected. They go smiling to themselves at first, at length they laugh out, at first solitary, at last they can endure no company, or if they do they are now dizzards, past sense and shame, quite moped, they care not what they say or do, all their actions, words, gestures, are furious or ridiculous. At first his mind is troubled, he doth not attend what is said, if you tell him a tale, he cries at last, What said you? But in the end he mutters to himself, as old women do many times, or old men when they sit alone. Upon a sudden they laugh, whoop, halloo, or run away and swear they see or hear players, devils, hobgoblins, ghosts, strike or strut, etc., grow humorous in the end, like him in the poet, saepe ducentos, saepe decem servos, at one time followed by 200 servants, at another only by 10. He will dress himself and undress, careless at last, grows insensible, stupid, or mad. He howls like a wolf, barks like a dog, and raves like Ajax and Orestes, hears music and outcries, which no man else hears, as he did whom Amatus Lusitanius mentioneth, or that woman in Springer, that spake many languages, and said she was possessed, that farmer in Prosper Calenius, that disputed and discoursed learnedly in philosophy and astronomy, with Alexander Achilles his master at Bologna in Italy. But of these I have already spoken. Who can sufficiently speak of these symptoms, or prescribe rules to comprehend them? As Echo to the painter in Ausonius, Vane quid affectus, etc. Foolish fellow, what wilt? If you must needs paint me, paint a voice. et similem si vis pingere, pinge sonum. If you will describe melancholy, describe a fantastical conceit, a corrupt imagination, vain thoughts and different, which who can do? The 24 letters make no more variety of words in diverse languages, than melancholy conceits produce diversity of symptoms in several persons. They are irregular, obscure, various, so infinite, Proteus himself is not so diverse. You may as well make the moon a new coat, as a true character of a melancholy man. As soon find the motion of a bird in the air, as the heart of man, a melancholy man. They are so confused, I say, diverse, intermixed with other diseases. As the species be confounded, which I have showed, so are the symptoms, sometimes with headache, cachexia, dropsy, stone, as you may perceive by those several examples and illustrations, collected by Hildesheim, mercurialis with headache, epilepsy, priapismus, trincavelius with gout, caninus appetitus, Montanus with falling sickness, headache, vertigo, lycanthropia, etc. J. Caesar Claudinus with gout, agues, hemorrhoids, stone, etc. Who can distinguish these melancholy symptoms so intermixed with others, or apply them to their several kinds, confine them into method? 'Tis hard, I confess, yet I have disposed of them as I could, and will descend to particularize them according to their species. For hitherto I have expatiated in more general lists or terms, speaking promiscuously of such ordinary signs which occur amongst writers. Not that they are all to be found in one man, for that were to paint a monster or chimera, not a man, but some in one, some in another, and that successively or at several times. Which I have been the more curious to express and report, not to upbraid any miserable man, or by way of derision, I rather pity them, but the better to discern, to apply remedies unto them, and to show that the best and soundest of us all is in great danger, how much we ought to fear our own fickle estates, remember our miseries and vanities, examine and humiliate ourselves, seek to God, and call to him for mercy, that needs not look for any rods to scourge ourselves, since we carry them in our bowels, and that our souls are in a miserable captivity, if the light of grace and heavenly truth
Section 51 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 1 by Robert Burton, Section 51. Partition 1, Section 3, Member 2, Subsection 1. Symptoms of head melancholy. If no symptoms appear about the stomach, nor the blood be misaffected, and fear and sorrow continue, it is to be thought the brain itself is troubled, by reason of a melancholy juice bred in it, or otherwise conveyed into it, and that evil juice is from the distemperature of the part, or left after some inflammation, thus far Piso. But this is not always true, for blood and hypochondries both are often affected even in head melancholy. Hercules de Saxonia differs here from the common current of writers, putting peculiar signs of head melancholy from the sole distemperature of spirits in the brain, as they are hot, cold, dry, moist, all without matter from the motion alone, and tenebrosity of spirits. Of melancholy which proceeds from humours by adustion, he treats apart, with their several symptoms and cures. The common signs, if it be by essence in the head, are ruddiness of face, high sanguine complexion, most part rubor saturato, one calls it, a bluish and sometimes full of pimples, with red eyes. Avicenna, Duretus, and others out of Galen, Hercules de Saxonia, to this of redness of face, adds heaviness of the head, fixed and hollow eyes. If it proceed from dryness of the brain, then their heads will be light, vertiginous, and they most apt to wake, and to continue whole months together without sleep. Few excrements in their eyes and nostrils, and often bald by reason of excess of dryness, Montaltus adds, chapter 17. If it proceed from moisture, dullness, drowsiness, headache follows, and as Sallustius Salvianus, chapter 1, book 2, out of his own experience found, epileptical, with a multitude of humours in the head. They are very bashful, if ready, apt to blush, and to be red upon all occasions. Praesertim si metus accesserit. But the chiefest symptom to discern this species, as I have said, is this, that there be no notable signs in the stomach, hypochondries, or elsewhere, digna, as Montaltus terms them, or of greater note, because oftentimes the passions of the stomach concur with them. Wind is common to all three species, and is not excluded, only that of the hypochondries is more windy than the rest, saith Hollerius. Aetius maintains the same, if there be more signs, and more evident in the head than elsewhere, the brain is primarily affected, and prescribes head melancholy to be cured by meats amongst the rest, void of wind, and good juice, not excluding wind, or corrupt blood even in head melancholy itself. But these species are often confounded, and so are their symptoms, as I have already proved. The symptoms of the mind are superfluous and continual cogitations, for when the head is heated, it scourgeth the blood, and from thence proceed melancholy fumes, which trouble the mind, Avicenna. They are very choleric, and soon hot, solitary, sad, often silent, watchful, discontent. Montaltus, chapter 24. If anything trouble them, they cannot sleep, but fret themselves still, till another object mitigate, or time wear it out. They have grievous passions, and immoderate perturbations of the mind, fear, sorrow, etc., yet not so continuate, but that they are sometimes merry, apt to profuse laughter, which is more to be wondered at, and that by the authority of Galen himself, by reason of mixture of blood, prerubi jocosis delectantur et irrisores plerumque sunt. If they be ready, they are delighted in jests, and oftentimes scoffers themselves, conceited, and as Rodericus a Vega comments on that place of Galen, merry, witty, of a pleasant disposition, and yet grievously melancholy anon after. Omnia discunt sine doctore, saith Aratus. They learn without a teacher. And as Laurentius supposeth, those feral passions and symptoms of such as think themselves glass, pitchers, feathers, etc., speak strange languages, a colore cerebri, if it be in excess, from the brain's distempered heat. Subsection 2. Symptoms of windy hypochondriacal melancholy. In this hypochondriacal or flatuous melancholy, the symptoms are so ambiguous, saith Crato in a counsel of his for a noblewoman, that the most exquisite physicians cannot determine of the part affected. Matthew Flacius, consulted about a noble matron, confessed as much, that in this malady he with Hollerius, Fracastorius, Fallopius, and others, being to give their sentence of a party labouring of hypochondriacal melancholy, could not find out by the symptoms which part was most especially affected. Some said the womb, some heart, some stomach, etc., and therefore Crato boldly avers, that in this diversity of symptoms, which commonly accompany this disease, no physician can truly say what part is affected. Galen reckons up these ordinary symptoms, which all the Neoterics repeat of Diocles. Only this fault he finds with him, that he puts not fear and sorrow amongst the other signs. Trincavelius excuseth Diocles, because that oftentimes in a strong head and constitution, a generous spirit, and a valiant, these symptoms appear not by reason of his valour and courage. Hercules de Saxonia, to whom I subscribe, is of the same mind, which I have before touched, that fear and sorrow are not general symptoms. Some fear and are not sad, some be sad and fear not, some neither fear nor grieve. The rest are these, beside fear and sorrow, sharp belchings, fulsome crudities, heat in the bowels, wind and rumbling in the guts, vehement gripings, pain in the belly and stomach sometimes, after meat that is hard of concoction, much watering of the stomach, and moist spittle, cold sweat, importunate sudor, unseasonable sweat all over the body, as Octavius Horatianus, Book 2, Chapter 5, calls it, cold joints, indigestion, they cannot endure their own fulsome belchings, continual wind about their hypochondries, heat and griping in their bowels, praecordia sursum convoluntur, midriff and bowels are pulled up, the veins about their eyes look red, and swell from vapours and wind. Their ears sing now and then, vertigo and giddiness come by fits, turbulent dreams, dryness, leanness, apt they are to sweat upon all occasions, of all colours and complexions. Many of them are high-coloured, especially after meals, which symptom Cardinal Caecius was much troubled with, and of which he complained to Prosper Calenus, his physician. He could not eat, or drink a cup of wine, but he was as red in the face as if he had been at a mayor's feast. That symptom alone vexeth many. Some again are black, pale, ruddy, sometimes their shoulders and shoulder blades ache, there is a leaping all over their bodies, sudden trembling, a palpitation of the heart, and that cardiaca passio, grief in the mouth of the stomach, which maketh the patient think his heart itself acheth, and sometimes suffocation, difficultas anhelitus, short breath, hard wind, strong pulse, swooning. Montanus, Trincavelius, Fernelius, from Bessarius, Hildesheim, Claudinus, etc., give instance of every particular. The peculiar symptoms which properly belong to each part be these. If it proceed from the stomach, saith Savonarola, it is full of pain and wind. Guianerius adds, vertigo, nausea, much spitting, etc. If from the mirage, a swelling and wind in the hypochondries, a loathing and appetite to vomit, pulling upward. If from the heart, aching and trembling of it, much heaviness. If from the liver, there is usually a pain in the right hypochondry. If from the spleen, hardness and grief in the left hypochondry, a rumbling, much appetite and small digestion, Avicenna. If from the mesaraic veins and liver on the other side, little or no appetite, Hercules of Saxonia. If from the hypochondries, a rumbling inflation, concoction is hindered, often belching, etc. And from these crudities, windy vapours ascend up to the brain, which trouble the imagination, and cause fear, sorrow, dullness, heaviness, many terrible conceits and chimeras, as Lemnius well observes, Book 1, Chapter 16, as a black and thick cloud covers the sun, and intercepts his beams and light, so doth this melancholy vapour obnubilate the mind, and force it to many absurd thoughts and imaginations, and compel good, wise, honest, discreet men, arising to the brain from the lower parts, as smoke out of a chimney, to dote, speak, and do that which becomes them not, their persons, callings, wisdoms. One by reason of those ascending vapours and gripings, rumbling beneath, will not be persuaded but that he hath a serpent in his guts, a viper, another frogs. Trallianus relates a story of a woman that imagined she had swallowed an eel or a serpent, and Felix Platerus hath a most memorable example of a countryman of his that by chance, falling into a pit where frogs and frog spawn was, and a little of that water swallowed, began to suspect that he had likewise swallowed frog's spawn, and with that conceit and fear, his fantasy wrought so far, that he verily thought he had young live frogs in his belly, qui vivebant ex alimento suo, that lived by his nourishment, and was so certainly persuaded of it, that for many years afterwards he could not be rectified in his conceit. He studied physic 7 years together to cure himself, travelled into Italy, France, and Germany, to confer with the best physicians about it, and A.D. 1609 asked his counsel amongst the rest. He told him it was wind, his conceit, etc., but mordicus contradicere, et ore, et scriptis probare nitebatur. No saying would serve, it was no wind but real frogs, and do you not hear them croak? Platerus would have deceived him by putting live frogs into his excrements, but he, being a physician himself, would not be deceived. Ver prudens alias et doctus. A wise and learned man otherwise, a doctor of physic, and after 7 years' dotage in this kind, a phantasia liberatus est. He was cured. Laurentius and Goulart have many such examples, if you be desirous to read them. One commodity above the rest which are melancholy, this windy flatuous have, lucidia intervalla. Their symptoms and pains are not usually so continuate as the rest, but come by fits, fear and sorrow and the rest. Yet in another they exceed all others, and that is, they are luxurious, incontinent, and prone to venery, by reason of wind, et facile amant, et quam libet fere amant. Jason Pratensis. Rhasis is of opinion that Venus doth many of them much good. The other symptoms of the mind be common with the rest. Subsection 3. Symptoms of melancholy abounding in the whole body. Their bodies that are affected with this universal melancholy are most part black. The melancholy juice is redundant all over. Hirsute they are, and lean, they have broad veins, their blood is gross and thick, their spleen is weak, and a liver apt to engender the humour. They have kept bad diet, or have had some evacuation stopped, as hemorrhoids, or months in women, which Trallianus in the cure would have carefully to be inquired, and withal to observe of what complexion the party is of, black or red. For as Forrestus and Hollerius contend, if they be black, it proceeds from abundance of natural melancholy. If it proceed from cares, agony, discontents, diet, exercise, etc., they may be as well of any other colour, red, yellow, pale, as black, and yet their whole blood corrupt. Praerubi colore saepe sunt tales, saepe flavi, saith Montaltus, chapter 22. The best way to discern this species is to let them bleed, if the blood be corrupt, thick and black, and they withal free from those hypochondriacal symptoms, and not so grievously troubled with them or those of the head, it argues they are melancholy a toto corpore. The fumes which arise from this corrupt blood disturb the mind, and make them fearful and sorrowful, heavy-hearted, as the rest, dejected, discontented, solitary, silent, weary of their lives, dull and heavy, or merry, etc. And if far gone, that which Apuleius wished to his enemy, by way of imprecation, is true in them. Dead men's bones, hobgoblins, ghosts, are ever in their minds, and meet them still in every turn. All the bugbears of the night, and terrors, fairy babes of tombs, and graves are before their eyes, and in their thoughts. As to women and children, if they be in the dark alone, if they hear or read or see any tragical object, it sticks by them. They are afraid of death, and yet weary of their lives. In their discontented humours they quarrel with all the world, bitterly inveigh, tax satirically, and because they cannot otherwise vent their passions or redress what is amiss, as they mean, they will by violent death at last be revenged on themselves. Subsection 4. Symptoms of maids, nuns, and widows' melancholy. Because Lodovicus Mercatus, in his second book De Mulierum Affectionibus, chapter 4, and Rodericus a Castro, De Morbis Mulierum, chapter 3, book 2, two famous physicians in Spain, Daniel Sennertus of Wittenberg, book 1, part 2, chapter 13, with others, have vouchsafed in their works not long since published, to write two just treatises, de melancholia virginum monialium et viduarum, as a particular species of melancholy, which I have already specified, distinct from the rest, for it much differs from that which commonly befalls men and other women, as having one only cause proper to women alone, I may not omit in this general survey of melancholy symptoms to set down the particular signs of such parties so misaffected. The causes are assigned out of Hippocrates, Cleopatra, Motion, and those old Gyneciorum scriptores of this virile malady, in more ancient maids, widows, and barren women, ob septum transversum violatum, saith Mercatus, by reason of the midriff or diaphragm, heart and brain offended with those vicious vapours which come from menstruous blood, inflammationem arteriae circa dorsum, Rodericus adds, an inflammation of the back, which with the rest is offended by that fuliginous exhalation of corrupt seed, troubling the brain, heart, and mind. The brain, I say, not in essence, but by consent. Universa enim huius affectus causa ab utero pendet, et a sanguinis menstrui malitia. For, in a word, the whole malady proceeds from that inflammation, putridity, black smoky vapours, etc. From thence comes care, sorrow, and anxiety, obfuscation of spirits, agony, desperation, and the like, which are intended or remitted. See amatorius accesserit ardor, or any other violent object or perturbation of the mind. This melancholy may happen to widows, with much care and sorrow, as frequently it doth, by reason of a sudden alteration of their accustomed course of life, etc. To such as lie in childbed ob suppressam purgationem, but to nuns and more ancient maids, and some barren women of the causes above said, 'tis more familiar. Crebrius his quam reliquis accidit, inquit Rodericus. The rest are not altogether excluded. Out of these causes Rodericus defines it with Aretius to be angorum animi, a vexation of the mind, a sudden sorrow from a small, light, or no occasion, with a kind of still dotage and grief of some part or other, head, heart, breasts, sides, back, belly, etc., with much solitariness, weeping, distraction, etc., from which they are sometimes suddenly delivered, because it comes and goes by fits, and is not so permanent as other melancholy. But to leave this brief description, the most ordinary symptoms be these: pulsatio juxta dorsum, a beating about the back, which is almost perpetual. The skin is many times rough, squalid, especially, as Aretius observes, about the arms, knees, and knuckles. The midriff and heartstrings do burn and beat very fearfully, and when this vapour or fume is stirred, flieth upward, the heart itself beats, is sore grieved, and faints. Fauces siccitate precluduntur, ut difficulta possit ab uteri strangulatione decerni, like fits of the mother. Alvus plerisque nil reddit, aliis exiguum, acre, biliosum, lotium flavum. They complain many times, saith Mercatus, of a great pain in their heads, about their hearts and hypochondries, and so likewise in their breasts, which are often sore, sometimes ready to swoon, their faces are inflamed and red, they are dry, thirsty, suddenly hot, much troubled with wind, cannot sleep, etc. And from hence proceed ferine deliramenta, a brutish kind of dotage, troublesome sleep, terrible dreams in the night, sub rusticus pudor et verecundia ignava, a foolish kind of bashfulness to some, perverse conceits and opinions, dejection of mind, much discontent, preposterous judgment. They are apt to loathe, dislike, disdain, to be weary of every object, etc. Each thing almost is tedious to them. They pine away, void of counsel, apt to weep, and tremble, timorous, fearful, sad, and out of all hope of better fortunes. They take delight in nothing for the time, but love to be alone and solitary, though that do them more harm, and thus they are affected so long as this vapour lasteth. But by and by, as pleasant and merry as ever they were in their lives, they sing, discourse, and laugh in any good company, upon all occasions, and so by fits it takes them now and then, except the melody be inveterate, and then 'tis more frequent, vehement, and continuate. Many of them cannot tell how to express themselves in words, or how it holds them, what ails them. You cannot understand them, or well tell what to make of their sayings. So far gone sometimes, so stupefied and distracted, they think themselves bewitched, they are in despair, apte et fletum, desperationem, dolores mammis et hypochondries. Mercatus therefore adds, now their breasts, now their hypochondries, belly and sides, then their heart and head aches, now heat, then wind, now this, now that offence. They are weary of all, and yet will not, cannot again tell how, where, or what offends them, though they be in great pain, agony, and frequently complain, grieving, sighing, weeping, and discontented still, sine causa manifesta. Most part, yet I say they will complain, grudge, lament, and not be persuaded, but that they are troubled with an evil spirit, which is frequent in Germany, saith Rodericus, amongst the common sort, and to such as are most grievously affected, for he makes 3 degrees of this disease in women, they are in despair, surely forspoken or bewitched, and in extremity of their dotage, weary of their lives, some of them will attempt to make away themselves. Some think they see visions, confer with spirits and devils, they shall surely be damned, are afraid of some treachery, imminent danger, and the like. They will not speak, make answer to any question, but are almost distracted, mad, or stupid for the time, and by fits, and thus it holds them, as they are more or less affected, and as the inner humour is intended or remitted, or by outward objects and perturbations aggravated, solitariness, idleness, etc. Many other maladies there are incident to young women, out of that one and only cause above specified, many feral diseases. I will not so much as mention their names. Melancholy alone is the subject of my present discourse, from which I will not swerve. The several cures of this infirmity, concerning diet, which must be very sparing, phlebotomy, physic, internal, external remedies, are at large in great variety in Rodericus et Castro, Sennertus, and Mercatus, which whoso will, as occasion serves, may make use of. But the best and surest remedy of all is to see them well placed, and married to good husbands in due time, hinc ille lacrimae. That is the primary cause, and this the ready cure to give them content to their desires. I write not this to patronize any wanton, idle flirt, lascivious or light housewives, which are too forward many times, unruly, and apt to cast away themselves on him that comes next, without all care, counsel, circumspection, and judgment. If religion, good discipline, honest education, wholesome exhortation, fair promises, fame, and loss of good name cannot inhibit and deter such, which to chaste and sober maids cannot choose but avail much, labour and exercise, strict diet, rigour and threats may more opportunely be used, and are able of themselves to qualify and divert an ill-disposed temperament. For seldom should you see an hired servant, a poor handmaid, though ancient, that is kept hard to her work and bodily labour, a coarse country wench troubled in this kind. But noble virgins, nice gentlewomen, such as are solitary and idle, live at ease, lead a life out of action and employment, that fare well, in great houses and jovial companies, ill-disposed peradventure of themselves, and not willing to make any resistance, discontented otherwise, of weak judgment, able bodies, and subject to passions. Grandiores virgines, saith Mercatus, steriles et vidui plerumque melancholicae. Such for the most part are misaffected, and prone to this disease. I do not so much pity them that may otherwise be eased, but those alone that out of a strong temperament, innate constitution, are violently carried away with this torrent of inward humours, and though very modest of themselves, sober, religious, virtuous, and well given, as many so distressed maids are, yet cannot make resistance, these grievances will appear, this malady will take place, and now manifestly show itself, and may not otherwise be helped. But where am I? Into what subject have I rushed? What have I to do with nuns, maids, virgins, widows? I am a bachelor myself, and lead a monastic life in a college. Ne ego sane ineptus, qui hic dixerim. I confess 'tis an indecorum, and as Pallas a virgin blushed, when Jupiter by chance spake of love matters in her presence, and turned away her face, me reprimam, though my subject necessarily required, I will say no more. And yet I must and will say something more, add a word or two in gratiam virginum et viduarum, in favour of all such distressed parties, in commiseration of their present estate. And as I cannot choose but condole their mishap that labour of this infirmity, and are destitute of help in this case, so must I needs inveigh against them that are in fault, more than manifest causes, and as bitterly tax those tyrannizing pseudo-politicians, superstitious orders, rash vows, hard-hearted parents, guardians, unnatural friends, allies, call them how you will, those careless and stupid overseers, that out of worldly respects, covetousness, supine negligence, their own private ends, cum sibi sit interim bene, can so severely reject, stubbornly neglect, and impiously contemn, without all remorse and pity, the tears, sighs, groans, and grievous miseries of such poor souls committed to their charge. How odious and abominable are those superstitious and rash vows of popish monasteries, so to bind and enforce men and women to vow virginity, to lead a single life, against the laws of nature, opposite to religion, policy, and humanity, so to starve, to offer violence, to suppress the vigour of youth, by rigorous statutes, severe laws, vain persuasions, to debar them of that to which by their innate temperature they are so furiously inclined, urgently carried, and sometimes precipitated, even irresistibly led, to the prejudice of their soul's health and good estate of body and mind, and all for base and private respects, to maintain their gross superstition, to enrich themselves and their territories, as they falsely suppose, by hindering some marriages, that the world be not full of beggars, and their parishes pestered with orphans. Stupid politicians! Hic in effere flagilia, ought these things so to be carried? Better marry than burn, saith the Apostle, but they are otherwise persuaded. They will by all means quench their neighbour's house if it be on fire, but that fire of lust which breaks out into such lamentable flames they will not take notice of. Their own bowels oftentimes, flesh and blood, shall so rage and burn, and they will not see it. Miserum est, saith Austin, se ipsum non miserescere, and they are miserable in the meantime, that cannot pity themselves, the common good of all, and per consequens their own estates. For let them but consider what fearful maladies, feral diseases, gross inconveniences, come to both sexes by this enforced temperance, it troubles me to think of, much more to relate those frequent abortions and murdering of infants in their nunneries, read Kemnitius and others, and notorious fornications, those Spintrias, Tribadas, Umbubeas, etc., those rapes, incests, adulteries, masturbations, sodomies, buggeries of monks and friars. See Bale's Visitation of Abbeys, Mercurialis, Rodericus a Castro, Peter Forestus, and divers physicians. I know their ordinary apologies and excuses for these things. Sed viderint politici, medici, theologi. I shall more opportunely meet with them elsewhere. Illius fidue aut patronum virginis huius, ne me forte putes, verbum non amplius Adam.